In the northern realm of the Great Wu Dynasty, within the city of Xuanwu, the 15-year-old Lung Yuan tightened the white fur coat, enveloping him as he opened the door, exhaling a breath of cold air. He then adeptly made his way towards the main hall. The guards he passed along the way bowed respectfully and stepped aside, wary of obstructing the prince's path. Why are there so many unfamiliar faces today? He mused. Their attire suggests they are not from Xuanwu City. Just as Lung Yuan pondered this, the leading eunuch among the strangers noticed him. His eyes lit up instantly, and he quickly adopted a smile, addressing the middle-aged man seated at the head position. "My lord, this must be His Highness the Crown Prince." Upon hearing this, Lung Zhe turned his gaze towards Lung Yuan, his stern demeanor softening slightly as he nodded calmly. However, the lady seated beside him did not share his composure. Upon seeing her son approach, she joyfully exclaimed, "Yuaner, come in quickly, it's cold outside. Don't linger too long." Observing his wife's demeanor and glancing at the white fur coat draped over Lung Yuan, Lung Zhe furrowed his brow and remarked, as the son of the Northern King, "What is the harm in standing for a moment? If he were to break through to the realm of a warrior, what could mere wind and frost do to him?" Seeing her husband's sternness, Luo Xinyan, somewhat displeased, replied, "Yuaner is only 15 and has already reached the 6th level of martial prowess. Other children his age are still honing their skills at the 3rd level. Can't you allow him some respite?" Gazing at his wife's worried expression, Lung Ze's eyes remained calm for a moment before he spoke. "He is my only son. He is the future of Xuanwu City. He is destined to be the king of the million Xuanwu army." As he spoke, his gaze, seemingly casual, fell upon the leading eunuch, and he continued, "How can he be compared to others?" As his words echoed, the hall fell into a profound silence, the sound of Lung Yuan's approaching footsteps the only noise breaking the stillness. Luo Xinyan grasped Lung Yuan's hand, drawing him close while casting a look filled with hostility towards the eunuch delivering the imperial decree. Below, upon hearing the Northern King's seemingly casual remarks, Eunuch 1 felt a jolt of anxiety surge within him, swallowing hard. He then spoke in a hushed tone, "My lord, this is the will of the royal city." "I doubt enough." Lung Zhe interrupted before one could finish. He then strode out with his wife and son. "Eunuch, your journey to our northern realm has been arduous. Please rest and recuperate. We shall converse further in a couple of days." Watching the Northern King depart, Eunuch 1 felt a sense of helplessness but had no choice but to comply. This was Xuanwu City in the Northern Realm. The million-strong Xuanwu army recognized only the Northern King. The commands of the martial king held little weight here, entirely dependent on the Northern King's disposition. The entourage following Eunuch 1 could only sigh in resignation as they observed the Northern King's family leave, not daring to express any dissatisfaction. Following his parents, Lung Yuan began his daily practice in the courtyard, refining his vital energy. He was currently at the 6th level of martial prowess with just 3 more levels to conquer. He could then strive toward the realm of a warrior. At that point, his energy would be complete and his flesh resilient, allowing him to withstand the biting cold. Meanwhile, Luo Xinyan watched her son train diligently, her face etched with worry. "Husband, is it possible to avoid going to the royal city? Yuaner is still young. What if he faces bullying there?" Gazing into his wife's anxious eyes, Lung Zhe replied softly, "Xinyan, with the old king's passing and the new king's ascension, they have specifically sent the chief eunuch to invite Yuaner to the royal city for his studies. This is clearly a test. If I refuse, it may provoke unnecessary thoughts." Upon hearing Lung Ze's words, Luo Xinyan's expression darkened, and she retorted, "What does it matter if the new king is displeased? Are you afraid of him? Yuaner is your son." Noticing his wife's increasingly cold demeanor, Lung Zhe quickly interjected, "My lady, please do not act rashly. While I do not fear him, our Great Wu Dynasty is currently in tumult. There are hostile forces eyeing our borders. Should internal strife arise, it would plunge our nation into despair." Seeing her husband's serious expression, Luo Xinyan stubbornly turned her head away, resolutely stating, "I will not act recklessly. However, this northern realm is perpetually shrouded in snow and ice. It is a harsh and bitter land. It is not unusual for a few teams to go missing occasionally." As he observed the cold glint in his wife's eyes, Lung Ze's lips twitched as he hurriedly attempted to persuade her. Meanwhile, within a nearby relay station. Eunuch Wan and his entourage were enjoying a hot bath, blissfully unaware that a dagger was already poised above their heads. That night, a weary Lung Yuan returned to his chamber. Shortly thereafter, a guard delivered a medicinal concoction to replenish his vital energy. Gulping down the concoction, he felt the invigorating warmth surge within him, instantly dispelling his fatigue. Soon, he thought that in just a few days, I will break through to the 7th level of martial prowess. The realm of a warrior is within my grasp. Once I achieve that, I can venture to the Arctic tundra without needing my father to lead me. With this hopeful anticipation, Lung Yuan happily reclined on his bed. The following morning, Lung Zhe brought Lung Yuan to the training grounds of the military camp. Observing a group of 17 and 18-year-olds, Lung Zhe clasped his hands behind his back and gently explained to Lung Yuan, "These are the children of the Xuanwu army. Today is their collective training day, and you shall participate as well. While cultivating your vital energy is essential, you must not neglect your martial skills." Acknowledging his father's serious demeanor, Lung Yuan nodded. As the crown prince of the Northern King, though he had never engaged in actual combat, the foundational skills were imperative. With a sense of anticipation, he ascended the platform alongside his father. As they made their entrance, an immediate hush enveloped the crowd. "My lord, your highness!" All the soldiers saluted in unison, and the atmosphere in the training grounds became still. Standing atop the platform, Lung Zhe regarded the young warriors with a commanding presence and declared, "Let the training commence." With his words, a chorus of fervent shouts erupted from the crowd. The sound of their passionate cries ignited a fire within Lung Yuan, prompting him to rush into the fray. "My lord, this is a dangerous environment for untrained fists. Are we truly allowing the young prince to participate?" One of the generals by his side questioned, concerned about the potential for injury. After a brief moment of silence, observing that Lung Zhe remained unperturbed, calmly watching his son charge into the fray, the general motioned to a messenger behind him. In the northern realm, the queen was known for her compassion, but should any harm befall the young prince, her wrath would be far more fearsome than that of the king. Receiving the general's command, the messenger swiftly signaled an alert. Before long, the atmosphere in the training ground shifted to a tense and ominous state. Chapter 2. The Assault of the Snow Demon in the Training Ground. Upon the arrival of the young heir, the competing youths immediately displayed a flurry of remarkable techniques. What terrifying strength! With a powerful punch, Lung Yuan sent a robust young man flying. As he soared through the air, his companions instinctively reached out to shield themselves, only to be swept away by the sheer force of Lung Yuan's blow. Bang! 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 In an instant, the training ground was strewn with fallen figures. Lung Yuan was momentarily astonished. Has my strength truly become this formidable? With just a single strike, I have already exhibited such power. As he softly murmured to himself, a spark of realization ignited in his eyes, and a smile spread across his face. Filled with exhilaration, he charged into the fray, launching a series of sweeping attacks against the youths engaged in combat. With fluidity, he executed a complete set of fundamental techniques. Wherever his fists and feet landed, numerous figures were sent tumbling. With one punch, even from a foot away, his opponent was sent crashing to the ground, taking down others in his wake. A sweeping kick sent chaos among the crowd. The heir's strength is incredible. With just a single blow, I am rendered unable to fight any longer. A youth who had been knocked down clutched his chest, his expression grave as he gazed at Lung Yuan in the training ground. Just as his words fell, a startled shout arose from behind him. "What? You actually withstood a blow from the air?" I was struck by the aftermath of his battle and can barely rise. Hearing their astonishment, the fallen youths struggled to sit up, their faces filled with frustration. The young master is truly powerful. After 3 years of training, I cannot believe I was defeated in a single strike. This is unacceptable. The young master is indeed a divine being. Observing the chaos and listening to the murmurs around him, Lung Yuan felt his cheeks flush with excitement. Is this what it means to be strong? Outside the training ground, Lung Zhe watched the tumultuous battlefield, his lips twitching in disbelief. Is this your doing? Suddenly, he turned to the soldiers beside him, noticing the prince's calm demeanor. One soldier quickly explained, "It's unjust, my lord. I merely reminded them of the heir's identity. Everything that followed was of their own volition." Upon hearing this, Lung Zhe turned back, his gaze deep and contemplative. He observed his son, who seemed to inflict damage from a distance as if wielding a divine presence. And he sighed softly. While the scene appeared comical, it was not entirely unexpected. In this northern realm, he was akin to a deity. Lung Yuan, being his only son, naturally faced no threat of harm. Yet, he had not anticipated that such a display, albeit a training exercise, would leave such an impression. Behind the silent prince, the generals were left with unspoken grievances. My lord, the heir is the future king of the Northern Realm. Who would dare diminish his stature? Not to mention, if the heir remembers this incident once he comes of age, the consequences could be dire. Such self-sabotaging actions make our positions rather precarious. Fortunately, the performance in the training ground had been commendable. The surrounding soldiers, observing the aerial acrobatics, displayed expressions of satisfaction, some even being their own descendants. Lung Zhe paid no heed to the thoughts of others. He silently regarded his son's rising smile and flushed face, making a decision in his heart. My child, the Northern Realm is not suited for you. You must go to the royal city. In the training ground, Lung Yuan unleashed a torrent of punches and kicks, reveling in the thrill of battle. Gradually, a sense of invincibility blossomed within him. Each strike exuded a mysterious aura, subtle yet perceptible to Lung Zhe, the king. His expression shifted peculiarly. My son has developed a sense of invincibility. Such clumsy acting, and he is without a hint of doubt? While he pondered this, hurried footsteps suddenly approached from behind. Report. My lord, the Snow Demon clan from the Arctic is launching a significant offensive. Shall we mobilize the troops immediately? A messenger knelt before Lung Zhe, rapidly conveying the military situation. Upon hearing of the impending assault by the Snow Demons, the surrounding generals immediately adopted serious expressions, their gazes fixated on Lung Zhe, awaiting his command. Humph. A pack of rodents. Is there any need to mobilize the troops? You may withdraw. After dismissing the messenger, Lung Zhe's gaze shifted to his son, who was panting heavily in the training ground. He mused, since my son has cultivated a sense of invincibility, I shall lend my assistance. Having made his decision, Lung Zhe spoke in a deep voice, Yuaner, come here. Hearing his father's call, Lung Yuan suppressed his excitement and obediently approached Lung Zhe. Noticing the lingering anticipation in his son's eyes, Lung Zhe softly said, follow me. As they moved towards the distant city wall, a procession of generals followed closely behind. At that moment, outside Xuanwu City, hundreds of thousands of Snow Demon troops gathered. Their aggressive gazes directed at the guards atop the city wall, faces brimming with challenge. Commander, hundreds of thousands of Snow Demons are advancing. They seem poised for a direct assault on the city. Has our army not yet arrived? If the city gate falls, the blood of the citizens will surely flow. As Lung Yuan trailed behind Lung Zhe, he could already hear the anxious inquiries from the soldiers atop the wall. The atmosphere was thick with tension, and thousands of soldiers busily maneuvered, transporting supplies for battle. The questioned commander was sweating profusely, feeling the weight of anxiety. Just as he was at a loss for words, a calm voice suddenly echoed from behind. Open the city gates. Now, with hundreds of thousands of Snow Demons surrounding us, open the gates. In such a tense atmosphere, hearing such absurd words, the commanding officer instinctively retorted. However, as he turned, he abruptly became tongue-tied. Ah, my lord, I am at fault. I did not realize your arrival. Please forgive me. Lung Zhe halted, regarding the commander who was pleading fervently before the city gates, and spoke sternly. This shall not happen again. Open the gates. With these words, the guard commander felt an immense relief wash over him, and quickly replied, I shall obey. He swiftly turned, hastily calling out, by the order of the Northern King, open the city gates. As the commander's voice echoed, the previously tense thousands of soldiers felt a wave of relief wash over them, and confidence gleamed in their eyes. With the Northern King here, there was nothing to fear. Even if hundreds of thousands of Snow Demons were at their doorstep, it was of little consequence. With a creaking sound, the heavy city gates began to swing open. In that instant, countless piercing gazes from outside fixated upon them. Yuaner, follow me. Lung Zhe, hands clasped behind his back, stepped into the snow-laden wind, his presence radiating authority as he advanced. To him, the approaching hundreds of thousands of Snow Demon troops were no more significant than mere dust. Father, observing the imposing figure ahead, Lung Yuan felt something within him ignite, compelling him to hastily follow. Chapter 3. The North King's Avatar. As Lung Zhe strode confidently through the city gate, the soldiers stationed atop the city wall erupted into fervent cheers. The North King! The North King! The North King! It was indeed that man, their sovereign. As long as he was present, the Snow Demons of the Arctic tundra would not dare to cross the threshold. Lung Yuan followed closely behind his father, slowly emerging from the gates of Xuanwu City. The resounding cheers from the wall infused him with a surge of warmth. Suddenly, a biting gust of wind and snow swept through. The white flakes settled upon Lung Yuan's face, bringing him to a heightened state of awareness. In this frozen expanse, he gazed at the countless Snow Demons lurking ahead, their predatory stares igniting a sense of unease within him. Father, the Snow Demons stretch endlessly before us. Shouldn't we mobilize our forces? Upon hearing his son's words, Lung Zhe paused, his gaze unwavering as he assessed the vast army before them. Were they a conventional force? Besieged by a multitude, they would surely summon reinforcements. But Xuanwu City was different. This was a realm belonging to the formidable. When one possesses sufficient strength, numbers become mere dust. Turning slightly, he revealed half of his face to Lung Yuan, declaring, Yuan, you are my son. In the future, you too shall tread the path of a sovereign. The actions of the ordinary do not suit you. Heeding his father and Apos' counsel, Lung Yuan tightened his fur cloak. As the fervor of battle waned, he was suddenly engulfed by the chilling winds, causing him to shiver involuntarily. His gaze inadvertently fell upon the seemingly infinite army of snow demons. Their icy eyes instilled within him a flicker of trepidation. Father, what if we cannot prevail? Without turning, Lung Zhe coldly replied, if we cannot prevail, it merely signifies your lack of strength. Insufficient strength will lead to the loss of everything. In such a moment, what is meant for you and what you desire will drift far away. The frigid wind swept across Lung Yuan's face, and as he beheld his father's proud silhouette, an inexplicable tremor coursed through his heart. In that instant, he seemed to grasp something profound. Yet, upon reflection, it felt as though he understood nothing at all. Just as he pondered this sensation, a deafening roar of battle cries erupted in the distance. The city gate has opened. Slay them. Charge in. Everything within is ours. Kill. Kill. Moments ago, the amassed snow demon army launched a ferocious assault. Hundreds of thousands of white-haired snow demons surged towards Xuanwu City, embarking on a frenzied advance. Their thunderous steps caused the tundra to tremble. The cacophony of battle cries mingled with the biting wind and snow, sending a shiver through the hearts of the soldiers guarding the wall. This is bad. The snow demon army is charging. Form ranks. Form ranks. With the command from the captain, thousands of soldiers took their positions atop the city wall. Armed and resolute, they fixed their steely gazes on the approaching horde. Perhaps due to the biting cold, despite the presence of the North King, their hands gripping their weapons trembled slightly. Boom, boom, boom. As the snow demon army surged forth like a tidal wave, a hint of disdain flickered in Lung Ze's eyes. He turned, lifting the wide-eyed Lung Yuan into his arms. Feeling the resurgence of power within him, with a swift motion, he soared into the sky. Yuan, today I shall show you what it means to be a king. As Lung Yuan heard his father's words, the air around them trembled. A dreadful aura radiated from Lung Ze, spreading across the vast tundra in an instant. Boom, boom. Before Lung Yuan and Apos' astonished gaze, a colossal phantom materialized beside them. The avatar of the king. The North King had not departed. Behind the snow demon army, several imposing figures sensed the emergence of Lung Ze's royal avatar, their initial excitement swiftly turning to calm resignation. What a pity, they lamented, departing the battlefield. As Lung Ze's royal avatar manifested before Xuanwu City, countless ice crystals began to coalesce in the air, converging upon the avatar. Ultimately, they formed a towering ice battle god, identical to Lung Ze, yet exuding an aura of chilling cold and terrifying energy. Father, held aloft in his father's embrace at a height of 1,000 meters. Lung Yuan gazed down from this elevated perspective. The once menacing tide of snow and ice now appeared as mere ants beneath him. With a casual step, he felt as though he could obliterate vast swathes of them. Experiencing the perspective of a king for the first time, Lung Yuan was overwhelmed with excitement, his face flushed. Yuan, watch closely. Icebound absolute domain. A myriad of intertwining laws flickered in Lung Ze's eyes as he willed forth the avatar. The royal avatar stepped forward, instantly descending among the snow demon army. Boom. With a single stomp, it crushed a multitude beneath its might. The air erupted in a flurry of ice and snow, the violent shockwaves shattering the frozen landscape. This is bad. The North King remains in the city. Retreat. Retreat. Upon witnessing the royal avatar of Xuanwu City, the snow demons at the forefront felt their hearts sink. They cried out desperately, attempting to retreat. However, an army of hundreds of thousands could not halt their advance easily. In that moment of despair, Lung Yuan's royal avatar descended into the heart of the army. The foot of the towering avatar felt as though the heavens themselves were collapsing upon them. No, no, boom, with the resounding shockwaves. A portion of the snow demon army was obliterated. Those fortunate enough to survive trembled, hastily fleeing in all directions. Yet, in the next instant, Lung Ze's domain expanded. As the icebound absolute domain activated, Lung Ze's crystalline world descended. Instantly, everything within 1,000 miles was encased in ice. The torrent of snow demons, formed by hundreds of thousands, was suddenly immobilized, transformed into lifeless ice sculptures. Bang! In the following moment, the royal avatar manipulated the very fabric of the air. A shock wave erupted, shattering the frozen tide and thickening the ice covering the tundra beyond Xuanwu City. Just as he had proclaimed, for true powerhouses, numbers are but mere dust. Father, I want to learn this. Witnessing the crystalline realm before him, Lung Yuan's face flushed with excitement, wriggling eagerly in his father's embrace. Observing his son's adoration, a smile crept across Lung Ze's lips. On the city tower, Luo Xinyan had appeared at some point, watching the father and son amidst the tundra. A smile gracing her lips. Lord Gu. Suddenly, her smile faded, her cold, elegant visage tilting slightly as she fixed her piercing gaze upon the king's messengers standing behind her. If my son encounters any grievances upon reaching the royal city, you have witnessed the North King's wrath. Chapter 4. The cataclysm gurgle. Upon hearing the words of the princess, the envoy from the royal city, standing atop the city tower, felt a tremor in his heart. Confronted by that piercing gaze, Eunuch Wan cautiously swallowed, then respectfully replied, "Princess, I shall certainly take good care of His Highness the young master." Humph. Observing these royal envoys, Luo Xinyan felt a wave of dissatisfaction. How could you care for me at all? If anything were to happen to my son, do not blame the northern king for descending upon the royal city. After leaving a remark, Luo Xinyan soared into the air, flying into the city. This. Witnessing the northern princess flying through the air, Eunuch Wan and his companions were once again taken aback. Flying through the air is a power reserved for martial lords. Who would have thought that the northern princess was indeed a martial lord? It seems the northern kingdom is destined to give rise to yet another sovereign. As Eunuch Wan murmured softly, his regard for the northern kingdom deepened. Yet, thinking of the impending arrival of the young master in the royal city, he felt a pang of discomfort. This is indeed a hot potato, with the northern king's veiled threats in front and the martial prowess of the northern princess behind. If anything were to happen to the young master in the royal city, their lives would be irrevocably altered. That night, Lung Yuan returned to his chamber. Reflecting on the scenes he had witnessed outside Xuanwu City earlier that day, the fervor within him remained unquenched. I too shall become a sovereign like my father. Determined, Lung Yuan lay in bed but could not find solace in sleep. He decided to rise and practice standing meditation. As the blood within him surged, his realm gradually ascended. Meanwhile, Lung Zhe and Luo Xinyan stood silently in their room, gazing out at the swirling snow. "My lady, you need not speak. I understand," Lung Zhe began, but was interrupted by Luo Xinyan. With reluctance in her eyes, she looked towards the snowflakes falling outside. "I know that the northern kingdom is not suitable for Yuan's growth. As a mother, I cannot harden my heart against him, nor can I tolerate anyone who would harm him." Upon hearing this, Lang Zhe approached his wife from behind and silently embraced her. The child has grown. He must experience certain trials. Only through enduring hardship can he become a true king. Listening to her husband's solemn words, Luo Xinyan slowly closed her eyes and nestled closer into Lang Zhe's arms, eventually nodding in silent agreement. 2 days later, the entourage arriving at the royal city gradually assembled at the entrance of the royal mansion. Watching Lung Yuan board the carriage, Luo Xinyan's eyes brimmed with tears. As the procession of over 100 people began their journey, Lang Zhe too felt a profound sense of reluctance. Yet before this emotion could fully surface, it was suppressed by his resolute will. At the entrance of Xuanwu City, Lung Yuan lifted the curtain of the carriage and waved to his parents, calling out loudly, "Father, Mother, do not worry. I will not bring shame to the northern kingdom in the royal city." As the carriage faded into the distance, Luo Xinyan shouted, "Yuan, should you encounter difficulties, remember to use what I have given you." Hearing his wife's words, Lang Zhe was momentarily taken aback, then asked with a hint of confusion, "My lady, what have you given Yuan?" "The military talisman." As Luo Xinyan's words fell, 1,000 cavalrymen surged forth from Xuanwu City. Clad in silver-white armor and wielding long spears, for every 100 warriors, there was a commanding general. Leading the charge was a general who had opened all 9 meridians. This cavalry unit, tasked with protecting the young master, was under his command. Observing the gallant cavalry, Lang Zhe's mouth twitched in resignation. "My lady, what need has Yuan for an army in the royal city? Who would dare to harm my son?" Listening to Lang Zhe, Luo Xinyan did not retort, merely saying lightly, "In the royal city, my son is at a disadvantage. He must have some subordinates to command." Seeing the reluctance in his wife's gaze, Lang Zhe sighed and chose not to argue further. Inside the carriage, Lung Yuan glanced back at the pursuing cavalry but soon turned his attention away. Having lived in Xuanwu City for over a decade, he was well acquainted with the local forces, finding nothing particularly noteworthy. It was the scenery along the way that piqued his curiosity. In another carriage, Eunuch Wan also noticed the cavalry trailing behind. Seeing it was merely a general leading, he felt a wave of relief. Even though this 1,000-strong cavalry was formidable enough to instill caution in many factions, it would not draw the attention of the new king. With the convoy steadily advancing, a series of long footprints were left in the snow. A day later, Lang Yuan was increasingly distanced from Xuanwu City. That night, the group set up camp in the snowy expanse. Lang Yuan stealthily approached the cavalry camp on the outskirts and inquired of the leading general, "What is your name, General?" The robust general clad in white furs immediately replied, "General Mo Ling of the Xuanwu Army, at your service, young master." Acknowledging the imposing silver-armored general before him, Lung Yuan nodded and said, "General Mo Ling, I appreciate your assistance on this journey. No need for such formality. Just call me Mo Ling," the general responded. As they conversed, the air suddenly reverberated with a violent tremor. Boom, bang, bang. In the next moment, the atmosphere quaked, and countless crimson lights illuminated the dark night. With vast black clouds colliding tumultuously. "Danger! Protect the young master." With Mo Ling's command, 10 commanding generals surged forth, encircling Lung Yuan for protection. Subsequently, over 1,000 soldiers formed a thick barrier around him. Boom, crack. The air above erupted with deafening sounds, and the black-red light flickered ominously. A terrifying pressure descended, rendering the atmosphere in this snowy realm unbearably heavy. Protect the young master. We must not allow any harm to come to him. In the royal city's entourage, Eunuch 1 observed the strange phenomena above and shouted frantically to the surrounding guards. At that moment, panic gripped his heart. If anything were to happen to the young master, they would face catastrophic consequences. Suddenly, a crimson beam of light struck down from the void. The twisted light instantaneously shattered the surrounding snowy expanse. As the snowfield crumbled, the troops surrounding Leng Yuan were violently swept away by the shockwave. Young master quickly dodged as a fragment of ice hurtled towards Leng Yuan. Mo Ling immediately unleashed his protective energy, shielding him. Bang! With a tremendous crash, Mo Ling was hurled back, his protective barrier strained to its limits. The snowy realm was thrown into chaos, with shattered ice scattered everywhere, and the white storm obscured all visibility. Boom! Crack! Just as Leng Yuan stood bewildered, another deafening sound erupted from the void, as if something had shattered. As the crimson light receded, beneath the dark night sky, a gray shard quietly descended, landing directly at Leng Yuan's feet. Chapter 5. The Divine Healer. What is this? The gray fragment, still glimmering with a hint of red light, stood out starkly against the expanse of white ice. Leng Yuan noticed it immediately. As the dark red glow faded, the tremors of the void began to settle. It appeared as though it had fallen from the heavens. Curiously, Leng Yuan crouched down to pick up the gray fragment for closer inspection. However, upon contact, the fragment sliced into his fingertip. As a drop of blood emerged and was absorbed by the fragment, the once lifeless gray piece suddenly radiated vitality once more. In the next moment, to Leng Yuan's horror, the gray fragment shot forth from its position, piercing into his abdomen and vanishing without a trace. My dantian hurts. With the entry of the gray fragment, a severe pain surged through Leng Yuan's abdomen. He hurriedly closed his eyes to sense the situation, quickly realizing that his dantian was in distress. At that moment, panic enveloped him. Being far from reaching the martial artist realm, he felt utterly helpless in the face of this predicament. As waves of corrosive agony emanated from his dantian, Leng Yuan succumbed to unconsciousness. Young master, what has happened to you? As the winds and snow began to calm, Mo Ling, who had been hurled by blocks of ice, finally spotted Leng Yuan amidst the ruins of the icy expanse. It hurts. Brothers above, please lend me a hand. I'm trapped in a crevice. The once chaotic ice field was now riddled with numerous cracks, with many soldiers scattered about. Some shouted loudly, while others groaned in pain. Yet, at that moment, Mo Ling could not afford to concern himself with them. Channeling his inner strength, he broke through the obstacles in his path and rushed towards Leng Yuan. Seeing the young master, pale and motionless, caused Mo Ling and Apos' heart to leap into his throat. Young master. He gently lifted Leng Yuan and Apos' head, repeatedly calling out to him. Suddenly, Leng Yuan awoke. He opened his weary eyes and looked at Mo Ling, saying, General Mo, I am fine. What a relief. Young master, you nearly frightened me to death. If anything were to happen to you, how could I explain it to the prince and the princess? Observing Mo Ling's anxious expression, Leng Yuan managed a weak smile, then stood up unsteadily. General Mo, I assure you, I am well. You should go assist the others. Hearing the chaotic sounds around him, Leng Yuan spoke softly. Young master, please rest for a moment. I shall return shortly. After bowing to Leng Yuan, Mo Ling swiftly set about aiding others. Bang, bang, bang. Witnessing the massive ice blocks trapping the soldiers, Mo Ling unleashed his energy, striking with fierce force. Simultaneously, the commanding martial generals drew their weapons, employing their skills to shatter the enormous ice blocks. After observing the rescue efforts for a while, Leng Yuan gradually closed his eyes. Before losing consciousness, he had felt the intense pain from his dantian, but what occurred afterward was a blank. Now awake, he began to cautiously sense his surroundings. After all, the dantian is the foundation of one's cultivation. If it were to be compromised, his path to advancement would be irrevocably hindered. This was a fate he desperately wished to avoid. As Leng Yuan meticulously examined himself, he found no anomalies. How peculiar. The gray fragment had clearly penetrated my dantian. Why are there no traces left? After failing to detect anything amiss, he began to circulate his energy, yet still found nothing. His body felt entirely normal, as if nothing had transpired. However, Leng Yuan was acutely aware that everything had indeed happened. The agony emanating from his dantian could not be deceiving. Since he could uncover no issues and his body seemed unaffected, Leng Yuan decided to set the matter aside for the time being. Whatever would happen next could be dealt with when the time arose. Someone is gravely injured. This is dire. We must save them. Suddenly, a voice filled with anguish echoed from a distance. At this point, the Xuanwu army had rescued a majority of the individuals, dressed in black iron armor. These soldiers suffered no casualties. However, the envoys from the royal city lacked such protection and had sustained considerable injuries from the flying ice blocks. A few unfortunate souls had succumbed entirely. What is happening? Hearing the commotion, Lung Yuan weakly made his way over. For reasons unknown, since awakening, he felt a profound emptiness within. Master Wan, it's hopeless. He is beyond saving. At the camp of the Royal City Guards, the accompanying physician was sweating profusely, ultimately glancing helplessly at Master Wan. Upon hearing this outcome, Master Wan nodded, his eyes betraying no emotion. Having witnessed countless deaths, he remained indifferent as long as the deceased were not significant figures. If there was no hope, then they might as well be cremated on the spot. The journey to the royal capital was long, and once they left the Northern Territory, preserving the bodies would be impossible. They could only bring back the ashes, leaving a remnant for their families. Listening to Master Wan's orders, the surrounding crowd raised no objections. Such arrangements were reasonable and just. Wait, let me try? Just as everyone prepared to act, Lung Yuan approached. Your Highness. Seeing the young master unharmed, Master Wan felt a wave of relief wash over him, greeting Lung Yuan with a broad smile. I have some healing elixirs. Let us see if they are of any use. As Lung Yuan spoke, he moved forward. Along the way, no one dared to stop him. Taking out a vial of healing elixirs from his robe, Lung Yuan knelt beside the gravely injured guards. He poured one into the mouth of a man. The moment their bodies made contact, a surge of warmth coursed through him. Then, the man's eyes suddenly widened. It's effective. Witnessing the elixir enter the mouth of the lifeless individual, Lung Yuan felt a rush of accomplishment as the man opened his eyes. This medicine is indeed potent. You all should take a few. Again pouring 3 more elixirs, he placed one in each of their mouths. As the warmth enveloped them, Lung Yuan watched in delight as the 3 near-death individuals opened their eyes once more. They live. They can be saved. Physician, hurry. Seeing the 4 revived soldiers, Lung Yuan hastily called for the physician. Alive? How is that possible? Their organs were shattered. They were beyond salvation. The physician, hearing Lung Yuan's call, gazed incredulously at the 4 men who had opened their eyes. He squatted down in disbelief. As he reached out to take their pulse, the astonishment on his face quickly morphed into a bizarre expression. What is the matter? Has the elixir taken effect? Noticing the physician's prolonged silence, Master Wan promptly inquired. At that moment, he had prepared a slew of compliments for Lung Yuan. Hearing the commotion, the surrounding crowd cast curious glances. Chapter 6 Awakening. Surveying the expectant gazes surrounding him, the physician shook his head and whispered, these individuals have already succumbed. Upon uttering these words, he gently closed the eyes of the 4. What transpired? Had they not just opened their eyes moments before? Cold Yuan's face was laden with disbelief. He had distinctly seen a spark of life in their eyes. Under the scrutiny of the young lord, the physician found himself at a loss for explanations. Ultimately, he could only respond with resignation. Your Highness, the anomaly we witnessed was likely a fleeting return of vitality. These guards have suffered shattered organs. Their life force has dissipated, and they are beyond saving. At these words, Cold Yuan could only exhale a resigned sigh. Do not mourn, Your Highness. Life and death are but natural phenomena. You have done all that you could. Observing the young lord's distress, Eunuch One hurried to console him, signaling those behind to expedite the necessary arrangements. With the collective efforts of the group, the scene was swiftly tidied. Given the nightfall, the caravan did not continue their journey, but rather relocated to a more level area to set up camp anew. Upon returning to the tent, Cold Yuan had scarcely settled onto his bed when he suddenly felt several surges of warmth coursing through him. It feels so full. This unexpected sensation made Cold Yuan acutely aware of his meridian swelling, akin to an overindulgence in water. Simultaneously, the warmth carried an extraordinary power, revitalizing his previously weakened form. Gradually, with each revelation, Cold Yuan began to comprehend the nature of this phenomenon. Qi and blood. This was the essence of vitality. Yet, it seemed as though this power was not inherently his, but rather an external force. Just as Cold Yuan pondered this perplexity, the 4 surges of vitality within him gravitated towards his dantian. Instinctively, he activated his cultivation technique. In an instant, a formidable suction erupted from his dantian, drawing in the erratic energies. In the following moment, a tremendous force surged back to him. Martial Artist Level 7, broken. Martial Artist Level 8, broken. Martial Artist Level 9, broken. Within mere breaths, Cold Yuan shattered 3 realms, surpassing what would ordinarily require 3 arduous years of cultivation. His qi and blood reached perfection. What is happening? How did I break through so suddenly? Cold Yuan was left astounded by the transformation within him, filled with both confusion and exhilaration. Night passed swiftly. After a night of contemplation, Cold Yuan formed some conjectures in his mind. Due to the breakthrough, despite having lost a night's sleep, he felt invigorated and determined to seek another opportunity for experimentation. Exiting the tent, Cold Yuan sought targets for his trials. But all he beheld was an endless expanse of ice. There was not a living creature in sight, not even a blade of grass. No matter, there was no need to rush. Sighing softly, Cold Yuan commenced his daily standing meditation, a ritual honed over many years. As dawn broke, the caravan began to kindle fires and prepare meals, setting off once again after an hour. A month later, within the carriage, Cold Yuan gazed at the increasingly verdant scenery outside, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. At last, they had exited the northern borders. What wonders awaited in the royal capital? As the temperature rose, Cold Yuan shed his fur garments, donning a splendid white robe. Having never ventured beyond the northern realm, he was brimming with curiosity about everything in the royal capital. After setting up camp once more, Cold Yuan stood amidst the encampment, captivated by the surrounding landscapes. The lush forest stirred within him a yearning for exploration. He contemplated venturing forth several times, only to be halted by the guards, who cited concerns for his safety. He could not refute their reasoning. Suddenly, Mo Ling approached. Your Highness, we suffered significant losses to our food supplies during the recent calamity. We are now insufficiently stocked. I plan to lead the men into the nearby forests to hunt for provisions. This area is desolate and the woods are dense. Please refrain from wandering about. Should any mishap occur, we would be held responsible. Hearing this, Cold Yuan waved his hand in resignation. I understand. Go ahead. Watching Mo Ling's retreating figure, a glimmer of anticipation flickered in Cold Yuan's eyes. Although he could not roam freely, he looked forward to the return of Mo Ling and the others with fresh game. Would he finally validate his suspicions? Seated in the encampment, Cold Yuan gazed upward at the drifting clouds, his heart filled with expectation. Are you perhaps missing home? At some point, Eunuch Wan had approached, observing Cold Yuan's gaze towards the sky with a gentle smile. Cold Yuan turned to him, shaking his head. Not at all. I am merely curious about when General Mo Ling and the others will return. In response, Eunuch Wan chuckled. Ah, so it is hunger that plagues you. There are still some pastries in the carriage. Would you care for a bite? Cold Yuan shook his head once more. I will wait for General Mo Ling to return. This anticipatory wait was always a trial to endure. Eunuch Wan, unaware of Cold Yuan's true thoughts, sighed softly. Your Highness truly cares for your subordinates. Suddenly, the sound of galloping hooves broke the air. With a commanding shout, Mo Ling's party gradually came to a halt outside the tent. They have returned. Upon hearing the commotion, Cold Yuan's face lit up with joy, and he promptly rose to join the gathering. General Mo Ling, did you achieve success? Mo Ling dismounted and clasped his hands respectfully. Thanks to your good fortune, Your Highness, we have successfully hunted 3 deer and 5 wild boars. At these words, a broad smile spread across Cold Yuan's face. Excellent, excellent. Let me see. With that, Cold Yuan scanned the area, not needing guidance as he made his way directly towards the game. The creatures lay lifeless before him, and he wondered if they would suffice for his purposes. Extending his hand towards the deceased beasts, he felt a surge of warmth flow into him. The vitality of the wild animals felt particularly intense. Releasing his hold on the deer, Cold Yuan turned to touch the wild boar beside it. In an instant, another surge of energy enveloped him. Observing the young lord and Apos' continuous caress of the game, the surrounding soldiers found it odd but kept their thoughts to themselves. Assuming it was mere curiosity, after absorbing 8 surges of warmth, Cold Yuan felt his internal vitality reach its zenith. Skipping his meal, he returned to his tent. Upon entering, he promptly assumed the posture for standing meditation. Within moments, the swelling heat within him began to circulate methodically towards his dantian. Boom. In the next instant, a tremor resonated from his dantian. Mystical gray runes illuminated above it, followed by a powerful suction that instantaneously devoured the blood essence. Crack. In an ineffable moment, it felt as though shackles within Cold Yuan had shattered. His blood essence swiftly redirected its flow, commencing the refinement of his very flesh. Thus began his ascent to the first level of martial prowess. Upon perceiving the breakthrough of realms, Lung Yuan was astounded, his eyes wide open. His gaze appeared profoundly deep. Chapter 7 Arrival at the royal city. The young lord was feeling unwell. After a brief period of recuperation in the tent, the voice of Mo Ling resonated from outside. Accompanying him was Eunuch Wan. Your Highness, if you are unwell, you should consult the physician. Please do not overexert yourself. In response to their concerns, Cold Yuan replied, I am fine, merely a bit fatigued. We shall set up camp for the day and resume our journey tomorrow. Acknowledging his words, both Eunuch Wan and Mo Ling silently withdrew, refraining from further disturbance. On the following day, the caravan resumed its journey. Along the way, Cold Yuan summoned Mo Ling. Observing the imposing general riding outside, Cold Yuan inquired, General Mo Ling, what is your current realm? To the young lord and Apos' question, Mo Ling responded with a resonant voice. Replying to Your Highness, I have now opened my meridians and entered the ranks of martial generals. Cold Yuan nodded in understanding. Martial practitioners cultivate their vital energy to strengthen their foundations. Warriors temper their flesh, rendering them impervious to blades. Martial generals refine their sinews and bones, generating hidden strength. Grand generals connect their meridians, transforming their energy into formidable force. Upon witnessing your formidable aura during the snowstorm, I had my suspicions. Little did I expect that my mother would assign a grand general to guard me after just a short excursion. I must apologize for the trouble this may have caused you, General. Hearing the young lord's words, Mo Ling solemnly replied, Your Highness possesses a discerning eye. It is my duty to protect you. How could it be considered a burden? Moreover, the Xuanwu army is filled with formidable warriors. While I may hold a certain reputation outside, within Xuanwu City, I am but an inconspicuous figure. It is my honor to serve by your side." Observing the refined demeanor of the young lord, Mo Ling felt a surge of emotion. This individual was the sole heir of the Northern King, destined to be the future ruler of the Northern Territories. To be present during the young lord's formative years would undoubtedly evoke envy in many. After conversing for a while, Cold Yuan began to feel drowsy and soon fell asleep within the carriage. The sizable caravan led the way, with over 1,000 silver-armored cavalry providing protection from behind. Along the route, no brigands dared to disturb their passage. After traversing for half a month, they finally arrived at the royal city. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the royal city." Cold Yuan, still recuperating, slowly opened his eyes upon hearing the commotion. The cultivation of martial practitioners indeed cannot be rushed. After half a month, my progress remains minimal. I am still lingering at the first level of martial practice. As the son of the Northern King, Cold Yuan had been exposed to martial cultivation since childhood. He was well versed in the methods employed by those below the rank of Grand General. Yet, despite this, he could not achieve rapid advancement. Cultivation requires a steady and measured approach. Murmuring to himself, Cold Yuan contemplated where he might procure some vital energy. To possess talent and not utilize it would be foolish. Resolute in his decision, Cold Yuan lifted the carriage curtain, gazing at the bustling scenery outside, his eyes shimmering with curiosity. "Your Highness, we shall first escort you to the Northern King's residence. After a few days of rest, the Martial King will summon you." Upon hearing Eunuch Wan's arrangements, Cold Yuan nodded. Although the 4 kings of the great martial dynasty were stationed at the borders, they too had their residences within the royal city. This was something his father had informed him of prior to their journey, so Cold Yuan expressed no dissent. Seeing that the young lord had no objections, Eunuch Wan turned to Mo Ling, saying, "General Mo, within the royal city, military troops cannot move about freely. Please lead your men to the northern military camp and ensure that no one ventures out without orders." Mo Ling nodded in acknowledgement. After bowing respectfully to Cold Yuan, he led his 1,000 cavalry towards the military encampment. Such a significant display instantly attracted the attention of numerous onlookers in the royal city. From atop a tall building, several young nobles observed the unfamiliar contingent with curiosity. Yen Rong, holding a wine cup and leaning against the balcony, chuckled to have over 1,000 cavalry escorting them. It seems the newcomers are of no ordinary status. As soon as Yen Rong's words fell, Genie Chen beside him drank deeply from his cup and, with glimmering eyes, remarked, "Did you see that? The one at the forefront is actually Eunuch Wan, and he appears quite deferential. That old man is usually so haughty. Who would have thought he could be so accommodating?" At this, the group of young nobles nodded in unison. Eunuch Wan was a trusted confidant of the martial king, known for his indifference to the status of others, and he rarely mingled with the various factions. For him to exhibit such subservience was a source of delight for the young nobles, igniting their curiosity about the identity of the newcomers. At that moment, Cold Yuan lifted the curtain of the carriage to glance outside. His youthful countenance was instantly recognized by the group of onlookers. A young man. If he were not a formidable figure, then surely he possessed an illustrious background to warrant Eunuch Wan's personal escort and enter through the northern gate. Could he be the Northern King's son come to study in the royal city? Wei Junjie squinted his eyes and softly voiced his speculation. Suddenly, Yen Rong set down his wine cup and exclaimed, "It must be him. Who else could receive such treatment other than the royal son?" Speaking thus, Yen Rong surveyed the group around him, smiling as he added, "This Northern King's son has just arrived in the royal city and lacks any established influence. We must seize the opportunity to make his acquaintance and entice him to join us. With the royal son on our side, our strength will be further solidified." Upon hearing Yen Rong's words, both Genie Chen and Wei Junjie brightened with enthusiasm. Wei Junjie clapped his hands and declared, "Brother Yen is absolutely correct. This royal son, being new to the city, will undoubtedly be seeking companionship. We must act quickly to arrange an introduction before others can take advantage." Genie Chen, thumping his chest, replied, "This is easily arranged. I observe that this Northern King and Apos' son is quite young. He likely is yet to experience the wonders of the world. Today, I will visit the Shueiyue Tower to make the necessary arrangements. Tomorrow, we shall extend an invitation. Once the royal son experiences the allure of Shueiyue Tower, he will surely wish to join our circle." With a sly grin, Genie Chen cast a knowing glance at Yen Rong and Wei Junjie. At this moment, Cold Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that even before he could make his mark in the royal city, he had already captured the attention of others. As the procession continued onward, they finally halted before a grand entrance. "Your Highness, we have arrived at the royal residence." After Cold Yuan disembarked, Eunuch Wan, wearing a beaming smile, relayed a few final instructions before returning to report. "Northern King's residence." Gazing at the large characters on the plaque, a smile crept across Cold Yuan's face. Just then, the butler, who had been waiting nearby, hurried forward. Chapter 8. An extravagant invitation. The steward of the Wang residence, Wang San, cordially welcomed the young master back home. Behind Wang San, a group of guards also bowed in respect, observing the guards, who bore an intimidating aura. Long Yuan curiously inquired, "Steward Wang, are you all from the capital?" Upon hearing the young master's question, Wang San stood tall and proudly replied, "Indeed, young master. We are all veterans from the Northern Territory." At this proclamation, the guards behind him straightened their posture as well. "Oh, veterans from the Northern Territory? What brings you here?" Long Yuan asked, intrigued. Wang San, feeling somewhat awkward under his inquisitive gaze, responded, "Due to insufficient foundation and advancing age, we have lost hope for further breakthroughs. Thus, we were assigned to manage the affairs of the Wang residence. I hope we do not cause you any embarrassment." Nodding at Wang San's response, Long Yuan refrained from mocking them. The path of cultivation is seldom smooth if one reaches a certain age without sufficient accumulation. The decline of youthful vigor ensures that further breakthroughs become unattainable. "Continue with your duties, and do not mind me," he said, offering them a nod before stepping curiously into the northern Wang residence. After exploring for a while, Long Yuan soon lost interest. Aside from the lack of snow, there was little to distinguish this place from the Northern Territory. After a brief rest, he seated himself at the head of the Grand Hall and summoned Wang San. "You called for me, young master?" Wang San, clad in his steward's attire, approached. "Steward Wang, do you have any large livestock in the residence?" Long Yuan asked softly. "Large livestock?" Wang San and Appo's eyes widened with confusion. What need could the young master have for livestock? Despite his puzzlement, he replied earnestly, "Young master, our daily provisions are delivered by designated personnel. There is no need for us to raise our own." Hearing this, Long Yuan expressed a hint of disappointment. "I see. Do you know where large livestock might be found in the capital?" Noticing the young master's keen interest in large livestock, Wang San pondered before responding solemnly, "In the capital, the places with large livestock are either the slaughterhouse or the hunting ground. However, the hunting ground is generally not open. If the young master requires large livestock, I could make a trip to the slaughterhouse." Thinking that as long as there was livestock, he could absorb their vitality, Long Yuan's martial spirit began to stir. "Very well. Bring back a few larger animals." With a smile gracing his face, Wang San immediately bowed, saying, "Please wait, young master. I shall return shortly." Watching the steward depart, Long Yuan could not suppress the smile that rose at the corners of his mouth. Soon, once these large livestock arrive, I can continue my breakthrough." With thoughts of impending advancement, a smile illuminated Long Yuan's face. Suddenly, from the corner of his eye, he spotted Wang San returning swiftly, prompting him to murmur in confusion, "So soon? It has even been half a tea's time." Upon hearing the young master's voice, Wang San, slightly embarrassed, inquired, "Young master, there are visitors. Should I grant them an audience?" This statement piqued Long Yuan's curiosity. Visitors? Who are they here to see? Having just arrived in the capital that day, he knew no one here. Thus, he dismissed it, saying, "They are here for me?" "Indeed, young master, they seek you. They are young master Yin Rong, young master Genie Chen, and young master Wei Junjie." Upon hearing the steward's words, Long Yuan expressed curiosity. "You know them? What are their backgrounds? Pray tell me." Wang San, eager to provide information, responded, "Young master Yin is the second son of Prime Minister Yin Qingdao, known for his flamboyance and notorious reputation among the young masters in the capital. Young master Genie Chen is the only son of the Minister of Revenue, Jin Xiang. Young master Wei Junjie is the sole heir of the Minister of Personnel, Wei Ying." After introducing the trio, Wang San hesitated, glancing at the young master with his bright eyes and slightly furrowed brows, and said, "These young masters are notoriously extravagant and have a less than favorable reputation. It would be prudent for you to limit your interactions with them. Should they lead you astray, we would have difficulty explaining ourselves to the prince and princess." Long Yuan paid little heed to the steward's latter comments. Upon hearing the term extravagant, his eyes lit up, and he became intrigued. In the Northern Territory, he had often heard tales of extravagance, but under the constraints of the Wang residence, he had yet to witness true flamboyance. Now that it had come knocking, he was eager to observe. "I shall go see." Unable to suppress his curiosity, he strode toward the hall's exit. "Young master, you," Wang San sighed, his expression frozen in place, resigning himself to a helpless sigh. In the courtyard, upon arrival, Long Yuan immediately spotted 3 young masters gathered together, laughing and chatting. "Are you the ones looking for me?" he asked, surveying them as he spoke. Upon noticing his approach, Yin Rong, dressed in a blue brocade robe, promptly clasped his hands in greeting. Yin Rong pays respect to the Northern Wang's heir. Following his lead, Genie Chen, clad in golden attire and slightly portly, along with Wei Junjie in black robes, hurried forward to bow. After mutual introductions, Long Yuan, with a puzzled expression, queried, "I just arrived in the capital today. What is it that you seek from me?" Meeting the young master's bewildered gaze, Yin Rong and the others exchanged glances, before chuckling mischievously. Yin Rong then said, "Young master, we noticed you arrived in the capital today and specifically came to invite you for a tour, to welcome you and wash away the dust of your journey." At this, Long Yuan was taken aback. Observing the cheerful faces of the 3, He felt that the rumors he had heard from the Northern Territory must have been mistaken. Wasn't it said that extravagance was rampant and domineering? Yet these three not only behaved courteously, but were also so warm in their reception. It seems the rumors were indeed erroneous. With curiosity for the capital piquing within him, Lung Yuan readily agreed. You three, follow me. Report back swiftly with any developments. At the entrance of the Wang residence, Wang San watched as Lung Yuan departed with Yin Rong and the others, gesturing for several guards to follow discreetly. Thankfully, these extravagant youths were merely inviting the young master out for an excursion, rather than leading him astray. As they walked, Lung Yuan, intrigued by the splendid sights along the streets, casually asked, Young Master Yin, where are we headed? At this question, Yin Rong and the others broke into smiles. Then mysteriously replied, Young Master, having spent so long in the Northern Territory, you must not have seen the exquisite beauties of the world. Today, we shall take you to witness them. Noticing something amiss in their overly cheerful demeanor, Lung Yuan felt a sense of unease, though he could not pinpoint why. After they turned down a few more streets, they finally arrived at the renowned Yanhua Alley. Chapter 9. Fireworks and Willow Alley in the royal residence, within the front courtyard. The guards accompanying Lung Yuan occasionally returned with reports. Steward Wang and young Master Yin were leisurely strolling about the streets with the air. They had ventured to South Street, and then to Yulio Street. Listening to the reports, Wang San maintained a relatively stable demeanor. Fortunately, they were indeed out for amusement and had not gone elsewhere. As he spoke, Wang San slowly seated himself and lifted the teacup from the stone table to take a sip. However, before he could swallow, another guard rushed in with news. Steward Wang and the heir have gone to Fireworks Alley, Water Moon Tower. Huffed. Upon hearing this, Wang San's eyes widened in shock. The tea he had yet to swallow spewed forth. Water Moon Tower. How could they take the heir to such a place? It was over. If the princess learned that the heir had just arrived in the capital and was visiting a brothel, how could he possibly explain himself? This news struck Wang San like a bolt from the blue. The heir had been well cared for in the northern frontier and was utterly unaware of the perils of such establishments. No, I must bring the heir back. I cannot allow him to be tainted by such debauchery. Come, let us go to Fireworks Alley. Having made his decision, Wang San hurriedly set off with a group of guards. At that moment, Lung Yuan, surrounded by Yin Rong and others, curiously entered Water Moon Tower. Though it appeared modest from the outside, inside lay a different world altogether. Along the path were pavilions and waterside pavilions, filled with harmonious music and dance. Women clad in sheer veils danced gracefully amidst the mist. Men recited poetry and engaged in literary banter, exuding an air of sophistication. Some artists were painting on the spot, their gazes slightly inebriated. As Lung Yuan made his way through, numerous charming young ladies flitted past, casting flirtatious glances and radiant smiles, causing him to blush profusely. Is this the culture of the capital? Indeed, it differs greatly from the northern frontier. At this moment, Lung Yuan remained oblivious to the fact that he was visiting a brothel, mistakenly believing the people of the capital to be exceedingly warm-hearted. Haha, Your Highness, how do you find Water Moon Tower? Yin Rong inquired as they settled into a private room on the third floor, noticing Lung Yuan's flushed cheeks. Quite nice. Everyone is very welcoming, Lung Yuan replied, at a loss for words in this unfamiliar setting. Upon hearing this, the three at the table erupted into laughter. Shortly thereafter, a maidservant brought forth a feast of delicacies and fine wine. When she began to pour wine, Genie Chin promptly interjected, No need, you may leave now. In response, the charming maidservants bowed and gracefully retreated. Genie Chin then poured a cup for Lung Yuan, followed by Yin Rong and Wei Junjie, and finally for himself. Once their cups were filled, Yin Rong raised his glass and said to Lung Yuan, As you are newly arrived in the capital, let this toast be for you to wash away your travels. To welcome the heir. Seeing the smiles on their faces, Lung Yuan raised his cup, responding, Thank you, gentlemen. Upon hearing this, Yin Rong remarked earnestly, It feels too formal for you to address us as gentlemen. Since we are gathered here, we are friends. Just call me Yin Rong. At this, the other two quickly nodded in agreement. Yes, just call me Genie Chen. You may call me Wei Junjie. Faced with their enthusiastic demeanor, Lung Yuan felt reluctant to decline, eventually saying, If that is the case, then you may call me Lung Yuan. At Lung Yuan's words, Yin Rong and the others rejoiced, but quickly countered, That won't do. You are a noble heir, and we must show you due respect. Should we call you by your name, it would be a grave offense. As they conversed, in a refined room of Water Moon Tower, the maidservants who had delivered the delicacies were reporting, Mistress, it has been confirmed that the guest young Master Yin is entertaining is none other than the heir of the Northern King. Upon hearing this, Jinghua, who had been seated nearby with a book, slowly lifted her gaze, her eyes sparkling with intrigue. Are you certain it is the heir of the Northern King? Indeed. We are certain. We would not mistake this. The maidservant nodded solemnly. Just as Jinghua was about to respond, a displeased voice echoed from the entrance. Jinghua, I have arrived, and you still do not come out to greet me? Creak, as the voice drew nearer. The occupants of the room were about to react when the door was forcefully pushed open. Did you think hiding away would suffice? Ji Haoquan strode into the room, his expression displeased as he fixed his gaze on the seated Jinghua. You may leave, Jinghua signaled to the maidservants, who, seeing Ji Haoquan enter, promptly exited. Ji Haoquan did not object, but regarded Jinghua with a gaze that held a complex mixture of emotions. As the door closed, Ji Haoquan's eyes narrowed. You needed time. I have granted you that time. Now it is time for answers. Feeling the weight of Ji Haoquan's gaze, Jinghua's alluring form quivered slightly, her beautiful face clouded with worry. Your Highness, Jinghua only wishes to conduct her business in peace. Watermoon Tower is merely a place of elegance. Please forgive my shortcomings in keeping pace with your Highness. At her words, a dangerous glint flashed in Ji Haoquan's narrowed eyes. He stepped closer, towering over the enchanting Jinghua, and spoke in a low voice. Are you refusing me? Sensing the pressure from above, Jinghua's heart trembled, yet she gritted her teeth and nodded. Humph. You lack appreciation. You desire stability? Offending me means that no one in the capital will protect you. 3 days hence, should you fail to make the right choice, Watermoon Tower shall cease to exist. After leaving this ominous threat, Ji Haoquan turned and strode away. Few watching the domineering figure depart, Jinghua finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, recalling the prince's words before leaving, her heart tightened once more. At that moment, a maidservant entered to deliver a message. Mistress, young Master Yin and the others have ascended to the upper floor. They request you to be prepared. Upon hearing this, Jinghua's heart sank. Her survival hinged on this encounter. Resolute in her decision, Jinghua suppressed her emotions and adorned her face with a beguiling smile. With a series of footsteps echoing, Leng Yuan and his companions ascended. Your Highness, the room has been prepared for you. Please, go in and refresh yourself, Yin Rong urged. Hearing Yin Rong's words, Leng Yuan suspected nothing amiss and casually inquired, And what about you all? We shall refresh ourselves as well. Haha. Yin Rong and the others shared an enigmatic smile before each entering a separate room. Seeing this, Leng Yuan gave it little thought and pushed open the door to his room. Chapter 10. The Watermoon Pavilion with a creak. Leng Yuan gently closed the door behind him and stepped inside. Truly, it was a distinguished inn of the royal capital, as even the rooms were infused with fragrance. As he surveyed the elegantly arranged space, a smile graced Leng Yuan's lips, lingering for a moment longer than necessary. However, in the fleeting instant he turned. A sudden jolt of fear coursed through him. Who are you? What are you doing here? As he beheld the enchanting woman emerging from behind the screen, Leng Yuan's eyes widened in shock. His hands fidgeted nervously, unsure of where to place them. After years of living in the Northern Territories, this was his first encounter with such a situation. His parents had never prepared him for how to handle such an encounter. Jinghua, I have met His Highness the young master, she said, observing Leng Yuan's flushed cheeks. A soft smile played on her lips, her gaze becoming even more alluring. As she approached, draped in delicate gauze, Leng Yuan instinctively raised his hand to halt her advance. Stop. Just stay there. If you have something to say it from where you stand. Gazing at the seductive figure of Jinghua, who remained partially veiled, an inexplicable heat surged within him. Noticing her inclination to approach, he quickly interjected, I don't need anything. With that, he turned to leave. This abrupt action left Jinghua momentarily stunned, her disbelief palpable. However, Leng Yuan was her only glimmer of hope. She could not let him walk away so easily. My lord, you have come all this way. Why rush to leave? Jinghua stepped forward, blocking his path. Move aside. As she stood in his way, Leng Yuan reached out, intending to push her aside. To his surprise, her skin was as smooth as silk. With a forceful tug, he unintentionally tore away the gauzy fabric she wore. In the intimate room, two radiant white forms suddenly appeared before him, causing Leng Yuan to retreat in shock. What? At that moment, he felt as though he had lost the ability to speak, frozen in confusion. Feeling the fabric slip away, Jinghua instinctively panicked. Though the Watermoon Pavilion was a place of pleasure, it did not engage in lewd acts. Any romantic entanglements were consensual, devoid of coercion. I didn't mean to. Initially worried about being assaulted, Jinghua's concern dissipated upon seeing Leng Yuan's flustered expression. Emboldened, she took a couple of steps closer, her alluring presence captivating him. Leaning slightly, their faces nearly touching, she whispered, My lord, it's time to attend to serious matters. Just as Leng Yuan's heart raced with anxiety, Wang San had arrived at the Watermoon Pavilion with the royal guards. The imposing presence of the newcomers left no room for resistance. After swiftly interrogating a bystander, Wang San led the group upstairs. Suddenly, an idea struck him. He gestured for the others to halt, and one individual silently approached Leng Yuan's room. Standing by the window, illuminated by the room's soft glow, Wang San caught sight of two figures standing closely together, faint echoes of the young master's voice reaching his ears. What do you want? Please don't do this. Hearing the words, Wang San was about to rush in to rescue the young master when he noticed another figure slowly kneeling. Through the window's shadow, he discerned that the woman's head was level with the young master's waist, and his hand rested upon her head. It's over. It's too late. The young master has been sullied. My lord, how shall I explain this to the princess? Sighing heavily, Wang San felt despondent as he observed the shadows cast upon the window. Everything had already transpired. Entering now would serve no purpose and would only embarrass the young master further. Suppressing a frustrated breath, he turned and left, his sleeves swaying behind him. The royal guards, although puzzled, refrained from questioning him. While they did not understand the depth of Wang San's distress, they bore no surprise at a man visiting such a place. Meanwhile, within the room, Lang Yuan placed his right hand on Jinghua's shoulder, his expression grave. Why must you do this? At that moment, Jinghua's demeanor shifted from flirtation to seriousness. Lifting her gaze, she replied earnestly, "It is said that beneath a man's knee lies gold. To kneel before someone signifies acknowledgement of their authority and a surrender of one's own honor. I, Jinghua, believe that a woman is no less than a man." With that, Jinghua lowered her head once more, kneeling before Lung Yuan with utmost sincerity. "Today, I, Jinghua, wish to recognize you as my master and offer you all that I am. Please accept me." Gazing at the alluring woman kneeling before him, Lung Yuan's initial panic gradually subsided, his expression returning to calm. "You are aware of my identity. You seek my protection?" At his words, Jinghua nodded, her voice soft. "I dare not deceive you, my lord. I have indeed investigated your background, and today's encounter was meticulously arranged." Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan scrutinized her closely. Noting her reluctance to rise, he moved to a nearby seat, his tone somber. "Now, explain your motives for this. If it is merely due to my status, I am not convinced. The royal capital is home to many noble families. I am not the only young master." A pang of bitterness struck Jinghua's heart. It was precisely because of those noble families that she had been compelled to seek a protector. After gathering her thoughts, she began to recount her past. Chapter 11. The response of Lung Yuan a few days ago. The heir of the second prince, Ji Haokuan, approached me with a request for Shuila to covertly join his ranks and provide him with intelligence. I declined his offer, feeling powerless against the impending retaliation, thus placing my hopes on the heir. Observing the serious expression on Jinghua's face, as if she bore a great injustice, Lung Yuan gently inquired, "Since he is also an heir and has extended an invitation, why do you not pledge your allegiance to him? Instead, you seek assistance from someone who has just arrived in the capital?" Taken aback by the question, Jinghua hesitated, then clenched her teeth and resolutely replied, "What the heir does not know is that through the intelligence from Shuila, I have discerned the second prince's ambitions. He seeks that position. However, with the new king ascending the throne at this prosperous time, the second prince's aspirations will lead him to ruin." Jinghua merely wished to live a stable life and had no desire to wade into the quagmire of the second prince's schemes. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan was startled. "If you are aware of the second prince's intentions, why not report it directly to the new king? Once the accusations are substantiated, should the martial king become enraged, the second prince would be unable to protect himself. Wouldn't your crisis then be resolved?" Jinghua shook her head sadly, her expression one of sorrow as she gazed at Lung Yuan. "Not everyone has the privilege of meeting the martial king. Furthermore, this matter is of great significance, and I possess no substantial evidence. If I were to speak out, I cannot predict the fate that awaits the second prince. But I am certain that Shuyula would be obliterated." Seeing the tears welling in Jinghua's eyes, Lung Yuan nodded thoughtfully. "So, you choose to feign ignorance and seek a powerful ally to extricate yourself from Ji Haokuan's troubles. Yet, with so many strong backgrounds in the capital, why must you choose me?" In response, Jinghua met Lung Yuan's scrutinizing gaze and softly replied, "What the heir does not realize is that the various factions within the capital are intricately intertwined. A mere whisper can turn one into a pawn of these factions, ultimately leading to their demise. Only you, with your unblemished background and formidable support, stand apart." With a smile gracing his lips, Lung Yuan mused, "So I am your sole choice?" Looking earnestly at the young man dressed in white before her, Jinghua declared, "If the heir would grant his protection, both I and Shuyula would pledge our loyalty to you." Gazing into Jinghua's hopeful eyes, Lung Yuan refrained from giving a direct answer. While he was not averse to trouble, he was also not inclined to seek it out unnecessarily. Nonetheless, there were indeed aspects of Jinghua that intrigued him. There were matters he could assist her with. Shuyula must have a considerable number of patrons. Surely they could procure large livestock? Livestock? Jinghua was taken aback by Lung Yuan's sudden shift in topic. Just moments ago, they were discussing loyalty, and now he was speaking of livestock. However, since he had brought it up, she replied earnestly, "Although Shuyula maintains a stock of ingredients, we do not directly purchase large livestock. They are delivered to us, already butchered." Lung Yuan's expression turned slightly disappointed. He had anticipated a fruitful outcome, but found himself disheartened instead. Noticing Lung Yuan's silence, Jinghua quickly added, "However, if the heir requires it, Shuyula could begin procuring large livestock directly and handle the butchering ourselves." At this, Lung Yuan's eyes lit up. If that were the case, he could discreetly absorb the life force without anyone suspecting his true intentions. After all, who would think he had come to Shuyula for livestock? His peculiar talent had emerged in an unusual manner, and until he had absolute strength, he wished to avoid drawing attention. With this in mind, he turned to Jinghua and instructed, "When I return tomorrow, I expect to see 50 large livestock. If you can manage this well, you shall become one of my own. Upon hearing this, Jinghua's heart soared, and her demeanor became alluring once more. Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure your satisfaction. Suddenly, a series of knocks resounded from outside the door, followed by Yan Rong's voice calling out, My lord, have you rested well? The capital is enforcing a curfew, and we must return ahead of time. Acknowledging Yan Rong's words, Leng Yuan stood and addressed Jinghua. Let us conclude for today. You may proceed as usual. With that, he made his way toward the door. As the door creaked open, Yan Rong and the others observed Leng Yuan's composed demeanor, mistakenly believing he was unaware of anything amiss. However, upon glancing inside, they were met with the sight of delicate silks scattered on the floor and Jinghua rising slowly from the table. In an instant, Yan Rong and his companions' eyes widened in disbelief, their mouths agape, as if they could fit an egg in them. My lord, truly remarkable. In contrast to Yan Rong's admiration for Leng Yuan's skills, Jin Yichen's attention was drawn elsewhere. My lord, did you really take down Jinghua? At this revelation, both Yan Rong and Wei Junjie registered the situation, their expressions morphing into incredulous admiration as they regarded Leng Yuan. It was well known that Jinghua was a renowned enchantress, her beauty coveted by many. Yet, despite her allure, she had maintained her virtue, never admitting a suitor into her inner circle. Countless men had yearned for her in their dreams, only to be left unfulfilled. To think that today, she had succumbed to the advances of the 15-year-old Leng Yuan was astonishing. Observing their astonished expressions, Leng Yuan felt a twinge of confusion. Wasn't this arranged by you? In response, Yan Rong cast a glance at Jin Yichen. I am unaware. I instructed Jinghua to arrange for the top courtesan of Shuula to serve the Lord. Never anticipating that Jinghua herself would take the stage, Jin Yichen faltered, unable to find the words to continue. Seeing their reactions were genuine and devoid of pretense, Leng Yuan's interest was piqued. It seemed Shu Yuela's intelligence capabilities were indeed commendable. After this unexpected interlude, Leng Yuan and his companions departed together. Along the way, he casually remarked, Yan Rong, given the capital's vibrancy, why is there a curfew? At this inquiry, the expressions of Yan Rong and the others grew solemn, as if they were treading on a taboo subject. Moments later, Yan Rong leaned closer to Leng Yuan, whispering in his ear, What you do not know, my lord, is that the capital has never had a curfew. However, with the new king's ascension, certain factions have been scheming in the shadows, provoking the martial king's ire. This is why the curfew has been imposed. Once he has fully consolidated power, the curfew will cease. Leng Yuan nodded thoughtfully, pondering the implications. It appeared that my summons to the capital for my studies was likely related to this matter. Just then, Wei Junjie broke the silence with a question, my lord. Will you return tomorrow? Chapter 12. The return to Shuula. Observing the playful expression on Wei Junjie's face, Leng Yuan stretched lazily and smiled. Come. Such a splendid place. It would indeed be a pity not to visit. Upon hearing this, Yan Rong and the others burst into laughter, their faces revealing a knowing look that only men can understand. However, their interpretations diverged significantly. Leng Yuan was referring to the opportunity to acquire vital energy at Shuula, while Yan Rong and his companions were thinking along entirely different lines. At that moment, Leng Yuan glanced at the three and inquired, What about you? Will you be joining us tomorrow? Meeting Leng Yuan's smiling gaze, Yan Rong immediately replied, Of course. How could we possibly miss it if the heir is attending? Their laughter echoed, and the three departed together. At the entrance of the Wang residence, Wang San's expression was a mixture of complexity as he watched Leng Yuan being escorted back by Yan Rong and his companions. He hesitated, wanting to say something, but ultimately refrained. Wang Butler, have you been standing here all along? Leng Yuan casually asked as he noticed Wang San standing motionless at the door. This seemingly simple question seemed to awaken Wang San's resolve. He stepped forward, bowing solemnly, and declared, Young master, I have something to discuss. Wang Butler, if you have something to say, there is no need for such formality, Leng Yuan replied, somewhat puzzled by Wang San's seriousness. This matter is of great importance. Wang San raised his head, his expression grave as he looked at Leng Yuan. Young master, you are the future ruler of the Northern Territories. Your status is exalted. You must not let yourself fall into depravity. Wang San's words were heartfelt and filled with emotion, his eyes brimming with tears, leaving Leng Yuan bewildered. Being an elder of the household, he was unsure of Wang San's intent, but he smiled reassuringly. Wang Butler, please rest assured. I will not succumb to depravity. Upon hearing this, Wang San felt a wave of relief wash over him. Thankfully, the young master is receptive to advice. Later, back in his room, thoughts of the impending vital energy kept Leng Yuan awake with excitement. At the break of dawn the next day, he quickly donned his clothes and rushed out. Once he left, the guards hurried to report to Wang Butler. Wang Butler, the young master has gone out again. Where to? Send someone to follow him. Wang San exclaimed in a flurry upon hearing the news. Shortly thereafter, a guard returned with a report. Wang Butler, the young master has gone to Shui Yuela. Shui Yuela? Shui Yuela. Upon hearing this, Wang San felt as if struck by lightning, his entire demeanor collapsing. Young master, what folly is this? even if you are in a rush. You cannot go there so early. Meanwhile, Lung Yuan entered Chilo once more, his heart brimming with excitement, completely unaware of Wang San's frustration back at the estate. He navigated the familiar path to the room from the previous day and pushed the door open, only to find Jinghua dressing. A dazzling expanse of white momentarily stunned Lung Yuan, causing him to freeze. I apologize for the interruption. Instinctively, he stepped back and closed the door. Noticing the commotion at the door, Jinghua turned just in time to see Lung Yuan blushing as he shut the door. A mysterious smile crept onto her face. The young master is still so innocent. Should I lend him a hand? With a playful flutter of her alluring eyes, Jinghua finished dressing and slowly approached the door. Opening it, "Young master, please come in." Faced with the enchanting woman before him, Lung Yuan blushed and feigned composure as he asked, "How are matters progressing?" As he spoke, he stepped further into the room. Behind him, Jinghua observed Lung Yuan's flushed ears and his fidgeting fingers, a charming smile gracing her lips. "Young master, after you instructed me yesterday, I immediately sent people to take care of it." At that moment, in the courtyard of the back kitchen, 30 heads of cattle and sheep had already been delivered. Today, more will arrive, and by noon, the total will reach 100. Upon hearing Jinghua's report, Lung Yuan felt a surge of excitement. 100 heads of cattle and sheep. How much vital energy could that provide him? His gaze turned bright as he looked at Jinghua. "Take me to see them." Seeing the young master's eagerness, Jinghua said no more and led the way. Soon, they arrived at the courtyard of the back kitchen. Lung Yuan, unable to contain himself, approached the herd of cattle and sheep. With a swift motion, he slapped his palm against the sheep's back, waiting for a response. When none came after a moment, Lung Yuan realized he needed to sacrifice them first to absorb their vital energy. With this thought, he turned to Jinghua and instructed, "Have the butcher come to slaughter them." "Now, you wish to slaughter them immediately?" Jinghua was perplexed by his request. However, upon seeing Lung Yuan nod with certainty, she wasted no time in summoning the butchers. Before long, several butchers arrived, expertly leading the cattle and sheep to be slaughtered. Lung Yuan followed closely, stepping forward each time an animal was sacrificed, absorbing the familiar vital energy as it entered his body, his eyes sparkling with delight. Indeed, it was essential for a substantial loss of life to absorb vital energy. With his hypothesis confirmed, Lung Yuan continued to weave among the butchers. Whenever a butcher raised his knife, Lung Yuan would step forward, seemingly wary of getting blood on himself. So Jinghua remained at a distance, watching with a mix of confusion and trepidation. What is the young master doing? Does he have some peculiar hobby? Jinghua pondered, apprehensive that Lung Yuan might be a ruthless individual. If that were the case, her own fate would not fare much better. Yet, recalling the image of him shyly retreating from the room the previous day, her heart brightened. The young master still possesses a childlike innocence. He cannot be that cold-hearted. There must be something I do not understand. As time passed, all 30 cattle and sheep were slaughtered, and Lung Yuan seized the opportunity to absorb 30 streams of vital energy. At this moment, the accumulation of energy within him was overwhelming, making him feel as if he was about to burst. It is time for a breakthrough. A flicker of anticipation crossed Lung Yuan and Appo's mind as he promptly made his way to Jinghua and Appo's room. Observing the young master's hurried demeanor, Jinghua quickly followed. Bang! Suddenly, upon entering the room, Lung Yuan shut the door behind him. "This is my room, and he has locked me out?" Staring at the abruptly closed door, Jinghua's eyes widened. "You guard the door. Until I emerge, no one is allowed to enter. Not only has he locked me out, but he also expects me to stand guard." Hearing the voice from within, Jinghua gritted her teeth in frustration, yet felt powerless. She had no choice but to comply, as she needed something from him. As Jinghua stood guard, inside the room, Lung Yuan had already assumed a standing meditation posture. With each breath, his realm began to break through. Chapter 13. The blade cannot harm. A thunderous roar reverberated as Lung Yuan's consciousness delved deep within himself, akin to the crashing waves against the shore. With a surge of vital energy coursing through him, every fiber of his being greedily absorbed the essence. Warriors refine their vitality, honing their foundations. Through tempering their blood and energy, martial artists become nearly impervious to blades and swords upon reaching mastery. Lung Yuan silently recited this in his heart, then proceeded to channel the energy according to the techniques imparted by his father, adjusting his breath to allow the surging vitality to permeate every corner of his body. Crack, crack, crack. In the depths of his mind, it seemed as though he could hear the sound of something shattering and reforming continuously. A wave of excruciating pain surged through him, causing his eyes to widen in agony. Just as he was about to cry out, his gaze instinctively reflected the scene from outside Xuanwu City that day. In that moment, he felt as though he was soaring high above, gazing down upon the fleeing legions of the snow tribe below. You cannot win. You are simply not strong enough. If you lack strength, you will lose everything. In that moment, all that belongs to you and all that you desire will slip away. His father's words echoed in his ears, igniting the flicker of an indomitable spirit within him. He did not wish to remain grounded. Watching the hundreds of thousands of snow warriors engulf him like a torrent of steel, he aspired to be a sovereign. He yearned to stand above, casting a disdainful glance at those beneath him. Father, I can do this. I will become the next ruler of Xuanwu City. As his determination intensified, a vast amount of vital energy began to condense upon his flesh. Boom. Suddenly, a tremor coursed through Leng Yuan's body. As impurities were expelled from his pores, a new layer of skin formed beneath the first. The second layer of a martial artist had been breached. In an instant, Leng Yuan opened his eyes, his heart racing with exhilaration. The martial arts realm is divided into 9 levels. With each breakthrough, a new layer of skin emerges, significantly enhancing one's strength. It is precisely these unique layers that render martial artists resistant to blades and swords. A fully realized martial artist, even while standing still, remains impervious to the slightest harm from an ordinary blade wielded by an untrained individual. Feeling the surge of newfound strength within him, Leng Yuan was filled with elation. He pinched himself to confirm, and indeed, it did not hurt. His protective layer had thickened. After savoring the changes for a moment, he closed his eyes once more. The 30 strands of vital energy had yet to be fully absorbed. He must continue to break through. As time passed, Leng Yuan's aura grew increasingly formidable, yet curiously, it did not dissipate outwardly. The tumultuous energy, upon bursting forth, was absorbed by his dantian, leaking not a single drop unless he chose to control it. The mysterious power of the dantian seemed to strengthen incrementally with his breakthroughs. During this period of ascension, most of Leng Yuan's consciousness was immersed within. At this moment, he could perceive even the subtlest of sensations that usually went unnoticed. However, he felt no trepidation. It appeared that the gray shard had now become his innate talent. The stronger the mysterious power, the greater his potential. This was undoubtedly a boon for him. Boom, boom, boom. Soon, Leng Yuan began another breakthrough. With layers of new skin continually forming, his realm ascended steadily. 3rd layer of the martial artist. 4th layer. 5th layer. Once the 30 strands of vital energy were entirely expended, Leng Yuan surged from a novice martial artist to the 5th layer, achieving in moments what others toil for years to attain. Experiencing the tumultuous power within him, Leng Yuan reveled in the sensation. Was this what true strength felt like? Though the process was agonizing, the outcome made it all worthwhile. After familiarizing himself with his new realm, his excitement gradually subsided. At this point, he finally noticed the oily impurities expelled from his body, an uncomfortable, sticky sensation overwhelming him. Jinghua, I require a bath. Hearing the call from within, Jinghua stationed outside the door felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth before instructing someone to prepare. Moments later, the door swung open. Once the bath was set, Leng Yuan emerged from behind the screen. With a sigh of relief, he slipped into the tub after shedding his outer garments. As he began to scrub himself, he was once again enveloped in the familiar sensation of refreshment. Creak. Suddenly, a graceful figure entered the room. Young master, do you require assistance? Gazing at the alluring Jinghua, shrouded in diaphanous fabric, Leng Yuan's eyes widened, and his hands froze in place. Though he endeavored to maintain composure, the flush of his ears betrayed his true feelings. And no, I do not require it. Observing the awkward demeanor of the young master, Jinghua's smile became even more enchanting. Young master, please do not refuse. Jinghua will serve you well. With that, before Leng Yuan could respond, she glided behind him, her delicate hands gently kneading his scalp. Jinghua's touch bore a peculiar enchantment, gradually easing Leng Yuan's tension. Sensing her lack of impropriety, he refrained from rejecting her ministrations. As Jinghua continued her massage, he comfortably closed his eyes, and with the fluttering of the sheer fabric, an occasional waft of fragrance lulled him into a languorous state. Before long, he succumbed to slumber. Younger master, are you inside? Suddenly, a voice called from outside the door. Noticing the slumbering Leng Yuan, Jinghua furrowed her brow and quietly stepped out. Creak. Upon opening the door, she encountered Yan Rong and his companions, who had just awakened Leng Yuan. Young master is a bit fatigued and has just fallen asleep. If there are no pressing matters, could you please wait until he wakes? Upon hearing this, Yan Rong and the others peered inside, catching sight of Leng Yuan reclining in the bath. Their gazes fell upon Jinghua, beads of perspiration glistening on her brow, and a moment of realization struck them. Goodness, as expected of the young master. He has embarked on an exploration of life's mysteries so early in the day. With the young master joining our extravagant circle, it will surely flourish. Exchanging knowing glances, the three of them shared a conspiratorial smile. Then, Genie Chen turned to Jinghua, speaking as usual. Jinghua, please bring us some food and wine. Still at the old. Before he could finish, Wei Junjie interrupted him. Ah, Jin brother, we can no longer address her by name. With a glance towards Leng Yuan, Wei Junjie smiled at Jinghua. Now, we must refer to you as Mistress Jing. Indeed, Mistress Jing it is. Upon Wei Junjie's prompt, Yan Rong and Genie Chen quickly nodded in agreement. Witnessing the shift in attitude from the three prominent young masters, Jinghua felt a surge of emotion within her heart, further solidifying her resolve to follow Leng Yuan. Following the departure of the three individuals, Mirror Flower re-entered her chamber, her countenance betraying a hint of preoccupation. Alas, as she lifted her gaze, she was taken aback to discover Cold Abyss observing her with an unperturbed expression. Your Highness, you are awake. Startled from her reverie, Mirror Flower's heart fluttered with trepidation, causing her to stumble. Thud! To Cold Abyss's astonishment, Mirror Flower's curvaceous form toppled in his direction. As the delicate fabric billowed, a generous expanse of her alabaster skin was unveiled. Thud! Splash! In the subsequent instant, a deluge of water cascaded forth, immersing Mirror Flower's alluring visage mere inches from Cold Abyss's own. An electrifying connection sparked between their gazes, immobilizing Cold Abyss. Mirror Flower, equally bewildered, found herself ensnared in the intimate proximity. Their breaths mingled in the air, igniting a nascent desire within Cold Abyss, an impulse to reach out and touch. Drip, drip. As droplets of bathwater trickled down Mirror Flower's face, an uncanny atmosphere permeated the chamber. The diaphanous fabric danced languidly in the water, casting an ethereal glow upon the scene. Their eyes locked, reflecting a myriad of unspoken emotions. Though the young prince is but a youth, he possesses an undeniable allure. Just as Mirror Flower's thoughts began to drift into a dreamy haze, Cold Abyss spoke in a measured tone. I must needs dress. Prithee, fetch me some raiment. Oh. Cold Abyss's words jolted Mirror Flower back to reality. Swish. She hastily retreated from the water, her cheeks flushed with crimson. A brief interlude later, Cold Abyss, now properly attired, emerged from the room and proceeded toward the elegant chamber where Stern Visage and his companions awaited. My esteemed friends, I apologize for the delay. Upon entering the room, Cold Abyss greeted them with a cordial smile. Not at all, Your Highness. We were merely enjoying ourselves, they replied deferentially. Following the exchange of pleasantries, they engaged in casual conversation. However, Stern Visage's countenance betrayed a sense of unease as he observed the dancers outside. Sensing his friend's disquiet, Cold Abyss inquired, Stern Visage, why do you wear such a melancholic air? You were not thus yesterday. In response to the prince's query, Stern Visage confessed with a hint of resignation, Your Highness, you must know that my family will soon be scrutinizing my cultivation progress. I fear I shall be compelled to undergo another period of seclusion. Observing Stern Visage's dejected demeanor, Cold Abyss inquired with curiosity, what is your current level of attainment? I have just attained the warrior realm, Stern Visage declared, a trace of pride in his voice. I commenced the arduous task of refining my vital energy at the tender age of 9. By 18, I had reached the 9th level of martial apprentice, and at 20, I finally broke through to the warrior realm. As he continued, his voice gradually diminished, tinged with a hint of discontent. Alas, as scions of noble houses, we are expected to adhere to a prescribed path of cultivation. Given my progress, I am considered to be among the more promising individuals. Yet, my father insists on comparing me to the family's guards, who have attained their levels through the consumption of medicinal herbs. How can we be judged by the same standards? Listening to Stern Visage's lamentations, Cold Abyss nodded in sympathy. In the great martial dynasty, the offspring of aristocratic families were generally forbidden from consuming medicinal supplements during the early stages of their cultivation. While such substances could accelerate progress, they also risked obstructing the martial artist's meridians. Prolonged use could lead to rapid initial advancement, but it would ultimately impede future progress. Only those scions who had been deemed expendable were permitted to partake of such remedies. Those with any semblance of potential were expected to cultivate diligently, step by painstaking step. Cold Abyss had once been subject to the same restrictions, but his circumstances had since changed dramatically. At the tender age of 15, he had already attained the 5th level of the warrior realm, a feat far beyond the reach of ordinary cultivation. Indeed, even Stern Visage, a scion of a prominent family, had only just broken through to the warrior realm at the age of 20. Observing Stern Visage's self-pity, Golden Exuberance jested, Brother Stern, you are already in the warrior realm. Yet you carry on so. What, then, should become of me, who remains at the 9th level of martial apprentice? The three young men were of similar age and frequently compared their progress. Hearing Golden Exuberance's words, Stern Visage's despondency vanished, replaced by a gleeful expression as he taunted. Brother Golden, prepare yourself for the family's judgment. Ha ha ha. Golden Exuberance responded with a helpless shrug. Suddenly, Jade Protector interjected in his booming voice. I am on the cusp of breaking through to the 8th level of martial apprentice. His words were met with a moment of stunned silence, followed by an eruption of laughter from Stern Visage and Golden Exuberance. Golden Exuberance, in particular, reveled in the fact that someone was even less accomplished than he. Ha ha ha. Jade Protector could only sigh in resignation. His progress was not particularly slow, but it fell short of the highest standards. Suddenly, he turned his gaze toward Cold Abyss, his eyes filled with anticipation. Your Highness, what is your current level of attainment? Observing the eagerness in Jade Protector's eyes, Cold Abyss chuckled inwardly. Though he was the youngest of the group, he possessed the highest level of cultivation. If he were to reveal that he had already reached the 5th level of the warrior realm, they would surely be astonished. However, Cold Abyss had no intention of divulging his secret. Though he retained a youthful exuberance, he was not one to seek attention. Even a dragon must lie dormant before it ascends to the heavens. I am on the verge of breaking through to the 7th level of martial apprentice, he replied. His words were met with stunned silence. Truly, he is worthy of the title of Prince of the North. To have reached the 7th level of martial apprentice at the age of 15. After a moment of awe, the conversation resumed. While Cold Abyss's progress was remarkable, it was not unheard of. Thus, Stern Visage and his companions did not delve too deeply into the matter. As they continued to enjoy the entertainment, Mirror Flower found herself facing an unwelcome visitor. Madam, Ji Haoquan has arrived. Hearing the maid's announcement, Mirror Flower's heart skipped a beat. The Prince of the North had yet to express his intentions, and she remained uncertain whether he would offer her protection. After all, to do so would mean incurring the wrath of the second prince. Thud, thud, thud. Heavy footsteps echoed through the corridor as Ji Haoquan ascended the stairs, his eyes blazing with hostility. Oh dear, he is here. Hearing the commotion, Mirror Flower knew that trouble had arrived. There was no escape now. She had no choice but to confront him directly. Her fate would be decided in this very moment. Steel herself, Mirror Flower opened the door and stepped out to face her adversary. Your Highness, what brings you here today? Observing Mirror Flower's feigned confusion, Ji Haoquan's expression darkened. Mirror Flower, I gave you time, but you have been engaging in clandestine activities. Do you truly believe that little whelp can protect you? The Watermoon Pavilion possessed a formidable intelligence network, which Ji Haoquan found invaluable. That was why he had been willing to grant her time. However, Mirror Flower's audacity had enraged him. Gazing upon Ji Haoquan's menacing visage, Mirror Flower's heart pounded in her chest. She was at a loss for words. For Cold Abyss had yet to declare his intentions, leaving her utterly defenseless. Just as she began to despair, a clear voice echoed from the staircase. Mirror Flower, where are our dishes? They are long overdue. Chapter 15. A clash of titans with the sound of footsteps echoing. A young man clad in white emerged slowly from around the corner. Upon the timely arrival of Lung Yuan, Jinghua's heart settled, and a charming smile graced her lips. Wait a moment, young master. I shall bring you your dish immediately. Seeing Jinghua attempt to leave, Ji Haoquan's anger flared. Stop. If you dare to leave, I will topple your Shueihua tower. At these words, Jinghua and Apos' heart tightened, and her steps came to an abrupt halt. After casting a fierce glare at Jinghua, Ji Haoquan turned his gaze towards Lung Yuan, his eyes glinting with menace. Prince of the North, do you wish to stand against me? At this moment, Yin Rong and his companions arrived from behind. Upon witnessing the scene, their hearts sank. What is happening? Why is the young master confronting that brute Ji Haoquan? He is not someone we can provoke. Ji Haoquan was the sole heir of the second prince, who was a brother to the current martial king, holding both noble title and the esteemed position of Minister of War in the Great Wu dynasty. His power and authority were formidable. Confronting him was indeed perilous. Now, all eyes were fixed upon Lung Yuan, eager to hear his response. Facing the imposing Ji Haoquan, Lung Yuan's lips curled into a benign smile. Is there truly no room for reconciliation? With a disdainful smile on his face, Ji Haoquan looked down at Lung Yuan and said, Prince of the North, I advise you to refrain from meddling. In the northern territories, you may possess some influence, but this is the royal capital. Here, I am the one who calls the shots. Should you fail to heed my warning, I would not hesitate to teach you a lesson, allowing you to understand what the royal capital truly means. The moment these words left his lips, a tense silence enveloped the crowd, who dared not even breathe. They knew Ji Haoquan had the strength to back his threats, with the second prince supporting him, who in the royal capital would dare to disregard Ji Haoquan. While Lung Yuan had a powerful lineage, in the royal capital, he wielded little influence. A dragon crossing the river could never overpower a local snake. Yin Rong and his companions exchanged sympathetic glances with Jinghua. This woman had sacrificed everything for him, yet she could not escape her destined fate. At this moment, Jinghua had relinquished all hope. Gazing at the still maturing Lung Yuan, she quietly closed her eyes, bracing for the impending tragic outcome. Suddenly, Lung Yuan and Apos' smile faded. He strode directly before Ji Haoquan, meeting his fierce gaze with calmness. The two stood in stark opposition, neither willing to yield. What is your intent? Ji Haoquan narrowed his eyes at Lung Yuan's nonchalant demeanor. Since you do not wish to seek a truce, then none shall be sought. From this moment on, Jinghua is mine. What do you intend to do about it? In the face of Ji Haoquan's provocation, Lung Yuan offered no deference. Although he sought to avoid trouble, he was not afraid of it. Beyond Jinghua's utility to him, Ji Haoquan's words alone warranted Lung Yuan's disdain. After all, he was the Prince of the North. In his entire life, no one had dared to speak to him in such a manner. Ji Haoquan's attempt to assert dominance only ignited the youthful blood within Lung Yuan. In an instant, the atmosphere grew palpably tense. This was bad. They were fully at odds. Behind them, Yin Rong and his companions felt a surge of anxiety, sensing an impending crisis. Yet, Jinghua's heart soared with joy. The young master had accepted her, contrary to the mounting tension in the air. Ji Haoquan felt his position challenged by Lung Yuan's proud demeanor. You seek death. As his fury swelled, Ji Haokuin unleashed a forceful slap aimed at Lung Yuan's face. Watch out, young master! The crowd gasped in alarm. Ji Haokuin was a third-tier martial artist, while Lang Yuan was at the seventh tier. If the Prince of the North were struck here, the repercussions could be dire. Amidst the chaos, Lung Yuan's lips curled into a sneer. His true strength was that of a fifth-tier martial artist. As Ji Haokuin's hand approached, Lung Yuan swiftly delivered a kick, preempting his attack. Bang! In a moment of stunned silence, Ji Haokuin was sent flying, crashing through the barricade and plummeting to the ground below. Thud! As the sound of heavy objects hitting the ground echoed, the once vibrant Shueihua Tower fell into an eerie silence. What had transpired? As onlookers pondered, another figure plunged from above. Bang! Ji Haokuin, dazed from the sudden kick, had barely begun to rise when he was struck down once more by Lang Yuan's descent. Thud! Seize the opportunity to eliminate your foe. Once on the ground, Lung Yuan treated Ji Haokuin like a ball, relentlessly kicking him whenever he attempted to rise. A barrage of fierce strikes followed. I will kill you. I will kill you. Hearing Ji Haokuin's curses, Lung Yuan's gaze hardened, and his strikes grew even more ruthless. Meanwhile, the guards accompanying Lang Yuan swiftly sent word back home. Bang! At as Lung Yuan's kicks accelerated. Ji Haokuin soon lacked the strength to curse and could only emit pitiful cries. That is, the heir of the second prince, who possesses the audacity to strike Ji Haokuin. Inside Shueihua Tower, witnesses from various factions observed Ji Haokuin's plight, yet none dared to intervene. Watching the usually domineering Ji Haokuin being beaten, they felt a strange sense of satisfaction, albeit one they could not voice aloud. However, some sought to lend a helping hand. Yet, before they could approach Lung Yuan, they were encircled and dealt with by Yan Rong and his companions. Bang! The sound of fists striking flesh resonated, bringing a wave of satisfaction to Yan Rong and his companions. Although they dared not confront Ji Haokuin, it was no issue to deal with his lackeys. After what felt like an eternity, Lung Yuan finally paused to catch his breath. Glancing at the unconscious Ji Haokuin, he seized his clothing and unceremoniously hurled him out of Shueihua Tower like refuse. Thud! As the sound of something heavy hitting the ground reverberated, the crowd felt a shiver run through them. That was the second prince and Apos' son. He had been beaten and tossed out like a dead dog. A sense of foreboding filled the royal capital. It seemed that momentous events were on the horizon. Witnessing Ji Haokuin's disgrace, patrons of Shueihua Tower hurriedly departed, anxious to avoid the forthcoming storm. Young master. Upon Lung Yuan's return, Jinghua hesitated, unsure of what to say. At that moment, Yan Rong approached Lung Yuan and said, Young master, we should leave. It is best to retreat and avoid the storm. Noticing their practiced demeanor, Lung Yuan chuckled and shook his head. You may go ahead. I shall remain. With that, he paid no heed to their reactions and turned his attention to the furrowed brow of Jinghua. Rest assured, for I have declared you mine. I shall protect you without fail. Chapter 16. The calm before the storm. Seeing that Lung Yuan neither departed nor ceased his words to Jinghua, Yan Rong and his companions felt an oddity stir within them. They had not anticipated that the heir apparent was such a romantic at heart. With this thought fleeting through their minds, the trio promptly rose to leave. Remaining any longer would not end well for them, even if the heir would be unharmed. In but a moment, the previously bustling Shueihua building became eerily quiet. Even the maids within began to tremble, their hearts gripped by an unsettling fear, as if the establishment might vanish into thin air under the influence of the second prince. The heir, gazing at the lone figure that remained at that moment. The 15-year-old boy grew immeasurably tall in Jinghua's eyes. She approached him with gentle steps, tenderly straightening his disheveled garments. Meanwhile, within the northern prince's residence, Wang San had received news relayed by the guards and immediately sprang up from his chair, anxiety etched upon his face. What? The heir has struck Ji Haokuin for the sake of a woman. He is foolish. Upon hearing this, Wang San was consumed by both anger and urgency. Yet, this was not the time for accountability. He swiftly turned to the guards beside him and commanded, Hurry, rally the troops at the barracks. As the northern prince's residence mobilized, Ji Haokuin was carried back to his home. Simultaneously, the various factions in the royal capital learned of the incident involving Ji Haokuin and began to observe the unfolding events with keen interest. Within the palace, the newly appointed Martial King received reports from Eunuch Wan, but he merely chuckled lightly, remarking on its intrigue before lapsing into silence. Compared to the stillness of the various factions, the atmosphere in the second prince's residence was far more animated. Upon Ji Haokuin's return, the entire atmosphere of the royal residence shifted to one of gravity. Perhaps they were oblivious to the turbulent winds outside, or perhaps they were undaunted in their hearts. At that moment, Lung Yuan seemed to have forgotten entirely about Ji Haokuin. After instructing Jinghua to prepare bathwater, he adeptly made his way to the kitchen courtyard. There, the remaining 70 cattle and sheep awaited him. As he beheld these robust animals, a glimmer of excitement danced in Lung Yuan's eyes. With the sound of slaughter echoing through the courtyard, Lung Yuan wandered restlessly, inspecting each animal as it was sacrificed. With the breakthrough in his realm, his body could absorb an increasing amount of blood energy. Observing Lung Yuan's persistent presence in the slaughterhouse, Jing Hua was filled with confusion. Why was the heir so captivated by these animals? Not long after her musings, Lung Yuan finally absorbed the last of the 70 blood energies. Feeling the torrent of warmth coursing within him, hope illuminated his gaze. 30 blood energies had propelled him to the 5th level of martial prowess. What could these 70 blood energies allow him to achieve? In a surge of excitement, Lung Yuan hastily returned to his room, leaving Jing Hua with unspoken words. Standing outside the now-closed door, Jing Hua began to question her own allure. Why did it seem that these animals held more appeal than she did? Touching her own face, she cast a resigned glance at the shut door, dutifully standing guard outside. Inside, upon entering his room, Lung Yuan assumed a standing meditation posture. With rhythmic breathing, he guided the blood energy within him to flow along a specific trajectory. Boom. As the blood energy surged and roiled, his flesh absorbed it fervently. While this energy coursed through him, the enigmatic power in his dantian permeated outward, transforming his physique toward a mysterious destination. All of this transpired quietly and without notice. Suddenly, a sound of breakthrough echoed from within Lung Yuan. He had advanced to the 6th level of martial prowess. This time, 10 blood energies were consumed for the ascent. It seemed that as one progressed in their realm, the consumption of blood energy increased as well. With a furrowed brow, Lung Yuan soon relaxed. He still had 60 blood energies remaining. Onward. As time passed, under the relentless onslaught of blood energies, Lung Yuan felt as though his very flesh was being torn asunder. The pain, akin to the scraping of bones, made him tremble, yet he gritted his teeth and persevered. Unbeknownst to him, his once innocent resolve was maturing into resilience. Crack. After consuming another 20 blood energies, he broke through to the 7th level. 40 blood energies remained. He could still ascend, despite the agony coursing through him. Lung Yuan was determined to persist. The exhilaration of breaking through compelled him not to relent. Crack. Another 20 blood energies were expended, and Lung Yuan soared to the 8th level. After surpassing the 7th level, the amount of blood energy required for ascendance did not increase. This revelation brought him both intrigue and delight. If that were the case, with another 20 blood energies, could he not directly advance to the 9th level? With this thought, Lung Yuan's eyes sparkled with expectation. One day's effort equated to a decade of toil for others. This pace was exhilarating. With a heart full of hope, Lung Yuan began to push for another breakthrough. Meanwhile, within the second prince's residence, the atmosphere grew tense as Ji Haokuan was returned. The entire royal residence sprang into action. And soon, hundreds of armored soldiers were dispatched, wielding long swords, silently marching toward Shuiwei building. In the main hall, Prince Ji Ling Kong gazed at the evening sky, murmuring, "Northern Prince's heir, I had intended to win you over. You should not have harmed my son." In various mansions throughout the royal capital, numerous eyes watched the soldiers streaming from the prince's residence, exchanging furtive glances. It seemed the prince was preparing for retaliation. Given the current momentum, the situation did not bode well. As the major factions speculated quietly, within Shuiwei building, Lung Yuan opened his eyes, brimming with excitement. Unaware of the 100 soldiers dispatched to capture him, he reveled in his recent advancement. I have reached the 9th level of martial prowess. Ha ha ha. I have achieved the consummation of martial mastery. Next, I shall refine my sinews and bones for the martial general realm. With a sense of pride swelling within him, Lung Yuan's eyes gleamed with fervor. Upon breaking through to the martial general realm, his attacks would carry hidden energy, giving rise to boundless transformations. With a swift motion, he shed his garments and reclined in the prepared bath. Creak. When the door swung open once more, Jing Hua stood at the threshold, observing the refreshed Lung Yuan with uncertainty. "Heir, it seems you have grown taller." Upon hearing her words, Lung Yuan paused, his gaze inadvertently sweeping over Jing Hua. "You are mistaken. Prepare some food for me. I find myself quite hungry." Upon meeting Lung Yuan's seemingly casual gaze, Jing Hua instantly understood. "I must have been mistaken. Please, follow me. I have already instructed the kitchen to prepare the meal." Chapter 17. The Arrival of Connection. Your Highness, do taste this. It is the specialty of our Shuiwei Tower. In the elegant chamber upstairs, Jing Hua was serving food to Lin Yuan when a maid rushed in, her expression fraught with anxiety. "Master, a multitude has gathered outside, all armed with knives." At this, the smile on Jing Hua's face faltered momentarily, only to return as she continued to serve Lin Yuan. "All right, let us see what's happening." After finishing his meal, Lin Yuan set down his utensils and smiled at Jing Hua. "I am curious to see what they dare to do to me. Armed, as if I am easily frightened." Watching Lin Yuan's retreating figure, Jing Hua felt a surge of determination and, with a smile, followed closely behind. As the sound of hurried footsteps grew louder, over 100 guards from the Fuwang mansion had already blocked the entrance to Shuiwei Tower. When Lin Yuan descended, he was met with a sea of indifferent gazes. These guards were all martial artists, trained from a young age in the royal household, having consumed various elixirs to enhance their abilities. Though they had exhausted their potential, they were still far stronger than the average person. Being part of the royal entourage, They carried an air of arrogance. The oppressive atmosphere filled the hearts of the people in Shueihua Tower with panic. They were at a loss for what to do. Yet, Ling Yuan remained unfazed. After witnessing the overwhelming charge of hundreds of thousands in battle, this mere gathering of 100 evoked no response within him. Who has dared to harm our young master? Step forward. As Ling Yuan stepped down, the lead guard seemed to overlook him completely, bellowing at Shueihua Tower. His words dripped with arrogance. Get out here. Come out. With the lead guard shouts, the guards behind him immediately drew their blades. Their fierce gazes directed at the people of Shueihua Tower, roaring in unison. It begins. The retribution from the Fuwang Mansion has arrived. That Ji Haokuan is the young master of the Fuwang Mansion. How dare anyone lay a hand on him? On the streets outside, as the guards brandished their knives and shouted, the crowd swiftly scattered, whispering among themselves. Meanwhile, spies from various factions in the capital were secretly observing the situation. The arrival of the Northern Prince's young master had set him directly against the Fuwang Mansion. They needed to keep a close watch on the unfolding events. Your Highness. Sensing the menacing atmosphere surrounding him, Jinghua looked ahead at Ling Yuan with concern. With a steady stride, Ling Yuan approached the glaring blades before him. You there? Are you the one who dared to harm our young master? As Ling Yuan stepped forward, the lead guard, brandishing his large blade, glared fiercely at him and shouted, attempting to provoke him. But Ling Yuan appeared oblivious, walking right up to him, calmly meeting his gaze. You little brat, you. Slap. Before he could finish his sentence, Ling Yuan struck him across the face, sending him staggering back. In that instant, the guard was rendered speechless. How dare he? How dare he strike first in the face of our overwhelming numbers? Not only the guards from the Fuwang Mansion were stunned, even the maidens of Shueihua Tower were taken aback. The young master actually took action. Was he not afraid? In that moment, only Jinghua remained composed. She gazed at the coldly determined young master, her eyes sparkling with a myriad of emotions, a surge of unspoken feelings welling within her. You dare to hit me? After a brief pause, the lead guard regained his composure, his eyes blazing with fury as he charged at Ling Yuan, swinging his blade down. Swish! Ling Yuan stood still, watching as the blade's tip halted before his eyes. Are you not going to strike? A little closer, and it could cleave my head. As his words fell, the guard felt a tightening in his chest. Sensing this, Ling Yuan's eyes glinted with disdain, and he stepped forward, just as the blade was poised to strike. The guard instinctively took a step back, his heart racing. You insignificant lackeys dare to challenge me? A bunch of worthless fools. Boom. With that, Ling Yuan delivered a powerful kick to the lead guard, sending him flying into the crowd behind him. Ah! Thud, thud, thud. Under the anxious gazes of the onlookers, the lead guard was sent crashing into the throng of his comrades. The young master is so domineering. In Shueihua Tower, the maidens watched in awe as Ling Yuan single-handedly subdued those ruffians, their eyes sparkling with admiration. This is my future support. Gazing at the exceedingly formidable young master, Jinghua's lips curled into a charming smile. I made the right bet. Were those men not seeking a confrontation? How is it that they do not dare to retaliate? Are they here merely to humiliate themselves? Across the street, patrons in nearby establishments observed the scene within Shueihua Tower, their expressions filled with confusion. At this moment, one of the table companions whispered, it's not that they do not wish to retaliate. They simply cannot act against him. Every prominent family has unspoken rules. Their scions may engage in combat amongst themselves, yet the underlings must not interfere. Should a servant dare to lay hands on a noble's offspring, none would be able to protect them, and their families would share in the consequences. As long as they do not wish for death, they will refrain from acting. Upon hearing this explanation, the listeners found some logic in it, but the next moment, they shook their heads in disbelief. Wait, Ji Haokuan often has his subordinates do his bidding when he fights. Why are they not punished? In response, the previous speaker replied, his gaze conflicted. Rules apply only when there is a semblance of balance. Who among those Ji Haokuan bullies could stand against the Fuwang Mansion, feeling the weight of numerous gazes upon them? The guards from the Fuwang Mansion remained silent, staring at Ling Yuan. The lead guard, aided by his companions, stood up, his eyes averted, unable to meet Ling Yuan's gaze. They had come armed to confront the guards of the Northern Prince's mansion. According to the rules, the enmity between masters was to be inherited by their guards. Having seen the Northern Prince's young master alone, the lead guard sought to intimidate him into revealing weakness, hoping to restore some dignity for the Fuwang Mansion. Yet, they never anticipated the Northern Prince's young master to be so audacious, striking first with such force. Not only had he failed to regain face, but he had also lost it further. Feeling the heat rising in his face and chest, the lead guard silently vowed, Northern Prince's young master, we do not dare to harm you, but do not think you can leave here unscathed. When your people arrive, I shall show you what true cruelty is. I will reclaim the lost dignity. His eyes swept across the crowd, the glint of over 100 blades reflecting coldly in the light, a wicked smile creeping upon his lips. Who dares to harm our young master? Suddenly, a voice rang out from the end of the street. Hearing this, the lead guard's heart leapt with joy, and he tightened his grip on his blade. Over 100 guards simultaneously turned. excitement coursing through them as they beheld over 1,000 silver-armored cavalry thundering toward them. Chapter 18. The Massacre. The sound of thundering hooves echoed ominously as the formidable silver-armored cavalry surged forward like an unstoppable tide of steel. The guards of the prince's residence stood in stunned disbelief. Each heavy thud felt as if it were crushing their very hearts, leaving them breathless. Just moments ago, they had vowed to retaliate fiercely, yet now they found themselves facing over 1,000 armored horsemen with a mere 100 men. A single charge could turn them into mere pulp. Panic ensued as the guards looked to their leader for guidance. With the thunderous hoofbeats drawing ever closer, the leader realized the gravity of the situation. They had never anticipated such a bold move from the northern province, sending 1,000-strong cavalry to engage them. This was entirely outside their expectations. Recalling the directives from the prince's consort, the leader gritted his teeth and declared, "They outnumber us. Our priority is to capture the northern prince. Once we reach the palace, the prince will surely protect us. What does it matter if the northern prince stands in our way? Our master is a prince too." With resolve stealing his heart, he charged toward Lung Yuan. In an instant, the guards surrounding the Water Moon Tower surged forward, determined to seize the northern prince before the cavalry could arrive, using him as leverage to force a passage. Screams erupted from the maidens of the Water Moon Tower as they beheld over 100 guards brandishing swords rushing toward Lung Yuan. Mirror Flower's face paled in fear. How dare they attack the prince? Simultaneously, the onlookers from the various factions gathered in the surrounding towers gasped in astonishment. They had not expected the guards of the prince's residence to be so audacious as to confront the crown prince directly. The audacity of the prince's guards in the capital was well known. In their eyes, everyone else was but an ant. Amidst the murmurs, a voice from the shadows chuckled darkly. "Let them fight. If they injure the northern prince, I will relish the consequences for the prince." Amidst the clamor, Lang Yuan had already engaged in battle with the guards. "You go upstairs and hide," he instructed Mirror Flower hastily before leaping forward, executing a sweeping kick that sent 3 assailants sprawling. With swift precision, he seized the blade aimed at him, yanking it forcefully away. The would-be ambusher was sent crashing into his own comrades. How could he possess such strength? This was beyond what a mere martial artist could achieve. Could the northern prince have been secretly training with medicinal aids? As Lung Yuan fought with ferocity, the guards of the prince's residence felt a tightening in their hearts. They were in a fierce conflict, daring to strike at the crown prince. In the street ahead, Mo Ling, witnessing the assault on Lung Yuan, was consumed with fury. He brandished his whip and urged his men forward at full speed. "We must subdue the northern prince before they arrive. Use all your might, but do not kill him." At that moment, the leader of the guards was thrown into disarray. The imposing presence of the cavalry left no room for hesitation. If they could capture the northern prince, perhaps they would have a chance. But if they allowed the cavalry to arrive, the consequences would be dire. Striking the crown prince was a death sentence. "Kill!" he bellowed. Under the pressure of the situation, the guards abandoned all restraint and lunged forward, even if it meant injuring Lung Yuan. The battle raged on, with Lung Yuan striking fiercely amidst the chaos. Suddenly, a long knife slipped through the fray and cut into Lung Yuan's leg. "I've got him," the guard thought, his eyes lighting up, believing the northern prince would falter. But in the next moment, he was met with Lung Yuan's icy glare. "You seek death." With a swift motion, Lung Yuan grasped the incoming blade and hurled 2 men aside like mere sacks of grain. He surged forward, delivering a punishing kick that dislocated the assailant's jaw, sending him crashing backward, eyes rolling in shock. As a cry of despair rang out, the guards attacking Lang Yuan felt a chill of fear. To grasp a weapon barehanded, the northern prince was no ordinary martial artist. As the shock settled, Mo Ling and his cavalry arrived. "Thieves, perish!" they cried, dismounting and charging into the fray. Mo Ling unleashed his aura, sweeping through the battlefield with ruthless efficiency, while the soldiers wielded their long spears like reapers of death. Panic ensued as the guards realized the gravity of the situation. The northern province's forces were merciless, showing no regard for whom they attacked. Inside the Water Moon Tower, as the silver-armored cavalry began their grim harvest, Lang Yuan ceased his own assault. "We are the prince's residence. You cannot kill us." The guards pleaded in vain. But the cavalry showed no mercy, their spears piercing through throats with practiced ease. With each piercing sound echoing, the guards fell to the ground, groaning in despair. "The prince will not let you escape." Amidst the carnage, Lung Yuan stood at the center of the Water Moon Tower, surrounded by the relentless slaughter. He paid no heed to the terrified screams echoing around him, allowing the northern soldiers to carry out their grim task. With his breakthrough to the 9th level of martial arts, he felt the enhancement of his innate abilities. No longer needing direct contact, he could silently siphon the life force from those nearby. Outside the Water Moon Tower, the silver-armored cavalry remained poised, blood dripping steadily from their spear tips. The heavy scent of blood and the oppressive aura of slaughter silenced the onlookers hidden in the shadows. The streets lay deserted, save for the formation of the 1,000-strong cavalry, who remained silent, awaiting the northern prince's command. Chapter 19. The anxious Wang San in the Water Moon Tower. Lang Yuan walked with his hands clasped behind his back. With each step he took, a surge of blood energy flowed into his body. As the heat within him intensified, a flicker of dark red light glimmered deep within his pupils, unnoticed by anyone else. When the blood energy reached 120 streams, Lung Yuan sensed that his body felt as though it was filled to the brim. If he did not break through, he could no longer absorb any more blood energy. No, I cannot be stuck. With this thought echoing in his mind, he glanced at the few remaining streams of blood energy and decided not to force it any longer. Mo Ling, find something to carry these people. Join me shortly at the prince's residence. Mo Ling complied. As the silver-armored cavalry began to move, Lung Yuan turned and ascended the stairs. The crowd around him exchanged bewildered glances. The North King's heir is going upstairs again? After just finishing a battle, he is preparing for another? At that moment, Lung Yuan was unaware that various factions in the capital had labeled him as a lecherous individual. Prepare my bathwater. He instructed Jing Hua before entering his room. Once again finding himself locked out, Jing Hua felt a wave of helplessness and resumed her role as the guardian. Inside the room, Lung Yuan assumed a standing meditation posture. As his breathing technique activated, the blood energy within him radiated intense heat. Simultaneously, the mysterious power within his dantian continued to expand, permeating his flesh. Next, it was time to break through to the martial general realm. With his entire body flushed and drenched in sweat, Lung Yuan silently chanted in his heart, and the flow of blood energy accelerated. Suddenly, he felt a tremor in his dantian, followed by a wave of mysterious energy radiating outward. In an instant, the 9 layers of his skin membranes quivered. What is happening? The records in the royal library did not mention encountering such phenomena during the breakthrough to the martial general realm. As Lung Yuan pondered, the trembling of his 9 layers of skin membranes increased. Upon reaching a certain balance, intricate patterns began to manifest between the membranes, not on every layer, but partially on each. The 9 layers of membranes, superimposed upon one another, revealed the complete patterns only through a perspective view. Bang! At that moment, Lung Yuan's dantian trembled once more, and the blood energy he had accumulated was instantly depleted. The 9 layers of skin membranes coalesced into one, as if transformed into a single layer. The mysterious patterns traversed through the membranes, causing them to vibrate. With each tremor, additional sections of the patterns emerged between the layers. Only when the 9 patterns were complete would the 9 layers of membranes fully unify and metamorphose into a new state. Why is this happening? Feeling the depletion of blood energy without achieving a breakthrough, Lung Yuan was left in a state of disbelief. Moreover, as his 9 layers of membranes continued to tremble, his body visibly shook as well. Particularly when he walked, the trembling became even more pronounced. Jing Hua, come in and help me. Creak. Hearing her master's voice, Jing Hua pushed the door open. Upon seeing Lung Yuan's trembling legs, her expression changed dramatically. My lord, what has happened to you? Please don't frighten me. She rushed forward to support Lung Yuan, concern etched on her face. I'm fine. No need to worry. Although his body trembled incessantly, Lung Yuan could sense his physique strengthening. Therefore, he remained relatively unconcerned. However, in his current state, bathing seemed out of the question. Couldn't he possibly ask Jing Hua to assist him with that? My lord, are you all right? Just as Jing Hua was about to lead Lung Yuan out, the voice of the steward, Wang San, echoed from outside. With a series of footsteps, Wang San and Mo Ling arrived at the door. My lord, upon turning his head, both Wang San and Mo Ling were taken aback. Just moments ago, their valiant master had entered a room with a woman, only to emerge in such a condition. Mo Ling's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Lung Yuan's quaking legs, his mouth agape. This woman is truly terrifying. When he arrived, he had witnessed how fiercely the heir had fought against over 100 armed warriors. Yet, after bringing this woman into a room, he had transformed like this. Steward Wang. General Mo Ling, I'm fine. I may just be a bit fatigued. I'll rest for a moment. In his current state, Lung Yuan struggled to explain himself, resorting to this vague reassurance. Mo Ling was unconcerned. As long as his master was safe, he had little else to worry about. However, Wang San was different. As the steward of the royal residence, he managed all affairs concerning the heir. Observing Lung Yuan's trembling legs and the alluring Jing Hua beside him, Wang San exclaimed in distress, My lord, how could you indulge like this? Your status is noble. How can you? Wang San's expression was urgent as he looked at Lung Yuan, his words caught in his throat, unable to express his concerns. Some things could be said by the king and queen, but not by him, especially not in front of others. Yet, given the current circumstances, he felt compelled to speak. The heir had only been in the capital for a few days, and now he was in such a state. If this continued, and the heir were rendered incapable, how would he explain it to the northern realm? Steward Wang, please do not fret. I assure you, I am truly fine. Noticing Wang San's anxious demeanor, Lung Yuan softly reassured him. Sigh. After a long pause, Wang San remained at a loss for words, simply gesturing in resignation. He then cast another disapproving glance at Jing Hua before lowering his head and saying, My lord, although you have come of age, some matters still require moderation. One must not go to extremes at this. Mo Ling's lips twitched as he quickly turned away, pretending he had heard nothing. Jinghua, however, understood Wang San's implication and instantly blushed, lowering her head. Meanwhile, Lung Yuan wore a perplexed expression. What is wrong with me? Why must I exercise moderation? Hearing his master's innocent inquiry, Wang San's eyes widened in shock as he met Lang Yuan's calm gaze. My lord, do you sigh? Witnessing Lung Yuan's unabashed demeanor, Wang San's face turned anxious. Yet, after opening his mouth, he found himself at a loss for words and could only storm off in frustration. General Mo Ling, you must ensure the heiress' safety. Steward Wang, are you leaving just like that? Watching Wang San depart in a huff, Mo Ling's expression twitched. After regaining his composure, he turned to Lung Yuan and asked, My lord, shall we still proceed to the prince's residence? Chapter 20. Seeking trouble go? Why not go? Upon hearing Mo Ling's words, a chilling light flickered in Lung Yuan's eyes. How dare they send someone to trouble me? This debt must be repaid. At the prince's words, Mo Ling nodded in agreement. If it were before, heading straight to the Duke of Fortune's residence would have posed no issue. However, observing the prince's current weakened state, he feared for Lung Yuan's health. Your Highness, in your condition, perhaps we should wait a couple of days before going? Mo Ling suggested. In response, Lung Yuan shook his head, a pleasing smile gracing his lips. Isn't this even better? Those ruffians have injured me. I must seek justice. It is only reasonable. At this proclamation, Jinghua secretly smiled. Meanwhile, Mo Ling's eyes sparkled with determination. Yes, they have harmed our prince. They must compensate adequately. Otherwise, I shall lead the Xuanwu army to raise their estate. After a brief while, Jinghua assisted Lung Yuan onto the carriage, while Mo Ling commanded 1,000 silver-armored cavalry, pulling along the slain bandits on carts, as they made their way to the Duke of Fortune's residence. As they observed the receding carriage, Jinghua's gaze became momentarily lost in thought. Simultaneously, as Lung Yuan departed, spies from various factions in the capital witnessed his trembling legs. Coupled with the enchanting Jinghua supporting him, vivid images began to form in their minds. Within the royal palace, the current martial king, Ji Ling Tian, glanced at the secret reports on his desk, his expression turning bizarre. Having just arrived in the capital, he had been taken to the Water Moon Tower by the ostentatious Yin Rong. Shortly thereafter, he had captivated the tower's owner, Jinghua, and dallied in her boudoir, even resorting to violence against the Duke of Fortune's heir. After slaying the guards, he had immediately retreated into her quarters and emerged utterly exhausted, legs trembling. With a clap, the martial king tossed the report aside. Rising, he gazed toward the northern borders and remarked with a hint of amusement, Northern Duke, your son is not my doing. He came to the capital to study. Where he chooses to frolic is beyond my control. After a hearty laugh, the martial king turned to the waiting eunuch Wan, saying, You shall pay a visit to the Duke of Fortune's residence. The situation has escalated sufficiently. As you command, my lord, eunuch Wan replied before hastening to depart. At this moment, Lang Yuan and his entourage were already en route to the Duke of Fortune's residence. Along the way, various factions made way, leaving the streets eerily deserted as citizens locked their doors, peering out cautiously. The sight of over 1,000 silver-armored cavalry and the corpses being transported on carts heralded an impending crisis, prompting families to call their loved ones home. With each resounding hoofbeat, they soon glimpsed the silhouette of the Duke of Fortune's estate. Upon hearing the sound of galloping hooves, the guards stationed at the gate quickly noted the fierce approach of the silver-armored cavalry. Not good. The troublemakers have arrived. Quickly, informed the Duchess. From a distance, Mo Ling observed the panicked crowd at the Duke's residence, a cold smile creeping onto his lips. Now they choose to panic? Did they not consider the consequences when they attacked the prince? At last, the silver-armored cavalry arrived at the gates of the Duke's residence. Your Highness, we have arrived. Mo Ling called out, turning his horse to address Lung Yuan. Hearing the call, Lung Yuan leaned out of the carriage window. After surveying the imposing Duke of Fortune's estate, a cold smile appeared on his lips. Ah, quite grand indeed. With that, he stepped out of the carriage, casually perching himself atop the carriage frame. Due to his still trembling body, he did not immediately dismount. Knock on the door. At the prince's command, a cavalryman dismounted to summon the entrance. The grand doors of the Duke's residence swung open. Who dares to be so audacious as to come to the Duke of Fortune's estate? Such contempt for royal authority. Are you plotting rebellion? As the doors opened, a middle-aged noblewoman emerged, flanked by attendants. She glared at the seated Lung Yuan, her voice sharp with reproach. Noticing her, Lung Yuan smiled wryly. Feigning ignorance? Ignorance suits you well, since you do not recognize me. Then whatever we do here shall remain unknown. Seeing the noblewoman preparing for a display, Lung Yuan was more than willing to indulge her. Mo Ling, encircle them. Following the prince's order, Mo Ling signaled, and instantly, 1,000 cavalry surged forth, quickly surrounding the entire estate. Armed with silver spears, their eyes glinted menacingly. A palpable aura of impending battle began to envelop the Duke's residence. You ruffians, what do you intend to do? The middle-aged noblewoman's face turned ashen as she witnessed the cavalry's movements. This was the first time someone dared to encircle the Duke's estate within the capital. It was known that Duke Jiling Kong was the Marshal King's own brother and held the title of Minister of War, commanding the military across the realm. Now, someone had the audacity to besiege the Duke's estate, leaving her incredulous. What are we doing? Lung Yuan, still perched on the carriage frame, regarded the noblewoman with amusement. If we are thieves, we must indulge in the misdeeds of thieves. Level this place. As Lung Yuan's words fell, the silver-armored cavalry sprang into action, their spirits ignited. Truly intent on flattening the Duke's residence. What do you intend to do? This is the Duke's estate. Do you dare show such disrespect to the noble family? Begone. With the cavalry's readiness to charge, the noblewoman could no longer maintain her facade. Her gaze darkened as she turned to Lung Yuan. Northern Duke's heir, are you contemplating rebellion? Surprised by her direct acknowledgement of his identity, Lung Yuan replied, Oh, did you not claim not to know me? Now you are aware? Faced with the mockery from the one who had injured her son, the Duchess roared in fury, Northern Duke's heir, this is the capital. Do not go too far. Too far. Lung Yuan's eyes widened, his demeanor suddenly fierce. You sent people to kill me, yet you dare to accuse me of excess? Bring them forth. With Lung Yuan's command, carts began to roll forward, revealing the slain guards of the Duke's residence laid out before them. Upon seeing the lifeless bodies, the Duchess's eyes narrowed. What do you intend? Lung Yuan met her gaze squarely. Dare to lay hands on me, and if I do not receive a satisfactory resolution today, I shall raze your Duke of Fortune's estate to the ground. Chapter 21. The King Wu summons and flattens the Duke of Fortune's residence. Flatten the Duke of Fortune's residence. As Lung Yuan's voice resonated, the surrounding silver-armored cavalry instantly raised their spears, their eyes gleaming with ferocity. The palpable aura of impending violence tightened the heart of the Duchess of Fortune. The battle cries grew louder, soon echoing throughout the entire street. Various factions observed from the shadows. After the Northern Prince's heir slaughtered the guards of the Duke's residence, the forces surrounded it. Such a tumultuous affair could not be easily resolved. In the rear courtyard, upon hearing the clamor from outside, the Duke of Fortune, with a darkened expression, clenched his teacup, his aura steadily swelling. My lord, the heir of the Northern Prince has come to our doorstep. Shall we not take action? Asked a man behind him, wielding a sword. His voice cold. I cannot intervene in this matter, the Duke replied through gritted teeth, still gripping his teacup tightly. If I step forward now, I must engage him. If Haocowen strikes him down, then so be it. But if I act, it would be tantamount to declaring war against the Northern Prince. The Duke's current influence paled in comparison to that of the Northern Prince. He dared not take action and chose to remain behind closed doors. My lord, that young man has proclaimed his intent to flatten the Duke's residence. If you do not intervene, shall you merely watch him breach our gates? The man continued. If it is inconvenient for you, allow me to handle it. Hearing this, the Duke turned to glance at him, then spoke softly. Rest assured, he shall not breach it. After all, I am still a prince of the great Wu dynasty. He will not act recklessly. Not long after the Duke's words, the voice of Gongong Wan resounded from outside. My lord, my esteemed heir, what is the meaning of this? You must command them to cease at once. Seeing the hurried arrival of Gongong Wan, Lung Yuan smiled. Gongong Wan, I have just arrived in the capital and have already been wronged. Am I not entitled to seek an explanation? As Gongong Wan contemplated his response, the Duchess of Fortune interjected. Gongong Wan, you have arrived just in time. This heir of the Northern Prince is utterly lawless. Not only has he grievously injured my son, but he has also taken the liberty to mobilize troops against our residents. Such blatant disregard for royal authority is akin to rebellion. In response to the Duchess's outburst, Gongong Wan replied with indifference, Your Highness, it would be prudent to temper your words. The truth of the matter shall be investigated. I am here to convey the edict of King Wu, summoning the heir of the Northern Prince to the palace. Upon hearing this, the Duchess fell silent. Given the magnitude of the situation, it was only reasonable for King Wu to take notice. However, among the crowd behind her, several individuals exchanged furtive glances, particularly unsettled by the mention of an investigation, fearing that King Wu might uncover discrepancies. With the Duke's household no longer voicing objections, Gongong Wan turned to Lung Yuan, beaming, My lord, King Wu summons you. Please accompany this old servant. Upon Gongong Wan's arrival, Lung Yuan understood that the matter could only proceed thus far. In the capital, no one dared defy King Wu's commands. General Mo Ling, please return to the barracks. I shall pay a visit to the palace. With a wave of his hand, Mo Ling led the troops in retreat, forming ranks to return. Seeing this, Gongong Wan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He feared that Lung Yuan's youthful exuberance might lead to a confrontation with King Wu, which would be disastrous. Fortunately, the heir of the Northern Prince understood the gravity of the situation. As the carriage gradually receded, the Duchess of Fortune's expression darkened to the point of threatening to spill with fury. Cursed Northern barbarians. Lawless scoundrels. Not only have they assaulted my son, but they have also besieged the Duke's residence. I shall not let this rest. The Duchess's words, filled with resentment, sent shivers through the surrounding crowd. In the palace, after passing through numerous gates with Gongong Wan, Lung Yuan entered a vast hall. My lord, please wait here. King Wu will summon you shortly. Nodding in acknowledgement, Leng Yuan soon found himself alone in the hall. What could King Wu desire of me? If he seeks to reprimand me, how shall I respond? As he pondered, the emptiness of the hall weighed heavily upon him. However, after an extended period of waiting, there was still no summons from King Wu, and the hall remained devoid of presence. Furrowing his brow, Leng Yuan felt perplexed by King Wu's intentions. The tremors within his 9-layered skin membrane persisted, causing his legs to shake uncontrollably, giving the impression that he might collapse at any moment. After a while, Gongong reappeared. My lord, King Wu's decree. Among the youths of various households, harmony is paramount. One must not act recklessly. You are to report to Muyun Academy in 3 days. With this announcement, Leng Yuan hesitantly inquired, is that all? Indeed, Gongong replied, a knowing smile gracing his lips. What else would you desire? Nothing. I had anticipated that King Wu would take issue with the troops surrounding the Duke's residence, but I did not expect it to conclude in such a manner. I shall report to Muyun Academy. I understand. If there is nothing further, I shall take my leave. After confirming with Gongong, Leng Yuan departed. Suddenly, a formidable figure appeared in the once empty hall. King Wu. Upon seeing the arrival, Gongong hastily bowed. Rise. King Wu raised his hand, and, observing Leng Yuan's retreating figure, a playful smile crept upon his lips. Having been in the capital for merely 2 days, he has managed to embroil himself in such chaos. I wonder how the Northern Prince would react if he knew. Noticing King Wu lost in thought as he watched Leng Yuan leave, Gongong ventured, Your Majesty. The root of this matter lies with the Duke of Fortune's covert machinations. Should we take measures to admonish him? Casting a glance at the bowing Gongong, King Wu's gaze shifted towards the depths of the palace as he mused. With the Empress still present, such actions would bear no significance. He then turned his attention outside, disdain evident in his expression. The second prince fancies himself clever, yet it is merely a futile endeavor. What does it matter how much power one wields? Beneath the king's domain, all are but ants. He will never comprehend this. As he spoke, King Wu burst into laughter. In the past, the Duke of Fortune's household had roamed the capital with impunity. Now, with the arrival of the heir of the Northern Prince, the situation had grown intriguing. Upon exiting the palace, Leng Yuan settled into his carriage and returned directly to the Duke's residence. He paid no heed to the lamentations of Wang San and retreated to his chamber to enter seclusion. What was the source of this incessant power trembling within his skin membrane? How long would it persist? As he cultivated his techniques, Leng Yuan focused his mind and senses inward. Chapter 22. The princess's complaint the following day, at noon. Wang San glanced at the guards outside Leng Yuan's door and inquired, is the heir still in his chamber? Yes, he remains indoors. The heir has not ventured out today and has taken his lunch in his room, replied the guard. Upon hearing the guard's words, Wang San sighed. Given the heir's frail condition, it was indeed time for him to rest properly. Meanwhile, the transformation of Leng Yuan was nearing its conclusion. With the enigmatic energy of the mystical patterns guiding him, the 9 layers of skin membranes quivered incessantly. After a night, the patterns between each layer had gradually reached perfection, on the brink of complete unity. Buzz. At a certain moment, Leng Yuan perceived a mysterious sound reverberating in his ears. Then his entire body trembled, and the patterns among the layers of skin membranes had fully formed and intermingled, as if they were one, tightening. In the next instant, Leng Yuan felt an intense constriction throughout his body. In the blink of an eye, the 9 compressed layers of skin membranes had completely merged into one. A sudden epiphany struck him. He grasped a profound ability, Void Body. This was a physical manifestation of power. Could it be that I have comprehended an ability? Once he realized the implications, Leng Yuan was astounded. Such a power was not meant for someone still refining their body. He lacked even the consciousness to wield it, yet he had grasped this ability. Let's test it and see how effective this power truly is. With excitement surging within him, Leng Yuan activated the Void Body. In the next moment, countless silver patterns danced across his skin, transforming him into a state of nothingness. The Void Body, a corporeal nullity. It allowed immunity to all tangible entities. As Leng Yuan murmured to himself, an unexpected plunge sent him crashing downward, burrowing into the earth. Oh no, I cannot yet traverse the skies. As his vision succumbed to darkness, Leng Yuan sensed the severity of the situation and hastily halted his ability. Have I truly entombed myself alive? At a depth of 10 feet below ground, Leng Yuan found himself immobilized, feeling the incessant pressure surrounding him, and he couldn't help but chuckle bitterly. To experiment with my power in the confines of my chamber, only to end up here. I must escape quickly. If this continues, I shall suffocate. Moments passed, and a surge of vitality coursed through Leng Yuan's veins. With his arms wielding the strength of 1,000 pounds, he forcibly carved out a space within the earth. Utilizing this newfound foothold, he frantically began to excavate the soil. How deep have I fallen? The suffocating sensation enveloping his body triggered a sense of alarm within Leng Yuan. After all, he was the heir of the Northern King, the future ruler of the North. If I were to perish by my own power, it would be a laughingstock indeed. Open up. Suppressing the rising panic within, Ling Yuan raised his fist with immense strength and struck upward. Bang! In the next moment, the floor shattered, and the hard earth erupted. With a rush of light cascading from above, Ling Yuan's suffocating sensation finally dissipated. With a final surge of energy, Ling Yuan scrambled out from beneath the surface and collapsed onto the ground. That was close. I nearly met my end. Reflecting on the harrowing experience, Ling Yuan felt a lingering dread. It seems that until I can traverse the skies, I should refrain from carelessly employing this ability. Resolving this in his mind, Ling Yuan summoned the guards to tidy the room while he made his way outside. Upon seeing the air emerge, Wang San exhaled in relief as he noted that Ling Yuan's legs no longer trembled. However, when he saw Ling Yuan stride directly toward the main gate of the Wang residence, his composure faltered. Your Highness, where are you headed? Shueihua Tower, Ling Yuan casually replied, continuing his leisurely pace toward the street. Shueihua Tower? Upon hearing Ling Yuan's words, Wang San was momentarily taken aback, then his expression turned grim. Your Highness, why must you? Sigh. Wang San lamented in the residence, striking his chest in despair. Then, his expression sharpened. No, this cannot continue. I must write to the king. With that, Wang San hurried back to his chamber and began to write fervently. Moments later, a swift rider departed from the Wang residence, heading toward the northern territories. Meanwhile, within the royal palace, the Princess of Fortune wept before the Empress Dowager, recounting Ling Yuan's transgressions. Mother, that heir of the northern king not only grievously injured Haokuan but also surrounded the residence of the Princess of Fortune with soldiers, threatening to raze it to the ground. Such audacity, so contemptuous of royal authority. You must take action on our behalf. Observing the Princess of Fortune's woeful demeanor, the Empress Dowager rubbed her temples, appearing somewhat fatigued. Yet, she refrained from making any declarations, maintaining her placid expression. Noticing this, the Princess of Fortune pressed on. Mother, the mourning period for the late king has yet to conclude, yet the heir of the northern king revels in the land of pleasures, showing utter disrespect for authority. Do you not intend to intervene? Upon hearing this, the Empress Dowager's gaze sharpened. She regarded the Princess of Fortune with an inscrutable expression before instructing a nearby maid. Go, summon the martial king. Upon hearing the Empress Dowager's command, the Princess of Fortune felt a surge of joy and was about to say more. But the Empress Dowager abruptly dismissed her. That is enough. I am aware of the situation. Princess of Fortune, you may return now. Seeing the inexplicable expression on the Empress Dowager's face, the Princess of Fortune had no choice but to retreat in silence. On another front, as Ling Yuan returned to Shueihua Tower, everything had reverted to its usual splendor. Pavilions and towers, flowing streams, and people indulging in the arts of refinement while others played music, filled the air with laughter and merriment. It seemed the citizens of the royal capital were not so easily intimidated. It had barely been a moment, and it was as if nothing had transpired. Smiling, Ling Yuan ascended the stairs without hesitation. As he appeared, keen eyes immediately recognized him. Some sought to approach, while others discreetly withdrew. With the heir of the northern king at odds with the residents of the Princess of Fortune, this was common knowledge. At such a time, extending goodwill toward the northern heir would be tantamount to offending the Princess of Fortune. Most chose to observe quietly, understanding that the northern heir would eventually return to his homeland, while their roots lay firmly in the royal capital. They discerned the weight of their choices with clarity. Under the watchful gazes of the crowd, Ling Yuan ascended the staircase. My lord, you have arrived. Before Ling Yuan could reach the upper level, Jinghua hurried down, her eyes sparkling with excitement as she gazed at him. Hearing her, Ling Yuan smiled back at Jinghua. Is everything well? Thanks to your highness. All is well at Shueihua Tower. She replied. As they conversed, Ling Yuan ascended the stairs, with Jinghua quietly following behind. Entering the room together, Ling Yuan casually inquired, is there any livestock available in Shueihua Tower today? Upon hearing this, a charming smile spread across Jinghua's face. Whatever my lord desires has been prepared. At her words, Ling Yuan's eyes gleamed with anticipation. Let us go take a look. Chapter 23. Announcement from the capital. When the two returned to the kitchen courtyard once more, the yard, which had previously been emptied of livestock, was once again filled with a multitude of cattle and sheep, at least 100. Jinghua, you have done splendidly. Upon hearing Lord Ling Yuan's praise, Jinghua lifted her gaze and replied softly with a smile. Will there be a reward from the heir? Ling Yuan was taken aback by Jinghua's response, momentarily pausing before he chuckled and said, continue your good work. In the future, you shall certainly benefit. Without waiting for Jinghua's reply, he strode directly towards the slaughterhouse. As she gazed at his upright figure, Jinghua's eyes gradually took on a seductive gleam. My lord, is this how you begin to weave dreams for me? Nevertheless, I am willing to partake in your visions. An hour later, Ling Yuan returned to his chamber, where Jinghua had grown accustomed to guarding the door while preparing his bathwater. 135 strands of blood energy. The last time had been a mishap. This time, surely I can break through to the martial general realm, Ling Yuan murmured to himself, swiftly assuming a stance to regulate his breathing. Boom. As his mind delved into his body, Ling Yuan seemed to hear the sound of rushing rivers. a powerful blood energy coursing within him. Unable to find an outlet, the pressure intensified. Beads of sweat began to form on his forehead. Martial General Realm, break through for me. At a certain moment, a surge of inspiration prompted Ling Yuan to adjust his posture. In an instant, the torrent of blood energy seemed to discover a point of rupture, permeating through his body's acupoints, rapidly nourishing his sinews and bones. Crack. In a daze, Ling Yuan thought he heard the sound of a bowstring tautening, followed by a tingling sensation in his bones, as if something had infiltrated him. Smack. As Ling Yuan slapped his hand down, the table beside him appeared unchanged. Yet the very next moment, the spot where his palm had made contact crumbled into powder, revealing a hole shaped like a palm. This marked the signature of the Martial General Realm, an attack infused with hidden strength. I have broken through. Feeling the immense power coalescing within him, Ling Yuan could not suppress the upward curve of his lips. Casting a glance at the damaged wooden table, he called out, Jinghua, the bathwater is ready. Also, please bring in a new table. Creak. Upon hearing Ling Yuan's words, Jinghua entered, the bathwater already prepared. She glanced at the hole on the table, her expression sharpening instantly. Though curiosity swelled within her, she refrained from asking, feigning ignorance. After bathing, Ling Yuan dined at the Water Moon Tower before preparing to return to the North King's Manor. The following morning, just as he was about to step outside, seeing Yin Rong and several others waiting in the front courtyard of the manor, Ling Yuan inquired with curiosity, why are you all here so early? Ah, my lord. You are unaware. Ever since the commotion with the Fuwang Manor, I have been confined at home, Wei Junjie lamented, gazing at Ling Yuan with a troubled expression. If Yin Bro hadn't come to fetch me today, I would still be trapped. Upon hearing this, Jin Yiqin nodded in agreement, his face also marked with distress. I have been confined, Yin Rong replied, waving his hand, appearing quite earnest. You too have been confined. How did you manage to escape? Curiosity flickered in Ling Yuan's eyes, while Jin Yiqin and Wei Junjie gazed at Yin Rong with wide eyes. My family wouldn't let me out, so I sneaked away. At worst, I'll just face a beating upon my return, Yin Rong declared boldly, a proud smile adorning his face. Upon hearing this, both Jin Yiqin and Wei Junjie gave him a thumbs up. Yin brother, that was clever. But, given that the Prime Minister is intolerant of disobedience, you might face punishment when you return. At Wei Junjie's words, Yin Rong's triumphant expression vanished, replaced by a resolute demeanor. I shall not care. I am already out. I will enjoy myself before returning. Seeing this, Ling Yuan and Jin Yiqin exchanged smiles. If that is the case, why delay? Let us depart. Haha. Amidst a chorus of laughter, the four set off towards the Water Moon Tower once again. However, upon arriving at the Flower Lane, Ling Yuan noticed an official posting notices and asked, what are they posting? Must be the latest announcement. I shall take a look at what it states, Wei Junjie replied, piqued with curiosity as he walked closer. Before long, he returned, dejected. This is bad. The Martial King has decreed that during the mourning period of the late king, noble offspring are prohibited from visiting entertainment venues. Upon hearing Wei Junjie's words, the group froze. No way. I barely escaped from home. Are they really going to send me back to face punishment? Yin Rong approached, disbelief etched across his face. He checked the notice again, confirming the grim news. Observing the dismal expression on his face, Jin Yiqin understood the situation was dire. What shall we do? We are all noble offspring. Should we still go? As Jin Yiqin posed the question, Wei Junjie turned his gaze towards Ling Yuan and Yin Rong. My lord, will you go? Yin Rong turned to Ling Yuan as well. Having never encountered such a situation, Ling Yuan countered, Yin brother, do you intend to go? As Ling Yuan's words hung in the air, both Jin Yiqin and Wei Junjie turned their attention to Yin Rong. Feeling the weight of their gazes, Yin Rong gritted his teeth and declared, yes. We must go. I snuck out. If I don't indulge, I would return to face punishment. Wouldn't he that make me a fool? The moment those words left his lips, the three stifled laughter, yet shared an unspoken understanding. Since Yin brother is going, I shall accompany you. I will go as well. After Yin Rong gave his affirmation, both Jin Yiqin and Wei Junjie echoed his sentiment. Then, all three turned their eyes toward Ling Yuan, awaiting his decision. Since everyone is going, it would be a dampener if I stayed behind. Let us venture forth together. After all, there awaited over 100 strands of blood energy at the Water Moon Tower for him to absorb, an opportunity for a surge in strength that Ling Yuan was unwilling to forego. With their consensus reached, they set off once more towards the Water Moon Tower. In the shadows, spies from the Fuwang Manor, witnessing Ling Yuan and his companions enter the Flower Lane, gleamed with excitement. What a splendid opportunity. Quickly returned to report to the princess. Before long, the Fuwang princess received the news relayed by the spies, a cold smile creeping onto her lips. Heir of the North King, humph. Chapter 24. The scheme unfolds within the elegant confines of the Water Moon Pavilion. Lang Yuan and his companions indulged in tea and dance, blissfully unaware that peril lurked in the shadows. My lord, Wei Yan'ering suddenly interjected amidst their light-hearted banter. The North Mountain hunting grounds are opening soon. Would you care to join us for some amusement? Intrigued, yet puzzled, Lung Yuan responded. The North Mountain hunting grounds? A place for hunting? Sensing his confusion, Wijng's expression turned serious as he replied, "My lord, we cannot venture there. It is no place for those who have yet to attain martial prowess." He then glanced at Yin, adding, "Brother Yin, please refrain from jesting. We are not yet martial artists. Entering North Mountain would only invite trouble." After Wijng spoke, Jnychn, too, looked at Yin with an expression of disbelief. "Indeed, my lord. Those seemingly insignificant creatures pose the greatest danger. If one encounters a large beast, we can simply employ more guards. However, those mutated plants and insects are truly insidious. One can perish without even understanding how." Nodding in comprehension, Lung Yuan observed that among the four of them, only Yin had reached the martial realm, prompting them to drop the subject and focus instead on the performance before them. "My lord," came the melodic voice of Jing from beyond the private chamber. As Yin and the others turned to gaze, Lang Yuan's eyes sparkled with delight as he rose to address them. "Excuse me for a moment, dear friends. Haha, we understand. My lord has an exquisite taste. We would not dare to intrude." Yin and the others laughed knowingly, allowing Lung Yuan to exit without further explanation. Observing his hurried departure, Jnychn remarked, "With such boldness, I cannot lag behind." He too rose, preparing to follow. "Haha, let us go together." With Lung Yuan leading the charge, the trio ascended the stairs in pursuit. Moments later, familiar faces approached them. "Strange. Where's the young lord?" Wijng mused as he glanced around while closing the door. Perhaps he has already entered a room. He shook his head, dismissing further thoughts. Meanwhile, under Jing's guidance, Lung Yuan returned to the slaughterhouse, where 200 cattle and sheep awaited. His eyes gleamed at the sight of these large livestock. For the next hour, he wandered about, and only after every beast had been processed did he make his way back upstairs. With anticipation, he pondered, how far will these 200 vital energies propel my advancement? As he began the process of breaking through, a surge of blood energy coursed through his body, opening his meridians and allowing him to absorb the essence nourishing his sinews and bones. With a resounding rumble, the power within him surged. Suddenly, a soft crack echoed from within. Lung Yuan had successfully broken through to the second tier of martial generals. The strength he had consolidated intensified yet again. "Oh, 200 vital energies have indeed enabled me to breach a level. It appears that transcending the martial realm is no trifling matter," he mused, opening his eyes and commencing his bathing ritual. As he donned the fresh garments Jing had provided, he smiled. Once all was concluded, Lung Yuan exited the room with Jing, only to be greeted by Yin and his companions, who were gathered outside engaged in conversation. "My lord, truly impressive. You have taken quite some time," Jnychn teased, his face adorned with a mischievous grin, causing Jing's cheeks to flush, enhancing her allure. Lung Yuan merely chuckled, offering no explanation. Due to the necessity of frequently visiting the Water Moon Pavilion to absorb blood energy, he needed a plausible reason to avoid unnecessary complications, and a penchant for romance served as a perfect cover. As twilight descended, it was time to depart. Having accomplished his purpose for being there, Lung Yuan prepared to leave. Yin and the others glanced at the darkening skies before nodding in agreement. "What a pity, the evening has yet to reach its zenith," Yin lamented, feeling a sense of loss at the thought of returning. At that moment, Wijng expressed his concern. "Today, the martial king has just decreed that during the mourning period for the late king, the offspring of officials are prohibited from visiting places of indulgence. We are currently at the Water Moon Pavilion. Will there truly be no repercussions?" His words momentarily stunned the group. After a brief pause, Yin chuckled. "Fear not, Brother Wi. There will be no trouble. My father is the current Prime Minister, Brother Jn is the sole heir of the Minister of Revenue, and your father is the Minister of Personnel. Who would dare to apprehend us?" Hearing Yin's reassurances, Wijng nodded, albeit with a forced smile. An inexplicable sense of unease lingered within him, as if a great calamity loomed just outside. "Oh, come now, Brother Wi, what is there to fear?" Jnychn declared, striding boldly toward the entrance with arms outstretched, exuding confidence. Seeing this, Lung Yuan and the others shared a laugh and followed suit. "We, the distinguished youth of the capital, cannot proceed with timidity." Jnychn turned back to glance at Wijng, then proclaimed grandly, with laughter directed skyward, "How can we be mere common folk?" Haha, laughter erupted. "But then, what are you doing?" As Jnych's poetic fervor reached its peak, he stepped forth through the entrance of the Water Moon Pavilion, only to find his arms seized by enforcers of the law enforcement hall. "Trouble." Lung Yuan, noticing Jnych's predicament, was about to rush forward when Wijng pulled him back urgently. "My lord, trouble has arrived. We must hide." Both Wijng and Yin were pale with fear at the sight of the enforcers. "Quickly, my lord, retreat." Yin whispered urgently, darting back inside. Chapter 25, The Disciplinary Hall. Observing the flustered retreat of Yin Rong and Wei Junjie, Lung Yuan wore a perplexed expression. What could have transpired in the disciplinary hall to incite such fear? Just then, a young man clad in the attire of a commander entered the room, his gaze flickering with a cold light as he watched the fleeing figures of Yin Rong and Wei Junjie. Halt, he commanded with a frown, causing the two to shudder and obediently come to a stop. Will you come to me, or shall I bring you here? Upon hearing his words, Yin Rong and Wei Junjie awkwardly turned around, their heads hung low as they approached. At that moment, Genie Qin was also escorted in, and the three stood side by side. Lung Yuan remained motionless, his expression tinged with curiosity. Who was this individual that could render Yin Rong and the others so compliant? Yin Quan swept his gaze over the four and fixed a sharp look on Yin Rong before pausing to ask, "Do you have anything to say for yourself?" In response, Yin Rong raised his head with a sycophantic expression, saying, "Elder brother, I merely stepped out for a breath of fresh air. I did nothing wrong." Upon hearing Yin Rong's words, Lung Yuan's heart stirred. No wonder these second-generation heirs were so obedient. It turned out this man was Yin Rong's elder brother. Meanwhile, Yin Quan regarded his younger brother with a serious tone. "Second brother, you have disappointed our father once again. As long as I am here, that is sufficient. After all, everyone claims I am the extravagant one." Yin Rong shrugged nonchalantly, but Yin Quan noticed his brother's fists clenching instinctively and quietly closed his eyes, exhaling heavily. "Take them away." "What? Take us away?" Yin Rong exclaimed, his eyes wide with disbelief. "Elder brother, I am your own brother. You can't be serious." At Yin Rong's outburst, both Genie Qin and Wei Junjie also stared at Yin Quan in shock, while even Lung Yuan discreetly perked up his ears. "This is an order from the palace. The announcement was issued this morning, and by afternoon, your names were already on the desk," Yin Quan explained. Hearing this, Yin Rong's eyes narrowed. Is someone targeting us? Not bothering to address Yin Rong's desire for revenge, Yin Quan shifted his gaze to the silent Lung Yuan. "North Prince's heir, this is an order from above. I hope you will not make things difficult for us." In response, Lung Yuan calmly inquired, "Where are you taking us?" "To the palace, to the disciplinary hall," Yin Quan replied. Nodding, Lung Yuan remarked, "Then let us proceed. It is getting late. I still need to return to the palace for dinner." Surprised by Lung Yuan's nonchalance, Yin Quan paused. In the capital, those taken by the disciplinary hall were typically anxious. This was the first time someone appeared so relaxed, as if dismissing the gravity of the situation. For Lung Yuan, as long as he remained within the capital, he felt little trepidation. If anyone dared to act against him, the wrath of the Xuanwu army would be far from easily quelled. Though the martial king had unified the great Wu dynasty, this was a world where strength reigned supreme, and the four kings at the borders were capable of establishing their own dominions. They possessed absolute power. Should anything happen to Long Yuan in the capital, the North King would not hesitate to raze the city to the ground. No one dared to provoke a monarch's threshold. At most, there would be trivial repercussions. As Lung Yuan was led away, Jinghua cast him a questioning glance. He smiled and shook his head. Subsequently, under Yin Quan's guidance, they boarded the disciplinary hall's carriage and slowly departed from the Shueishui building. In the shadows, spies from the Fuwang Manor rushed back to report. At the disciplinary hall, Lung Yuan and the others sat in chairs on either side of the great hall, sipping tea. Their expressions varied. They had been there quite a while. Yet not a single person had arrived. "How are we to be punished? Just tell us directly. What is this waiting game?" Genie Qin complained, visibly impatient. Unable to drink any tea. Though Yin Rong and Wei Junjie remained silent, Lung Yuan perceived their solemnity. However, he was indifferent. "Let us drink tea. Just ensure I do not miss my meal," he mused. It struck him as peculiar that people in the capital seemed to enjoy such games. The last time the martial king summoned him, there had been no one present. Now, at the disciplinary hall, the situation was the same. In another hall of the disciplinary hall, Yin Quan respectfully addressed the presiding official. "Sir, all those reported have been brought back. Please proceed with the judgment." Unhurried, the head of the disciplinary hall set aside his documents with a calm smile, replying, "Yin Quan, you may handle this matter as you see fit. Those apprehended are all from the upper echelons of the capital. I would prefer not to offend them. Moreover, we have the North Prince's heir present." The presiding official, wary of causing trouble, recognized Yin Quan's dual status as both the commander of the disciplinary hall and the eldest son of the minister's family. Entrusting him with the matter seemed prudent. Noticing the smile on the official's face, Yin Quan's eyelids twitched as he asserted, "Sir, this is inappropriate. The capture of these individuals is an order from the palace. By law, it should be handled by you personally. Furthermore, one of them is my brother. I must avoid any conflicts of interest." The official's smile faltered at Yin Quan's righteous demeanor. Although he was reluctant to intervene, Yin Quan had a valid point. The matter indeed warranted his direct involvement. However, he truly wished to avoid offending anyone. Among those apprehended were the North Prince's heir, the Prime Minister's youngest son, the Minister of Revenue's son, and the Minister of Personnel's son. None were easy targets. If he were to act too harshly, not to mention the North Prince's potential wrath, he would also alienate the Prime Minister's office, the Ministry of Revenue, and the Ministry of Personnel, jeopardizing his future prospects. "No, I cannot wade into this murky water. After resolving his thoughts, the head of the disciplinary hall faced another dilemma. Though he wished to remain uninvolved, he could not disregard the palace's command. Standing silently in the hall, Yin Quan observed as the official paced back and forth, mulling over the situation. Suddenly, an idea struck the official. Let us administer a light punishment. Have them each write a self-reflection and summon their families to retrieve them. This way, we can avoid offending anyone. And if the palace inquires, we will have an explanation. Yin Quan, I have rendered my judgment. You may relay the decision. I shall not be present. Seeing the official's satisfied smile, Yin Quan nodded quietly. Truly, he was an experienced veteran, meticulous in his dealings. Feeling a surge of admiration, Yin Quan promptly went to issue the orders. Chapter 26. The incident of leading people. What? Are we supposed to go home to lead someone? And we have to write a self-criticism? Upon receiving the news from Yin Quan, Genie Qin and Wei Junjie felt a shock above their heads, their hands and feet tense, unsure of where to place them. Usually, when they misbehaved, their family would turn a blind eye. However, being caught in a place of ill repute and having to bring someone home, such a disgraceful matter would surely lead to severe consequences upon their return. Could Commander Yin perhaps make it a little easier for us? Genie Qin gazed at Yin Quan with a flattering expression, his eyes filled with hope. Wei Junjie mirrored his demeanor, both showing signs of nervousness. Observing their anxious expressions, Yin Quan spoke solemnly. Had I known today would come, I would have acted differently from the beginning. While mischief is one thing, to dare to defy a prohibition is quite another. With that, his gaze turned to Yin Rong, reflecting disappointment, as if saying he wished he could have done better. You deserve to be punished. Hearing his brother's reprimand, Yin Rong shrank back, remaining silent. Lung Yuan sat nearby, casually observing their dialogue with a smile, as if all of this was of no concern to him. As time passed, Genie Qin and Wei Junjie were taken back by their family and Appo's representatives, leaving only Yin Rong and Yin Quan behind. Throughout, Yin Quan hardly exchanged words with Lung Yuan. His attitude starkly different from that towards Yin Rong. After a while, someone from the residence arrived and took Yin Rong away. In the grand hall, only Yin Quan and Lung Yuan remained. It seems you have some objections to me? In the vast hall, Lung Yuan sipped his tea and then posed the question. In response, Yin Quan replied calmly, the air is overthinking. Although you may not show it, I can sense it. Lung Yuan lifted his teacup, his gaze steady on Yin Quan. At this, Yin Quan frowned and said gravely, Yin Rong is my younger brother. Though he enjoys mischief, he has not committed any egregious acts. But since the heir has arrived, he has directly clashed with the Fuwang mansion. The waters of the capital are deep. This is beyond his capacity to bear. Upon hearing Yin Quan and Appo's words, Lung Yuan immediately understood. You fear that Yin Rong and Appo's proximity to me might provoke the Fuwang mansion? Yin Rong looked at Lung Yuan in silence, effectively acknowledging the implication. He then shifted his gaze to the outside. Today's incident was a retaliation from the Fuwang mansion. They were merely collateral damage. While direct attacks can be dodged, covert schemes are far more challenging to defend against. The heir has the Northern King to protect him and can act with impunity, but they do not possess such means. Observing Yin Quan and Appo's figure, Lung Yuan chuckled. Young Master Yin, are you truly so fearful of the Fuwang mansion's influence? It is not fear, Yin Quan shook his head. The heir will eventually return to the Northern Territory, while the roots of my Yin family lie in the capital. To grow steadily, one must not become a thorn in the side of others. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan set down his teacup and inquired calmly, is this the Prime Minister's intention? No. This is my personal view. Yin Quan's gaze met Lung Yuan and Appo's, his tone resolute. I detest ostentation in my life, especially the kind that merely involves lounging around women. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan's expression grew somewhat peculiar, yet he offered no explanation. To Yin Quan, this silence was tantamount to acquiescence. At that moment, a group of people suddenly entered the hall. You dare defy the royal decree. You're doomed. Ji Haokuan strode in with a group of guards. His eyes filled with malice as he taunted Lung Yuan. The interruption displeased Lung Yuan. Do you believe that, even here, I couldn't render you half dead? Huh. You've already been captured and brought to the discipline hall, and you dare to act so recklessly? Ji Haokuan approached Lung Yuan, arms spread wide, exuding arrogance. Come on, hit me. Come and hit me. As Ji Haokuan boldly stared at Lung Yuan, he suddenly felt darkness envelop him. Bang, bang, bang. Faced with such provocation, how could Lung Yuan not accommodate this request? He delivered a punch that sent Ji Haokuan sprawling, followed by a flurry of strikes. Ah, someone. Are you all blind? Come at me. Having broken through to the realm of martial generals, Lung Yuan did not even need to resort to covert attacks. Ji Haokuan was no match for him. He was swiftly overwhelmed, unable to retaliate, only able to call out for his subordinates amidst cries of despair. As the guards rushed in, Yin Quan sternly admonished. What do you intend to do? This is the discipline hall. You cannot act recklessly here. Hearing Yin Quan's words, the guards hesitated for a moment, but seeing their prince being beaten, they surged forward once more. Just as they were about to join the fray, the head of the discipline hall finally appeared, exuding a powerful aura. What is happening? Everyone, cease at once. As a formidable presence descended upon the scene, all present were compelled to halt. Sensing the overwhelming energy, Long Yuan too was forced to stop. The head of the discipline hall, with a stern expression, approached the main hall, his gaze grave as he surveyed the crowd. This is a solemn place. How can you behave so recklessly? Return and reflect on your actions. With these words, Long Yuan said nothing and turned to leave the hall. Nie Shozhua, you cannot let him go. He has not only defied the royal decree, but has also openly assaulted the heir. He must be severely punished. Ji Haokuan, seeing Long Yuan and Apos' departure, quickly rose and shouted at the head of the discipline hall. Hearing this, Nie Ren felt helpless. He could not afford to offend either side. He merely wished to dismiss everyone. As long as no incidents occurred in the discipline hall, it was of no concern to him. However, he never anticipated that the heir of the Fuang mansion would put him in a position where he had no choice but to intervene. Regarding the violation of the royal decree, I have already rendered judgment. As for the assault, what exactly transpired? Upon hearing the head's question, Ji Haokuan replied hastily. He committed violence within the discipline hall. Is that not evident? Just look at how he has beaten me. In response, Nie Ren turned his gaze to Long Yuan and asked solemnly, Young master of the Northern King, do you have anything to say? I did not commit violence. Long Yuan turned to the head of the discipline hall, his expression earnest. Ji Haokuan approached me and invited me to hit him. I merely fulfilled his wish. At these words, Nie Ren's lips twitched, his expression turning peculiar. Meanwhile, Ji Haokuan exploded in rage. You lie? Am I insane to ask you to hit me? Nie Shozhua. He is lying. Ji Haokuan's eyes were bloodshot as he protested. Nie Ren, regarding Ji Haokuan's furious expression, replied sternly, Young master of the Northern King, one must speak with evidence. You cannot speak so absurdly. In response, Long Yuan calmly stated, I have evidence. Chapter 27. Seeking Alternatives Evidence. What evidence? As he gazed into the clear eyes of Long Yuan, Nie Ren was filled with confusion. It was he who approached me first, inviting my strike. This statement did not escape the ears of Commander Yin, who stood as a witness to the unfolding drama. Upon hearing this, Nie Ren turned his gaze towards Yin Quan and solemnly inquired, Commander Yin, is this true? Faced with the scrutinizing gaze of the presiding elder, Yin Quan felt a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He had no desire to involve himself in Long Yuan's affairs, but found himself unwittingly entangled. Ignoring the threatening glare of Ji Haokuan, Yin Quan nodded indifferently. Scoundrel, they are in cahoots. His words hold no weight. Ji Haokuan bellowed, pointing a finger at him. With a stoic expression, Yin Quan replied, Young Master Ji, have you considered the consequences before speaking? My family may wish to avoid trouble, but we are not afraid of it. Upon hearing this, Ji Haokuan's voice diminished and his raucous demeanor faded. Seeing the situation clarified, Nie Ren addressed the two young masters. Since the matter is now clear, you may return for the time being. Farewell. Long Yuan offered a respectful nod to Nie Ren, smiled at Yin Quan and Ji Haokuan, then strode out confidently. Scoundrel, you will not escape my grasp. Ji Haokuan seethed, watching the North Prince depart with ire. Yin Quan, revealing a hint of disdain, turned and left without another word. In the grand hall, only Nie Ren and Ji Haokuan remained, and at that moment, the atmosphere shifted ominously. Ji Haokuan, previously fuming, suddenly contained his rage and placed a letter upon Nie Ren's desk before turning to exit. As Ji Haokuan glanced back momentarily, a wry smile appeared on Nie Ren's lips. With a contemplative expression, he opened the letter, only to crush it into dust with a surge of spiritual energy. Young master, you are back. Upon exiting the discipline pavilion, Long Yuan encountered Wang San and his companions waiting at the door. Let us return for a meal. I am famished. He smiled at them before boarding the carriage. In the royal palace, the Martial King and the Empress Dowager sat across from one another. After hearing the report from the guards, the Empress Dowager turned to the Martial King and said, You let the North Prince go, disregarding the royal edict? Mother, he is but a young man. Intoxicated by his first taste of forbidden fruit, it is human nature, the Martial King replied, his gaze drifting northward, a teasing grin playing upon his lips. Though I have unified the Great Wu, the four kings on the borders are formidable figures. I cannot exert my power over them. However, among the second generation, my son Howren stands out. As for the North Prince, if he wishes to indulge, let him do so. Since the North King has not spoken against it, I shall not intervene. As he spoke, the Martial King found himself chuckling. While he could not surpass the North King, his son could certainly outshine the North Prince's offspring. This thought brought him an inexplicable sense of satisfaction. Noticing her son's demeanor, the Empress Dowager refrained from further discussion, though she expressed dissatisfaction. He has also harmed Haokuan. This matter should not be mentioned again. The Martial King interjected sharply at the mere mention of Ji Haokuan. The smile faded from his face as he looked at the Empress Dowager and said, I might overlook the foolish actions of the Fuang for your sake, but I will not clean up his mess. Hearing her son's words, the Empress Dowager spoke softly, Ling Tian, after all, Ling Kong is your own flesh and blood. If he were not my brother, the deeds he has committed would warrant his demise 10 times over. The Martial King replied coldly before turning to leave. There are matters to attend to. I shall take my leave. Watching the Martial King's retreating figure, The Empress Dowager's expression was one of bitter resignation. Meanwhile, after finishing dinner, Lung Yuan sat alone in his chamber, deep in thought. Although this incident was merely a warning, the Martial King's command could not be disregarded. Should he continue to frequent the Shueihua Tower, even the Martial King's patience would eventually wear thin. Thus, the plan to secretly obtain blood energy from Shueihua Tower became untenable. Other options were also inconvenient. The North Mountain hunting grounds. He suddenly exclaimed, perhaps that would be worth a try. Resolutely, he retrieved a map of the royal capital, quickly locating the position of the North Mountain hunting grounds. The following day, riding in the North Prince's carriage, Lung Yuan boldly passed by the North Mountain hunting grounds. After spending a day exploring a small town at the foot of the mountain, he returned to the royal residence. As night fell and the moon hung high, Lung Yuan donned a dark cloak, brandishing a long sword as he stealthily slipped out of the royal compound. Having broken through to the second tier of martial generals, he felt a surge of latent power within him. In a few agile leaps, he vanished into the night. After a swift journey, he arrived at his destination in the span of 2 incense sticks. Gazing at the dense forest ahead, excitement flickered in his eyes. North Mountain hunting grounds, here I come. Evading the patrolling soldiers, he swiftly darted inside. With each nimble movement, the leaves of the forest trembled. After a brief moment, he paused. Having traversed the outermost layer of the forest, he had arrived at the true hunting grounds. Standing there, he felt a newfound ease in his breathing. The interior was filled with colossal vegetation, presenting an environment starkly different from the outside world. He paused by a small lake, intently surveying his surroundings. Suddenly, a palm-sized spider descended on a silk thread from behind him. In an instant, Lung Yuan instinctively drew his sword, cleaving the creature in two. The next moment, his innate talent activated, and his blood energy surged. Not only that, but he sensed something else within him, though it remained elusive for now. Gazing at the colorful spider, now severed in half, a glimmer of joy lit up Lung Yuan and Appo's eyes. Who would have thought that such a diminutive creature would grant me an increase in blood energy? In the outside world, this amount is typically reserved for large livestock. It seems I have made the right choice in coming to the North Mountain hunting grounds. His eyes sparkled with eagerness as he surveyed the area, every creature before him appearing as a treasure. Blood energy, I am coming for you. Having tasted the sweetness of success, he gripped his sword and charged along a mountain path, resembling an unrivaled demon king. Along the way, any creature, regardless of size, that crossed his path was ruthlessly dispatched. Blood energy 1, blood energy 2, blood energy 10 here. Creatures the size of a palm provided a single point of blood energy, with larger specimens yielding even more. After vanquishing a mutated wolf, Lung Yuan gained an impressive 10 points of blood energy. Suddenly, a furious howl echoed through the forest, jolting Lung Yuan from his revelry in his bountiful harvest. Chapter 28. The first massacre. A sense of foreboding washed over Lung Yuan as the haunting howls of wolves echoed through the forest. Instinctively, he tightened his grip on the longsword in his hand. The ominous chorus of a woo, soon transformed into a cacophony of rustling sounds. As a pack of over 100 wild wolves surged forth from the shadows surrounding him, though these beasts had undergone a transformation, they were merely on par with martial warriors of the human race. At my current level of martial prowess, I am at the second stage. Being encircled should pose no significant threat. Rather than succumbing to fear, Lung Yuan felt a surge of exhilaration ignite within him. Kill! He roared, launching himself into the fray before the wolves could mount their assault. With a series of swift movements, he thrust forward, his sword cutting through the air with immense force, cleaving one wolf in two amidst a flurry of sound. The creature's lifeless body crumpled to the ground, granting him a surge of vitality. 120 units of blood energy. The thrill coursed through him, his icy gaze now alight with fervor, upon witnessing the demise of their companion. The remaining wolves were not deterred. Instead, the scent of blood ignited their primal fury. They charged forward, eyes glinting like emeralds in the darkness, united in their intent to tear him apart and devour his flesh. The battle commenced with frenzied howls and rapid assaults from the pack. Lung Yuan moved with grace and agility, his sword slicing through the air, each strike imbued with formidable strength and lethal precision. He was not merely wielding his sword. He also employed his fists and feet to fend off the relentless attackers. With a deft motion, he dispatched another wolf, only to find himself beset by 4 more from all sides. In a critical moment, he executed a sweeping motion with his sword, forcing 2 wolves to retreat. He then spun, delivering a powerful kick that shattered the skull of a wolf behind him. Having eliminated 3 adversaries, he pivoted once more, his sword piercing the skull of yet another wolf, eliciting a chorus of anguished howls. The toll of his victories accumulated, granting him an additional 40 units of blood energy. Above in the moonlit canopy, the Wolf King emitted a long, piercing howl, signaling a renewed assault from the pack. As the wolves surged forward with increased ferocity, the darkness around him swelled with their presence, undeterred by the losses they had suffered. With each fallen wolf, the metallic scent of blood spread, stirring unseen entities lurking in the shadows. Suddenly, as Lung Yuan brought his sword down, a wolf lunged from behind, sinking its teeth into his waist. In that dire moment, he felt a sharp pain, but his skin shimmered with intricate patterns as the biting force triggered a defensive reaction. With a powerful rebound, he shook off the wolf's teeth and, in one fluid motion, beheaded it with a swift stroke of his sword. That was close, he thought, reflecting on his near brush with defeat. As he continued to fend off the onslaught of wolves, he contemplated his combat strategy, subtly adjusting his movements. With each passing moment, his techniques grew more refined, and his footwork became more deliberate. While he occasionally faced close encounters, fear no longer gripped him. Though ordinary martial warriors would be severely injured if bitten, Lung Yuan was an exception. His breakthrough to the martial realm had transcended the ordinary, resonating with the essence of energy in a manner unrecorded in texts. As the battle raged on, the accumulation of blood energy surged within him, now exceeding 1,000 units. However, this came at a cost. His stamina was dwindling, and his speed had begun to wane. The Wolf King, observing the unfolding chaos, howled once more, awakening a fresh wave of green eyes from the shadows. Lung Yuan's heart raced as he sensed the imminent arrival of more wolves. Realizing the gravity of his predicament, he knew escape was no longer an option. To break free, he must carve a path through the throng of wolves. Amid the chaos, he resolved to push beyond his limits, wondering if he could achieve a breakthrough during battle. With determination, he began to channel his energy amidst the fray. The blood energy surged violently within him, creating a tumultuous wave that could obliterate an ordinary man. Yet, with his unique constitution, he remained unscathed as the energy coursed through him, invigorating his flesh. As 300 units of blood energy coalesced, he experienced a breakthrough. The third stage of martial prowess, he declared inwardly, feeling the renewed strength coursing through him. His speed returned, even exceeding his previous capabilities. In a heartbeat, he dashed into the heart of the wolf pack, his sword striking with lethal precision as he dispatched 3 more wolves in rapid succession. With each swing, the tide of battle shifted, and Lung Yuan surged forward, ready to confront the oncoming horde. Chapter 29. The Mantis catches the cicada. The fourth layer of the martial general realm has been achieved. After consuming another 400 units of blood energy, Lung Yuan successfully broke through to the next level. As his bones were fortified by the blood energy, the condensed dark force within him grew increasingly potent. Now, every movement he made was imbued with an astonishing strength of 4,000 Jin. Confronted by the pack of wolves surrounding him, he wielded his sword as if slicing through vegetables. Thud, thud, thud. Blood energy 10. Blood energy 10. Blood energy 10. Now restored, Lung Yuan unleashed his full potential, charging directly into the darkness where the wolves lurked. He propelled himself towards the areas illuminated by green light, his sword dancing wildly, leaving a trail of resounding slashes in the moonlight. Countless sword lights flickered around him, as if an infinite sword aura were erupting forth. The seemingly dazzling sword lights carried an overwhelming killing intent, continuously decimating the wolves surrounding him. Blood energy has surged back to 1,000. Sensing the transformation within him, Lung Yuan did not hesitate and initiated another breakthrough. Bang, bang, bang. A cacophony of chaotic footsteps echoed through the dark woods. Observing Lung Yuan's growing ferocity, the wolves began to feel bewildered. Their previously infallible strategy of attrition proved futile against this human. Bang. After cleaving through another wolf with his sword, Lung Yuan broke through once more. As 500 units of blood energy were rapidly absorbed by his bones, he ascended to the 5th layer of the martial general realm. With another 700 units of blood energy, he pressed on to break through further. A flicker of excitement flashed in Lung Yuan's eyes as he felt the surge of power within him. Thud, 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 as wolves fell one by one. The Wolf King let out a mournful howl. This time, it was not an advance, but a retreat. The strength of this human instilled fear within it. Furthermore, with so many wolves dead in this battle, they could no longer afford to expend their resources. Alo alo. As the Wolf King's voice resonated, the pack began to withdraw. No longer attacking Lung Yuan, they faded into the surrounding darkness. Seeing this, Lung Yuan chose not to pursue. The wolves scattered, and the surrounding area was shrouded in darkness. Chasing after them would serve little purpose. Moreover, he was in the midst of a breakthrough and preferred not to complicate matters. With the wolves no longer assaulting him, Lung Yuan stood firm and focused on his breakthrough. Feeling the blood energy surging violently within him, he adjusted his breathing and swiftly circulated his vital energy. Suddenly, a wisp of smoke drifted toward him. Although enveloped in darkness, Lung Yuan instinctively sensed an unsettling discomfort. In the next moment, he felt a wave of dizziness wash over him. Not good. Panic surged within Lung Yuan. To his astonishment, there were indeed others lurking nearby. In a critical moment, he bit down on his tongue, forcing himself to muster a surge of energy to stave off unconsciousness. Big brother, it's this brat. He has single-handedly slain so many martial artists. Lung Yuan's eyes were closed as he gripped his sword tightly, remaining silent and listening intently to the sounds approaching from a distance. Step, step, step. As the footsteps drew closer, a group of mysterious figures clad in black adorned with vials and jars, encircled Lung Yuan. Shaoli, you've done well. This kid appears young, yet his strength is formidable. He must be a genius cultivated by some hidden faction. However, he dares to venture alone into the North Mountain hunting grounds. It seems his luck has run out. Encountering us, even a genius is destined to meet an untimely end. Swish. The leader spoke as he drew a long knife from his waist, advancing toward Lung Yuan. Boss, wait. Just as he was about to strike, one of his subordinates hurriedly interjected, our master is in need of talent. Why not capture this kid and present him to the master? Hearing his subordinate's suggestion, the leader paused, then shook his head. No, if he were an ordinary person, it wouldn't matter if he vanished. But this kid clearly has a background. If he dies here, no one will know, but if he appears elsewhere, his faction might discover it. At that point, not only would we be exposed, but we would also bring trouble upon our master. Upon hearing this, the surrounding black-clad figures fell silent. Kid, don't blame me. Blame your bad luck. Out here, you should have played it safe. Remember to be a good child in your next life. Haraha. Swish. After uttering those words, the black-clad leader revealed his sinister intent. Raising his hand with the knife swiftly aimed at Lung Yuan's head. Thud. In the next instant, a flash of silver-white brilliance sliced through the air. The black-clad leader's head separated from his shoulders, and his body toppled backward. Blood Energy 10. The sixth layer of the martial general realm has been achieved. As Lung Yuan's sword cleaved through the black-clad figure, his own realm ascended in tandem. Seizing the moment as the leader's body fell, he sprang forth into the midst of the remaining black-clad figures. Swish, swish, swish. Lung Yuan's sword moved with rapidity, blooming into a cascade of splendid sword flowers within the darkness. With each FL Chapter 30, arrival at the academy as the garments were sifted through, Lung Yuan furrowed his brow. Aside from a few jars and vials, there was nothing of value. I am curious to see what these bottles contain. After gathering all the vials of the black-clad men, Lung Yuan opened them one by one. To his surprise, they were filled with pills and dark liquids. Although he was unaware of their purpose, the foul odor led him to categorize them as undesirable substances. Casually sealing the lids, he cast them into the lake. Gurgle. 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 As the vials sank, a torrent of water rushed in, swiftly washing out the murky contents. Nonetheless, Lung Yuan paid it no mind. Sight is time to return. After several hours of relentless combat, if he did not head back soon, dawn would break. Following the path he took, Lung Yuan wielded his sword and sped through the night. With his recent breakthrough, his speed had increased significantly compared to his earlier journey. Swift as the wind, he maneuvered past several patrols and successfully scaled the wall back into the royal courtyard. Changing out of his night attire, he rinsed himself off with clean water. After a yawn, he climbed into bed and fell asleep. Knock, knock, knock. A short while later, a knocking sound jolted Lung Yuan awake. Young master, it's time to rise. Young master. Hearing Wang San's voice, Lung Yuan propped himself up, his dark circles evident as he squinted, his tone irritable. Do not disturb me. If there is anything, speak after I awaken. With that, he shut his eyes, turned over, and attempted to return to slumber. Knock, knock, knock. Moments later, the knocking persisted. Lung Yuan's temper flared, and he stormed to the door, glaring at Wang San. You better have something important. At that moment, Lung Yuan had just endured a massacre, and his aura had not yet calmed. Coupled with being awakened twice, his anger surged to its peak. The sight of the bloodshot-eyed young master sent a wave of dread through Wang San, who recognized the palpable aura of slaughter. Young master, you. Having come from the military himself, Wang San was well acquainted with such a murderous presence. The young master had experienced a violent encounter unbeknownst to him. Noticing Wang San's realization, Lung Yuan spoke in a low voice. If it's not of great importance, do not disturb me. Bang. With that, he slammed the door shut and returned to bed. Young master, staring at the firmly closed door, Wang San felt a shiver run down his spine. At that moment, he lost any desire to disturb Lung Yuan. Instead, he pondered how to convey this matter to the prince. Time passed quietly, and when Lung Yuan finally stepped out of his room, it was nearly noon. Young master, have you rested well? Seeing Lung Yuan emerge, Wang San hurried over, waiting outside. Steward Wang, is there something? Noticing Wang San's troubled expression, Lung Yuan asked calmly. Young master, today is your day to report to Mu Yun Academy. Mu Yun Academy. Upon hearing Wang San's words, Lung Yuan froze momentarily, then felt a jolt of alarm. Oh no. The Martial King commanded me to report to Mu Yun Academy, and I completely forgot. Regaining his composure, Lung Yuan immediately summoned people to prepare a carriage. Having just offended the Martial King, he could not afford to defy the royal command. Young master, you haven't tea eaten yet. Seeing Lung Yuan hastily depart, Wang San called out in worry. I'll skip it. Rushing to the entrance of the royal residence, Lung Yuan finally boarded the carriage and set off. By this time, his aura had settled, and he appeared once more as a refined gentleman. Clop, clop, clop. After a brief journey, Lung Yuan arrived at Mu Yun Academy. Stop. This is the academy. Outsiders are not permitted entry. Upon reaching the entrance, Lung Yuan's carriage was halted. Have you lost your sight? This is the carriage of the Northern Prince. My young master is here on royal orders to report to the academy. How dare you obstruct him? As the guards attempted to block the way, the carriage driver unleashed a torrent of scorn upon them. Ah, it is the Northern Prince's heir. Please, enter. Upon revealing their identity, the guards' expressions shifted dramatically, and they quickly stepped aside. Clop, clop, clop. As the carriage smoothly rolled into the academy, Lung Yuan was greeted by the melodious sound of recitation. To know restraint is to find certainty. With certainty comes tranquility. With tranquility comes peace. With peace comes contemplation. With contemplation comes understanding. Upon hearing the voices, Lung Yuan dismounted and followed the sound to a courtyard where he paused. Who approaches? Just as he settled, a calm voice emanated from within the room. I, Lung Yuan, come at the behest of the Martial King to report to the academy. Enter. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan let out a quiet sigh of relief, thinking he had passed the initial test. However, upon entering, aside from the curious youths, the teacher seated at the front continued to ignore him, engrossed in his reading. A gentleman seeks to cultivate himself before seeking others. Without self-cultivation, he cannot judge others. As Lung Yuan stood at the doorway, observing the students following the teacher's lead, he felt exceedingly awkward. His presence seemed utterly out of place. Yet, the middle-aged teacher, possessing an air of scholarly refinement, appeared to be quite knowledgeable. Young master, young master. Suddenly, it seemed as though someone was calling him. A glance revealed Yin Rong and a few others seated nearby, discreetly waving at him. Simultaneously, many young individuals regarded the figure at the door with intrigue. Is this truly the Northern Princess heir? Rumor has it he has a foul temper and is quite the libertine, yet he does not seem so. What do you know? Some people are just wolves in sheep's clothing. Within the academy, the offspring of various factions held differing views of Lung Yuan. Some were curious, others derogatory, and some expressed interest. While everyone was sizing each other up, the teacher at the front concluded the lesson. Northern Princess heir. You may take a seat there. The teacher gestured to a seat at the back row. Lung Yuan bowed slightly and quickly made his way to the designated spot. At this moment, he felt somewhat less out of place. That concludes today's lesson. Tomorrow, I will review your assignments. Those who do not pass will be made to stand at the entrance. The teacher rose slowly, addressing the class, and deliberately cast a glance at Lung Yuan before turning to leave. In the next moment, Lung Yuan was left dumbfounded. I've just arrived and it's over? You expect me to stand for not passing without even informing me of the assignments? This teacher was undoubtedly being deliberately vexatious. Watching the teacher's retreating figure, Lung Yuan felt a wave of frustration. Chapter 31. At Linbei Mountain, Your Highness. Why have you only just arrived? One must not offend this gentleman, said Yin Rong as he and his companions surrounded Lung Yuan. Does this gentleman possess some background that compels your compliance? Lung Yuan inquired, observing Wei Junjia's serious demeanor. Your Highness, you are unaware. The esteemed instructor of Mu Yun Academy, Mu Shuyun, is the current Minister of Rites. He wields significant influence in the capital. Moreover, his standing in the literary world is formidable. Should he harbor discontent towards you, all literati will distance themselves from you. Conversely, if you earn his favor, you will gain the support of many. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan nodded in understanding. No wonder he was one of the 6 ministers in the capital. He smiled at the group, but did not dwell on the matter. This world respects strength, and he had no intention of entering the literary realm. Such matters held no relevance for him. His sole concern was that Mu Shuyun might report him to the Martial King, the only figure in the capital he truly feared, as he was of the same caliber as his own father. Never mind, it is as it is. Whatever occurs, I shall assess the situation tomorrow. Seeing that Lung Yuan was unfazed, the others abandoned the topic. Your Highness, shall we go out for some leisure? Today's classes have concluded, and the instructor will not return until tomorrow, Genie Chen suggested. At this, Yin Rong and Wei Junjia's eyes sparkled with excitement as they turned their gazes toward Lung Yuan. However, Lung Yuan shook his head. It doesn't matter. I cannot go to Shueihua Tower. There is nothing of interest left in the capital. The trio was momentarily taken aback by his outright rejection. Your Highness has such an affinity for Shueihua Tower. Is that the only place that piques your interest? Is the allure of Jingguaguan truly so potent? Genie Chen's words elicited peculiar expressions from Yin Rong and Wei Junjia, who struggled to suppress their laughter, their faces contorting in the process. Lung Yuan, too, was caught off guard but chose not to clarify. Let the misunderstanding persist. It was for the best. His ambition was to become a ruler like his father. Nothing was more enticing to him than the pursuit of strength. The Beishan hunting grounds were indeed an excellent location. He had visited the previous night and elevated his cultivation by several levels. He would venture there again tonight. After pondering for a moment, Lung Yuan rose and addressed Yin Rong and the others. Gentlemen, I have matters to attend to. I bid you farewell. Without waiting for their reactions, he departed swiftly. As he walked away, Wei Junjia called after him, Your Highness, your studies. What studies? I know nothing of them. Lung Yuan waved dismissively, not looking back. Wow, is this truly the son of the North King? How carefree. In the academy, Some gazed at Lung Yuan's retreating figure with admiration, while others wore expressions of disdain. Humph. Another pretentious one. Once aboard his carriage, Lung Yuan returned directly to the North King's residence. In the courtyard, he reclined on a lounge chair, basking in the warm sunlight and gently swaying. Given my current cultivation, as long as I do not delve too deeply, I can withstand any ambushes on the periphery without fear. However, I must remain vigilant against lurking poachers. Unbeknownst to him, the sun began to set. As he gazed upon the crimson hues painting the sky, a smile broadened on his face. That night, Lang Yuan skillfully scaled the wall of the courtyard. Wang San, who had long been waiting in the shadows, felt his heart race. Indeed, the young master has ventured out. In the capital, no battles had erupted, but the aura of slaughter surrounding the young master was a mystery. While he pondered, Wang San hurriedly followed. Yet, upon climbing over the wall, he found nothing but darkness, with Lung Yuan's figure nowhere in sight. The young master's prowess. At that moment, Wang San was certain of his suspicions. Young scions of noble families at such a tender age were still struggling to cultivate at the martial servant level, with only a few breaking through to martial artist. They could not possibly possess such swiftness. Even if Lang Yuan's cultivation had regressed to that of a martial general, evading him would require someone of considerable skill. The thought of a 15-year-old martial general was simply terrifying. Although higher cultivation yields greater vitality daily, even with relentless training, one could only manifest a single aura of blood essence daily. For those at the martial artist level, a mere 3 days were needed to cultivate a single aura. Over a year, that amounted to just over 100, barely sufficient to break through to the second level of martial general. The higher levels demanded increasingly more blood essence, often taking years to advance even a single tier. The young master, being merely 15, lacked the time for such arduous cultivation. As for the martial servant realm, it was impossible to accumulate blood essence. The foundation must be solidified before one could break through to the martial artist level. The transition from 0 to 1 was fundamentally different from that of 1 to 2. Never mind, since the young master has his own plans. It is not my place to intervene. I can only hope for his safe return. However, this matter must be reported to the prince at once. On the other side, Lung Yuan darted through the darkness. After a brief incense stick's worth of time, he arrived back at the Beishan hunting grounds. Familiar with the terrain from his previous night's visit, he sensed a heavy atmosphere. Perhaps someone has been here, he mused. Observing the remnants of the wolves he had dispatched, and decided to change his course. As he walked, a leaf suddenly sliced through his black attire, leaving a white mark upon his skin. Glancing down, he murmured, "Indeed, those at the martial artist level perish here without knowledge of their demise. Yet, such matters hold no relevance for me." With a swift draw of his sword, he cleared a path before him. Suddenly, from the underbrush, a long snake lunged towards his neck, its mouth agape with venom swirling within. Humph! Unfazed by the sudden attack, Lang Yuan executed a horizontal slash. The immense force of 6,000 pounds, infused with deadly precision, cleaved the serpent in twain. Just as Lung Yuan thought the matter concluded, the severed snake's body lunged at him, its eyes filled with malice, seeking to bite. In a moment of haste, he raised his hand to defend himself. Crack! In the next instant, the snake's jaws clamped onto his arm, venom surging forth, yet failing to breach even his skin. With a surge of blood essence, Lung Yuan repelled the severed serpent, which landed on the ground, casting him a cold glance as it prepared to flee. In a heartbeat, a long sword soared through the air, piercing its skull. Repugnant creature. Lung Yuan stepped forward, retrieving his sword and making his way toward the nearby lake. Chapter 32. A sudden fall splash. Splash. By the small lake, Lung Yuan hastily washed the venom from his hands, his brows furrowed in disdain. These substances were utterly repugnant. Next time, he would need to alter his approach. As he cleansed the discomfort from his hands, he contemplated the angle of his sword strikes. Being nightfall, he was blissfully unaware of the stirrings beneath the water's surface. Splash. Accompanied by the sound of flowing water, a shadow silently glided beneath Lung Yuan. Bang. Suddenly, the water erupted violently, and a gigantic fish monster broke the surface, its gaping maw wide open. What on earth is that? The abrupt change left Lung Yuan unprepared, momentarily paralyzed. By the time he reacted, the monstrous fish had already lunged at him. Bang. At that moment, there was no time for him to draw his sword. Instinctively, he extended his hands to grasp the creature's massive jaws. Whoosh. Bang, bang, bang. At the instant of contact between man and beast, the air vibrated with a palpable force. Finding its prey unyielding, the monster fish thrashed its tail, its 3-meter-long body creating tumultuous waves. Splash. Splash. As the waves roared, Lung Yuan's arms trembled. Despite possessing immense strength of 6,000 jin, he felt somewhat overwhelmed. I shall not yield. As the tremendous force from the fish assaulted him, Lung Yuan's spirit ignited with defiance. Yield to me. He gritted his teeth, feeling his blood surging within him. With an unrestrained burst of energy, a mysterious aura emanated from his dantian. Countless enigmatic patterns illuminated his form. In that moment, it felt as though he had received a divine boon, his original strength surpassing its limits. Crack. Crack. As this power surged, Lung Yuan slowly spread his arms, lifting the fish's head with sheer force. Gurgle. Bang. Splash. Sensing danger, the fish violently thrashed its tail, releasing a foul stench into the air. Whoosh. Instinctively, Lung Yuan shut his eyes. Seizing the opportunity, the fish, propelled by its powerful tail, broke free from his grasp. Boom. In an instant, the fish plunged back into the depths, vanishing from sight. Cursed creature. As he watched it disappear beneath the surface, a wave of urgency washed over Lung Yuan. This fish was at least of martial general caliber. If he could slay it, he would undoubtedly gain a wealth of vitality. Yet, it had escaped too swiftly. In the blink of an eye, it was gone. Humph. Next time, dare to show yourself. Lung Yuan stood at the lakeside, sword in hand, watching in silence for a lengthy moment before finally turning to leave. The aquatic creature thrived beneath the surface, while he, as a mere mortal, could not pursue it into the water. Reluctantly, he departed. Bang. Thud. Thud. With the fish gone, the beasts on land would bear the brunt of his frustration. Unable to catch the fish, Lung Yuan unleashed his wrath upon the wildlife. Along his path, white-maned hyenas, algae lizards, and human-faced spiders, all that came into view, were mercilessly slaughtered. Vitality 10. Vitality 10. Vitality 10. In a brief span, he amassed 70 points of vitality. The beasts in this area were dwindling. It was time to search elsewhere, preferably for some tribes. As he walked, he pondered his next steps. Suddenly, the roots beneath his feet trembled. No, this is not a root. Rustle, rustle. Just as Lung Yuan focused, a massive triangular snake head descended from the towering trees above. At a glance, that snake head was larger than a basin. Oh no, it was a giant forest boa. Hiss. Observing the gaping maw and curved venomous fangs, Lung Yuan turned and fled. However, having already detected him, the boa would not relinquish its meal. Hiss. Hiss. Rustle, rustle. The boa sniffed the air in Lung Yuan's direction, then emitted a strange hiss as its colossal body surged forth from the forest, barreling straight towards him. Thud, thud, thud. Realizing the boa was in pursuit, Lung Yuan turned and struck with his sword. Clang. Bang. The strike sliced through the boa's scales, yet the tremendous recoil shattered his sword. This is bad. This creature possesses immense strength. Seeing his broken sword, Lung Yuan's heart tightened, and his pace quickened. Thud, thud, thud. Bang, bang, bang. Man and boa raced through the forest. Though Lung Yuan frequently changed direction, the boa adeptly kept pace. Furthermore, being in its territory, the boa was swifter. As the distance between them narrowed, Lung Yuan's heart sank. Bang. Suddenly, the enormous boa executed a strange maneuver, slithering around from the other side, its mouth agape. Just as Lung Yuan turned, a dense cloud of toxic mist engulfed his face. Oh no. The unexpected turn of events caused him to hesitate instinctively. It was this very moment that the boa seized its chance. Rustle, rustle. Crack, crack, crack. In the blink of an eye, Lung Yuan found himself ensnared by the colossal boa. In an instant, a powerful constriction gripped him, causing his bones to crack under the pressure. Simultaneously, the toxic mist he had unwittingly inhaled began to cloud his consciousness. With 10 parts strength, he could only muster 5 or 6. Hiss. Once the boa had ensnared its prey, it reared its upper body, gazing triumphantly at the helpless Lung Yuan. As the sovereign of this domain, no prey had ever escaped its grasp. With no recourse, Lung Yuan found himself immobilized, poisoned, and tightly coiled by the boa. As time passed, the venom seeped deeper into his system. It was no longer merely a matter of escape. If he did not slay the boa and consume its gallbladder, fleeing would be futile. This giant forest boa was a creature of deadly poison, one that common remedies could not alleviate. Sighing inwardly, Lung Yuan lamented his carelessness. The victory of the previous night had lulled him into a false sense of security, leading him to believe this place was populated by mere creatures like the wild wolves. Thus, he had charged recklessly and found himself in dire straits. Gazing up at the enormous snake head looming above him, Lung Yuan silently vowed, "Fortunately, I still possess a trump card. However, the opportunity is fleeting. I must seize it." Hiss. Just as he lifted his gaze to meet the boa's, it opened its cavernous mouth and lunged downward. Gulp. As expected, Lung Yuan was swallowed whole. The next moment, a pungent, acrid scent and an overwhelming pressure enveloped him, rendering him utterly immobile. For an ordinary person, this would signify a grim fate of waiting to be digested. Yet, Lung Yuan was no ordinary individual. He still had a trump card up his sleeve. It was precisely this card that had emboldened him to venture forth alone. Gulp, gulp. Taking advantage of the fact that the upper body of the python remained in an upright position, Lung Yuan directly activated his corporeal divine abilities. Chapter 33, Poison Departure, the Void Body. As Lung Yuan concentrated his thoughts, intricate patterns illuminated his skin. Enveloped by a mysterious force, his body transcended into a state of nothingness. In this ethereal form, all tangible entities were rendered incapable of touching him. With a calculated ease, he employed this divine ability for the second time, swiftly dispelling its power as he descended. Once the sanctuary of the void dissipated, his corporeal form re-emerged within the belly of the colossal serpent, mere moments away from the serpent's gallbladder. However, before he could take action, the immense serpent emitted a pained hiss, thrashing violently against the ground. The very instant Leng Yuan materialized, a portion of the serpent's innards vanished. For the flesh that once occupied his position was unceremoniously claimed by the void. A wave of excruciating agony surged through the serpent, causing it to writhe helplessly. Yet all efforts proved futile. The moment it attempted to consume Leng Yuan, the balance of power shifted irreversibly. To dare devour me, a price must be paid. Upon locating the gallbladder, Leng Yuan bit down fiercely. With a resounding tear, he swallowed it whole. Outside, as he consumed the gallbladder, the serpent descended into madness. It unleashed frantic roars, its body contorting in anguish as it battered the earth, shattering surrounding rocks and vegetation. Yet, all this turmoil unfolded within its own confines. Despite its formidable strength, it was rendered impotent, forced to witness its vitality ebb away. At this juncture, a surge of vitality filled Leng Yuan as his innate talent activated, drawing rich essence into his being. Yet, he had no time to ponder. With the passage of time, the effects of the poison grew more pronounced, blurring his vision. Although he had ingested the gallbladder, detoxification demanded time. During this process, he risked succumbing to unconsciousness. If that were to occur on the streets, it might not pose great danger, but in the depths of this wilderness, he could easily become prey for a ferocious beast. He had to escape swiftly. Summoning his remaining strength, Leng Yuan tore through the serpent's weakened defenses. His actions seemed to seal the serpent's fate. Once he broke free, the serpent fell motionless, its spirit rapidly waning. Blood flowed from its wounds, staining the earth crimson, simultaneously attracting the attention of nearby beasts. As the sovereign of this domain, its blood held a fatal allure for the surrounding creatures. In mere moments, the air echoed with the ferocious roars of various beasts. As Leng Yuan emerged from the serpent's body, he found himself surrounded by a throng of wild animals, their eyes gleaming with hostility as they emitted low growls. Trouble loomed. With a foggy consciousness, Leng Yuan stood still, observing the dense mass of beasts encircling him. Strangely, they seemed wary of him, refraining from immediate attack, instead prowling around, assessing for vulnerabilities. Thus, an eerie stalemate ensued. However, for Leng Yuan, who was afflicted by potent toxins, this was not a favorable situation. Time was of the essence. He felt increasingly fatigued. If he did not leave soon, he might be unable to do so at all. Suddenly, with a determined clench of his jaw, he summoned his last reserves of strength and charged in the direction from whence he came. Roar! With his movement, the surrounding beasts erupted in response, particularly those directly facing him. They launched a savage assault upon the oncoming figure. In the blink of an eye, Leng Yuan found himself embroiled in combat with them. Having lost his sword, he was forced to fight barehanded. Within the dim forest, he barreled through, utilizing his fists against the oncoming beasts. Each strike unleashed a tremendous force, repelling the creatures while inflicting severe internal damage. Get away from me! As he clashed with the encircling beasts, his blood surged. Simultaneously, their relentless assault tattered his night attire. With each blow, he felt his vitality increase, even amidst the chaos. The instinctive drive to fight surged within him, igniting a fierce determination. In the heart of the forest, Leng Yuan weaved through the fray, delivering devastating blows with remarkable precision. Every creature he struck was left grievously wounded. Faced with the frenzied onslaught of Leng Yuan, the beasts began to whimper, their earlier aggression tempered by fear. Breakthrough. With a thunderous roar, he unleashed a powerful kick, sending a golden-furred lynx flying before swiftly following up with a downward strike. The resulting impact shattered the wolf's skull as dark energy erupted forth. As the essence flowed into him, there was no time for reflection. He continued forward, ruthlessly dispatching any who dared obstruct his path. Sensing his formidable presence, the beasts in the forest ceased their pursuit after a distance, retreating instead toward the fallen serpent's carcass. Listening to the cacophony of roars echoing through the woods, Leng Yuan pressed onward towards the direction of Beishan town. As he sprinted, the wind howled past him, and his head grew heavier. After escaping the fray, his awareness began to dim further. Forget it. I just need to survive tonight. Finally, Leng Yuan successfully reached Beishan town. Recognizing his fading consciousness, he hurriedly sought refuge in a courtyard. Finding a dense thicket of flowers, he collapsed, scanning his surroundings for threats. Confirming his safety, he succumbed to unconsciousness. Chapter 34. Waiting for recovery on the second day, as the golden sun broke the dawn, a gentle morning breeze swept through the treetops, causing dewdrops to roll down and fall into the flower beds, rousing the slumbering Leng Yuan. I made it. Weakly opening his eyes, Leng Yuan moved his fingers slightly, immediately feeling a wave of soreness. Hiss. This poison is indeed potent. Even after consuming the snake's gall, the after-effects are still so strong. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he lifted his head, only to suddenly realize that there was someone else in the courtyard. This presence, however, seemed rather peculiar. At that moment, The morning light began to illuminate the surroundings, and the night was slowly fading. By the azure pool, beneath an ancient tree, a girl clad in green sat alone on a swing. Her delicate face bore a hint of melancholy, and her bare feet dangled, swaying gently with the breeze. After a moment, she lowered her head onto her knees, her fingers tracing the rippling surface of the water, creating lonely eddies. Suddenly, a gust of wind tousled her dark hair, prompting her to lift her clear gaze towards the sky. "Miss, why are you out here alone?" A soft sound from behind shattered the tranquility of the moment. A maid hurried to the tree, her face etched with concern. "Miss, please return indoors. If you catch a chill, the master will be displeased." Upon hearing the maid's words, the girl in green remained silent. Her expression dimmed as she buried her head deeper. Fixating on the rippling water of the pool, she moved her fingers slightly and finally spoke in a low voice, tinged with resignation. "Previously, I was forbidden to leave the estate. Now, am I not even allowed to step out of my room?" "That is not what I meant, miss," the maid replied, her urgency growing as she observed the girl's despondent demeanor. She wished to explain, but found herself at a loss for words. "I do not blame you. Please return. Let me stay here for a while." The maid, seeing her mistress still seated on the swing, could only leave in resignation. In the flower bed, Lung Yuan observed silently, remaining motionless for an extended period. Suddenly, his arm, propped up for support, went numb, and he lost his balance, collapsing to the ground. The rustling of the flowers startled the girl from her daze. Who's there?" Peering through the branches of the flowers, she spotted Lung Yuan's bloodied black attire. Realizing it was not an animal, her voice trembled slightly. At that moment, the poison coursing through Lung Yuan's veins had yet to dissipate fully, leaving his muscles sore and numb, rendering him momentarily speechless. With a soft thud, the girl's widened eyes took in the sight of the silent figure, and she quietly descended from the swing. Slipping on her shoes, her gaze flickered with fear and curiosity as she grasped a broom and approached. "You, who are you? How did you get in here?" Hearing her slightly quavering voice, Lung Yuan turned his head toward the harmless broom, managing a weak smile. "Is this your means of defense against me?" Lung Yuan's sudden movement caused her to instinctively take a step back. Upon realizing he was a young man of similar age, her tension eased somewhat. "Are you a bad person?" she inquired cautiously. "No," he replied succinctly, which alleviated her apprehension. "What is your name?" Lung Yuan. Meeting her clear gaze, he weakly asked, "And you?" "My name is Mu Yu. How did you end up in my family's courtyard?" Upon hearing that Lung Yuan claimed to be harmless, Mu Yu lowered her guard and began to converse out of curiosity. Seeing her reaction, Lung Yuan couldn't help but feel amused. He had not anticipated that a casual remark would garner her trust. "I came to neutralize snake venom and sought refuge here." "You were poisoned?" Mu Yu set down her broom. "I know a bit of medicine. Let me examine you." In that moment, she seemed to transform into a benevolent healer. Her eyes filled with earnestness as she discarded her wariness of him. Nodding, Lung Yuan endured the soreness and emerged from the flower bed. "Come, sit here." Mu Yu guided him to a stone table, showing no disdain for his bloodied appearance, and promptly took his pulse. "Indeed, it is snake venom. However, while the poison has been alleviated, your vitality is depleted, and internal heat is excessive. You must rest for a while." Observing Mu Yu with her eyes closed, concentrating on his pulse, Lung Yuan gradually adopted a more serious demeanor. This girl truly knows her craft. "Wait here." After taking his pulse, Mu Yu hurried away. Shortly after, she returned with a bowl of brown medicinal soup. "This will restore your vitality and nourish your kidneys. Drink this first." Without waiting for Lung Yuan to respond, she left again. She is truly a blank slate. Lung Yuan chuckled to himself, then lifted the bowl and drank it in one go. The moment it touched his throat, a refreshing sensation cascaded down, alleviating much of his pain, akin to a spring rain falling upon a parched earth. After a while, he noticed Mu Yu approaching with a basin of liquid, feeling a twinge of curiosity. "Is this also medicine?" "You fool, this is clean water for you to wash up." Mu Yu regarded him with an expression of disbelief and, after placing the basin down, pressed her hand against his forehead. As Lung Yuan pondered her actions, he heard her softly murmur, "Fortunately, your mind is intact." At her words, a smile twitched at the corners of Lung Yuan's mouth. Mu Yu then glanced at the empty medicinal bowl, her eyes lighting up. "Good. Well done." She praised him, her face beaming with joy. She then rolled up a cloth from the basin and began to wipe away the blood from his face. Throughout the process, Lung Yuan remained still, allowing her to tend to him. As the blood was gradually cleaned away, his handsome features became increasingly apparent. As Mu Yu continued, her eyes sparkled brighter, and a faint blush crept onto her cheeks. "All right, I've finished with your forehead. The rest, you can manage yourself." Feeling a bit shy, she quickly tossed the cloth to Lung Yuan and turned away, fiddling with her fingers. "This girl, how can she change her demeanor so swiftly?" Lung Yuan mused, observing the cloth in his hands, and the girl turned back, shaking his head in resignation. After he had cleaned himself up, a considerable amount of time had passed. Due to the intense battle the previous night, he was quite bloodied. Mu Yu gazed at the basin filled with blood-stained water, her expression turning anxious. "Why do you have so much blood on you? You're not a bad person, are you?" hearing the unease in her voice. Lung Yuan looked into her clear eyes and grinned. Didn't you already conclude that I'm a good person? Even if you claim to be good, what about the blood on you? At Mu Yu's adamant demeanor, Lung Yuan couldn't help but laugh heartily. Chapter 35. Resolute integrity overwhelmed with bewilderment at Cold Abyss's mirth. Rain Melody inquired, what amuses you so? Nothing of consequence, Cold Abyss replied, merely a whimsical fancy. His lightheartedness assuaged Rain Melody's apprehension. He laughs like an imbecile. Surely, he cannot be malevolent, she mused. Thus commenced an amiable exchange, Cold Abyss regaling her with tales while Rain Melody listened intently, her eyes brimming with yearning for the outside world. Occasionally, she would pose rudimentary questions about the world beyond, to which Cold Abyss patiently responded. Meanwhile, within the Rain Cloud Academy, Serenity Cloud stood before the students, his gaze fixed upon Cold Abyss's vacant seat. Has anyone seen Cold Abyss today? He inquired in a deep voice. The students shook their heads, indicating his absence. Serenity Cloud paused for a moment before commencing the day's lesson. As before, the students perceived no alteration in their instructor's demeanor, though Serenity Grace remained unconvinced. Following the lecture, Golden Exuberance approached Serenity Grace, exclaiming with fervor, truly befitting of a noble. Absent on the first day, and now a complete no-show. Serenity Grace retorted in hushed tones, the scoundrel likely lacks the assignment and dares not attend. The instructor is notoriously strict, and rank holds no sway within these halls. As they spoke, Wei Junja joined them. The noble's absence is unsustainable. He must eventually confront the situation. He cannot remain absent indefinitely. The trio continued their discourse as they departed the academy. At noon, Cold Abyss leisurely returned to the Northern King's manor, where he luxuriated in the sun's embrace in the backyard. Your Grace, an envoy from the royal palace has arrived, announced Wang San as he escorted Eunuch Wan, having hastened to the backyard to deliver the message. Cold Abyss remained supine on the chaise lounge, unmoving. Your Grace, why were you not at the academy today? Eunuch Wan inquired gently, his gaze fixed upon the inert figure. Ah, Eunuch Wan, Cold Abyss replied. I was afflicted with a malady that rendered me immobile. I shall attend to my academic duties when my health permits. Eunuch Wan responded with a smile. I understand. In that case, I shall inform the royal palace. Pray, recover swiftly. Farewell, Eunuch, Cold Abyss feebly replied. As Eunuch Wan and his retinue departed the Northern King's manor, a young eunuch accompanying him inquired with perplexity, Grandfather, it is evident that the Northern King's heir evades his obligations. Yet, we departed with nary a word. Eunuch Wan chuckled and shook his head. You youngsters are accustomed to wielding authority, but exercise restraint in the presence of the noble. He is unlike any other. The objective is merely to ensure his presence in the royal capital. Nothing else matters. A pretext suffices. He cast a meaningful glance at the group, adding, remember, prudence is paramount. Some matters warrant scrutiny, while others do not. Thus, 3 days elapsed without Cold Abyss venturing beyond the confines of the manor. On the 4th day, Cold Abyss practiced a series of martial arts maneuvers in the backyard, his movements fluid and powerful. Finally, I have recovered. Now it is time to advance, he declared with a confident grin, his demeanor revitalized. During the previous conflict, he had vanquished countless beasts, accumulating over 700 streams of vital energy within his body. With the venom of the giant forest serpent now purged, Cold Abyss once again experienced the familiar sensation of fullness. As a martial general of the 6th level, his next breakthrough would require 700 streams of vital energy, a sum he now possessed. Retreating to his chamber, Cold Abyss secured the door and meditated briefly. Assured of his readiness, he commenced the process of advancement. Rumble. As the breakthrough commenced, the vital energy within Cold Abyss surged like a torrential flood. However, this time, it did not disperse to various acupoints but instead converged upon his skeletal frame. The final 3 levels of the martial general realm entailed distinct trials. The 7th level, the forging of resolute iron bones. The 8th level, the forging of imperishable bronze bones. And the 9th level, the forging of supreme golden bones. These 3 levels were unique, as one could choose to advance upon mastering any one of them. However, the disparity between them was significant. Iron bones limited one's potential to the martial grandmaster realm, while bronze bones allowed one to aspire to the martial venerable realm. Golden bones, on the other hand, permitted cultivation to the martial monarch realm and offered a glimpse of the martial king realm. Whoosh whoosh. As the vital energy coalesced around his bones, Cold Abyss and Apos' brow became drenched in perspiration. The excruciating pain contorted his countenance. So painful, he gritted his teeth, stifling his cries. I must remain steadfast. I cannot allow my resolve to falter, or all will be for naught. Whoosh whoosh. Cold Abyss breathed laboriously, his gaze unwavering as he maintained a measured rhythm. Crack, snap, snap, snap. Finally, a series of crisp sounds emanated from within his body. It was as if a valve had been opened, and Cold Abyss's bones absorbed the surrounding vital energy like sponges. A wondrous transformation commenced. Ting, 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 ting. As the vital energy permeated his bones, the once white structures turned crimson. The sound of metal striking metal resonated within, indicating the strengthening of his physique. How smooth. Is this the result of abstaining from elixirs, allowing nature to take its course? Without impurities or hidden injuries, success is immediate. A euphoric smile graced Cold Abyss's lips as he meticulously observed the changes within his body. The forging of iron bones was not a feat to be taken lightly, as numerous factors could lead to failure. Failure would not only necessitate the reaccumulation of vital energy, but also result in damage to one's foundation. Future advancements would become increasingly arduous, and one misstep could shatter one's bones, rendering one a cripple. Thump. Suddenly, Cold Abyss shuddered and rose to his feet. The transformation is complete, he murmured before stretching his limbs. Bang, bang, bang. Hearing the powerful resonance emanating from his bones, a glimmer of brilliance flashed in Cold Abyss's eyes. Creak. In the next moment, he pushed open the door and strode forth. Chapter 36. The arrangement for Jinghua with measured steps. Ling Yuan entered the courtyard and addressed the guard on duty. Please go to Shuiwei Tower and summon Jinghua to see me. He then skillfully reclined on a nearby chaise lounge. After a brief moment, Jinghua arrived in the backyard, accompanied by the guard. Upon seeing Ling Yuan resting, her eyes sparkled with delight. Young master. Upon hearing her voice, Ling Yuan gestured for her to sit beside him. Jinghua, how has Shuiwei Tower been faring these days? Has anyone caused you trouble? Thanks to the young master's protection, no one dares to disturb Shuiwei Tower, Jinghua replied with a smile, her gaze towards him imbued with warmth. Ling Yuan smiled in response, casually remarking, Shuiwei Tower seems rather small. Though his voice was soft, it resonated in Jinghua's ears like thunder. Young master, do you find Shuiwei Tower lacking? A wave of anxiety washed over her, her gaze shifting to Ling Yuan with growing tension. Setting aside personal feelings, the thought of Shuiwei Tower losing his protection was a grim prospect. Certainly, Ji Haokuan would not spare her. Do not be anxious, Ling Yuan discerned her emotions. His gaze drifted towards the clouds in the sky as he spoke softly. Have you ever considered expanding Shuiwei Tower? Jinghua, captivated by his profile, fell into contemplation. Expand, perhaps through renovations? Or opening a branch? Catching her murmurs, Ling Yuan turned to her and said, currently, the ingredients used in Shuiwei Tower are mostly mundane. They lack sufficient vitality. Have you thought about changing the ingredients? In an instant, Jinghua grasped his meaning. Young master, I have indeed contemplated this before. While such a change would attract many warriors, our own strength is insufficient. Should a conflict arise with customers, we would be powerless to quell it, thus inviting disaster upon ourselves. As she spoke, Jinghua approached Ling Yuan, bowing her head and murmuring, even with the young master's protection, we still only have young women in the tower, lacking any martial artists. What you require are living beings of considerable power. The beasts of martial arts are not like ordinary cattle. We cannot handle them. Upon hearing her words, Ling Yuan turned, a glimmer of insight flashing in his eyes. You understand what I desire? As Jinghua slowly lifted her gaze, her enchanting eyes revealed a hint of trepidation. Though uncertain, she harbored a growing suspicion. Ling Yuan smiled, scrutinizing her thoughtfully. You are quite perceptive. However, some matters need not be overly probed. Keep them close to your heart. Upon reaching the martial general realm, each of Ling Yuan's breakthroughs required no less than several hundred units of vital energy. To reach the 8th layer of the martial general realm, the indestructible copper bone, he needed 800 units of vital energy with each attempt. With good fortune, he might succeed in one go. With ill fortune, he could expend an unfathomable amount of energy. After breaking through, the demand for vital energy would only increase. Meanwhile, the livestock at Shuiwei Tower consisted solely of ordinary beasts, each contributing but a small amount of energy. While it could accumulate over time, it was still insufficient. How can we manage such a large quantity of ingredients? Slaughtering dozens of cattle daily would inevitably attract attention, which is not my intention. However, if Shuiwei Tower were to butcher beasts with rich vitality, the situation would differ. Even with a smaller number slaughtered each day, I could still obtain a significant amount of vital energy. Pondering this, Ling Yuan turned to Jinghua and said, in that case, I shall send some individuals to assist you. Prepare accordingly. Shuiwei Tower will begin to develop in this direction. As he spoke, Ling Yuan waved to a guard in the distance. Go to the military camp and summon General Mo Ling. He then turned back to Jinghua with a smile. Jinghua, please take a seat. Once seated, Jinghua proactively poured tea for Ling Yuan. He took a sip and gazed at the clouds, confidence gleaming in his eyes. The general is not far off. Meanwhile, Jinghua observed Ling Yuan's profile, a smile gracing her lips. After a brief interval, General Mo Ling entered the royal courtyard, clad in armor and wielding a silver spear. General Mo Ling, you have arrived. Please, take a seat. Ling Yuan welcomed him with a natural smile, having not seen him in some time. Young master. Mo Ling greeted with a bow, momentarily scanning Jinghua. Though he said nothing, Jinghua sensed his disapproval, leaving her perplexed. General Mo Ling, I have summoned you for an important matter, Ling Yuan stated with a smile. Mo Ling's expression shifted to seriousness. Please, young master, instruct me. I am prepared to face any challenge. Seeing Mo Ling's demeanor, Ling Yuan chuckled heartily. General Mo Ling, there is no need for such formality. He gestured towards Jinghua, saying, "This is Jinghua, the owner of Shueihua Tower. You should be acquainted." "I am aware," Mo Ling replied, lowering his head with a neutral tone. "I have called you here to select some individuals above the martial realm to be stationed at Shueihua Tower." Mo Ling paused, taken aback. "Young master, Shueihua Tower is a place of pleasure. There is no fighting involved. Why should I select soldiers to be stationed there?" Noticing Mo Ling's confusion, Ling Yuan smiled and explained. "Shueihua Tower intends to offer martial meals. They will regularly procure beasts from the martial realm and even the martial general realm, but they lack the strength to manage them. I require your assistance in providing manpower." Upon hearing this, Mo Ling glanced at Jinghua, his brows furrowing. "Is this the reason? Merely for the meals of Shueihua Tower? The young master requests military support to act as enforcers in such a place?" Contemplating the rumors surrounding Ling Yuan's infatuation with Jinghua, Mo Ling felt a surge of indignation. The notion that they were to serve as muscle for a courtesan struck him as an insult. "Young master, do not become so entranced by worldly pleasures." Jinghua remained silent beside Ling Yuan, offering no response even under Mo Ling's scrutinizing gaze. Gradually, Ling Yuan's smile faded as he recognized the gravity of the matter at hand. This was pivotal for his martial journey, yet he could not articulate it. However, if he did not take action, Mo Ling would likely remain unconvinced. "General Mo Ling, this is a military order." Upon hearing Ling Yuan's stern words, Mo Ling faltered, his expression darkening. "Young master, Mo Ling." Ling Yuan's booming voice interrupted him, causing Mo Ling to flinch and lower his head in silence. "Mo Ling, you are to obey." Chapter 37. The Art of Standing Meditation. Upon noticing Mo Ling's lowered head, Ling Yuan's expression softened. "General Mo Ling, this is a military order. It must not be taken lightly." In response, Mo Ling spoke solemnly, "Since it is a military order, I shall certainly comply." Observing his lingering defiance, Ling Yuan remarked softly, "Perhaps you do not comprehend now, but you will come to understand in due time. Some matters do not require excessive scrutiny. Simply obey and act accordingly." Mo Ling replied in a low voice, "I understand, my lord." Upon returning to the camp, "I shall select soldiers to go to Shueihua Tower." Ling Yuan nodded and reiterated, "Once at Shueihua Tower, heed every command of Jinghua. Her word is as good as mine." Hearing this, Mo Ling cast a complicated glance at Jinghua before silently taking his leave. After his departure, Ling Yuan turned his gaze to Jinghua. "Thank you, young master." As Ling Yuan's eyes fell upon her, a charming smile graced Jinghua's face. The water blue silk drapery slipped slightly, revealing her fair shoulder. Observing her enchanting visage, Ling Yuan coughed awkwardly, then feigned composure. "I perceive your vitality is quite robust. You must have practiced martial arts?" Upon hearing this, Jinghua's smile faded as she confessed. "To be candid, young master, I indeed practiced martial arts. However, lacking a proper technique, I remained at the 5th level of martial prowess after a decade of effort. Eventually, realizing the futility of my pursuit, I chose to abandon it and devote myself to managing Shueihua Tower." Seeing the bitterness in Jinghua's expression, Ling Yuan paused, then spoke earnestly. "I shall provide you with a technique. Starting today, you will resume your martial training and cultivate a group of followers to train alongside you." Jinghua's face registered surprise, followed by a rueful smile. "Young master, I fear I may disappoint you. I am already 28, past the prime age for cultivation. Even if I were to continue, I doubt I would achieve any significant accomplishments." Ling Yuan's intentions were clear. He aimed to nurture her potential. Yet Jinghua was acutely aware of her limitations. She had surpassed the golden years for cultivation, and her aptitude was not remarkable. Even with the technique at her disposal, she felt her chances for greatness were slim. Reluctant to squander Ling Yuan and Apos' resources, she felt compelled to express her concerns honestly. Nevertheless, despite her candid demeanor, a flicker of reluctance shone in Jinghua and Apos' eyes. After all, the opportunity lay before her, yet she was prepared to let it slip away, stirring a tumult of emotions within her. Observing Jinghua's forlorn appearance, Ling Yuan insisted, "I require you to pursue your training. The future will be arranged by me." With that, Ling Yuan rose and moved to an open area, assuming a standing meditation posture. "Today, I shall teach you the standing meditation of the martial artist realm, as well as the accompanying breathing techniques. Once you master these, diligent practice will be essential." As Ling Yuan demonstrated, Jinghua studied intently. The standing meditation he taught was not a mere superficial technique, but a unique practice of the Northern Prince's residence. Coupled with a specialized breathing method, the vitality it invoked far exceeded that of ordinary martial arts. She could not afford to be careless with such a rare opportunity. Jinghua focused intently on Ling Yuan's movements, committing them to memory. After he completed a sequence, he instructed her to practice on her own. Though the meditation was intricate, the postures were few. The key lay in the precision of the movements and the associated breathing technique. Without proper breathing, the effectiveness of the practice would be severely diminished. This explained why martial artists were not overly concerned about others learning their stances. The crux was in the breathing methods. As Lung Yuan corrected Jinghua's posture while imparting the corresponding breathing techniques, beads of sweat began to form on her forehead, a testament to the surging vitality within her. Lower your stance a bit. Raise your hands and apply pressure, he guided, wielding a vine to tap various points on her body. With each correction, Jinghua adjusted her stance. Ah, it hurts. Young master, I cannot hold on any longer, she exclaimed, her face flushed as she stood in the meditation position. Sweat cascading down her brow and soaking her thin garments, accentuating her fair skin. Persevere. Do not cease, commanded Lung Yuan, standing nearby with the vine. His gaze fixed on Jinghua and Appo's trembling form, his expression inscrutable. You are correct in one regard. You began your journey too late and have surpassed the optimal period for cultivation. Hence, to achieve any success, you must exert absolute effort. Feeling the weight of Lang Yuan's piercing gaze, Jinghua appeared as a contrite child, her cheeks flushed with shame. Why, young master? I shall endure. I will not let you down. Observing her panting yet resolute demeanor, a satisfied smile graced Lung Yuan's lips. After a while, Jinghua was drenched in sweat, resembling someone just emerged from water. The silk clung to her skin, lending her an appearance of vulnerability, her alluring figure trembling incessantly. Enough. Let us take a break. Initial training must be approached gradually. With a sigh of relief, Jinghua sank to the ground, disregarding all semblance of decorum, her legs still quivering. Young master, Sir Yin and the others have arrived, a voice called from a distance. Lung Yuan's gaze shifted, and upon seeing Jinghua drenched, he promptly draped his robe over her shoulders. Please rise. He gently helped her onto his lounge chair. At that moment, Yin Rong and his companions entered the courtyard, their faces alight with excitement. Lung Yuan had just turned from the lounge chair, causing them to behold the disheveled Jinghua, flushed and reclined behind him. Their mouths fell agape in astonishment. Ah, the young master is indeed wise. How did I not think of this? Genie Chen noted Jinghua's trembling legs, admiring Lung Yuan while lamenting his own naivety. Though I cannot partake, it does not mean she cannot. Observing Genie Chen's self-reproach, Lung Yuan felt a tinge of embarrassment as he addressed him. Brother Jean, it is not as you think. There is no need for explanation, young master. Genie Chen replied with a mischievous grin. We are all men, I understand. Understand what nonsense. Lung Yuan wished to refute, but reconsidered, ultimately deciding to let the misunderstanding stand. Perhaps it would facilitate future endeavors. Chapter 38. A friend on the reclining chair. Jinghua's breath was still somewhat rapid. She gasped. Her face flushed as she gazed alluringly at Ling Yuan. Since the young master offered no explanation, she too remained reticent. With such a status, her position would be more secure. Let it be for today. Remember my words. I shall have someone escort you home. After giving some instructions to Jinghua, Ling Yuan summoned a carriage from the royal residence to send her off. Along the way, Yin Rong and the others remained silent, yet their glances at Ling Yin were filled with admiration. Particularly, Jinghua's trembling gait left Genie Chen utterly astounded. Young master, how did you achieve this? Teach me. Upon hearing Genie Chen's words, although Yin Rong and Wei Junjie said nothing, they discreetly perked up their ears. Observing the trio's demeanor, Ling Yuan suddenly smiled. What's the matter? Are you incapable? At his words, Genie Chen's expression shifted dramatically, akin to a cat whose tail had been stepped on. Impossible. While I may not reach your level, traversing thousands of troops is certainly within my capability. Ling Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Is that so? I initially intended to teach you a method, but it seems it shall go unused. Genie Chen paused, taken aback. What? Young master has a method? Ling Yuan stifled a laugh internally but nodded silently. Adoptive father. Teach me, adoptive father. Suddenly, Genie Chen's eyes sparkled as he dashed to Ling Yuan's side, seizing his sleeve. Genie Chen's unexpected outburst startled the others. Ling Yuan himself was taken aback by Genie Chen's fervent reaction, momentarily unsure how to respond. Realizing he seemed to have lost composure, Genie Chen stiffened, awkwardly retracting his hand. Ahem. Well, actually, it's for a friend of mine. He is in need. I am merely inquiring on his behalf. As he spoke, Genie Chen covertly observed the reactions of the others. Ah, Jean brother. Who is this friend of yours? Let me see if I recognize him. Indeed, Jean brother's friend is our friend too. Speak up, and we shall assist. Seeing Genie Chen's flustered expression, Yin Rong and Wei Junjie showed no hesitation in taking advantage of his discomfort. Yes, Jean brother. Share his identity, so we may become acquainted. I shall personally instruct him. Given the atmosphere, it would be remiss of Ling Yuan not to join in the jest. Noting the disbelief on their faces, Genie Chen nervously fidgeted with his fingers. Yet, for the sake of pride, he had to persist. Such matters could never be admitted. Suddenly, he steeled himself, gritting his teeth as he declared, Since you all are aware, I shall not conceal it any longer. This matter is indeed difficult to articulate. Observing the grave expression on Genie Chen's face, Yin Rong and Wei Junjie were prepared with their subsequent remarks. Ling Yuan's face also bore a teasing expression as he regarded the soon-to-be-revealed Genie Chen. He smiled and took a sip from the teacup before him. Scanning the expressions of those present, Genie Chen solemnly proclaimed, In truth, My father is unwell. Uft. Upon hearing this, Ling Yuan, who had just swallowed tea, erupted in a spray, some droplets splattering onto Jin Yichen and Appo's face. What? Your father is unwell. Yinrong and Wei Junjie gazed at Jin Yichen in shock. They had anticipated various answers, but this response was beyond their expectations. Ling Yuan too stared at Jin Yichen, bewildered, remaining silent for a long while. Jin brother, truly a filial son. We cannot compare. The usually carefree Yinrong now expressed a serious demeanor as he clasped his fists in respect towards Jin Yichen, then abruptly opened his mouth. Haraha, haraha. This is too amusing. Your father is unwell. Yinrong laughed uproariously, nearly in tears. Wei Junjie too wore an expression of admiration. Jin brother, I am in awe. In light of their reactions, Jin Yichen raised his voice, adopting a serious tone. Alas. Do not dismiss my words. It is truly my father who is unwell. Observing the earnest expression on Jin Yichen's face, Yinrong and Wei Junjie erupted into even more raucous laughter. Haraha, haraha. This is too funny. Hearing their laughter, Jin Yichen could only shake his head in resignation. He then approached Ling Yuan, wearing a conciliatory expression, and said, Young master, I have confided in you as well. I merely wish to assist my father. It would be quite embarrassing if he were to come himself, would it not? You agree, do you not? Observing Jin Yichen's serious demeanor, Ling Yuan's lips quivered as he struggled to suppress his laughter. And then, seeing that Ling Yuan did not refute him, Jin Yichen continued cheerfully. Well, young master, although my father cannot come, I must consider this matter for him. Thus, please share the method with me. I shall discreetly inform my father upon my return. As he spoke, Jin Yichen seemed to recall something and added earnestly, Young master, you must not speak of this to anyone else. If others were to learn of it, it would not bode well. Observing Jin Yichen's solemnity, Ling Yuan's mouth twitched. Originally, he intended merely to tease him. However, given the lengths to which Jin Yichen had gone, it would seem inappropriate not to offer some genuine advice. Very well, come closer. Ling Yuan leaned in and whispered a method of dual cultivation he had once encountered in the library. The information was authentic, but its efficacy remained uncertain. Upon hearing Ling Yuan's instructions, Jin Yichen's eyes lit up, quickly committing them to memory. This was a stroke of luck. After a round of playful banter, they all took their seats. It was then that Ling Yuan inquired, My friends, have you gathered here today for a specific purpose? Observing Ling Yuan's puzzled expression, Yinrong quietly remarked, Young master, have you perhaps forgotten something? Forgotten what? Not at all. Seeing Ling Yuan's bewilderment, Yinrong sighed. Young master, the Mu Yun Academy has commenced classes for several days now. You have attended but once, and that was late. Recently, you have not attended at all. The instructor at Mu Yun Academy is none other than the Minister of Rites of our Wu dynasty, Mu Xuan, though he is a mild-mannered individual. Being targeted by him is no trivial matter. Following Yinrong's words, Wei Junjie also expressed his sentiments. Indeed, young master, Minister Mu is renowned for his strictness. He will not acknowledge any missed assignments unless you choose to abstain entirely. Listening to their counsel, Ling Yuan took a sip of tea, nonchalantly responding, It's fine. I simply won't attend. Upon hearing this, Yinrong and the others were left in utter astonishment. Is it truly permissible to do so? Seeing their shocked expressions, Ling Yuan chuckled. He aspired to become a ruler. Strength was of paramount importance. The pursuit of knowledge held little interest for him. Chapter 39. The return to Beishan. Yinrong and his companions lingered at the Cold Abyss Manor for quite some time, departing only as dusk settled. After bidding them farewell, Lung Yuan returned to his chamber alone. He retrieved a treasured sword, gazing silently at its glimmering blade. After a few days of rest, it was time to venture forth once more. As the moon ascended high in the night sky, Lung Yuan slipped out from the backyard, vanishing into the darkness. In the shadows, Wang San watched the disappearing figure of the young lord, a flicker of helplessness and concern crossing his eyes. Meanwhile, a peculiar missive was making its way toward the northern frontier. With a rush of exhilaration coursing through him, Lung Yuan re-entered Beishan. Let me test the prowess I have gained after my breakthrough. Within the confines of the Wang Manor, everything belonged to him. To cause destruction would be unwise. Yet in Beishan, he could unleash his full potential. With a leap, Lung Yuan's figure vanished from sight, darting rapidly through the woods. Suddenly, a cacophony of roars erupted from the dense thicket ahead, echoing with a sense of ferocity. What could be amiss? Such a sensation had not been present before. Could an unforeseen event have transpired? Lung Yuan leaped onto a tree branch, his gaze steady as he surveyed the scene ahead. Time was of the essence. The bloodthirsty mark had been implanted. Lingering here was unwise. Under his watchful eye, a group of cloaked figures stealthily slipped away from the opposite side of the forest. With their suppression lifted, the beasts trapped within the woods erupted into chaos. In a matter of breaths, over 100 wild creatures surged forth, engaging in a brutal frenzy of carnage. Their eyes glowed crimson, and a violent aura enveloped them. What were these figures attempting? Lung Yuan furrowed his brow, sensing he had stumbled upon a hidden secret. After a brief pause, he confirmed that the dark-clad figures had indeed departed. Just then, a wild boar was struck by a black bear, crashing into the tree where Lung Yuan stood, dislodging a flurry of leaves. With a fierce roar, the black bear tore into the boar's belly, blood spraying into the air, while wisps of red mist were drawn into its body. Not only here, but the entirety of Beishan had descended into pandemonium, as countless beasts savaged the fallen. Lung Yuan frowned deeply, pondering the actions of these shadowy figures. This was unacceptable. All these creatures were his quarry. If they all perished, how could he enhance his vitality? Resolute, he scanned the surroundings, ensuring no formidable beasts lurked nearby before plunging into the fray. With a decisive leap, he drew his sword and thrust it toward the bear's skull. The black bear, sensing the disturbance above, roared in fury. In that instant, a wave of bloodthirsty ferocity surged toward Lung Yuan. Did they think to intimidate me? With a cold glint in his eyes, he swiftly struck downward. Realizing it had failed to frighten him, the bear hastily raised its paw to defend itself. In the next moment, Lung Yuan's sword pierced the bear's forearm. The blade met the bear's robust bone, eliciting a snarl of pain as the creature glared at him with rage, poised to retaliate. Yet, in the blink of an eye, Lung Yuan unleashed the hidden power within his sword. Bolstered by the terrifying force, the blade cleaved through the bear's bone, severing its entire forelimb. With its paw lopped off, the bear became frenzied. As it swung its remaining paw toward Lung Yuan, he felt a surge of exhilaration. With a resounding crash, he extended his body, the iron-like bones emitting a powerful resonance. The might of 7,000 pounds surged within him, amplified by layers of hidden strength. "Break," he commanded, meeting the bear's paw with a mighty punch. In that instant of collision, an eruption of force resonated from Lung Yuan's fist, shattering the oncoming paw. With a thunderous crack, the bear's shattered bone burst forth from its back, blood spraying in all directions. The excruciating pain unleashed a wild howl from the bear, which, with a furious glare, lunged at Lung Yuan, jaws agape. Unfazed by the bear's desperate counterattack, Lung Yuan channeled his inner strength, allowing the dark energy to enhance his sword. He swiftly severed its head from its body. With the bear's head and body collapsing to the ground, Lung Yuan was instantly rewarded with 50 units of vitality. At that moment, the boar, still clinging to life, whimpered as blood flowed from its mouth. Unable to bear its suffering, Lung Yuan struck it down with his sword. As blood gushed forth, he gained an additional 20 units of vitality. Indeed, the larger the beast, the greater the reward in vitality. Even transformed creatures were no exception. Feeling the surge of power within him, Lung Yuan brandished his sword and charged toward another battleground. In the thick of night, amidst the splatter of blood, he remained blissfully unaware that with each creature he felled, wisps of crimson mist seeped into his being. With every strike, the tide of battle shifted dramatically in favor of Lung Yuan. Empowered by the dark energy of his iron-like bones, wherever his sword swept, blood erupted forth. As a black panther descended from above, Lung Yuan bent low, executing a swift counter with his sword that cleaved the creature in two. With 20 more units of vitality secured, he unleashed a powerful kick, the sound of his iron bones echoing through the air. In an instant, 4 or 5 beasts were shattered and sent flying. With a sudden burst, Lung Yuan leaped forward, his sword flashing as he executed 5 precise strikes, claiming their lives. Vitality 40, Vitality 20, Vitality 10. With each fray, his vitality surged rapidly, accumulating to a staggering 850 units. That was sufficient to break through to the 8th layer of vitality. Feeling the change within him, Lung Yuan's heart raced with excitement. Having grown accustomed to rapid breakthroughs, the brief respite had left him restless. Now, with vitality surging anew, he instinctively began his ascent. The 8th layer of martial arts, indestructible iron bones. Here I come. With a thunderous rumble, as his techniques shifted, the vitality within Lung Yuan ignited, fervently refining his iron-clad body. Chapter 40, Abortive Breakthrough Rumble. Upon initiating his breakthrough, Lung Yuan, intent on avoiding interruption, promptly ascended, and with a few swift movements, settled atop a tree trunk several meters above. It's excruciating. The ordeal proved even more arduous than his 7th layer breakthrough. Despite Lung Yuan having forged a body of stalwart iron bones, this 8th layer breakthrough demanded that he employ his lifeblood as fuel to temper and metamorphose his iron bones, thereby birthing an imperishable essence. Only thus could he inscribe the power of artistic conception upon his bones when he eventually broke through to the martial venerable realm. Iron bones, bereft of this imperishable essence, were incapable of bearing the weight of artistic conception. Consequently, a breakthrough to the great general realm with mere iron bones would cap one's potential at the martial sect level, precluding any further advancement. Only by forging immortal copper bones, imbued with the essence of immortality, could one inscribe the power of artistic conception and transcend to the martial venerable realm, paving the way for a more expansive path. However, the transformation from stalwart iron bones to immortal copper bones was no trivial matter. Success was rare, with perhaps only 1 in 100 managing to break through unscathed. Moreover, failure invariably resulted in varying degrees of damage to the bones. After 3 attempts, The prospect of a successful breakthrough dwindled to near non-existence. Thus, most would opt for an iron bone breakthrough after 2 failed attempts, unless they were disciples of powerful factions, capable of procuring rare and precious treasures to mend the damage to their bones, thereby affording them another chance. It's agonizing. Lung Yuan, seated in a meditative posture, his once handsome countenance contorted in agony, gasped for breath, his brow slick with perspiration. The intense heat from within, fueled by the burning lifeblood, evaporated into a visible mist. Sizzle. Lung Yuan's mind was wholly immersed within his body. The flames of his lifeblood, modulated by his inner breath, incessantly tempered his bones. Concurrently, within his dantian, that enigmatic force resurfaced, permeating his bones alongside Lung Yuan's lifeblood flames, leaving faint imprints upon the iron bones. Whoosh! As the lifeblood flames blazed, Lung Yuan's lifeblood energy waned rapidly, yet the essence of immortality remained elusive. What's amiss? Why hasn't the essence of immortality manifested? A sense of foreboding washed over him as Lung Yuan pondered the situation. Whoosh! As time elapsed, Lung Yuan had expended over half of his lifeblood energy, yet the essence of immortality remained stubbornly absent, exacerbating his anxiety. Why? My father said that as long as the conditions were ripe, the essence of immortality would naturally emerge. I haven't ingested any elixirs nor overexerted my body. By all accounts, my essence of immortality should have manifested long ago. Why is it still dormant? A wave of panic washed over Lung Yuan. What he had presumed to be a certainty had taken an unexpected turn. Should this continue, the breakthrough would likely end in failure. While he had another attempt, each failure would leave imperfections in his bones, hindering his future path to enlightenment, a prospect he dreaded. I cannot fail. This breakthrough must succeed. My path in martial arts must remain unblemished. Lung Yuan repeatedly exhorted himself. His father's words echoed in his mind. Regardless of the circumstances, do not lose composure. Use your heart to perceive, to identify the problem, and then resolve it. Lung Zhe's counsel resonated within Lung Yuan's mind, calming his turbulent emotions. Do not panic. Stay calm. Identify the problem. Lung Yuan, repeatedly reminding himself, once again delved into his body, seeking the reason for the delayed emergence of the essence of immortality. Whoosh! As Lung Yuan probed his body, his lifeblood energy continued to diminish rapidly. If he had started with 10 parts, he now possessed only 4. Once the lifeblood energy was depleted, the lifeblood flames would extinguish, and the breakthrough would fail. Gasp! Lung Yuan's mind roamed within his body, driven by the dwindling lifeblood energy, constantly sensing the surroundings. Despite his resolve to remain calm, the relentless depletion of his lifeblood fueled his anxiety. Whoosh! Still no issue. After Lung Yuan's mind had traversed his body alongside the lifeblood energy, he had yet to uncover the problem. His lifeblood energy was now less than 30%. Do not panic. Do not panic. Lung Yuan inhaled deeply, once more exhorting himself. He submerged his mind within his body again, meticulously sensing every inch of flesh. An anomaly must exist, and there must be a reason. Once the reason is found, the problem can be resolved. Lung Yuan consoled himself, swiftly sensing every inch of flesh, starting from the internal organs and proceeding to the limbs in sequence. His lifeblood energy was now at 20%. Wait. Suddenly, Lung Yuan detected an anomaly in his fingers. While his flesh was without issue, his finger bones contained a mysterious force that was slowly draining his lifeblood energy. The consumption was so subtle that it was difficult to detect within the body. But in the fingers, where the flesh was sparse, Lung Yuan noticed it. This is Dao patterns. After careful examination, Lung Yuan finally discerned the cause. The mysterious Dao patterns that had permeated his bones were continuously consuming his lifeblood energy. Essentially, the essence of his lifeblood that he had used to temper his bones had been absorbed by these Dao patterns, hence the delayed emergence of his essence of immortality. What to do? Lung Yuan was now at a loss. The Dao patterns originated from that mysterious force, the very foundation of his rapid breakthroughs. He was loath to disrupt this transformation. Yet, if he did not eliminate the Dao patterns, he would be unable to break through. Whoosh! Just as he was wavering, his lifeblood energy dwindled to a mere 10%. At that moment, the Dao patterns on his finger bones flickered, emitting a faint essence of immortality. A thought struck Lung Yuan. Since the Dao patterns could emit the essence of immortality, could he attain the realm of immortal copper bones by augmenting the power of the Dao patterns? With scant lifeblood energy remaining, Lung Yuan acted without hesitation. If the Dao patterns originated from the Dantian, then the most direct way to enhance them was to stimulate more of the mysterious force. Whoosh! In the next instant, Lung Yuan converged all of his lifeblood flames, focusing them on the Dantian, where they blazed fiercely. In an instant, the Dantian quaked. Under the impact of this concentrated essence of lifeblood, the Dantian seethed like a boiling cauldron, and a surge of mysterious power emanated from the Dantian, rapidly converging upon his bones. Whoosh! As this mysterious power surged, Lung Yuan distinctly sensed the transformation of his bones. He was rapidly growing stronger. However, his lifeblood energy had reached its nadir at that very moment. The flames of his lifeblood were on the verge of extinction. Chapter 41. Perpetual Carnage. The cessation of vital energy flames signifies a failed breakthrough for Leng Yuan. Consequently, the tempered bones, upon cooling, would generate substantial impurities, undermining his very foundation. The vital energy flames must not be extinguished. If the vital energy is insufficient, then it must be augmented. With eyes ablaze, Leng Yuan instantly leaped from the tree trunk. Thud. Splatter. Upon landing, Leng Yuan decapitated a wild boar with a single sword stroke. Vital energy 30. Instantly, 30 streams of vital energy coursed through his body, stabilizing Leng Yuan's rapidly waning vital energy flames. Sensing the internal changes, Leng Yuan's eyes lit up. It's indeed effective. At this moment, the oppression in his heart dissipated, replaced by boundless elation. An ordinary person encountering this situation would undoubtedly fail their breakthrough. After all, their vital energy is accumulated painstakingly, drop by drop, over time. At most, they could extract only a few streams per day. At this rate, by the time they reaccumulated enough, it would be too late. But Leng Yuan is different. His vital energy can be acquired through his mysterious talent, eliminating the need for laborious accumulation. As long as there are sufficient living creatures, he can rapidly accumulate it. Splatter, splatter, splatter. Seeing hope, Leng Yuan moved with swift strides, his long sword a blur of afterimages as he incessantly slaughtered the beasts in the forest. Roar, 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 splatter, splatter, splatter. At this moment, the beasts in the forest continued their relentless slaughter. Their auras were frenzied, their expressions savage, as they launched attacks on all surrounding life. Although the beasts fell in droves after Leng Yuan and Appo's intervention, they displayed no fear, continuing their relentless carnage. Vital energy 10. Vital energy 30. Vital energy 20. Within a quarter of an hour, Leng Yuan's vital energy had replenished to 80%. Only then did he have the spare capacity to observe his surroundings. These beasts. There's something amiss. Did those men in black do something to them? Observing the beasts, oblivious to fatigue, pain, and fear, knowing only to slaughter each other, Leng Yuan pondered the possibilities. After some deliberation, unable to arrive at a plausible explanation, Leng Yuan shook his head. Forget it. Why bother thinking about it? It's none of my concern. Regardless of their conspiracy, as long as I slaughter these beasts, everything will be resolved. With that thought, Leng Yuan resumed his sword-wielding slaughter. As he butchered them, the corpses of beasts littered the forest, and a large amount of crimson mist emanated, converging upon him. Simultaneously, with the influx of vital energy, the vital energy flames within him transformed from near extinction to a raging inferno, burning ever brighter. Under the torrent of vital energy essence, the mysterious energy emanating from his dantian increased exponentially, continuously converging towards the bones throughout his body. Clang, clang, clang. As the vital energy circulated, the mystical patterns absorbed increasing amounts of mysterious power, gradually emitting a clear, metallic resonance, akin to the sound of gold and iron being struck. Furthermore, as the mystical patterns contained more and more mysterious power, they began to radiate a yellowish glow. An aura of immortality coalesced within. Huff, huff, huff. Leng Yuan gasped, his body emanating a scorching heat wave. Wherever he passed, faint wisps of vapor rose. Splatter, splatter, splatter. The long sword in his hand continued to dance, swiftly reaping the beasts of North Mountain. Vital energy 10. Vital energy 30. Vital energy 20. As Leng Yuan continued his slaughter, the vital energy within him increased, filling him with an unprecedented sense of fullness. Previously, after absorbing a certain amount of vital energy, he could no longer absorb any more. But this time, as the vital energy flames burned, all the vital energy within his body transformed into vital energy essence, tempering the bones throughout his body. Acquiring and expending simultaneously, Leng Yuan felt insatiable, absorbing as much as he could. Now that the vital energy is so abundant, there's no need to confine it to the dantian. Amidst the carnage, Leng Yuan's mind stirred, and the vital energy flames instantly spread throughout his body like a sea of fire. They incessantly spread towards the flesh and blood throughout his body. Buzz, buzz, buzz. As the vital energy flames spread wildly, Leng Yuan's vital energy also depleted rapidly. But with his continuous slaughter, this vital energy was constantly replenished. The two reached a state of relative equilibrium. Huff, huff, huff. If another person's breakthrough vital energy flames were like a candle, then Leng Yuan's vital energy flames were like a furnace. His entire physical body was being cleansed by the power of the vital energy flames. In his dantian, a large amount of mysterious power emanated. Although most of it was absorbed by the bones throughout his body, some of it still merged into his flesh and blood. Kill, kill, kill. In the forest illuminated by moonlight, Leng Yuan charged and slaughtered with his sword. The long sword reflected a trail of white light under the moon, exuding a dense aura of carnage. At this moment, Leng Yuan was single-mindedly focused on slaying beasts and acquiring vital energy, completely oblivious to the fact that his bones were already radiating a bronze-colored glow. Those mysterious patterns covered them, constantly interweaving and evolving, exuding an aura of immortality. Roar, 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 howl, bang, 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 bang. Upon North Mountain, Leng Yuan traversed the various beast packs, slaying one ferocious beast after another. Amidst the beasts' frenzied slaughter, rocks shattered, and trees fell in droves. Armored rhinoceroses charged and rammed. Shadow panthers leaped swiftly, attempting to deliver fatal throat locks. Long-haired wild boars brandished their menacing tusks, possessing immense strength. Bloodthirsty wolf packs, fearless of death, launched relentless encirclements. Leng Yuan traversed among them, the longsword piercing out, a flash of white light erupting. The force of the secret energy directly penetrating the beast's skulls. Feeling the increasing amount of vital energy, he felt tireless, his eyes filled with excitement. He didn't know how much time had passed, or how much vital energy had been consumed. Crumble, crumble, crumble. At a certain moment, the bones within Leng Yuan's body bloomed with a lustrous bronze light, countless patterns imprinted upon them. They contained the essence of immortality. Martial General 8th Layer. The imperishable bronze bone realm, breakthrough. But at this moment, Leng Yuan was still immersed in the frenzied slaughter, completely unaware of the situation within his body. As a result, after the breakthrough, the vital energy flames around his body were still raging. The scorching vital energy essence was still continuously scouring the bones throughout his body. The newly formed imperishable bronze bones, under the intense tempering of such violent vital energy flames, began another transformation. Without Leng Yuan's knowledge, he began to transform towards the Martial General 9th Layer, the supreme golden bone realm. Boom. As soon as the breakthrough began, the scorching vital energy flames surged violently, instantly evaporating 10% of Leng Yuan's vital energy essence. Not good. Sensing the drastic change in vital energy, Leng Yuan instantly snapped back to his senses. Upon a brief introspection, he discerned the unfolding events. The 9th layer of the Martial General realm. The metamorphosis of the supreme golden bone had commenced. Overwhelmed by elation, he had inadvertently initiated the breakthrough to the 9th layer. In a moment of lucidity, Leng Yuan was taken aback, a sense of apprehension gripping his heart. The path of transformation, once embarked upon, could not be halted. This left him utterly unprepared. Regardless, I must first acquire the power of blood essence. With the advancement in his realm, Leng Yuan's capacity to accommodate the power of blood essence had expanded. This allowed him to amass greater reserves for the impending breakthrough. Thud, thud, thud. Upon Mount Bei, Leng Yuan relentlessly decimated beast after beast. With each kill, a crimson mist would emanate, coalescing towards him. Imperceptibly, a sanguine mark materialized upon his arm. Unbeknownst to Leng Yuan, the men in black below the mountain had taken notice. A bloodlust sigil is rapidly forming. What transpires upon the mountain? Could it be that the capital has become aware of our designs? Within a spacious chamber, the returning man in black wore a somber expression. At the center, a bonfire blazed fiercely. Hundreds of men in black encircled the fire, their eyes gleaming with fervor as they beheld the incandescent flames. Sacred fire! Sacred fire! The throng chanted fervently, their eyes betraying a ravenous desire. Thud! Abruptly, the man in black felt a tremor in his chest. He hastily retrieved a crimson crystal orb, his eyes widening in astonishment as he observed the sanguine runes within, gaining clarity at an alarming rate. How can this be? All the bloodlust sigils implanted within Mount Bei are converging. Could it be that a beast king has emerged upon the mountain? Is it a demon beast or a primordial beast? After a moment of contemplation, he swiftly assembled 20 men in black, setting course for Mount Bei. Whatever the cause, now that the bloodlust sigil had reached maturity, it was time for the harvest. Bang! Bang! Upon Mount Bei, beasts collapsed to the ground in bewilderment, their blood gushing forth, flowing towards the lake below. Leng Yuan's talent only extracted the essence of blood. Ordinary blood would elicit no response. Roar! Howl! Beneath the moonlit sky, sword flashes danced amidst the forest, their frigid light carrying a razor-sharp aura of carnage. With each step, Leng Yuan was accompanied by phantoms of swords. The supreme golden bone necessitates the comprehension of one's supreme, true self, the dominion over all laws. What is my true self? Leng Yuan pondered his quandary as he continued his slaughter. This was a challenge faced by all who sought to attain the golden bone realm. Without understanding one's true self, the supreme intent could not be born. A martial artist could wield various techniques, each with its own strength, akin to ministers in a kingdom. The supreme intent, however, was the monarch who reigned over them all. Without the supreme intent to govern all techniques, chaos would ensue, leading to utter disintegration. Thud, thud. After felling 2 more beasts, Leng Yuan gazed upon the tranquil forest, a sense of bewilderment in his eyes. Have all the beasts upon the mountain been slain? Leng Yuan, brandishing his blood-soaked blade, surveyed his surroundings, a feeling of emptiness washing over him as he beheld the corpses strewn across the forest floor. Tap, tap, tap. Swoosh, swoosh, swoosh. Suddenly, a group of men in black emerged from the shadows, their hands gripping weapons, their eyes fixated upon Leng Yuan, whose face was flushed and whose body radiated heat. Who is this whelp, daring to interfere with the affairs of our sacred flame hall? The leader of the men in black, his brow furrowed into a deep frown, surveyed the decimated beast population. The bloodlust sigils they had painstakingly implanted within these beasts had been annihilated, disrupting their entire scheme. It would be impossible to procure another herd of beasts without raising suspicion in such a short time. Kill. Realizing that their plan had been foiled, the leader of the men in black issued his command. Words were futile now. Only by eliminating this youth and retrieving the bloodlust sigils could they salvage some of their losses. Huff, huff, huff. Upon hearing the order, the men in black lunged forward in a frenzy. You seek to kill me? Lung Yuan's vacant mind stirred at the words of the man in black, a chilling glint igniting in his eyes. Thud. In an instant, sword light erupted and blood bloomed. A man in black, having just approached Lung Yuan, his axe raised high, was decapitated before he could strike. Power of blood essence 50. Bang. The men in black were taken aback by the sudden demise of their comrade. This lad is far from ordinary. Attack together. Bang 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 bang. Sensing Lung Yuan's formidable strength, the men in black grew serious, their arrogance dissipating. Humph. A band of skulking cowards. A sneer crept across Lung Yuan's face as he took a decisive step forward. Clang. His sword moved with the wind, striking out with incredible speed. 8,000 pounds of force, amplified by a fearsome surge of hidden power, emanated an unnerving pressure. The piercing edge of the blade sent shivers down the spines of the men in black, facing Lung Yuan. Arc. 8 slashes of the eternal blade. The man in black roared, unleashing 8 swift strikes in rapid succession. Humph. Lung Yuan's eyes gleamed with frigid intent as he met the attack head-on. Bang. Ding. In the next instant, Lang Yuan's sword collided with the man in black's saber, the two weapons locking in a brief stalemate before the terrifying force of hidden power erupted, sending shockwaves through both blades. Bang bang bang. Bang 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 bang. The saber reverberated 3 times, the sword quivered 9 times. In a flash, Lung Yuan and Appo's blade shattered the man in black and Appo's saber, piercing his brow in a display of disbelief. Bang. Ding. Simultaneously, Lung Yuan lowered his stance, the broken blade whizzing past his face, impaling a man in black who had attempted a sneak attack. Kill. Quickly. Kill him. Do not give him a moment to breathe. Upon hearing the men in black's cries, Lung Yuan evaded the incoming attacks and unleashed a sweeping blow. Thud. Bang. In a blinding flash of sword light, the man in black who had ambushed Lung Yuan was cleaved in 2 at the waist. Power of blood essence 30. Sensing the resurgence of the blood essence fire within his body, Lung Yuan's eyes grew even colder. After slaughtering the beast of Mount Bei, his power of blood essence had exceeded 10,000. The raging blood essence fire had bathed his bones in a golden hue, achieving the state of golden bone. However, his failure to comprehend the supreme intent had prevented him from breaking through. Ordinarily, one would comprehend the supreme intent before attempting to break through to the supreme golden bone realm. But due to a moment of carelessness, Lung Yuan had entered the transformation of the golden bone without any preparation, leaving him in a precarious situation. Although his power of blood essence was currently sufficient, it would only last for 2 days. Once the power of blood essence was depleted, his path to the golden bone would be doomed. Chapter 43. The sacred flame hall. The beasts of the northern mountains had been virtually annihilated by him, leaving him with no immediate source of fresh blood essence. As he grappled with this predicament, the assassins emerged from the shadows. How timely of you to arrive. A sardonic smile played on Lung Yuan's lips as he unleashed a flurry of swift, deadly strikes, leaving the assassins bewildered. Thwack, thwack, thwack. In a fleeting instant, 100 blades of light flashed. Lung Yuan strode forward, leaving 3 assassins clutching their throats in his wake, collapsing to the ground. He. The dying assassins stared in disbelief, blood gurgling from their mouths. Perpetuate the spark. May the sacred flame endure. The leader roared, igniting the fire within their hearts. Kill him. Retrieve the bloodthirsty seal. Death, death, death. The assassins, now consumed by fanaticism, launched another frenzied assault on Lung Yuan. Clang, 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 bang, bang, bang. In the darkened woods, figures darted amidst the chaos as rocks were upturned and foliage was flattened. A dozen assassins wielding various weapons swarmed Lung Yuan, while others lurking in the shadows launched projectiles to impede his movements. The leader, however, stood aloof, showing no inclination to join the fray. Humph. Even if you are a prodigy, you will eventually succumb to exhaustion against such numbers. When you are spent, I will unveil my true power. Bang, bang, bang. Lung Yuan parried a 3-fold sword attack, but 2 iron hammers swung at his waist. Reluctantly abandoning his counterattack, he deflected the blows, knowing that a kidney injury could prove fatal. Clang, bang. Forced to defend, Lang Yuan unleashed a powerful sidekick, sending one of his assailants' hammers flying. This lad possesses terrifying strength. Is he truly a martial general? The assassins were astonished by Lung Yuan's physical prowess. Despite their own ranks as martial generals, albeit low-ranking, they were unable to subdue him. Their failure was unacceptable. Humph. A pack of vermin skulking in the shadows. You shall all remain here. Lung Yuan roared, his sword strikes becoming increasingly swift and relentless. His fists and feet also became weapons, disrupting the assassin's attempts at ambushes. Bang! After kicking another assassin away, Leng Yuan prepared to strike. Suddenly, two concealed arrows hurtled towards him, aimed at his brow and the back of his head. Huh! Leng Yuan was forced to retreat. Clang! Clang! With a flash of his blade, the arrows fell to the ground. Before he could catch his breath, the assassins swarmed him once more. Clang! 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 Bang! 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 The relentless assault resumed. Despite Leng Yuan's strength, the assassin's coordination was impeccable, thwarting his attempts to break free and retaliate. Boy, you are doomed. No matter how strong you are, you will eventually tire in our encirclement. The leader taunted. Ha ha ha. Leng Yuan remained silent, his face grim as he parried the attacks. Bang! 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 Clang! 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 Father once said that when one's strength is sufficient, numbers are but dust. Leng Yuan recalled Leng Zai's words outside Xuanwu City. The appearance of 1,000-meter-tall King's Dharma, the snow demon army, was as fragile as ants. I cannot break free because I am not strong enough. Power. I need immense power. Leng Yuan roared inwardly, channeling the mysterious force within him. Silvery runes emerged from his flesh, coursing through his veins. Even his raven hair shimmered with silver light. Swish, swish. Two more arrows flew towards Leng Yuan. This time, he would not be caught off guard. Bang! A flash of light, and a tree that would take two people to wrap their arms around was cleaved in two. Leng Yuan emerged, his blade cleaving the archer in half. What is this? A secret technique? Demonic sorcery? The leader stared in disbelief at Leng Yuan, who was surrounded by silver runes. Such a phenomenon was unheard of. Only martial grandmasters who had undergone spiritual transformation could emanate such light. But Leng Yuan was not a martial grandmaster. Otherwise, he would have used spiritual techniques to eliminate them. Thud thud thud. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Seeing Leng Yuan break free, the assassins swarmed him once more, hoping to trap him again. But with his mysterious talent activated, Leng Yuan's strength was beyond that of a martial general. The silver runes constantly provided him with immense power. These forces, usually dormant within his skin, were awakened by Leng Yuan's will, unleashing a dazzling radiance. Give way, rend. Leng Yuan unleashed a horizontal slash. No weapon could withstand his blade. Every assassin within his range was cleaved in two. Blood essence 30, blood essence 20, blood essence 30. Sensing the influx of pure blood essence, Leng Yuan grinned and lunged forward. You wish to ambush me? Behind a boulder, an assassin was aiming a projectile. Suddenly, Leng Yuan vanished from his sight. A voice came from behind. You. The assassin turned in terror, seeing Leng Yuan's black-clad figure, his silver runes shimmering, his cold eyes staring at him. Chapter 44. The Bloodthirsty Seal in the Next Life. Remember to find a good hiding place when you ambush. Leng Yuan's lips moved lightly, as his silver-threaded hair danced. A flash of sword light suddenly appeared. No. Uft. The cloaked assailant, who was about to plead for mercy, found his throat cleaved open by a sharp edge. Bang! Clutching his neck, his eyes filled with reluctance as he collapsed to the ground. Whoosh! After dispatching the hidden attacker, Leng Yuan returned to the battlefield. At this moment, the remaining cloaked figures charged toward him. Kill! 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 These assailants incessantly shouted, their madness beginning to overshadow their inner fears. Uft! 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 Unfortunately, this time they faced the fully unleashed power of Leng Yuan. In a mere instant, they were ruthlessly annihilated. Commendable courage, yet regrettably lacking in strength. After eliminating the attackers surrounding him, Leng Yuan lifted his gaze, his eyes dark and profound, locking onto the last remaining leader among the cloaked figures. After observing for so long, it was time to extract some information. Witnessing the instant demise of his comrades, the leader felt a chill run down his spine. The gaze from Leng Yuan, emerging from the shadows, evoked an involuntary sense of dread within him. In the darkness, strands of silver runes swirled around Leng Yuan, lending him an ethereal, almost otherworldly presence. As his hair billowed, Leng Yuan suddenly appeared before the leader. Bang! Once he came to a halt, a fierce gale swept in from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the violent wind rustled the cloaked figure's garments, causing his hair to fall disheveled. Yet, he had no mind to concern himself with such trivialities. What do you want? The leader stammered, his heart constricting under Leng Yuan's emotionless gaze, his lips trembling. There's no need to be so anxious. I merely seek your life, Leng Yuan replied, shaking the blood from his sword, revealing a cold expression. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure was instantly paralyzed with fear. You cannot kill me. I am a member of the Holy Fire Hall. You have already been marked by our bloodthirsty seal. If you slay me, no one can lift it. Upon hearing the cloaked man's words, Leng Yuan's hand faltered. Holy Fire Hall. Bloodthirsty seal. What is this? Noticing Leng Yuan's hesitation, the cloaked figure breathed a sigh of relief and quickly continued. The Holy Fire Hall is a hidden sect of the martial dynasty, possessing the heritage of kings. Even the martial king would not dare to act against us lightly. Although I do not know which faction you belong to. You have already been marked by the bloodthirsty seal. If it remains, the people of the Holy Fire Hall will surely come for you. To avoid trouble with your own faction, it would be wise to let me go. Intrigued by the cloaked man's words, Lung Yuan inquired. The Holy Fire Hall possesses royal heritage? Do you have means to confront a king? Initially, the cloaked figure intended to mock. But upon seeing the sword poised at his neck, he abandoned the notion. The royal heritage merely signifies power beyond that of a martial general. However, when facing a true king, we are still inadequate. In the vast martial dynasty, aside from the martial king, only the 4 kings of the borderlands are true kings. Within this expansive territory, apart from these 5, there is no one the Holy Fire Hall fears to confront. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan's expression returned to one of silence. So it is merely power that exceeds a martial general. I had thought you could confront a king directly. The cloaked figure, sensing the shift in tone, quickly retorted. While your strength is commendable, you remain merely a martial general. The martial dynasty is vast, and there are countless human factions. Martial generals and great generals are not uncommon. Only those who have transformed their spiritual energy into a martial sect can be considered true powerhouses. However, martial sects can only dominate small regions. In any significant human city, it is the martial venerables who hold sway. Out of 1,000 martial sects, only one may produce a martial venerable, and from 1,000 martial venerables, only one may become a martial general. In the entire martial dynasty, there are fewer than 100 visible martial generals. The pinnacle comprises the 5 kings, and the Holy Fire Hall possesses strength surpassing that of a martial general, allowing us to roam freely, as long as we do not provoke the kings. Observing the proud demeanor of the cloaked figure, Lung Yuan's expression turned peculiar. You are indeed fortunate. However, since you have attempted to harm me, you must pay the price. Should you dare to threaten my family, you may find yourselves in the northern borders. My father would surely entertain you well. Upon hearing this, the cloaked man was taken aback, then incredulously gazed at Lung Yuan, saying, knowing the background of the Holy Fire Hall, you still dare to act against me? I am an attendant of the Holy Fire Hall. There is a secret stronghold of the Holy Fire Hall at the foot of the mountain. If I do not return, they will undoubtedly investigate. With the bloodthirsty seal upon you, you cannot escape. Fixated by the fearful gaze of the cloaked man, Lung Yuan intently demanded, where is your stronghold? And what is this bloodthirsty seal? Under Lung Yuan's unwavering scrutiny, the cloaked figure replied solemnly, if I tell you, will you spare me? You have no choice. Lung Yuan raised his chin, a glimmer of cold light flickering in his eyes. Seeing this, the cloaked figure burst into laughter. Ha! I never imagined I would meet my end here. I am unwilling. If you wish to know what the bloodthirsty seal is, I shall tell you. The cloaked figure drew forth a black parchment from his robe and tossed it toward Lung Yuan. Lung Yuan did not accept it. Instead, using the hilt of his sword to bat it aside. The cloaked man was momentarily stunned. So cautious. I do not regret dying at your hands. Ha! The stronghold of the Holy Fire Hall is located. If you wish to evade their pursuit, you must eliminate them all. Ha! Watching the increasingly deranged cloaked figure, Lung Yuan's brow furrowed, and he swiftly drew his sword. Uft! Bang! After slaying the leader of the cloaked figures, Lung Yuan ceased his physical manifestation, directing his gaze toward the black parchment that had fallen to the ground. He gently prodded it with his sword, confirming its integrity before picking it up to examine its contents. After a considerable time, he finally absorbed the information inscribed within. Bloodthirsty seal, longevity technique. How intriguing. Lung Yuan tucked the black parchment into his robe, rolled up his right sleeve, and gazed at the crimson rune etched upon his arm, falling into deep contemplation. According to the parchment's description, the bloodthirsty seal is a mark inscribed into a living being's body through the power of runes. It continuously siphons the vitality from within, and once filled, the seal manifests upon the arm. At that moment, disciples of the Holy Fire Hall practicing the longevity technique can retrieve the bloodthirsty seal through secret methods, absorbing its power to facilitate their breakthroughs. Chapter 45. Rooting out the evil due to the limited vitality within the bodies of ordinary warriors, once infested by the bloodthirsty seal. A staggering 90% would succumb to exhaustion, extinguished like a flickering flame. Although it is a nefarious practice in my hands. Never mind, let us explore further. After a moment's contemplation, Lung Yuan deftly unsheathed his sword and began to examine the garments of the cloaked figure. Ultimately, aside from a crimson orb, he found nothing of value. Gazing at the blood-red bead, he could not discern its specific purpose, so he decided to stow it away for the time being. It appeared that the secret of longevity was not here. Perhaps it lies within that stronghold. Since I must go there anyway, I might as well set out tonight. With a swift motion, Lung Yuan sheathed his sword, leapt into the air, and vanished into the forest. The sound of blood flowing from the lifeless beasts echoed in the stillness, trickling down the rocky crevices of the mountain. Eventually, most of it pooled into the lake below. In the tranquil waters, wisps of dark mist began to rise. A colossal shadow lurked at the lake's bottom, exuding a chilling aura. Nearby lay several shattered vessels. Sensing the continuous influx of blood into the lake, The shadow employed some unknown means to absorb it entirely. Bubbles surged from the lake bed, glimmering under the moonlight like scales. This is it. Meanwhile, following the description provided by the cloaked figure, Lung Yuan located the stronghold of the Holy Fire Temple. Standing before an unassuming farmhouse, he stepped inside. His movements light enough to avoid disturbing the inhabitants. Though he could have burst in unannounced, he preferred to proceed with caution, opting to gather information first. In the darkness, Lung Yuan noticed the flickering glow of firelight reflecting upon the stone floor. Though faint, it was unmistakable amidst the shadows. They are kindling fire underground. The Holy Fire Temple is indeed intriguing. A peculiar expression crossed Lung Yuan's face as he pondered this revelation. He began to investigate the structure, meticulously noting every location illuminated by the firelight. These openings varied in size, most concealed in inconspicuous corners, easily overlooked in daylight, but now revealed in the darkness. After completing his reconnaissance, a smirk graced his lips. He secured his sword at his waist, and, from the surrounding fields, gathered a considerable amount of soil, alongside fragments of wooden planks. One by one, he sealed the openings, moving with great care, placing a plank over each hole, and gently pressing soil to fill the gaps. With great amusement, he continued his task. After the span of an incense stick, once no flicker of light remained visible, he nodded in satisfaction, a triumphant expression adorning his face. Meanwhile, the members of the Holy Fire Temple in the underground chamber remained oblivious to the events transpiring outside, each one devoutly worshipping the bonfire at the chamber and Apos' center. The spark endures, and the holy fire persists. The spark endures, and the holy fire persists. Within the enclosed chamber, nearly 200 cloaked figures fervently worshipped, their voices rising in fervor. Listening from above, Lung Yuan and Apos' smile deepened. They still sound quite spirited. I wonder how long that will last. Everything was already within his grasp. There was no longer any necessity to descend. He resolved to remain above, contemplating his true self while remaining vigilant against any attempts to flee. True self. True self. What, precisely, is my supreme true self? Is it invincibility? The thought of breaking through left Lung Yuan in a state of confusion. Currently, he retained over 10,000 units of blood vitality. With the blood vitality flame minimized, he could sustain it for 3 days. Once those 3 days elapsed, he would either need to find a means to rapidly replenish his blood vitality or risk the flame extinguishing, leading to a failed breakthrough. Alas, time is of the essence. Had there been enough time, he might have returned to the Northern Territory to consult his father. Standing in the courtyard, Lung Yuan gazed up at the luminous moon, lost in thought for an extended period. Suddenly, the faint sound of heavy objects crashing to the ground broke the silence. Though subtle, Lung Yuan, ever attentive to the movements within the underground chamber, immediately took notice. Their bonfire is about to extinguish. A flicker of alarm coursed through him. He unsheathed his sword and approached the entrance to the chamber, his gaze steely as he awaited developments. Bang, bang, bang. What is happening? Why can't I breathe? Could someone have poisoned us? Inside the chamber, the disciples of the Holy Fire Temple, witnessing their comrades collapsing, were filled with dread and confusion. Nothing seemed amiss, yet they suddenly found themselves gasping for breath. Some, overwhelmed by panic, collapsed entirely. Suddenly, the central bonfire dimmed dramatically. The feeble light flickered erratically, casting the underground chamber into a state of disarray. Ah! Bang! A cloaked figure shouted in alarm, but before he could gather himself, the bonfire was extinguished entirely. In an instant, darkness enveloped the entire chamber. There is something amiss. We must escape. With flushed faces, several cloaked figures hurried towards the entrance, only to discover that the stone slab sealing it could not be moved. Outside, Lung Yuan pressed his foot against the slab, applying terrifying force, rendering the black-clad figures within utterly immobile. Ah! Ah! Bang! 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 Within the chamber, a throng of black-clad figures found themselves trapped at the entrance, unable to flee. Despite their urgency, they were powerless. They could scarcely manage to breathe, their faces turning a shade reminiscent of overripe fruit, akin to those on the brink of drowning. Their full prowess was utterly stifled. Had they detected the danger earlier? There might have been a glimmer of hope, but they had been engrossed in their fervent worship, the bonfire blazing. This method of gradual entrapment had consumed them bit by bit. By the time they realized the peril, it was far too late. Ah! Ah! Bang! 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 Before long, the pressure atop the slab dissipated, and the sounds of frantic attempts to escape ceased. Lung Yuan withdrew his foot and stood silently at the entrance. After a pause that felt like an eternity, he finally kicked the slab aside, opening the entrance to the chamber. Taking a moment to survey the situation within, confirming the layout, Lung Yuan inhaled deeply and leaped inside. Bang! Upon landing, he swiftly unsheathed his sword and executed a sweeping strike. With each arc of his blade, the disciples of the Holy Fire Temple fell before him, blood spilling forth as their hearts shattered or throats severed. Lung Yuan paid no heed to whether they lived or died, mercilessly dispatching each one once more. Blood vitality 10, blood vitality 5, blood vitality 20. After swiftly traversing the chamber and eliminating all the black-clad figures, Lung Yuan promptly exited through the entrance, not wasting a moment. Chapter 46. The Art of Longevity. The cool night breeze swept through the air. Lung Yuan opened all the sealed entrances and stood in the courtyard for a considerable time before re-entering. Upon stepping into the hidden chamber, he brandished his sword and inspected the garments of everyone present, ultimately uncovering the object of his quest, the Art of Longevity. This unique technique of the Sacred Fire Temple, when combined with the Bloodthirsty Seal, could siphon the vitality of those marked, thereby enhancing one's own strength. Simultaneously, Lung Yuan discovered several letters among the dark-clad individuals. These contained correspondence between the Sacred Fire Temple and a prominent figure in the royal capital. The influential individual provided protection to the Sacred Fire Temple in exchange for the source of the Art of Longevity's vitality. Unfortunately, previous communications had been incinerated. With the scant evidence at hand, he could not ascertain the identity of those colluding with the Sacred Fire Temple. It appeared that the royal capital was not as unblemished as it seemed. After a moment of contemplation, Lung Yuan quietly tucked away the letters and departed. As he returned to the city, the gusty winds howled past him. Upon reaching Beishan town, he came to an abrupt halt. It had been several days since he last saw her. He wondered how she was faring. Should he pay a visit? Taking a turn, Lung Yuan swiftly navigated through the darkness, arriving soon at the familiar courtyard wall. Standing beneath the wall, he reflected on his previous visit, a smile creeping onto his lips. How peculiar it was. The last time he had come here, he was gravely poisoned, his face flushed. Now, although he was free from toxins, the fire of vitality still burned within him, leaving him red-faced once more. How amusing. With a smile playing at the corners of his mouth, he leaped effortlessly over the wall. In a few agile bounds, he reached the flower bushes from that day, moving so quietly that he made no sound. Muyu was still awake, observing the girl in the green attire lost in thought against the stone table. Lung Yuan found it somewhat odd that she was alone in the courtyard so late at night. Hey, why aren't you asleep? The sudden sound startled Muyu from her reverie. Initially taken aback, her gaze shifted, and upon recognizing Lung Yuan, her face broke into a radiant smile. Lung Yuan, you're here. Seeing the joy illuminating her features, Lung Yuan was taken aback. Were you waiting for me? Not intentionally waiting for you, Muyu replied. Her cheeks tinged with pink as she lowered her head, speaking softly. I haven't been out much in my life. The people in the manor rarely talk to me. My days consist of reading and daydreaming. You are the first person who makes me feel different. Upon hearing this, Lung Yuan settled beside her and pondered for a moment before asking, is it that your family doesn't allow you to go outside? Yes. Muyu nodded. She adjusted her green robe, pouting as she leaned on the stone table, her expression turning somber. My father says that women shouldn't show themselves outside. Only after getting married can we go out. I've never had the chance to see the world. I can only listen to others describe it. As she spoke, Muyu rested her chin on her delicate hand, her eyes sparkling as she looked at Lung Yuan. What you told me last time, I've never encountered before. The people in the manor don't share such things with me. Could you tell me more? Noticing the anticipation in her eyes, Lung Yuan nodded and began to recount tales of the outside world. His face bore a nostalgic expression as he spoke earnestly, while Muyu listened intently. Her head tilted and her eyes wide with curiosity. Suddenly, a rush of warmth escaped Lung Yuan's lips, causing his brow to furrow instinctively. Muyu felt a wave of heat wash over her. Only then did she realize that something was amiss with Lung Yuan's complexion. Lung Yuan, what's wrong? Have you been poisoned again? Let me check. Without waiting for his consent, Muyu rose and pressed her hand against his forehead. You're burning up. It feels like something is igniting within you. What kind of poison is this? I've never read about it before. Her delicate features furrowed in concern as she grasped his wrist to take his pulse. The gentleness of her touch left Lung Yuan momentarily dazed. He forgot to resist, allowing her to proceed. The fragrance of her veil brushed against his face, coaxing him into a state of relaxation. This isn't right. Your pulse is racing, and your breath is so hot. What should I do? I can't treat you. Muyu's expression grew increasingly grave, and a hint of panic surfaced on her face. Seeing her near tears, Lung Yuan quickly reassured her. Muyu, I'm fine. It's not poison. I just need to rest for a while. You don't need to worry. Upon hearing his words, Muyu gazed into his eyes, her sincerity palpable. Are you truly all right? You're not deceiving me? Absolutely fine. I would never lie to you. Lung Yuan affirmed, nodding confidently. He stood up and displayed a vigorous demeanor. Relieved, Muyu smiled once again. Lung Yuan, why is it that every time I see you, you seem to be injured? Is it dangerous outside? At her questioning gaze, Lung Yuan shook his head. It's indeed perilous out there, but this injury was self-inflicted. He chuckled softly, deciding not to delve into the complexities of his training with her. She was too innocent, and explaining would only lead to confusion. The two continued their conversation, sharing amusing anecdotes that made Muyu's eyes sparkle with delight, her laughter ringing like silver bells. As the night wore on, Lung Yuan realized it was getting late. He needed to return before he was discovered. Muyu, I must take my leave, he announced. At his farewell, Mu Yu's smile faltered, her gaze filled with reluctance. You're leaving, will you come again? Her head lowered and her hands fidgeted nervously. Seeing her forlorn expression, Leng Yuan offered a gentle smile. Do not worry, I shall return. At his words, Mu Yu's face lit up with surprise, meeting his gaze before shyly looking down again. I'll be waiting for you. Observing her bashful demeanor, Leng Yuan felt a sudden jolt in his heart, momentarily at a loss for words. In the end, he left her with a final remark, then leaped into the darkness, swiftly vanishing from sight. As he journeyed back to the city, the brisk wind whipped against his face, and Leng Yuan felt his heart racing unnaturally. It seemed that the persistent burn of vitality within him was causing some unusual reactions. Chapter 47. The Dread of Mirror Flower in the Northern Wangfu. Leng Yuan leaped into the garden, and then promptly returned to his chamber. In the shadows, upon seeing Leng Yuan return safely, Wang San let out a sigh of relief and finally felt at ease enough to retire for the night. The letter must be nearing the northern frontier by now. In this situation, I cannot interfere. I can only observe how the prince arranges matters. The following day, Leng Yuan rose early. The fervor of his blood surged within him, leaving him feeling exceptionally invigorated, at times even exhilarated. Reclining in a chair in the backyard, he noticed Wang San passing by and casually inquired, Steward Wang, are you familiar with the Hall of Sacred Fire? Upon hearing this name, Wang San's expression instantly grew grave. He hurried to Leng Yuan's side, his eyes glinting with cold intensity. Young master, have you encountered someone from the Hall of Sacred Fire? Have they offended you? Leng Yuan shook his head and softly replied, No, I merely heard this name from elsewhere. I was simply curious. Hearing this, Wang San finally relaxed, but then earnestly advised, Young master, the Hall of Sacred Fire is not a place to be trifled with. You must not get involved with them. Curiosity flickered in Leng Yuan's eyes at Wang San's solemn demeanor. Is the Hall of Sacred Fire truly so fearsome? Wang San shook his head. Not that they are particularly terrifying. However, despite their pleasant name, they engage in unspeakable deeds and have a notorious reputation in the Wuzhou. Various factions wish to eradicate them post-haste. Nodding thoughtfully, Leng Yuan absorbed Wang San's words. Wang San continued to caution him. The people of the Hall of Sacred Fire are bloodthirsty and cruel, steeped in wickedness. You must avoid any association with them. Wang San knew that the Hall often conspired with powerful figures to facilitate their operations. Although various factions publicly opposed the Hall, many secretly colluded with them. Wang San feared that the Hall's members might approach the young master and lead him down a treacherous path. Seeing Wang San's anxious expression, Leng Yuan chuckled, Steward Wang, there is no need to be so serious. I was merely inquiring. I will not become entangled with them. After finishing his jest, he added, Steward Wang, please send someone to Shuiwei Tower to fetch Mirror Flower. Shuiwei Tower? Wang San's expression shifted at the abrupt change of topic, and he sighed despondently. Very well. It is better for the young master to indulge in feminine company than to associate with the Hall of Sacred Fire. Let it be. I have already sent word to the northern frontier, so the prince should have arrangements in mind. With this thought, Wang San bowed to Leng Yuan and proceeded to make the necessary arrangements. The backyard fell silent once more. Leng Yuan lay back, gazing at the drifting clouds overhead, continuously pondering, what is my true self? After a long while, he found no answer. At that moment, Mirror Flower arrived. Observing the handsome youth lost in thought on the chaise, she wore a charming smile. Gently approaching, she leaned down to whisper in his ear, Young master. You called for me. Startled by her soft voice, Leng Yuan snapped back to attention and turned to see her alluring face, causing a rush of blood to his cheeks. Ah, you're here, he stammered, feigning a cough as he quickly sat up, distancing himself from her. Young master, Mirror Flower exclaimed, watching his movements. Genuinely concerned for her appearance, she followed him inside as he pretended to maintain his composure. Come with me, he instructed. Once inside, she heard Leng Yuan's voice instructing her to close the door. Her eyes widened in surprise, and a blush crept across her cheeks. Of course, Your Highness. After not seeing each other for a few days, Mirror Flower had grown increasingly bold, leaving Leng Yuan feeling overwhelmed, especially when his blood was aflame. His body remained in a heightened state, making him quite uncomfortable. Come here, sit down, Leng Yuan commanded, taking his place as the master and gesturing to a nearby stool with an air of seriousness. Immediately, Mirror Flower composed herself, obediently taking a seat. She understood that while playful teasing was permissible, there were boundaries not to be crossed, especially when he was in a serious mood. Young master, is there something you wish to discuss? She asked. How has your training been progressing? In response, Mirror Flower softly replied, Thank you for your concern, young master. Since I began practicing the techniques you provided, my progress has accelerated significantly. Leng Yuan lifted a teacup and placed it before him in silence. Seeing this, Mirror Flower promptly rose, a smile gracing her lips, and gracefully poured tea for him. Observing her earnestness, Leng Yuan smiled in return. Once she settled back down, he took a sip and closed his eyes, savoring the tea and Apos as flavor in silence, allowing the moment to linger. After some time, Mirror Flower remained quiet, her beautiful eyes fixed on him. Do you wish to become stronger swiftly? He suddenly asked, stirring her interest. Young master, do you have a way for me to gain strength quickly? Her eyes sparkled with excitement, fixating on him intently. Here, take a look for yourself. Lung Yuan produced a scroll from within his robes and casually tossed it to her. Longevity technique. Upon receiving it, Mirror Flower's countenance changed dramatically without even opening it. Her face paling. Young master, you are one of them. A member of the Hall of Sacred Fire. Fear and disbelief washed over her as she gazed at Lung Yuan. In that moment, the world around her felt dark. The Hall of Sacred Fire was notorious for draining the life essence of others, with countless innocent lives lost each year at their hands, and any righteous faction that encountered them would show no mercy. Now, reality was shattering her perception of the world, revealing that the Northern Prince's heir was affiliated with the Hall. Fear not, I am not one of them. I merely dealt with a few unsavory individuals by chance. Lung Yuan reassured her gently, observing the terror and concern etched on her face. Upon hearing this, Mirror Flower felt a wave of relief wash over her. Young master, you nearly frightened me to death. After regaining her composure, she sighed, her expression turning somber. Young master, while the longevity technique may rapidly enhance one's blood essence, I am unable to utilize it. Chapter 48. Operate in the shadows. Upon observing the helpless expression on Jinghua's face, Lung Yuan felt a twinge of surprise. What? Are you familiar with the Hall of Sacred Fire? To some extent, Jinghua replied gently, nodding at Lung Yuan. As you know, the Shueihua Tower is a place of indulgence, frequently hosting individuals from various factions. From their conversations, we have gathered quite a bit of intelligence. Lung Yuan was not taken aback by Jinghua's words. After all, the primary reason Jinghua allied with him was that Ji Haokuan had taken a keen interest in the intelligence capabilities of Shueihua Tower, wishing to covertly bring it under his influence, which had led to a conflict with Lung Yuan, resulting in a severe beating. Reflecting on the intelligence prowess of Shueihua Tower, Lung Yuan's curiosity was piqued. Since you are aware of the Hall of Sacred Fire, please share all that you know. After a moment of contemplation, Jinghua began to recount what she knew about the Hall of Sacred Fire. The general details aligned closely with what Lung Yuan was already aware of, but she added several nuanced pieces of information. He had little interest in the specifics of when the Hall had targeted a particular faction or when that faction had retaliated, so he did not inquire further. After comparing Jinghua's information, he formed a more vivid impression of the Hall of Sacred Fire. Truly a nest of vile rats. Noticing Lung Yuan's lamentation, Jinghua did not respond but looked at him with a mixture of resignation and concern. Young master, the longevity technique must be complemented by the blood mark to be effective. However, those marked by the blood mark are doomed to die. This method is deemed a violation of natural order and is rejected by all factions. The Hall of Sacred Fire has garnered such a foul reputation largely because of this. The method of killing for blood is something I cannot and will not undertake. Observing Jinghua's serious demeanor, Lung Yuan smiled gently. If I grant you the longevity technique, it follows that I am aware of the matters concerning the Hall of Sacred Fire. Do I strike you as one who indiscriminately slaughters the innocent? Jinghua paused, taken aback by his words, and then replied with uncertainty. Young master, you are inherently noble, certainly not a malevolent person. Yet, the longevity technique can only be activated through the blood mark. Without invoking the blood mark, merely cultivating the longevity technique would be a futile endeavor. Seeing the confusion on Jinghua's face, Lung Yuan silently rolled up his sleeve, revealing a crimson pattern on his arm. As he did so, Jinghua's attention was immediately drawn to the blood-red rune upon his skin. What is this? It feels so peculiar. In response to Jinghua's puzzled gaze, Lung Yuan calmly uttered 3 words that sent shivers down her spine. Bloodmark. Bloodmark. Upon hearing this, Jinghua felt as though a thunderbolt had struck her mind, plunging her into a state of uncontrollable panic. Young master, the people of the Hall of Sacred Fire have targeted you. How dare they? These lunatics. Do they not fear the wrath of the Northern King, who might cleanse the Hall of Sacred Fire in blood? As Jinghua's expression morphed into one of growing fury, Lung Yuan shook his head. It is not that they have acted against me. By mere coincidence, I have disrupted their plot. This blood mark has inadvertently manifested upon me. Jinghua's expression grew serious as she cautioned, Young master, the individuals from the Hall of Sacred Fire are ruthless madmen. Once they latch onto you, it will be quite troublesome. You must not underestimate them. Seeing the worry etched on Jinghua's face, Lung Yuan refrained from further explanations and shifted the topic. Enough of this. I know how to handle it. For now, focus solely on cultivating the longevity technique. Jinghua hesitated, asking uncertainly, Young master, if you wish for me to cultivate the longevity technique, what of the source of blood vitality? A sense of trepidation filled her heart, fearing Lung Yuan might instruct her to kill for blood like those from the Hall of Sacred Fire. Rest assured, I am not one to crave bloodshed. I have other means to acquire the source of blood vitality. However, do not speak of this. Operate discreetly. With that assurance, Jinghua finally relaxed. Young master, you need not worry. I know what to do. Seeing Jinghua's expression return to normal, Lung Yuan added, Today, aside from this matter, We must expedite the expansion of Shuiwe Tower. Soon, I will require a considerable number of beasts, at least those of martial artist rank or higher. As she met Leng Yuan's intense gaze, Jinghua felt a tremor of apprehension mixed with excitement. This was the first time Leng Yuan had openly shared his needs with her, signifying her true entry into his world, becoming a part of his domain. You may rest assured, young master, I shall not disappoint you. After a brief pause, Jinghua beamed with a radiant smile, solemnly promising him. This was a genuine task entrusted to her by Leng Yuan, and she was determined to ensure his satisfaction. Some time later, Jinghua departed from Leng Yuan's chamber. Watching her retreating figure, Leng Yuan sighed. Initially, he had contemplated allowing Jinghua to absorb his blood mark directly, but he was currently undergoing a crucial breakthrough. The fiery blood essence was consuming his vitality continuously, and he was uncertain whether he could comprehend the supreme true self within 2 days. Nevertheless, he would not yield until the final moment. In this context, each ounce of blood vitality was immensely significant, and he dared not waste a single drop. Thus, he prioritized his own needs, intending to elevate Jinghua's cultivation once this matter was resolved. Meanwhile, in a lavish secret chamber, a young man sat upon a throne, his piercing gaze fixed upon the trembling figure of a cloaked individual below. Such a simple plan has failed. What use do I have for you now? Upon hearing the cold voice from the throne, the prostrate figure quivered, panic flooding his expression as he pleaded, Master, spare my life. Next time, I assure you I will not fail again. Observing the desperate pleas of the cloaked figure, a faint smile crept across the young man and Apos' face. Oh, you have followed me for several years. I find it difficult to part with you. Upon hearing this, the cloaked figure's heart surged with hope, and he hastily looked up at his master, only to witness a sudden transformation in the young man's expression. The smile vanished, replaced by an icy indifference that sent a chill through the cloaked figure, stirring a sense of impending doom within him. You have been with me long enough. You should understand my rules. A failed mission leads only to death. As the young man's words sank in, the cloaked figure felt coldness creep into his limbs. He shouted desperately, No, master. I have done so much for you. Out of our past friendship, grant me another chance. I promise to succeed next time. The young man on the throne displayed growing impatience, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Kill him. Chapter 49, Trouble Arrives. The instant the words were uttered, a flash of cold light erupted. The black-clad figure, who moments before had been begging for mercy, collapsed lifelessly to the ground, eyes still wide with terror. Tap, tap. Subsequently, 2 more figures emerged from the shadows, expressionless, and dragged the body away. Useless trash, only capable of begging. If begging were effective, what need would I have for you? Upon his throne, the young man's gaze darkened with repugnance. Regardless of your identity, now that you have disrupted my plans, you shall pay the price. I will find you. Ha ha ha. His voice grew increasingly eerie, devolving into madness. The following day, finding Cold Abyss absent from the Cloudfall Academy, Yin Rong and his companions once again sought him out at the Northern Prince's estate. My esteemed prince, are you truly resolved to forsake the academy? Upon entering the rear courtyard, they beheld Cold Abyss reclining on a lounge chair, gazing at the heavens. A sight that filled them with envy. Why? Does the academy offer some grand advantage? Cold Abyss responded, turning at the sound of Jin Yichen's voice. No advantage, but assuredly. There are disadvantages to your absence, Jin Yichen lamented, settling onto a stone stool and pouring himself a cup of tea. He drained it in one gulp before turning to Cold Abyss with a mischievous grin. In recent days, your truancy has not gone unnoticed. Master Mu has diligently recorded your missed lessons. When you eventually grace the academy with your presence, expect to be entertained. Cold Abyss remained unmoved. His gaze fixed on the sky. Let him record them. As long as I remain absent, his machinations are futile. At this, Yin Rong and Wei Junjie both gave Cold Abyss a thumbs up. Worthy of a prince. May you never return to the academy, Yin Rong said. Casting a pitying glance at Cold Abyss, his eyes filled with reminiscence. Master Mu is a stickler for rules. All enrolled students must adhere to the academy's regulations. Among our cohort, you have attended but once, and even then, you were tardy. It would be difficult for Master Mu not to remember you. Wei Junjie added. Master Mu is a confidant of King Wu. Our status holds no sway in ensuring a smooth graduation. A minor transgression could land you on King Wu's desk by the next day. To thrive in the capital, one must graduate from Cloudfall Academy without incident. Observing their grave expressions, Cold Abyss stirred and turned to face them. You seek to thrive in the capital, my aspirations lie elsewhere. When the time is right, I shall return to the northern frontier. The academy's affairs are of no concern to me. With that, he resumed his position, gazing at the drifting clouds. His vital energy was sufficient for one more day of combustion. If he failed to comprehend the supreme true self by day's end, his breakthrough would fail. His sole concern now was his breakthrough. All else was inconsequential. Strange, why is there a heat emanating from here? Jin Yichen suddenly remarked, feeling a wave of warmth pass over his legs. At this, Cold Abyss's heart skipped a beat. He surreptitiously suppressed the surging flames of his vital energy, preventing the heat from escaping and betraying his condition. Heat? What nonsense are you spouting? As cold abyss concealed his aura, Yin Rong and Wei Junjie also attempted to sense anything unusual. They found nothing, leading them to believe they had been tricked. They rolled their eyes at Genie Chen. No, really, I felt it just now. Genie Chen protested, attempting to explain. However, after several more attempts, he detected nothing. Could I have imagined it? He began to doubt himself. After some light-hearted banter, Yin Rong turned to Cold Abyss. Prince, you've been cooped up at home for days. Why don't we venture out together? Seeing Cold Abyss's lack of enthusiasm, Yin Rong continued, while we cannot visit the Watermoon Pavilion, the capital offers other diversions. Shall we explore them together? Yin Rong's words were echoed by Genie Chen and Wei Junjie, who all turned expectant gazes toward Cold Abyss. However, Cold Abyss was in no mood for leisure. His mind was consumed by the impending breakthrough. I appreciate the offer, but I am not feeling well. I shall remain here and rest. Hearing this, Yin Rong and his companions relented and departed on their own. Once they were gone, Cold Abyss rose from the lounge chair and began pacing the courtyard. Time is running short. The supreme true self. What is my true self? As time passed and the sky shifted, Cold Abyss's heart grew troubled, filled with anxiety and urgency. Suddenly, he noticed a stone obstructing his path. Impatiently, he kicked it away. Bang! Thud! Splash! The stone plunged into the nearby pond, sending up a spray of droplets. The sound of the water momentarily halted Cold Abyss's advance. Gazing at the ripples spreading across the surface, he began to reflect. My mind is in disarray. It seems I cannot achieve enlightenment at home. Perhaps a change of scenery is in order. Cold Abyss donned a set of plain clothes and left the northern prince's estate alone. Traversing the bustling streets, he was like a solitary wanderer, oblivious to his surroundings. As if they were mere illusions, he walked aimlessly, navigating the labyrinthine streets. After an indeterminate amount of time, the sounds of the city gradually faded, until complete silence enveloped him. Where am I? It seems I have wandered into a dead end. As he contemplated changing direction, a sudden warmth surged in his chest. What is this? He reached into his tunic and retrieved the blood pearl, puzzled. Suddenly, an unfamiliar voice echoed from behind. Found him. At the sound of the voice, Cold Abyss turned to face a dozen black-clad figures blocking his path. Do I know you? He asked uncertainly. To dare disrupt the Sacred Flame Hall's plans, did you think you could escape retribution? The black-clad figures sneered at Cold Abyss's bewildered expression. Boy, regardless of your identity, now that you have offended the Sacred Flame Hall, prepare to pay the price. With that, they drew their weapons and charged. In the distance, a patrol of soldiers was approaching, only to be intercepted by another group. There is a city defense drill underway in that area. Please reroute your patrol. With a few words, the approaching city guards were diverted. The leader of the intercepting group smiled coldly and led his men away. In the alleyway, Cold Abyss gazed at the approaching black-clad figures, his breath growing hot. The Sacred Flame Hall. You have come at the perfect time. Chapter 50. The ambush in the alley. Cold Yuan was troubled, uncertain of where to procure the vitality of blood. Just then, individuals from the Holy Fire Temple unexpectedly approached, seeking his demise. With this knowledge, Cold Yuan felt no moral qualms about retaliating. The tranquil alley soon erupted into a flurry of blades and shadows. Although the strength of the Holy Fire Temple's members was lacking, their ferocity was undeniable, targeting vital points with every strike. As Cold Yuan's body was still in a state of breakthrough, he had been suppressing his blood vitality, significantly diminishing his power. Thus, he found himself unable to dispatch the black-clad assailants with a single blow. Unbeknownst to him, the confrontation led them deeper into the alley, which had transformed into a desolate wasteland, surrounded by remnants of decay. Despite the prolonged battle, none had noticed their struggle. Suddenly, a heavy hammer struck Cold Yuan from the shadows, sending him crashing into a darkened recess of the alley, which reeked of decay and was suffocatingly narrow. Master has commanded. Eliminate him. Retrieve the bloodlust seal. In this darkened alley, silence reigned, broken only by the sounds of footsteps and clashing weapons from outside, echoing clearly in the oppressive atmosphere. Most would have succumbed to such a stifling ambience, yet Cold Yuan remained unperturbed. He advanced alone, his countenance grim, his eyes glinting like a hawk's as they scanned the surroundings. The cobblestones beneath his feet had eroded over years of rain, creating an uneven path. Each step he took reverberated, inadvertently revealing his location. Abruptly, two shadowy figures emerged like phantoms from the alley's crumbling walls, their weapons lunging towards his vital points. With a huff, Cold Yuan noticed the glint of cold steel from the corner of his eye and deftly sidestepped, instantly retaliating. Bang! Clash! With a powerful kick, he shattered the black wall the assailants sought refuge behind, exposing the disciples of the Holy Fire Temple lurking on either side. Their faces bore fierce expressions, devoid of warmth. The leader, a towering figure with bulging muscles and a prominent scar that stretched from his eye to his chin, glared menacingly at Cold Yuan, a cruel smile revealing a set of yellowed teeth. Kid, though your strength is commendable, you have crossed the Holy Fire Temple. Today shall be your end. surrounded by dozens. The leader showed no concern for failure, relishing the anticipated sight of Cold Yuan's panic and pleas for mercy, a source of exquisite pleasure for him. He had triumphed in previous encounters, but this time, he had misjudged his opponent. Cold Yuan exhaled a breath of heated air, his gaze transforming into one of unwavering determination. As if ignited by twin infernos, there was no alternative. He would have to unleash his suppressed power. With a silent incantation, the blood vitality within him surged forth, engulfing him in a formidable force. Bang! Before the black-clad assailants could react, Cold Yuan leaped, seizing one by the throat with a claw-like grip, swiftly claiming the sword from his grasp. In an instant, blood erupted, and a head rolled to the ground. Dare to strike again? All of you, come at me. The leader's fury ignited upon witnessing Cold Yuan's explosive retaliation, having just slain one of his own. At his command, the disciples of the Holy Fire Temple rushed forward without hesitation. Clubs swung like a tempest, accompanied by a chorus of whistling winds, while daggers gleamed ominously as they lunged for Cold Yuan's vitals. He sidestepped, agilely evading a fatal thrust to his chest, while simultaneously wielding his sword in a horizontal slash. The blade carved through the dim light, leaving a chilling arc in its wake. Flash! The sword's brilliance sliced through a black-clad assailant's arm, blood spraying forth as he retreated into the shadows with a scream. Seeing this, Cold Yuan refrained from pursuing. The sheer number of attackers encircled him, rendering escape impossible. Just as he evaded an incoming strike, a club descended from behind, leaving him no time to turn. He could only parry with his sword. Bang! His stance faltered, and before he could regain his balance, several daggers were thrust toward him. Cold Yuan swiftly maneuvered his sword to deflect the incoming blades. Clang! Clang! Sparks flew as metal met metal. Bang! 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 The relentless assault from the black-clad adversaries was overwhelming, with dozens attacking simultaneously. Although Cold Yuan managed to deflect a majority, several blows landed upon him. While the weapons failed to pierce his skin, the pain was all too real. Cold Yuan grunted, the fervor of battle igniting within him. Boom! The blood vitality within him surged once more, and with a sudden pivot, he swept his sword, unleashing a powerful force that sent several attackers reeling backward. The sword flickered through the narrow alley, moving at an increasingly rapid pace, akin to a lightning bolt slicing through the air. Each swing carried with it a fierce wind and a cold intent to kill, leaving trails of crimson in its wake as it cut through the bodies of his foes. Despite their numerical advantage, the black-clad assailants began to falter, intimidated by Cold Yuan's escalating ferocity. Their coordination dissolved into chaos. One opportunistic attacker, seizing the moment amidst the turmoil, attempted a stealthy assault from behind. Yet Cold Yuan seemed to possess a sixth sense, with a swift backward kick. He sent the assailant flying several meters, crashing against the wall before collapsing to the ground. A pack of filthy rats! You have successfully provoked my wrath. Cold Yuan momentarily abandoned his contemplation of the supreme, true self, plunging into a brutal spree of slaughter. Blood splattered against the alley walls, painting a grotesque tableau in the dim light, indistinguishable between his own and that of the black-clad men. Witnessing the youth's sudden surge of ferocity, the scarred leader felt a shiver of unease trickle down his spine as beads of sweat rolled down his face, mingling with the blood on the ground. This situation was veering dangerously off course. Though fear began to take root in his heart, the battle raged on. Cold Yuan showed no signs of relenting, his gaze imbued with an intimidating intensity, each strike delivering a formidable sense of oppression. Blood vitality 10, blood vitality 5, blood vitality 10. In the shattered alley, as waves of heat radiated from Cold Yuan, the black-clad assailants continued to fall one by one. Bang! 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 As he witnessed his comrades falling rapidly, the scarred leader sensed impending doom and prepared to flee. At that moment, Cold Yuan surged forward, his icy sword weaving through the shadows, causing several more to collapse in an instant. Where do you think you're going? As a wave of heat enveloped him, the scarred leader felt an icy chill wash over his entire being. Drip! Drip! Cold Yuan stood before him, an expression as cold as ice, blood dripping from his sword, sending waves of terror through the leader's mind. Please don't kill me. Please don't. He cried out desperately, stumbling toward Cold Yuan in a frantic plea for mercy. Die. Just as he was a mere step away from Cold Yuan, the youth erupted in a swift motion, eyes filled with malice, thrusting a dagger with deadly intent. Chapter 51. Exposure. With a sudden burst, a figure clad in black lunged at him. Yet Lung Yuan's expression remained utterly impassive. He swiftly drew his sword, slicing through the assailant's throat. A thud echoed as the scarred man, eyes filled with resentment, clutched his neck and collapsed, blood pooling around him. Blood chi power 20. As the surge of power coursed through him, Lung Yuan hastily quelled the flames of blood chi within. After a moment of silent contemplation, his brow furrowed. A wave of helplessness washed over him. Had he not relaxed his control over the blood chi flames and simply eliminated these black-clad foes, his blood chi power would have surged by several hundred points. However, In his quest to swiftly rid himself of this nuisance, he not only relinquished his restraint, but also increased the supply of blood chi flames. Thus, after slaying these assailants, his blood chi power not only failed to increase, but rather diminished, leaving him with even less time at his disposal. Such a predicament. At the Holy Fire Palace, a grudge had undoubtedly been established. Meanwhile, as Leng Yuan sensed the blood chi power within, a man in armor, positioned in a distant pavilion, stared in disbelief at Leng Yuan's figure. He had witnessed the entire battle, watching in awe as one youth battled against dozens of martial artists, even taking down several generals among them. He was utterly speechless with astonishment. After what felt like an eternity, he exhaled deeply. Who would have thought? Who would have thought? The North King's heir possesses such formidable cultivation. Clearly, the North King has invested considerable effort in his son's training. Yet, now that enmity has been established, he cannot be spared. With a sigh of resignation, he swiftly departed. At that moment, patrolling soldiers received word and hastened towards the scene. On the other side, after tidying up, Leng Yuan discarded his bloodied sword, preparing to leave. Just then, hurried footsteps approached. Stop. Who are you? The soldiers, startled by the gruesome scene, immediately took a defensive stance. The dilapidated alley was strewn with the corpses of the black-clad men, blood staining the ground. The walls and rocks bore the marks of fierce combat, presenting a harrowing sight. The city guard, unaccustomed to such brutality, grew tense. The front line of soldiers, armed with long blades, eyed Leng Yuan, whose clothes were soaked in blood, with caution, while others rushed B. Chapter 52. The emergence of conspiracy. Noticing the significant change in Shui Yunshu's demeanor, Leng Yuan, perplexed, inquired, "What do you mean by one of us?" With a smile illuminating her face, Shui Yunshu replied, "I am Shui Yunshu, and my uncle is the West King, Shui Qinjue." Upon hearing this, Leng Yuan immediately comprehended the implication, a hint of a smile gracing his features. So, she is indeed my senior. In the Great Wu Dynasty, there were originally 6 prominent kings: the Martial King, Ji Hao; the Crown Prince, Ji Ling Tian; the East King, Ji Ling Fan; the West King, Shui Qinjue; the South King, Nan Shi; and the North King, Leng Zhe. Among these 6 rulers, the royal family held 3 positions, while the remaining 3 kings had to ally with one another to maintain equilibrium. Thus, the West King, South King, and North King naturally formed a coalition, leading to a closer relationship among them. Following the demise of the elder king, Ji Hao, the Crown Prince Ji Ling Tian ascended as the new martial king. Consequently, only 5 kings remained in the Great Wu Dynasty, 2 from the royal family and 3 from other lineages. The balance of 3 against 3 was disrupted. Although the royal family remained the strongest, the newly appointed martial king had to tread carefully. This was advice given to him by his father before leaving the Northern Territory. Hence, Leng Yuan readily accepted Shui Yunshu's altered attitude. "Calling me senior brother feels too formal. Just call me Yunshu," she said, her smile warm. Leng Yuan nodded in agreement. "In fact, I heard of you when you arrived in the capital. I have long wished to speak with you, but unfortunately, the opportunity never arose. Now that we have met, we must enjoy a few drinks together." As Shui Yunshu spoke, she attempted to lead Leng Yuan away. Suddenly, an inappropriate voice echoed from a distance. "The perpetrator has yet to be detained, and Commander Shui intends to leave? That seems against the regulations." Upon hearing this, Leng Yuan narrowed his eyes. From the beginning, he sensed that today's events were far from ordinary. Indeed, these individuals had an ulterior motive. Clatter. As the voice faded, a squad of armored soldiers emerged from around the corner, led by a middle-aged general. Their number, roughly 20, was reminiscent of the Black Guards. Upon revealing themselves, they promptly surrounded the exit. "Xiaqiu, are you seeking trouble?" Shui Yunshu, infuriated by their actions, drew her sword and pointed it at the newcomer. The Black Guards, witnessing this, also unsheathed their weapons. "Shui Yunshu, others may fear your Black Guards, but I do not," Xiaqiu sneered. And the soldiers behind him swiftly unsheathed their icy blades. As Shui Yunshu and Xiaqiu locked eyes, a palpable energy surged around them, colliding and creating an oppressive atmosphere. The 2 factions bristled with tension, leaving the neutral patrolling soldiers unsure of how to proceed. Choosing sides was not an option. A crowd of onlookers stood frozen in place. "Yunshu, it seems they are targeting me. Do you know whose men they are?" Leng Yuan stood behind Shui Yunshu, noticing Xiaqiu's furtive glances in his direction, confirming his suspicions. Xiaqiu was the commander of the patrol camp, a formidable figure, and although ostensibly independent, he maintained close ties with the Duke of Fortune's residence. While Shui Yunshu faced off against Xiaqiu, she elucidated the situation to Leng Yuan. Upon hearing this, Leng Yuan quickly grasped the implications. So, it was the influence of the Duke of Fortune. That made sense, as he had only offended those associated with the Duke in the capital. Moreover, those bold enough to trouble him were likely from the Duke's faction. Observing Xiaqiu's steadfast resolve to oppose him, Shui Yunshu furrowed her brow and stated, "Xiaqiu, Leng Yuan is the North King's heir. Even if this matter escalates to the court, what of it? Are you truly seeking trouble?" Gazing at Shui Yunshu with disdain, Xie Qiu subtly glanced at Lung Yuan before offering a cold smirk. Commander Shui, your words are misguided. Although the North King's heir holds a noble status, the laws of the Great Wu Dynasty are paramount. To commit violence in public warrants detention. Do you believe one's status grants immunity from the law? Xie Qiu's righteous proclamation incensed Shui Yunshu. Nonsense. It was these individuals who attempted to assassinate in broad daylight. How could you claim it was an act of violence? With a calm demeanor, Xie Qiu retorted, whether it is an act of violence or assassination remains uncertain, until the matter is thoroughly investigated. The North King's heir must be detained. Once the truth is revealed, the law of the Great Wu will render its judgment. If Commander Shui fears acting against the North King's heir, the patrol camp is prepared to intervene. Seeing Xie Qiu's relentless stance, Lung Yuan stepped forward from behind Shui Yunshu. I stand right here. Dare you lay a finger on me? Xie Qiu's expression darkened, as if he had resolved to make a significant decision. He waved his hand, declaring, North King's heir, I apologize. With that command, the soldiers of the patrol camp advanced. Xie Qiu, you are exceedingly bold. Shui Yunshu, incensed at the soldiers' approach, prepared to confront them. However, Xie Qiu was not about to grant her that opportunity. Commander Shui, I have long wished to witness your swordsmanship. Please, enlighten me. Boom, boom, boom. In an instant, Xie Qiu unleashed his innate energy, striking directly at Shui Yunshu's face. Protect the North King's heir. In a moment of urgency, Shui Yunshu ordered her black guards to shield Lang Yuan while she engaged Xie Qiu in combat. Boom, boom, boom. The clash of innate energies reverberated, causing chaos around them. As the two drew their swords, the energy surged, and debris scattered. In the dilapidated alley, the atmosphere felt as if it had solidified. The two factions stood poised, the air thick with tension. The black guards, clad in black attire with red sashes and adorned with black caps, fixed their sharp gazes ahead, their long blades gleaming ominously in the dim light. They were taut and ready for action. Before them, the patrol camp soldiers donned deep blue armor, their faces obscured. Yet, their grip on their weapons and slightly forward-leaning stances indicated their readiness for battle. The gazes of both sides met in the air, sparks seemingly igniting from their clash. A palpable tension enveloped the alley as the impending battle between the black guards and the patrol camp loomed, ignited by the defense of Long Yuan. Yes, let the fight commence. Mayhem shall ensue. How delightful it would be if a few more perish. From the shadows, a pair of eyes fixated on the alley, brimming with a sense of triumph. Clatter. Just as the clash was about to erupt, a squad of cavalry clad in silver armor arrived. Who dares to harm my lord? Chapter 53. The chaos of all sides. Upon the arrival of Mo Ling and his silver-armored cavalry, he was confronted with a narrow alley, completely surrounded and impenetrable. The situation within remained obscured. Fearing for the safety of Lang Yuan, Mo Ling bellowed with all his might, clear the way. As he observed the approaching silver-armored cavalry from the rear, the soldiers of the patrol camp felt a surge of apprehension. Just as they hesitated, they heard Xie Qiu's command, stop them. This is the royal capital, under the rule of the martial king, not the northern borders. Should they dare to lay a hand on my patrol camp, it would be a blatant affront to royal authority. They may be killed on the spot. Xie Qiu's words startled Shui Yunshu, who was engaged in battle with him. In disbelief, she exclaimed, Xie Qiu, have you lost your mind? The soldiers of the patrol camp stand no chance against those cavalrymen. You are sending them to their doom. Xie Qiu, with a grim visage, responded. It is their duty to apprehend fugitives. Even in death, it is a noble cause. There will be those who avenge them. Listening to his righteous proclamations, Shui Yunshu retorted vehemently, you scoundrel. You would sacrifice so many for your schemes. Beyond our realm, countless foreign tribes lurk with malicious intent. Do you, the powers of the court, do anything other than engage in internecine strife? Seeing Xie Qiu's unwavering resolve to exploit Lung Yuan, Shui Yunshu's fury erupted. To safeguard the borders from foreign invasions, countless soldiers perished in battle each year, often leaving no trace of their remains. Frequently, there was a shortage of personnel. Although the borders were under the watch of a monarch, preventing large-scale warfare, minor skirmishes occurred regularly. After all, the monarch is but human. If he were to personally intervene in every matter, he would surely be overwhelmed. The primary objective of the four kings at the borders was to thwart the advanced military might of foreign tribes. Other minor conflicts had to be managed by the soldiers stationed at the cities. In such scenarios, border soldiers frequently engaged in combat, resulting in a significant annual death toll. In contrast, within the central regions, where foreign invasions were absent, the number of casualties due to imprisonment or conflicts among various factions surpassed that of the borders. This behavior had long irked the powers at the borders. As Shui Yunshu glared at Xie Qiu, his expression remained unchanged, devoid of any remorse. He issued another command amidst the fray, capture the northern prince. Bring him back for thorough interrogation. Hearing Xie Qiu's orders, the soldiers of the patrol camp, though reluctant, were compelled to act. Charge! With a thunderous clatter, dozens of soldiers clad in blue armor advanced with their blades drawn, prompting the black-clad guards to swiftly counter. The clash erupted. The patrol camp aimed to detain Lung Yuan, while the black-clad guards sought to protect him. In this tumultuous encounter, both sides engaged in relentless combat around Leng Yuan, locked in an unyielding struggle. As the battle drew perilously close to Leng Yuan, Mo Ling, alarmed for his safety, issued a command after several fruitless shouts. Advance. Rescue the prince. Charge. Leading the charge, Mo Ling propelled himself forward on horseback, followed closely by the silver-armored cavalry. The alley erupted into chaos as the cavalry surged forth, trampling any patrol soldiers in their path. Even without Mo Ling's intent to kill, many soldiers were left grievously injured. You scoundrel, Xie. With the cavalry reuniting, Shui Yunshu unleashed her formidable strength. Her innate energy coalesced around her blade, forcing Xie to retreat step by step. Yet, rather than cower, a strange smile crept across his face, prompting Shui Yunshu to frown in discontent, having long harbored disdain for such factional disputes. Witnessing firsthand the toll it took on soldiers' lives ignited her fury. As she swung her blade, she hurled accusations at Xie. Unfazed, he shouted. The northern troops are attacking the royal capital, slaughtering patrol soldiers. Request reinforcements immediately. With Xie's command ringing out, 100 soldiers in armor burst from around the corner, charging directly at Mo Ling's silver-armored cavalry. Observing their swift emergence, Leng Yuan thought to himself, it seems they were prepared well in advance. I wonder, are the people from the Holy Fire Palace allied with them? Remaining still, Leng Yuan quietly observed the unfolding situation. His blood energy was dwindling. Engaging in combat would deplete it further. Thus, he resolved to refrain from action as long as possible. Scoundrels, clear the path. Amid the rescue operation, Mo Ling frowned deeply at the fearless soldiers blocking their way. In the absence of lethal force, their movements appeared constrained, hindering their escape. This filled him with anxiety. In his recollection, Leng Yuan was merely a martial artist. Facing these warriors, he had no means of resistance. It was evident to all that someone was covertly targeting Leng Yuan, prompting Mo Ling to heighten his vigilance. The alley was engulfed in smoke, the cacophony of battle deafening. The three factions clashed like waves in a tumultuous sea, creating a chaotic and brutal tableau. The blue-armored patrol soldiers wielded their sharp blades, clashing with the warhorses, producing a resounding clang. The silver-armored cavalry responded with thrusts of their spears, generating fierce winds. Blood sprayed through the air, splattering upon the surrounding rubble. With their long spears gleaming ominously, the cavalry advanced with unrestrained aggression, aiming to breach the patrol soldiers' defenses. Some fell to the ground, crying out in agony. Yet their screams were quickly drowned out by the din of battle. In the turmoil, the iron steeds neighed, and amidst the dust raised by their hooves, a cold light flashed, sweeping through like a whirlwind. Wherever they charged, the patrol soldiers were forced to retreat. However, it wasn't long before they devised a strategy against the cavalry. Realizing that the warhorses could not charge in the melee, they quickly coordinated to form a tight formation, standing back to fend off the cavalry's assault. When one was injured and fell, another would take their place, ensuring the cavalry could end Chapter 54. Attention in the court as the commotion in the alley grew increasingly tumultuous. Various factions in the royal capital dispatched agents to ascertain the situation. Meanwhile, within the court, the martial king abruptly set down the memorial in his hand, interrupting the discourse among the ministers. How intriguing, truly intriguing, he remarked. Upon hearing the martial king's voice, the ministers in the hall fell silent. Although they were unaware of the unfolding events and could not discern the martial king's emotions, they wisely refrained from speaking. However, a few were exceptions. Your Majesty, what has transpired? Inquired Prime Minister Yin Qingdao, bowing respectfully. The martial king cast a glance at him, then naturally surveyed the assembly, pausing momentarily when his gaze rested on Prince Fu. Noticing the puzzled expressions on the ministers' faces, the martial king coldly stated, the North King's heir has stirred some minor unrest. At this moment, the Black-clad guards, city guard, and the border cavalry are engaged in a fierce confrontation within the royal capital. Upon hearing this, the ministers' hearts raced. While these factions appeared unproblematic on the surface, each was backed by distinct influences, and their actions could signify the intentions of certain individuals. At the moment the martial king spoke, several martial lords in the court directed their spiritual senses toward a particular location. In an instant, various scenes rapidly flashed back to them. Once they comprehended the situation surrounding Leng Yuan, all fell into silence. Although they were previously unaware of the events leading up to this, the current state of affairs was now clear. The black-clad guards and the border cavalry were intent on protecting Leng Yuan, while the city guard and the patrol camp sought to apprehend him. The factions clashed violently over the contest for Leng Yuan, utterly disregarding decorum. It was sheer folly. The black-clad guards, city guard, and patrol camp were official forces of the royal capital, yet they were brazenly fighting in the streets. What a disgrace. And those border cavalry. This was the royal capital. Their audacity to directly assault official forces was a flagrant violation of the law. Your Majesty, I implore you to suppress these audacious miscreants. Prime Minister Yin Qingdao declared, his countenance brimming with fury as he directed his gaze toward the throne, his aura surging. The ministers in the hall sensed the prime minister's formidable presence, and their hearts tightened. Though the old man appeared frail, his prowess was that of a martial lord, a pinnacle beneath the sovereign. Furthermore, he was a man of rigid principles, unwavering in his adherence to the law. No other arguments would suffice. Once he set his sights on someone, they would undoubtedly face severe repercussions. Observing the enraged prime minister, the martial king maintained an impassive expression and waved his hand dismissively. There is no need for haste. This matter involves numerous factions. I believe some of you have insights to share with me. Upon hearing the martial king's words, Prime Minister Yan Qingdao immediately tempered his demeanor. The other ministers turned their gazes toward Prince Fu and the Minister of Justice, Shui Qianduo. Prince Fu Jilinkong held the position of Minister of War and commanded the military forces of the royal capital. The city guard and patrol camp were under his command. The duty of the black-clad guards was to apprehend felons, operating under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Justice. The leader of the black-clad guards, Shui Yushu, was the son of Minister Shui Qianduo. Now, amidst the chaos of the factions clashing, the situation was not as convoluted as it appeared. The border cavalry, without question, aimed to protect the North King's heir, their stance unmistakable. The conflict involving the black-clad guards, city guard, and patrol camp, although seemingly a three-way struggle, was essentially a contest between Prince Fu and Minister Shui Qianduo. Thus, the ministers fixated their attention on the two, simultaneously, having grasped the situation through their spiritual senses. The gazes of Prince Fu and Shui Qianduo inadvertently met. Given the relationship between the Border King and the Ji clan, Shui Qianduo, as the younger brother of the Western King Shui Qianjue, would undoubtedly ally with Long Yuan. His robust figure and shadowy gaze were fixed on Prince Fu Jilinkong as he remarked, "Prince Fu, is it not rather shameless to trouble a child over trivial matters?" Upon hearing this, Prince Fu's gaze sharpened as he retorted, "Minister Shui, do not speak carelessly. This incident is a matter of the city guard and patrol camp acting on their own accord. It has nothing to do with me." Stepping forward, he approached Shui Qianduo. His expression laced with intrigue as he continued, "However, Minister Shui, your words are indeed amusing. The North King's heir committed acts of violence on the streets, slaying dozens within the capital, and the city guard and patrol camp are merely acting in accordance with the law. How does it become a matter of troubling a child in your view? Does Minister Shui perceive the slaughter of dozens in the streets as mere jest? I would inquire, as the overseer of the Ministry of Justice, do you treat the laws of our martial dynasty so lightly?" In response to Prince Fu's incisive remarks, Shui Qianduo erupted. His gaze was sharp as he fixed his eyes on Jilinkong. Preposterous. These black-clad guards, with their unknown origins, attacked the North King's heir on the streets. They are deserving of death. What do you mean by committing violence? Is it a crime to retaliate when one is attacked? The exchange between the two escalated, their words sharp and their gazes clashing like sparks in the air. The atmosphere in the hall grew tense. Witnessing the altercation, the Prime Minister interjected with authority. "This is utter nonsense. A Minister of War and a Minister of Justice, two esteemed martial lords, engaging in a verbal spar in the court. What an embarrassment." Upon hearing the Prime Minister's admonition, Prince Fu immediately tempered his demeanor and turned to respond, "Your Excellency, you speak with propriety. What does the Prime Minister believe? Is there any fault in the actions of the city guard and patrol camp in apprehending the North King's heir? Had it been anyone else questioned, they would likely have been evasive due to the entanglements of various factions. However, Yan Qingdao was different. As soon as Prince Fu finished speaking, he replied directly, "Regardless of whether it is an assassination or violence, until the facts are thoroughly investigated, the North King's heir should be brought in for questioning. This is mandated by law. Without rules, there can be no order." Observing the Prime Minister's calm demeanor, Prince Fu smiled and bowed respectfully, then continued, "However, the matters concerning the North King's heir do not end here. The border cavalry has acted without my military orders, charging directly into action, even launching assaults against our court's officials. This is an act of rebellion. What does the Prime Minister think of this?" Upon hearing this, the court erupted in murmurs, and Shui Qianduo bellowed in fury, "Jilinkong, cease your baseless accusations." Yet, undeterred by Shui Qianduo's anger, Prince Fu regarded Prime Minister Yan Qingdao with a knowing smile. At this moment, a flicker of anger flashed in the martial king's eyes, yet he remained silent, calmly observing the minister's verbal duel. He wished to see how far they would escalate this conflict. Meanwhile, as Prince Fu's words hung in the air, the ministers turned their gazes toward the Prime Minister, eager to witness his response. This was a precarious situation, one that could destabilize the martial dynasty with a single misstep. Chapter 55. Escalation of events. It is essential to recognize that although the Prince of Fortune holds the title of Minister of War and ostensibly commands all military forces of the Wu dynasty, the four border princes possess unique statuses and extraordinary strength. Even the Prince of Martial cannot exert forceful oppression over them and must adopt a conciliatory approach. Thus, the military forces of the border princes operate independently, beyond the jurisdiction of the Ministry of War. While the ministry may have moral authority, it seldom exercises it. This arrangement is an unspoken understanding, lacking formal documentation, established to preserve the dignity of the dynasty and maintain relations with the border princes. Now, the Prince of Fortune has brought this matter to the forefront. Though it appears justified, it harbors underlying peril as it blurs the lines between friend and foe. At this moment, Yan Chengdao furrowed his brow, casting a grave gaze towards the Prince of Fortune. The Prime Minister was about to speak when he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of authority engulf him. Though fleeting, he recognized it was no mere illusion. The Prince of Martial was issuing a warning. Yan Chengdao maintained a stoic expression, yet internally comprehended the prince's intent. This matter must not be exacerbated. After pondering briefly, he finally spoke. This situation is urgent. The Northern Cavalry, tasked with protecting the heir to the Northern Prince, may have acted recklessly, but their orders are understandable. After this incident, the court will undoubtedly hold them accountable. Upon hearing this, the Prince of Martial fell silent, and the court ministers collectively exhaled in relief. They feared that the Prime Minister might insist on addressing the issue candidly, which would prove disastrous. While the ministers relaxed, the Prince of Fortune's brow furrowed. Prime Minister, the Northern Cavalry has disregarded royal orders. They dare to launch an unauthorized attack on the city guards. This is treason. You believe that a mere acknowledgement of their understanding suffices, and that accountability can wait? As the Prince of Fortune pressed on, the ministers felt a renewed tension. But the Prime Minister, unperturbed, replied, Your Highness, such assertions are misguided. The Northern Cavalry's duty to protect the heir is a military command. The mobilization of troops is governed by orders, and certain conflicts are unavoidable. As the Minister of War, you surely grasp the significance of military directives. The Prince of Fortune, incensed, glared at the Prime Minister, pointing an accusatory finger. Yan Chengdao, you are the Prime Minister of this realm. Your words and deeds embody the dignity of the court. How can you be so biased? In his fury, he added, Yan Chengdao, you are a scholar. Where is your scholarly integrity? At this proclamation, the Prime Minister's demeanor shifted, and his expression darkened. Very well. Since the Prime Minister has declared there will be accountability post-incident, let this matter rest here. As the Prince of Fortune prepared to continue his argument, the Prince of Martial decisively intervened, bringing the discussion to a close. Brother, are you questioning me? The Prince of Martial's gaze turned icy as he addressed the stubborn Prince of Fortune, who quickly bowed his head in submission. I dare not. Humph. The Prince of Martial snorted coldly, surveying the assembled ministers. His tone grew solemn as he declared, some individuals would do well to temper their ulterior motives. It is imperative to discern what actions are appropriate and which are not. Anyone who dares to instigate discord within the Wu dynasty, irrespective of their rank, shall face my wrath without mercy. As these words echoed in the hall, an oppressive silence enveloped the ministers. The Prince of Fortune, bowing his head, clenched his fists tightly within his sleeves, feeling the weight of countless eyes upon him, igniting a fire of indignation within. Why should this be? They are both sons of the previous Prince of Martial. He, Ji Lingkong, is merely the Prince of Fortune, while Ji Lingtian is the Prince of Martial. This disparity gnawed at him. Thus, Ji Lingkong persisted in pursuing this issue relentlessly. With the dynasty currently stable and various factions adhering to their established roles, they were reluctant to ally with him. Though pressing the Prince of Martial for a stance seemed imprudent, should he succeed in compelling the prince to capture the heir to the Northern Prince, it could sow discord between the North and the Wu dynasty, inciting conflict from the shadows. At that juncture, he could orchestrate further chaos, potentially implicating the other two foreign princes. In such a scenario, the Wu dynasty would undoubtedly plunge into turmoil. As factions began to unravel, he could rise opportunistically, consolidating his own power for future endeavors. After contemplating once more, the Prince of Fortune refrained from questioning others and directly addressed the Prince of Martial. Brother, regarding the Northern Cavalry, accountability can wait. However, the heir to the Northern Prince has brazenly claimed lives in public. How shall we address this matter? Gazing at the unruffled Prince of Fortune, the Prince of Martial nonchalantly replied, If they wish to create a scene, let them do so. I am curious to see what will unfold. As the prince's words settled over the hall, a palpable stillness ensued. The minister's attention shifted towards Lung Yuan, who remained oblivious to the scrutiny from the kingdom's elite. With covert maneuvers underway, the patrol and city guards multiplied around him. Although the black-clad guards and Northern Cavalry remained formidable, they were increasingly hampered. Unable to shield Lung Yuan effectively, capture the heir to the Northern Prince and bring him in for questioning. With the command ringing out, the patrol soldiers advanced menacingly towards Lung Yuan, brandishing their swords. How dare you? Test your courage against me. Lung Yuan's reprimand fell on deaf ears as the soldiers showed no signs of fear. Humph. What of the heir to the Northern Prince? Merely a scion. Once he falls into our grasp, we shall ensure his comfort. Laughter erupted among the lower-ranked soldiers, who failed to comprehend the monumental disparity between princes. They naively believed that the Northern Prince was no different from any other noble. Once he transgressed, he would be rendered inconsequential. Thus, when ordered to apprehend the heir, they proceeded with their usual fervor, excitement coursing through them at the prospect of confronting someone of such high stature. Haraha, Your Highness, surrender willingly. We promise to be gentle. Observing the gleeful expression surrounding him, Long Yuan's fury ignited, his countenance darkening. You seek your demise. As rage surged within him, he relinquished his restraint over the fiery bloodlust. In an instant, his power surged, propelling him forward. With a swift kick, he sent one soldier sprawling, seizing the fallen sword in one fluid motion. With a flash of steel, the soldier who had previously mocked him clutched his throat and collapsed. Bloodlust 3. Sensing the renewed vigor coursing through him, a crimson glint flickered in Long Yuan's eyes. Since reason has failed, I shall unleash a massacre. Chapter 56. Long Yuan is a member of the Sacred Fire Palace. Once the suppression was lifted, the meager vitality within Long Yuan's body would be swiftly consumed, leading to a potential failure in his breakthrough. To ensure a flawless foundation, he was determined not to fail. However, these individuals persistently provoked him, their excited and mocking expressions igniting a blaze of fury within him. At this moment, right and wrong held no significance. From the very beginning, no one truly cared about such matters. The ongoing battles were merely the machinations of unseen players behind the scenes. When an avalanche occurs, no snowflake is innocent. Since you have drawn your blades against me, do not blame me for my ruthlessness. With a swift motion, Long Yuan swung his sword, its gleaming blade slicing through the air, splattering droplets of blood that reflected in his pupils. Today, he would make those who sought trouble pay dearly. Puff, puff, puff. As Long Yuan wielded his sword, 3 soldiers clad in armor, their faces twisted in malicious glee, fell before him. This sudden turn of events shocked everyone present. Whether they were from the city guard, the patrol unit, the black-clad guards, or the northern cavalry, none anticipated Long Yuan would strike so decisively. Though these soldiers were not particularly strong, they were indeed martial artists. The ease with which Long Yuan dispatched them was utterly unexpected. The black-clad guards and city guards wore expressions of disbelief, while Mo Ling, leading the northern cavalry, gaped in shock. This is the heir? When did he? Observing Long Yuan, who moved effortlessly through the crowd without uttering a word, Mo Ling was astounded. Just a few days ago, Long Yuan was merely at the martial disciple stage, not even at the 7th level. Yet now, he could directly overwhelm martial artists in armor. Under normal circumstances, such feats were utterly impossible. Could it be that the heir consumed some elixir, prematurely exhausting his potential? This thought sent a surge of urgency through Mo Ling's heart. In the dilapidated alley, individuals from various factions stared in disbelief at Long Yuan, who continued to wield his sword. They had arrived later and had not witnessed Long Yuan's slaughter of the Sacred Fire Palace disciples. Although they were present, they had not seen Long Yuan take action, assuming it was the result of other means, or that he merely commanded the strong from the royal residence. Yet now, observing the northern prince deftly navigating through the armored soldiers, it felt surreal. Especially as they watched the martial artists fall one after another, confusion began to set in. If even martial artists at the 9th level could be dispatched with a single strike, this indicated a strength at least at the martial general level. The northern prince could only be around 15 years old. Shui Yushu, engaged in combat with Xie Qiu, kept a watchful eye on Long Yuan's movements. At this age, most scions from noble families were still solidifying their foundations at the martial disciple level. Meanwhile, those in the court also began to notice Long Yuan's unusual prowess. Anyone with spiritual awareness could feel the gravity of the situation. No, the northern prince's cultivation is dubious. As they witnessed Long Yuan weaving through the ranks of martial artists, the expressions of the onlookers varied, yet confusion predominated. Only the King of Fortune wore a cold smirk. Puff, puff, puff. With hundreds of armored soldiers converging into the alley, this forsaken place grew increasingly dilapidated. The various factions clashed fiercely, their singular target being the northern prince. Long Yuan, this cannot continue. The consumption of my vitality is accelerating. At this moment, Long Yuan had forgotten his surroundings. As the fire of his vitality burned fiercely, he became increasingly exhilarated. His unwillingness to accept failure plunged his mind into a strange realm. His gaze turned inward, sensing the changes within, while his sword moved with a life of its own, striking down those who charged at him. Clang, bang. Observing the soldiers from the patrol unit being swept aside by his sword, a leader at the martial general level stepped forward, thrusting his spear directly at Long Yuan's face. Humph, I shall see what tricks the northern prince possesses. The man bellowed, thrusting his spear once more. In an instant, a terrifying dark energy surged from the weapon, hurtling toward Long Yuan. Bang! The sword bent under the force of the martial general's attack, twisting grotesquely. In the midst of battle, Long Yuan remained oblivious, relying solely on instinct to shake his arm. In that moment, a more formidable dark energy erupted. The twisted sword, under this immense force, straightened sharply in the direction of its swing. What? You can wield dark energy too. You are a martial general. The patrol unit's martial general's eyes widened in astonishment as he beheld the swiftly straightening sword. Bang! In the next instant, Long Yuan's fearsome dark energy surged through the sword and directly into the man's weapon. In that moment, a terrifying force unleashed. The spear trembled and flew from his grasp, sending him hurtling backward. Be cautious. The Northern Prince is a martial general. Send word for reinforcements immediately. Upon hearing the patrol unit leader's command, the onlookers were taken aback once more. The surrounding martial artists retreated, distancing themselves from Lung Yuan. Faced with a martial general capable of dark energy attacks, ordinary soldiers were utterly ineffective unless they were willing to sacrifice themselves or overwhelm him with sheer numbers to deplete his stamina. However, the patrol unit lacked strong warriors, and as long as reinforcements arrived, they could suppress Lang Yuan without unnecessary losses. Just as the soldiers began to withdraw, Xie Qiu engaged with Shui Yushu, revealed an eerie smile. Do not retreat. All of you advance. The Northern Prince practices dark arts and slaughters the innocent. He must be dealt with immediately. Hearing Xie Qiu's command, the patrol unit's martial artists felt a tightening in their chests. Though reluctant to advance, military orders are paramount. They had no choice but to act. Kill, 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 kill. To bolster their courage, they unleashed their full strength, striking mercilessly at Lung Yuan and Apos' vital points. Bang, bang, bang. Surrounded by hundreds of opponents, even with his formidable strength, Lung Yuan was struck by numerous weapons. Yet, thanks to his resilient physique and mysterious attributes, he remained uninjured. However, the pain coursing through his body ignited the flames of fury within him. In the next instant, Lung Yuan looked up, his gaze chilling. His sword, like a soaring dragon, radiated with terrifying dark energy as it unleashed a flurry of strikes. Puff, puff, puff. In an instant, the armored soldiers besieging Lung Yuan collapsed, their weapons clattering to the ground. Vitality 5. Vitality 6. Vitality 8. Vitality. In that fleeting moment, an abundance of vitality essence surged into Lung Yuan's body, alleviating the depletion he had felt. The sudden increase in vitality drew the attention of those in the court, under the scrutiny of their spiritual awareness. Lung Yuan's transformation was laid bare. At that moment, the King of Fortune chuckled coldly, though his face betrayed a serious expression. My royal brother. The Northern Prince is absorbing vitality. This is the dark art of the sacred fire palace. I urge you to issue a decree for punishment. Chapter 57. The pursuit from all sides. Upon the utterance of the Prince of Fortune, an immediate silence enveloped the grand hall. The mention of the Holy Fire Palace caused the gazes of the courtiers to turn grave in an instant. Within the martial dynasty, the Holy Fire Palace had become a nefarious cult, hunted by all righteous factions due to the bloodthirsty seal. It was universally condemned. Now, the Prince of Fortune boldly claimed that the heir of the Northern King practiced the malevolent arts of the Holy Fire Palace and was indeed affiliated with it. Though this assertion seemed preposterous, the Northern King's son possessed an astonishing level of mastery that was far beyond what one of his age should exhibit. Moreover, they had sensed that after the Northern King's heir committed murder, the bloodlust within him surged rapidly, reminiscent of the Holy Fire Palace's practices. Instinctively, the assembly began to accept the Prince of Fortune's judgment. Cold Yuan was indeed a disciple of the Holy Fire Palace. This development posed a formidable dilemma. Regardless of the covert maneuvers of the Holy Fire Palace, on the surface, all righteous factions were united in their intent to eradicate it. Should they encounter its members, they would undoubtedly pursue and capture them. However, Cold Yuan was the sole heir of the Northern King. To act against him would be tantamount to eliminating a sovereign's line. If any force were to be applied, the Northern King would undoubtedly retaliate against the royal capital. In such a scenario, the wrath of a king could lead to countless casualties, a price too steep for them to bear. Contemplating this, the courtiers in the hall held their breath, each feigning ignorance. The Prince of Fortune, however, was undeterred by their silence. Only the martial king could issue such a decree, and only he would dare to do so. Brother Wan, the Prince of Fortune called again, as the martial king remained silent. A glint of cold light flashed in the martial king and Apos' eyes as he replied with an indifferent tone. Order the city guards and patrol corps to reinforce their ranks and apprehend Cold Yuan. At this proclamation, the Prince of Fortune frowned. Brother Wang, upon hearing this, the Northern King's residents will undoubtedly send reinforcements to protect him. Why not dispatch formidable warriors to capture him directly? The courtiers lowered their heads at the prince's words, wary of drawing ire upon themselves. The task at hand was a daunting one, and they all sought to distance themselves from it. Only the Prince of Fortune remained unabashed, exuding righteousness. Upon the throne, the martial king drummed his fingers on the table, his expression unwavering. Since the Prince of Fortune has devised a plan, let it be executed by you. The Prince of Fortune's earlier enthusiasm promptly diminished upon hearing the martial king's words. Brother Wang, this matter occurs within the royal capital. According to the laws, it should be the responsibility of the black-clad guards to apprehend him. Yet, the commander of the black-clad guards present not only refrains from capturing the perpetrator, but also shelters him. This matter should be left to them. Upon hearing this, the martial king cast a sharp glance at the silent minister of justice, Shui Qianren, who stood in the hall. Shui Qianren inwardly cursed. The Prince of Fortune was dragging him into the fray. Just moments ago, the martial king had resolved to let the prince handle this matter. But the princess' remark about the black-clad guards sheltering the criminal caused the martial king to reconsider. It appeared that the martial king harbored suspicions after all. As Shui Qianren pondered, he heard the martial king issue a command. This matter shall be handled jointly by the Ministry of Justice and the Ministry of War. You two are responsible for capturing him and bringing him to justice. Shui Qianren and the Prince of Fortune exchanged solemn glances, silently nodding in acknowledgement. Meanwhile, Cold Yuan remained oblivious to the attention he had drawn from the court. At that moment, he was in a narrow alley, fully immersed in the art of slaughter. With each passing moment, he absorbed a significant amount of bloodlust, fueling the flames of his power. By decree of the Ministry of War, the Northern King's heir, Cold Yuan, is practicing malevolent arts and harming the innocent. Immediate capture is mandated. At some point, a contingent of commanders from the Ministry of War, accompanied by over 100 soldiers, surged into the dilapidated alley. By decree of the Ministry of Justice, the Northern King's heir, Cold Yuan, is practicing malevolent arts and harming the innocent. The Blackclad Guards are ordered to apprehend him, following the Ministry of War. The Blackclad Guards also sent a commander to the scene, this time with the Ministry of Justice's order. The Blackclad Guards who had previously aided Cold Yuan ceased their support. Seeing this, Shui Yunshu felt a sense of foreboding. Ha, you cannot escape now. Xiechio cast a meaningful glance at Shui Yunshu before turning his gaze toward Cold Yuan, gesturing grandly. The Northern King's heir practices evil arts, refuses capture, and has slain imperial soldiers. Such heinous crimes warrant immediate arrest, regardless of life or death. Upon hearing Xiechio's declaration, the soldiers behind him, witnessing the carnage around them, drew their blades and charged toward Cold Yuan. No matter what had transpired previously, it was now a fact that Cold Yuan had murdered imperial soldiers. The charges were established, and they could only enforce the law. From a distant pavilion, Ji Haokoen observed Xiechio with a satisfied smirk before turning his attention to the besieged Cold Yuan. The Northern King's heir? Ha! You have offended me. What of your father, the Northern King? Having committed such a grave offense, there will be no one to protect you in this royal capital. When you are captured, I shall repay you 1,000-fold for the humiliation of that day. Ha! Ji Haokoen laughed heartily in the shadows, relishing the unfolding conflict as if it were a rare masterpiece. Kill! In the crumbling alley, bricks and debris littered the ground as hundreds of soldiers brandished their swords and charged at Cold Yuan. Even the approaching Blackclad Guards were no exception. Come, if you wish to slay me, let us see who falls first. Cold Yuan was engulfed in the frenzy of battle, his consciousness somewhat hazy. As he beheld the advancing soldiers, a defiant spirit ignited within him, as though something within him had caught fire. Amidst the chaos, Cold Yuan darted through the fray, his sword gleaming ominously. Yet, despite his efforts to weave an impenetrable defense, he struggled to withstand the onslaught of hundreds of simultaneous attacks. Each moment saw a multitude of blades and weapons aimed at him. Puff! In the tumult, Cold Yuan's garments were repeatedly torn, the weapons finding their marks upon him. Though he sustained no grave injuries, a pang of concern gripped Mo Ling's heart. Young master, I shall come to your aid. With a resolute leap from his horse, Mo Ling unleashed his energy, brandishing a spear as he surged through the throng toward Cold Yuan. Humph! The Northern Cavalry, defying the royal laws, must be subdued. Seeing Mo Ling abandon his mount, a formidable general from the approaching ranks erupted with energy to intercept him. Get lost. As long as I am here, you shall not pass. Mo Ling's expression turned urgent, yet the general remained unfazed. Cold Yuan, observing the Northern Cavalry being thwarted while hundreds more advanced to encircle him, Shui Yunshu furrowed his brow. Xiechio, noticing this, sneered. Water Commander, I advise you to refrain from reckless actions. This matter is already a foregone conclusion. The court has issued orders to apprehend the Northern King's heir. Should you proceed with your obstinacy, you may find yourself igniting a fire upon your own head. Ha! Upon hearing Xiechio's taunt, Shui Yunshu cursed inwardly but refrained from making a move. Suddenly, a pained howl erupted from Cold Yuan. Chapter 58. The Master strikes as the relentless assault of over 100 assailants continued. Although the protective membrane around Lung Yuan absorbed a significant amount of damage, the force of their weapons still penetrated his defenses, coursing through his flesh like a tempest. With the passage of time, the chaotic energies within him multiplied, gradually disrupting the flow of his vital essence. Lung Yuan had been in a state of breakthrough, refining his supreme golden bones with the fire of his blood essence. As the fire burned, the power of his blood essence surged through his body like crashing waves upon the shore. In this tumultuous scenario, the path of his blood essence was obstructed and thrown into disarray, causing the violent energies within him to accumulate, his flesh feeling as though it were being torn apart. The sounds of his pain echoed, puff, clang, clang. The soldiers, hearing his cries, became invigorated. Quick, he is on the verge of collapse. Attack together. The moment was electric as hundreds of soldiers rallied their spirits, brandishing their weapons, and surged toward Lung Yuan. As the blades loomed larger in his sight, Lung Yuan's gaze hardened. Though he was occasionally struck by their weapons, he showed no signs of retreat. In the chaos, he cast a glance at Xiechio, The instigator of this calamity. Haha, what do you see? Do you still think of yourself as the high and mighty son of the North King? Xiechio sneered, his eyes cold as he met Leng Yuan's gaze. Now, you are but a prisoner. A criminal practicing dark arts, committing murder in broad daylight, slaying dozens of officers. In my martial dynasty, traitors like you are to be exterminated. Those who kill officers can be executed on the spot. You have no chance left. There is no place for you in the entire martial dynasty. With a smug expression, Xiechio looked upon Leng Yuan, who was amidst the fray. The son of the North King? Merely a farce. Haraha. Standing above, he laughed uproariously, watching as Leng Yuan continued to kill. The more he killed, the less chance he had to turn back. Yet if he did not kill, he would be cut down by a flurry of blades. It was a deadlock. From the moment Leng Yuan offended the Duke of Fortune, this trap had been laid for him. In a distant pavilion, Ji Haokuan raised his wine cup, relishing the sight of Leng Yuan and Apos' dire predicament. Son of the North King, did you think I would retaliate directly? With the name of the Holy Fire Hall and the slaughter of officers, this time, you are doomed. In the alley, hundreds of soldiers fought fiercely. The surrounding dilapidated buildings reduced to rubble by their clash. The ground was strewn with broken walls, bricks, and stones. As the battle raged, the commanders of martial generals continued to strike, and Leng Yuan began to find himself on the defensive. With a swift strike, he cleaved through an approaching martial general, only to be pierced in the chest by several long spears. His exquisite garment was torn, appearing to outsiders as though he were drenched in blood. Young master! In the distance, Mo Ling saw Leng Yuan injured and immediately grew anxious. He attempted to rush to his aid, but was blocked by the captain of the patrol camp. Want to save someone? You must pass through me first. Get out of my way. In an instant, Mo Ling and Apos' aura surged, and he thrust his spear, sending forth silvery beams of light. The opposing captain, however, remained undeterred, wielding his long knife to counter with pale waves of energy. The clash of their energies sent shockwaves through the soldiers around them. Yet, every time Mo Ling attempted to break free, he was met with unyielding resistance. Frustration boiled within him as he cursed vehemently. As more martial generals joined the fray, the soldiers began to form a cohesive strategy, further diminishing Leng Yuan's range of movement, rendering each of his attacks increasingly forced. Today, it seemed, would not end well. As he contemplated revealing his ethereal form to escape, a violent tremor resonated from afar. The sound of galloping hooves and the clash of armor drew everyone's attention. Bold thieves, how dare you encircle my young master? All of you shall perish. With a piercing war cry, Wang San led nearly 1,000 cavalrymen from the north, armed with long spears, charging at the soldiers. This was no mere skirmish of dozens, but a full-on assault of nearly 1,000 silver-armored cavalry, the destructive force incomparable. With a series of puffs, any who stood in their path, be they city guards or patrol soldiers, were ruthlessly trampled. As the iron tide surged forth, panic spread among the martial generals besieging Leng Yuan. Not good. The northern cavalry has rebelled. Quick, take cover. Faced with the onslaught of silver-armored cavalry, the surrounding soldiers hastily retreated to the sides, those unable to escape becoming mere pulp beneath the hooves. Yet, rather than fear, Xiechio's excitement grew. Just like this. Indeed, it seems the North King intends to revolt. Once the charges are established, the North King will meet his end too. While his heart raced with anticipation, Wang San had already broken through the encirclement, positioning himself protectively in front of Leng Yuan. General Mo Ling, the silver-armored cavalry is now in your hands. Wang San called out before dismounting and approaching Leng Yuan. Young master, how are you? Are you gravely injured? Seeing the grave expression on Wang San's face, Leng Yuan shook his head. He then surveyed the lifeless bodies strewn across the ground before turning his gaze back to Xiechio. Are you with the Holy Fire Hall, or the Duke of Fortune? Meeting Leng Yuan's icy stare, Xiechio provoked. These matters are of no consequence to you now. The northern cavalry has rebelled. Summon the city's master to execute him on the spot. With a casual sweep of his gaze toward a shadowy corner, Xiechio issued the execution order. Suddenly, snow began to fall within the alley. In an instant, a chilling current accompanied by a dense aura of spiritual power enveloped the area. Excellent. Our patrol camp's master is making his move. The master's spiritual attacks are not something mere cavalry can withstand. Amidst the excited murmurs of the soldiers, a shadowy figure emerged unhurriedly from the darkness. With each step, frost formed beneath his feet. Sensing the encroaching chill of spiritual power, the surrounding soldiers hastily parted to make way, spirit devouring frost. The moment the path cleared, the figure disregarded the silver-armored cavalry in front of him and pointed directly at Leng Yuan. Chapter 59. Guardian of the Revered One. A chilling mist surged toward Leng Yuan in an instant. Not good. It's the master's spiritual power technique. Quickly, protect the young master. Seeing the white mist rapidly billowing and expanding, Mo Ling hastily mounted Wang San's steed, leading the silver-armored cavalry to shield Leng Yuan. Warriors of the north. The enemy's master has made his move. Are you afraid? Mo Ling brandished his silver spear, gesturing toward the master of the patrol camp, while facing away from the silver-armored cavalry, his voice booming. Not afraid. Not afraid. Not afraid. Upon hearing their general's words, the silver-armored cavalry brandished their long spears. Standing tall and roaring. Witnessing their fervor, Mo Ling erupted into laughter. Excellent. Truly, my soldiers of the north. What of the master? If he wishes to harm the young master, he must first tread over our bodies. Comrades, charge with me. With his aura erupting, Mo Ling surged forth at the forefront. His eyes filled with unwavering resolve. The 1,000 cavalrymen behind him swiftly formed a battle array in pursuit. Under Mo Ling's command, the combat prowess of the silver-armored cavalry surged significantly. Humph, what if you are a master? In the face of the charge from my northern cavalry, you shall yield. Mo Ling's gaze was steely, infused with steadfast conviction. His steed galloped fiercely as he thrust his silver spear, imbued with formidable energy, directly at the approaching figure. Humph. Northern barbarians, unaware of the vastness of heaven and earth. The might of a master is not something you can withstand. The master of the patrol camp revealed a hint of disdain as he faced the charge of the 1,000 cavalrymen. He formed hand seals, white spiritual energy swirling at his fingertips. In an instant, the surging mist enveloped Mo Ling and his men. Sizzle, hiss, in a heartbeat. The frigid mist enveloped them, the frost instantly coating the armor of the northern cavalry. This was no ordinary frost, but a manifestation of the master and Apos' spiritual power, infused with mysterious energy. As the mist spread, the frost on Mo Ling and his men thickened at a visible rate. The terrifying chill slowed the charging of their steeds. Mo Ling fared slightly better, his aura providing some protection against the cold. However, the silver-armored cavalry behind him suffered greatly. Without the shielding aura, their flesh met the frost directly, resulting in instant frostbite. Frost, devour their spirit. As the northern cavalry was shrouded in the mist, the black-robed master shifted his hand seals once more. The originally white mist suddenly glowed with an eerie blue light. The silver-armored cavalry, ensnared by the mist, felt their vitality being extinguished. In an instant, they were overwhelmed by an irresistible drowsiness, tumbling from their mounts. Thud, thud, thud. Within a few breaths, thousands of silver-armored cavalry collapsed, causing Mo Ling's heart to race with urgency. Cease this at once. With a burst of energy, Mo Ling leaped atop his steed. Piercing through the eerie blue mist, his spear aimed at the master of the patrol camp. Seeing the spear hurtling toward him, the master sneered in disdain. Frost shield. He clapped his hands, conjuring a shield of frost to materialize before him. Bang! In the next moment, the spear collided with the frost shield. The shield remained unmoved. While Mo Ling was forced back, simultaneously, the surrounding mist surged once more, thickening around Mo Ling and eroding his innate aura. Thud, thud, thud. Observing the fallen silver-armored cavalry, Lung Yuan's pupils constricted. General Mo Ling, this calamity arose from my presence. You need not concern yourselves with me. Return to the north. He urged, signaling Wang San to hastily lead them away. Realizing that a single opponent could withstand the might of the silver-armored cavalry, Lung Yuan sought to spare them from needless sacrifice. As for himself, he had his own plans. Had the northern prince's people not arrived, he would have employed his void body to escape. But now, with so many from the northern prince's residence present, he found it difficult to withdraw. Humph, you think it will be that easy to escape? Hearing Lung Yuan's words, Xie Qiu, observing from the broken wall, mocked, the northern cavalry attacking the royal city. Intending rebellion, execute them. You dare. In the face of Xie Qiu's provocation, Lung Yuan's eyes glimmered with a chilling light. What is there for me to fear when faced with a band of traitors? Xie Qiu showed no mercy, issuing another command. Kill. Hearing this, the master of the patrol camp furrowed his brow, casting an annoyed glance at Xie Qiu. Nonetheless, he proceeded to unleash his deadly technique. Icicle. As he shifted his hand seals, the mist above churned once more. In the blink of an eye, it coalesced into sharp icicles that plummeted toward Lung Yuan's forces. Not good. Young master, flee quickly. Recognizing the peril, Wang San swiftly positioned himself in front of Lung Yuan. Just then, a resigned sigh echoed through the void. You shall not pass. As the voice fell, the alleyway transformed into a surreal spectacle. The heavens and earth spun rapidly, the seasons cycling incessantly. In the blink of an eye, everything around them vanished. The power of frost dissipated, and the shattered alleyway reverted to its original form. When tranquility returned, everyone found themselves standing on a verdant field, surrounded by the sweet sounds of birds and the fragrance of flowers. What is happening? Weren't we in battle? The onlookers rubbed their eyes, incredulous as they surveyed the transformed landscape. This dramatic shift left them bewildered. The force of the realm. A martial sovereign has intervened. Just then, the master of the patrol camp displayed a look of horror, his eyes wide with disbelief as he gazed at the grassy expanse. In that moment of celestial upheaval, his frost spiritual energy was ruthlessly suppressed, unable to exert any influence. Realizing the magnitude of the situation, he comprehended instantly what had transpired. A realm attack. The domain of the martial sovereign. With the master's revelation, everyone grasped the gravity of the event. A guardian of the realm, beyond the master, had taken action. It appeared to be someone from the Northern Prince and Apos' residence. Xiechio and Apos' previous smug expression vanished entirely. A martial sovereign. With their domain unleashed, they could sweep across a realm. The martial sovereign, also known as the guardian of the realm, was a powerful being capable of safeguarding an entire domain. To think such a presence resided within the Northern Prince's estate in the royal capital. Amidst the murmurs surrounding him, Wang San wore an expression of confusion. A martial sovereign? Did the prince keep one in the estate? Why was I unaware? Is there some mistake? As he pondered, a thin, elderly man dressed as a woodcutter materialized before Lung Yuan. Under the northern throne, the 8th War General, the woodcutter, pays his respects to the young master. Upon the sudden manifestation of the gaunt elder, known as the woodsman, a palpable sense of relief washed over Cold Abyss. It seemed their safety was assured. Woodsman, my gratitude. Cold Abyss expressed. With a benevolent smile, the woodsman demurred. Such formalities are unnecessary, Your Excellency. My duty lies in safeguarding the heir. Any harm befalling you would signify my failure, rendering gratitude unwarranted. Observing the arrival of their protector, Wang San, though heartened, cautiously inquired, Esteemed General. As steward of the Northern King's estate, I was unaware of your presence. The woodsman turned his gaze upon Wang San and patiently elucidated. The heir is the sole progeny of the Northern King. His Majesty would never be indifferent to his well-being. While the princess consort dispatches cavalry to deter adversaries, I am entrusted with resolving any unforeseen exigencies. The woodsman's gaze swept across the assembly as an imposing aura of a martial venerable enveloped the area. Save for Watercloud Shu and the black-clad guards, all others were afflicted with throbbing headaches and labored breathing. Martial Venerable, the master of the patrol camp, standing amidst the ranks of soldiers, protested, The pact among the kings forbids the deployment of generals or higher without decree. Just as the woodsman was about to act, Xiechio, perched atop the ruined wall, succumbed to the martial venerable's pressure and plummeted into the rubble below, regaining consciousness amidst the pain. He heard the master's words and bellowed at the woodsman. Generals and above are forbidden from intervening. You defy royal decree. Is this insurrection? Amusement flickered across the woodsman's face. So, you are aware of the prohibition? In that case, I shall purge those who defy it. Suddenly, the earth trembled and fissures appeared in the sky. The dignitaries of the capital have intervened. The master of the patrol camp exclaimed. Even as a martial venerable, you dare not act with impunity here in the capital. Your actions will not go unpunished. Cold Abyss, sensing the gravity of the situation, inquired, Can you manage? Rest assured, Your Excellency, the woodsman declared. No warrior under the Northern King is without merit. Turning his gaze to the master of the patrol camp, he uttered, Ignorant fool. Kneel. An overwhelming force descended, compelling the master to kneel, unable to resist. Release me, he cried. You are not the only venerable here. The eyes of the court are upon us. Harm me, and the dignitaries will not forgive you. Ignoring the master's words, the woodsman prepared to strike. Do you truly believe they will intervene personally? You are but a pawn. With a gesture, he intoned, withering grasp. The master's flesh began to wither, his life force draining away. No, he screamed, just as he believed death was imminent. The woodsman's protective barrier shattered. The world spun once more, and they found themselves back in the dilapidated alley. Audacious woodsman. A booming voice echoed. Defying the will of the kings. What is your defense? The oppressive atmosphere was palpable. Cold Abyss observed the King of Fortune standing in the void, and the figures lining the ruined walls. They exuded a similar aura to the woodsman. Venerables. He counted at least 15 figures. The capital was indeed affluent. The woodsman produced a rusty hatchet, his gaze filled with derision. The pact forbids generals and above from intervening. Yet you dispatched martial grandmasters to assail the air. I merely eliminated the rebels. Am I at fault? The martial venerables shifted their gazes, but the King of Fortune waved dismissively. Words are futile. The Northern King's heir practices dark arts, harming the innocent. He has resisted arrest and slain officers of the realm. Seize him. Any who obstruct justice shall be slain. The King of Fortune gestured, and 8 martial venerables from the Ministry of War charged towards the woodsman, while the remaining 7 remained stationary, their intentions clear. They were reluctant participants, hailing from various factions. They understood the true power of the martial kings. They would not risk incurring the wrath of the Northern King. The King of Fortune, unconcerned, believed that 8 venerables would easily subdue the woodsman. Your Excellency, be cautious. The woodsman cried, creating a protective barrier around Cold Abyss. With a surge of spiritual energy, he plunged his hatchet into the earth. Forest of 10,000 trees. Chapter 61. Who dares to harm my son? As the lumberjack's martial intent manifested, the earth erupted with green shoots, springing forth like blades. Saplings surged upward, swaying their branches and leaves in a frenzied growth, swiftly transforming into a vast forest of towering trees. The 8 rushing martial lords found themselves ensnared within this verdant expanse. The colossal trees loomed high, numerous branches and vines converging like ethereal serpents, entwining around the onlookers. Faced with this formidable barrier, one martial lord bellowed. We too possess martial intent. Breakthrough. These phenomena appeared genuine, yet were mere manifestations of willpower. Nevertheless, the damage inflicted was undeniably real. Being trapped within would result in all harm manifesting directly upon the physical form. To counter such a manifestation of intent, one must wield an equivalent force. Only powers of the same level could stand against it. In the heart of the lumberjack and Apos, as forest, the 8 martial lords unleashed their willpower, transforming it into various manifestations, be it bizarre forms or weapons, launching furious assaults against the towering trees. Yet, the forest remained lush and undisturbed, seemingly impervious to their onslaught. Such strength. Observing the lumberjack's nearly tangible manifestations, those martial lords who had yet to engage felt a profound gravity in their gazes. The realm of martial lords is defined by the cultivation of one's willpower. The stronger the will, the more vivid the manifestation, and the greater the power unleashed. While many among them could condense their will into weapons, few could conjure such grand illusions as the lumberjack's forest. Within this verdant realm, the 8 martial lords from the military department exerted their full strength, their willpower clashing against the lumberjack's intent. Killing blade summit, void-piercing sword, earth-splitting hammer. In the dense forest, vines and branches proliferated endlessly. Whenever a section was severed, another would instantaneously ensnare them. Behind the lumberjack, Lung Yuan observed the battle, his gaze becoming increasingly introspective as the clash of willpower and various elemental energies surged around him. Unbeknownst to him, his body responded anew. The mysterious Tao pattern in his dantian glowed faintly, drawing a mysterious energy from the surroundings, which converged towards him. Strangely, as soon as this enigmatic power touched his form, it vanished as if it had never existed. Beside him, Wang San watched the lumberjack, who single-handedly faced 8 opponents with apparent ease, his eyes brimming with excitement. Truly, he is the 8th general under the Northern King, to withstand the assault of 8 equals and still maintain dominance. Surely, he will ascend further. Not only Wang San, but also Mo Ling, leading the silver-armored cavalry, gazed at the lumberjack, who stood with one hand behind his back, his eyes gleaming with fervor. Is this the might of a general under a king? One day, I shall reach such heights. In the air, the Wind King, observing so many fail to subdue the lumberjack, felt a profound embarrassment. Incompetence. 8 cannot defeat 1. Truly a disgrace. At this moment, the attention of all powerful beings in the royal capital was drawn to this scene. Having personally led the charge, the failure to capture Lung Yuan and his companions was utterly humiliating. As a martial sovereign, he prided himself on superiority, even if the lumberjack could suppress 8 martial lords. He dismissed it with contempt. He believed that descending to engage would tarnish his status, for the disparity between a martial sovereign and a martial lord was vast. The most apparent difference was that a martial sovereign could traverse the winds, while a martial lord, no matter how strong, remained bound to the earth, struggling even with brief levitation. The Wind King considered himself celestial. Unless absolutely necessary, he had no desire to sully his hands. In the alley, the 8 martial lords continued their frantic battle against the serpentine vines. Though their spirits remained high, their speed had noticeably diminished. Observing their fatigue, the lumberjack's aged visage darkened with a profound intensity. Azure flood devouring the moon. He quickly formed seals with his left hand, summoning a deadly technique. With a thunderous roar, as the energies within the forest shifted, the vines began to intertwine and merge. In an instant, a gigantic azure dragon emerged, its roar striking terror into the hearts of the 8 martial lords. With a swift motion, the dragon surged forth, its formidable presence shattering the martial lords' assaults and propelling them into the air. It is time to conclude. Watching the 8 martial lords plummet, the lumberjack drew forth the axe planted in the ground, his demeanor radiating a sharp brilliance. Not good. He intends to strike. Sensing the chilling intent of murder, the 8 martial lords felt a surge of panic. Yet, suspended in midair, they found no foothold to evade the impending lethal blow. Incompetence. In the high altitude, the Wind King observed the unfolding chaos below, unable to suppress his ire. These are all forces of my military department. Though reluctant to intervene, he had no choice but to engage personally. Break. He channeled his power, slamming downward. In the next moment, a translucent hand descended with formidable force, crashing down upon the lumberjack's forest. Boom. In an instant, the overwhelming force that had rendered the 8 martial lords powerless shattered into nothingness. With the illusion dispelled, everything reverted to its original state. Useless fools, retreat at once. The Wind King gazed down upon the devastated alley, his presence exuding immense pressure as he descended. Regarding the onlookers as mere insects, the martial sovereign's power, struck by the backlash of the intent, the lumberjack coughed up blood, his complexion paling instantly. The Wind King had actually intervened. Bullying a group of juniors with the might of a martial sovereign, he truly had the audacity. The court officials murmured among themselves, while the lumberjack felt utterly humiliated. His gaze shifted from the Wind King to Lung Yuan. In response, the lumberjack stepped protectively in front of Lung Yuan, locking eyes with the Wind King. Your opponent is me. Opponent? A mere martial lord? You think you are worthy? The The Wind King shot a disdainful glance at the lumberjack, sweeping his sleeve as his power surged, sending the lumberjack flying. In the process, he cleared the area around Lung Yuan. Young master of the Northern King, I trust you are well. A mocking glimmer flickered in the Wind King's eyes as he reached out towards Lung Yuan. Upon witnessing this, the members of the Northern King's residence were struck with fear, their pupils dilating in terror. Just as Lung Yuan was about to employ the void body technique to evade the impending threat, a furious roar resonated from the horizon, abruptly halting his movements. Who dares to harm my son? Chapter 62. The enraged Northern Princess. As the words fell, a swift sound of breaking air, accompanied by an overwhelming aura of power, descended rapidly. In an instant, it appeared above the alley. Luo Xinyan, wielding her sword with one hand, radiated an immense force that caused the surrounding winds to slow. Her hair danced in the air as her icy gaze fixed upon the Prince of Fortune. Ji Lingkong, are you seeking death? What brings you to the capital, Luo Xinyan? The sudden appearance of the Northern Princess filled the Prince of Fortune with an ominous premonition. Fearing that the Northern King might also be present, for several breaths, he refrained from speaking, instead extending his senses to perceive the changes around him. He needed to ascertain whether the Northern King, Lung Zhe, was nearby. If he was, retreating from the capital was imperative. Otherwise, his life would be in jeopardy. Below, the onlookers gaped in astonishment at the sudden appearance of the Northern Princess. The Northern forces were visibly agitated, while the capital's soldiers wore expressions of shock. After all, this was the Prince of Fortune, the beloved younger brother of the martial king, a figure no one dared to provoke in the capital. Yet here he was, publicly threatened, unable to retaliate. Who is she? The patrol corps, city guards, and shadowy sentinels all displayed expressions of disbelief and curiosity. Meanwhile, Lung Yuan felt a lump in his throat, overwhelmed by emotion at the sight of his mother, as if he had returned to the northern realm. With the sky falling, his parents would always support him. He stared blankly at Luo Xinyan in the air, his hands clenched as emotion surged within him. Finally, he silently called out, "Mother." Upon hearing Lung Yuan's voice, Luo Xinyan trembled. Ignoring the Prince of Fortune, she swiftly descended and embraced Lung Yuan. "Yuana, how are you? Are you injured? Who has wronged you? Tell your mother. Today, none of those who harmed you shall escape." As Luo Xinyan carefully examined Lung Yuan, the northern troops bowed in homage to her. "We salute the princess. We salute the princess." The chorus of thousands did not capture Luo Xinyan's attention. Her focus was solely on Lang Yuan. "Do not worry, my child, all is well." Observing Lang Yuan shaking his head softly, Luo Xinyan frowned. "What do you mean all is well? Do you think your mother is blind to what transpired? These shameless individuals, even the martial lord has personally intervened. Do they truly believe my son is easy prey?" As the two conversed, the Prince of Fortune retracted his probing senses, confirming that the Northern King was not present. His demeanor shifted immediately. "Luo Xinyan, your son practices dark arts, committing murder in the streets and harming the innocent. He even resisted arrest, slaying hundreds of officials in the capital. This matter is witnessed by all, with evidence in abundance. Our actions are merely upholding the law of the martial dynasty, protecting the welfare of the people." Upon hearing the prince's declaration, Luo Xinyan narrowed her eyes. She released Lang Yuan and whispered in his ear, "Yuan, wait here for your mother. I shall seek justice for you." Without waiting for Lang Yuan's response, she ascended into the air, her ice soul sword materializing before her. "Ji Lingkong, do you think I am unaware of your schemes? Today's incident was orchestrated by you against my son. Come down here." In midair, Luo Xinyan summoned her power, unleashing a spell that instantly conjured countless frost crystals, transforming them into shimmering cold stars. As she perceived Luo Xinyan's actions, the Prince of Fortune's heart sank. "Luo Xinyan, how dare you? This matter is strictly legal, devoid of personal vendettas. Your attack on me is tantamount to opposing the entire martial dynasty." He had not anticipated that while he attempted to reason, Luo Xinyan would launch an offensive against him without hesitation. They were not mere soldiers, but martial lords, a rarity in the expansive realm of the martial dynasty. Engaging in combat would lead to a bloody conflict involving their respective powers. "Regardless of your motives, should you dare to harm my son, I will sever your hand." With that, as Luo Xinyan wielded her sword in the air, numerous ice shards shot forth, propelled by her magical energy, hurtling toward the Prince of Fortune. The glimmering cold light emanating from the shards pierced through the air, leaving icy trails in their wake. Seeing Luo Xinyan's relentless assault, the irate Prince of Fortune retaliated with fervor. "Do you truly think I fear you? Traitors must be punished." As he spoke, he conjured a golden seal that descended into the void. In Lung Yuan's eyes, the seal erupted with blinding golden light. Though it bore inscriptions, the details were obscured, and Lung Yuan could not discern the markings despite gazing intently. Nevertheless, the prince's spell was terrifying enough, a formidable beam of golden brilliance that penetrated everything in its path. Bricks, iron walls, mountains, and trees alike. As countless golden rays collided with Luo Xinyan's icy stars, they erupted in a cacophony of terrifying shockwaves that whipped up fierce winds in the void. The golden and blue magical energies clashed, manifesting a plethora of horrifying phenomena in the air. Luo Xinyan's gaze was frigid as her ice soul sword trembled before her, raining down countless cold stars that enveloped the surroundings, exuding an aura of chilling frost. The Prince of Fortune, wielding the golden seal, let forth a flurry of light as the sharp golden essence illuminated the void, clashing fiercely with the incoming cold stars. With a resounding roar, the confrontation between the two martial lords transformed the skies above the capital into a tempestuous spectacle. One side radiated dazzling golden light, while the other flickered with cold brilliance. Following the clash of their spells, a terrifying pressure descended upon the scene, causing all present in the capital to instinctively feel a momentary pause in their breath. The Northern Princess had arrived in the capital. This was troublesome indeed. At this moment, within the court, the officials from various departments, though not engaged in battle, were in a state of turmoil. Had the Northern forces not been present, they could have easily apprehended Leng Yuan and managed the situation. However, with the Northern Princess herself now in attendance and directly confronting the Prince of Fortune, they found themselves in a predicament. Whether to intervene or remain passive was a dilemma. Yet, allowing the situation to persist was untenable, as the capital could not withstand the repercussions of a clash between two martial lords. Chapter 63. The soul-cutting sword of Wang Bing. As the two martial lords engaged in battle, stars of light occasionally fell from the void above. Although they appeared ethereal, they carried with them a terrifying force of law. These scintillating lights were the residual waves resulting from the collision of magical powers. Even diluted 100-fold, they still represented the strength of martial lords, far beyond what an ordinary person could withstand. In the shattered alley, various factions swiftly moved to evade the falling remnants of the battle. However, the forces from the north, under the deliberate protection of Luo Xinyan, remained notably calm. At the onset of the conflict, the woodcutter had silently approached Leng Yuan, guarding against any potential ambush. Observing the tumultuous magical energy swirling in the void, Leng Yuan felt a sudden stir within him. In an instant, it seemed as though he had grasped a profound insight. Yet, upon deeper reflection, it appeared he had discerned nothing at all. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted from the crowd ahead. Leng Yuan turned his gaze and beheld the previously frost-wielding master of the patrol corps, half of his body encased in ice, emitting a series of agonizing cries. The surrounding soldiers, upon witnessing this, hastily retreated, fearful of being harmed by the enraged master. What happened to him? Leng Yuan inquired, prompting the woodcutter, who was gripping his axe, to smirk with amusement. Some ignorant fools dared to toy with our northern forces using ice magic. Now they have met with retribution, suffering the backlash of their own frost powers. Upon hearing this, Leng Yuan contemplated the falling icy stars in the void, a flicker of understanding igniting within him. Suddenly, he was jolted as a surge of pent-up energy erupted from his chest, accompanied by a metallic taste in his mouth, leading him to expel a cloud of blood. Young master, what ails you? The sight of Leng Yuan's sudden bloodshed sent the woodcutter into a state of alarm. However, before he could react, a formidable pressure descended from the void above. Yuaner, Luo Xinyan, who had been attentively monitoring her son, immediately abandoned her battle with the Duke of Fortune. She descended gracefully, landing directly before Leng Yuan. Without hesitation, she grasped his wrist, her consciousness swiftly scanning his body. In an instant, Luo Xinyan was taken aback. Sensing the blazing energy within Leng Yuan, she spoke in disbelief. Yuaner, have you been in a continuous state of breakthrough? Yes, mother, do not worry. Leng Yuan replied with a reassuring smile. What just occurred was merely a result of the energy unleashed during the battle stirring within me, causing a buildup of vitality that led to my expulsion of blood. Once I dispel this excess energy, I shall be fine. In the void, witnessing the exchange between Luo Xinyan and Leng Yuan, the Duke of Fortune refrained from making another move. Instead, he squinted, silently observing the scene, lost in thought. The surrounding soldiers dared not approach, standing at a distance with their eyes fixed intently on the unfolding drama. Yuaner, how long has this fiery energy been burning within you? Why have you not yet achieved a breakthrough? Is something amiss? Luo Xinyan's concerned gaze bore into Leng Yuan, prompting him to ponder. Mother, do you know what the Supreme True Self is? He asked, curiosity evident in his tone. The Supreme True Self. Luo Xinyan's heart stirred at his words, her gaze sharpening. The Supreme True Self signifies a breakthrough to the 9th tier of martial generals, a cultivation necessary for refining the Supreme Golden Bone. It was astonishing to realize that her son had progressed from the 6th tier of martial practitioners to the 8th tier of martial generals in such a short time since leaving the north. Such an immense leap. What had transpired in the interim? Though puzzled, Luo Xinyan did not neglect to enlighten her son. The essence of the Supreme True Self lies in the understanding of one's own supremacy. Yet, each individual's interpretation of supremacy varies. Some tread the righteous path with grandeur, while others dominate with an iron fist. You must explore your own heart and ask yourself what path you wish to pursue. Upon hearing his mother's words, Leng Yuan fell into contemplation. Explore my own heart. What kind of path do I wish to tread? Observing her son deep in thought, Luo Xinyan spoke gently. Regarding the essence of supremacy, I possess limited knowledge. However, Your father undoubtedly knows more than I. I shall take you back to the north. I trust he will provide you with the answers you seek." With that, Luo Xinyan enveloped Leng Yuan in her magical force, preparing to ascend into the sky. However, the Duke of Fortune immediately conjured a golden barrier in the void, blocking her path. "Ji Lingkong, do you seek a fight to the death?" Luo Xinyan's gaze darkened as she brandished her radiant ice soul sword behind her. Seeing her resolve, the Duke of Fortune replied solemnly, "Luo Xinyan, I will not obstruct your departure, but your son has practiced the wicked arts of the Holy Fire Hall and slaughtered nearly 100 soldiers. If I were to allow him to leave unchecked, what would become of the dignity of the martial dynasty? What of the sanctity of the law? Today, the heir of the Northern King must be apprehended and imprisoned in our military's dungeon. This is the law of the martial dynasty." Glaring at the indignant Duke, Luo Xinyan responded coldly, "Spare me your sanctimonious rhetoric. Your grandiose words may deceive the simple-minded, but not me. Stand aside." As she spoke, she gripped the Ice Soul sword, which immediately flew into her hand, signaling her intent for combat. Unperturbed, the Duke of Fortune retorted, "This is the royal capital. You shall not wreak havoc here." He then turned his gaze toward the court. "Ladies and gentlemen, do you wish to continue watching this farce?" The moment the Duke's words fell, the atmosphere in the court grew tense. Though they were reluctant to offend the Northern King, they could not remain passive any longer, especially as the martial king directed his attention toward them. In an instant, several figures soared into the air, soon reaching the alley above. Within a few breaths, 4 more presences manifested in the void: the Chancellor, Yan Qingdao, the National Master, Emo Chun, the Minister of Revenue, Jin Xiang, and the Minister of Justice, Shui Qianwan. "Are you all also going to impede my path?" A glint of cold light flickered in Luo Xinyan's eyes as she enveloped Leng Yuan in her magical energy, showing no sign of retreat even in the face of 5 martial lords. Addressed by Luo Xinyan, the assembled figures fell silent. Ultimately, it was Chancellor Yan Qingdao who stepped forward. "Ah, Northern Queen, Leng Yuan has practiced wicked arts and slain soldiers. You should consider keeping him here." At Yan Qingdao and Apos' words, the Duke of Fortune felt assured, a smile creeping onto his lips. "Is this the consensus among you all?" As Yan Qingdao finished speaking, Luo Xinyan's gaze swept over the group. Although some averted their eyes, none took a step back. Seeing this, Luo Xinyan's voice turned icy. "Very well. Since you wish it so, do not blame me for lacking compassion." With these words, the air thickened with tension as Luo Xinyan's magical energy surged, manifesting a black sword imbued with frost in the void. In an instant, countless forces of law coalesced around the sword, weaving a tapestry of overwhelming royal pressure in the atmosphere. Not good. It is Wang Bing, the soul-severing sword. Chapter 64. The might of the monarch. With the emergence of the soul-severing sword, an overwhelming aura of slaughter immediately enveloped the entire royal capital. Snowflakes began to descend from the void, and any living being touched by them felt a chilling sensation deep within their souls. This was no ordinary snow, but a manifestation of the kingly principles reflecting in the ether. Not good. The North King's principles are manifesting in the void. We must unite to defend. Upon witnessing this scene, the Prime Minister, Yan Qingdao, furrowed his brow and quickly summoned everyone to act. The kingly principles are exceedingly tyrannical. Even their natural manifestation can alter the very fabric of the void. Should hostility arise, any creature touched by the snowflakes would find their soul frozen. Only those who have cultivated their spiritual powers could hope to resist. Bang, bang, bang. The air was filled with the sounds of preparation as the crowd, without needing further prompting from Yan Qingdao, had already readied their defenses. The moment the kingly weapon appeared, they knew the situation had escalated dramatically. Although the North King was absent, the resurrected weapon was beyond the capabilities of the martial lord to withstand. Let us hope the soul-severing sword does not fully awaken. The emaciated national master, Mo Chun, clad in a robe, conjured a defensive barrier in the void with his spiritual power, murmuring to himself. The Minister of Revenue, Jin Xiang, also exerted his power to form a protective shield, his brow tightly knitted. What a disaster. It's all that fool Fu Wang's fault. I didn't even do anything, yet I've made enemies for no reason. Clearly, the stipend for the Ministry of War was too generous. Jin Xiang squinted, already calculating how to make Fu Wang compensate for the losses. As the strange icy phenomena continued to unfold in the void, Shui Qianduo, with a complex expression, said, North Queen, this matter Luo Xinyan, her voice solemn, replied, I know this is not your fault. However, they dare to bully my son so. This must have a resolution. With that, Luo Xinyan enveloped Leng Yuan in her spiritual power and slowly soared toward the void where the soul-severing sword resided. Yuan, did you not wish to understand the will of the Supreme? Go, draw the sword, and your father will reveal it to you. Casting a glance back at his kind-eyed mother, Leng Yuan bit his lip and nodded. At this moment, the vitality within him surged vigorously. Within the palace, the martial king gazed through the void at the soul-severing sword's reflection of the kingly principles above the alley, showing no intention of intervening. His gaze was profound as he murmured, the manifestation of kingly principles North King, Let me see how far you have come. As he whispered, the Ministry of War received an order from Fu Wang, summoning powerful reinforcements. The streets surrounding the alley had already been taken over by a large contingent of soldiers, forcing everyone to evacuate. Over 10,000 warriors and generals formed a tight encirclement around the area. Every 100 meters, a master was stationed to personally seal off the exits. Some martial venerates hid in the shadows, waiting for the opportune moment to strike. The moment Lung Yuan touched the ground, he would be apprehended. Moreover, none of the North Kingdom troops trapped within could escape. North King's heir, you shall not flee today. Fu Wang watched as Lung Yuan ascended into the air, supported by Lo Xinyan's magic, a firm resolve blossoming within him. With matters at this point, there was no turning back. He must capture the North King's heir. The revival of the kingly weapon would not be so easily achieved. With a cold sneer, Fu Wang's figure shot upward, pursuing Lung Yuan through the air. He aimed to thwart Lung Yuan's attempt to draw the sword and apprehend him simultaneously. Seeing Fu Wang rush toward him, Lung Yuan's gaze sharpened. Yet, Lo Xinyan remained motionless. Jilin Gong, you are as foolish as ever. The power of a monarch is not something to be taken lightly. Ignoring Lo Xinyan's warning, Fu Wang continued his relentless pursuit of Lang Yuan. He had to intercept him before he could draw the sword, otherwise, the resurgence of the kingly weapon and the suppression of the kingly principles would spiral out of control. Suddenly, as he closed in on Lung Yuan, the oppressive aura of the kingly principles descended upon him. Those who are not of royal blood would be targeted by the kingly weapon. As Lung Yuan approached the soul-severing sword, Fu Wang, filled with rage, shouted to those around him, "What are you waiting for? The North King's heir defies royal law. And you stand idly by?" Upon hearing this, the others, once confident, now hesitated, realizing the North Queen had brought the kingly weapon with her. Acting now could lead to unforeseen consequences. In the midst of their hesitation, Prime Minister Yin Chengdao stepped forward. Regardless, the North King's heir defies royal law. Today, he must be apprehended. National Master, what do you think? Feeling the pressure of Yin Chengdao's gaze, National Master Mo Chen reluctantly stepped forward as well. Meanwhile, the Minister of Revenue, Jin Ziyang, upon receiving Yin Chengdao's look, could only follow suit unwillingly. As for the Minister of Punishment, Shui Qianduo, Yin Chengdao chose to ignore him. Having already offended the North King, he could not afford to antagonize the West King as well. Let us strike together. Fu Wang bellowed, his spiritual power surging around him. Yet, he was suppressed by the chains of the principles emanating from the soul-severing sword, rendering him incapable of exerting much power. Seeing this, Yin Chengdao, Mo Chen, and Jin Ziyang unleashed their own powers to assist. Boom. As the three martial lords unleashed their might, the void trembled, and the atmosphere thickened with pressure. Instantly, the sky darkened, and turbulent winds roared. Their combined magical manifestations flickered ominously, radiating terrifying power. Bang! With the support of the three martial lords, Fu Wang finally broke free from the oppressive chains of the kingly weapon's principles and surged toward Lung Yuan. However, at that moment, Lung Yuan, propelled by Lo Xinyan's magic, had already arrived before the soul-severing sword. Ignoring Fu Wang's approach, he solemnly grasped the hilt of the sword and pulled with all his might. "Stop!" Fu Wang shouted desperately as he witnessed Lung Yuan's actions. But it was too late. The kingly weapon had already regained a portion of its power. For an ordinary person, drawing the sword would result in resistance or backlash. However, for Lung Yuan, the North King's true heir, the soul-severing sword would not resist him. Rather, it would instinctively assist him. With a mighty roar, Lung Yuan withdrew the sword from the void, causing countless chains of principles to intertwine and connect. Amidst the swirling chaos, a colossal war deity manifested before them. The North King's avatar has emerged. In an instant, countless frost crystals radiated dazzling light. The towering avatar, soaring 1,000 meters high, materialized, enveloping Lung Yuan within its grandeur. Boom. At that moment, Fu Wang, who had just reached Lung Yuan's back, was thrown back several meters by the force of the solidifying avatar. Regaining his balance, he stared in disbelief at the suddenly manifested North King's avatar. How is this possible? Just as he was engulfed in incredulity, the 1,000-meter avatar turned its head. In an instant, a blizzard swept through the air, and the terrifying aura of the kingly principles bore down upon him. At the center of the law's countenance, Lung Yuan gazed at Prince Fu with his sword in hand. Chapter 65, Comprehending the True Self. "Come on, old fool." Cold Yuan roared at the dazed and wide-eyed King Fu. Being troubled repeatedly was unbearable for anyone. Moreover, it was precisely because of these instigators that he was compelled to continuously ignite his bloodlust, accumulating a trail of sins. This insidious scheme filled him with deep resentment. Facing the gaze of the North King's avatar, King Fu felt his heart race. Standing before the towering figure, he felt as insignificant as an ant. King, king, king. Below, the forces of the northern region erupted in excited cheers upon the manifestation of the North King's avatar. This was their monarch, the embodiment of faith for all the Xuanwu army. It was due to the presence of this avatar that the snow demons of the Arctic tundra dared not cross the line, merely causing minor disturbances outside the city. The crowd, filled with fervor, shouted passionately, their eyes sparkling, while those around them felt a palpable tension. They were in a state of opposition. The North King had revealed himself, yet their king remained absent. This left them feeling somewhat disheartened. In the void, Luo Xinyan observed the cheers below, a faint smile gracing her lips. She then turned her gaze towards the flustered King Fu, her expression playful. Jilingkong, were you not seeking to capture my son? Why have you yet to make a move? Upon hearing the North Queen's words, King Fu's heart sank, but he quickly regained his determination. At this moment, Prime Minister Yin Qingdao, National Master Mo Chun, and Minister of Revenue Jin Ziyang were all channeling their powers to help him withstand the oppressive force of the monarch in the void. Meanwhile, countless eyes within the royal city were fixed upon this scene. Should he retreat in disgrace today, he would undoubtedly become a laughingstock for various factions. Failing to subdue a junior and being slapped in the face was something he could not bear. With this thought, King Fu directed his gaze to Cold Yuan, who resided at the center of the North King's avatar, and proclaimed loudly, "This is the royal capital, under the feet of the martial king. Even if you are the North King's heir, if you violate the law, you must be captured." As King Fu shouted sternly, Cold Yuan felt his anger surge. He wished to act, but was uncertain how to control the North King's avatar. Just as he pondered, King Fu turned towards the palace, bowing respectfully as he spoke. "Brother King, the North King's heir has violated the law and refuses to surrender. I implore you to take action. Uphold the king's law." Hearing King Fu's voice, the crowd fell silent. The Minister of Justice, Shui Qianduan, who had been hesitant to act, narrowed his eyes, his gaze towards King Fu filled with malice. King Fu was forcing the martial king to intervene. Should both kings engage, the Wu dynasty would surely fall into disarray. This rogue must be punished. Shui Qianduan, the brother of the Western King, Shui Qianjue, stood firmly aligned with the North King. The ability to act against the North King's forces today would mean he could similarly target the Western King's forces in the future. Just as Shui Qianduan cursed inwardly and the various factions looked on with anticipation, within the palace, the martial king narrowed his eyes and cast forth a golden seal. This seal, entirely golden, was entwined with 9 golden dragons, emanating a potent aura of royal authority. This was the royal weapon, the 9-dragon seal. As the golden seal soared from the palace, King Fu's gaze sharpened instantly. Boom! The royal weapon, 9-dragon seal burst forth in the void, radiating brilliant golden light. The principles of the royal path manifested, intertwining chains of law in the void. Before long, it transformed into a towering golden avatar, 1,000 meters high. The martial king's avatar had appeared. No, this was the self-revival of the royal weapon, 9-dragon seal, not the will of the martial king. Although this golden royal avatar exuded an overwhelming aura, the various martial lords in the void discerned the distinction. Upon witnessing this, Cold Yuan felt a tightening in his chest. Gazing at the massive golden avatar, identical in size to his father's North King's avatar, he could not help but feel a rush of panic. This was a battle between monarchs, a conflict he was utterly unprepared for. Instinctively, Cold Yuan tightened his grip on the soul-severing sword, closed his eyes, and silently called out, "Father, what should I do?" Unbeknownst to him, as he chanted inwardly, the enormous North King's avatar suddenly erupted with dazzling icy blue light, illuminating the entire void in a brilliant azure hue. Accompanying this phenomenon of law, the martial king within the palace's gaze brightened. "Indeed, you have retained a trump card." Within the palace, the martial king observed the transformation of the North King's avatar, his eyes sparkling with realization. Subsequently, the 9-dragon seal also radiated golden brilliance. A flicker of vitality appeared in the previously dormant eyes of the martial king's avatar. As the golden and blue powers of the monarchs manifested in the void, the entire royal capital was bathed in hues of gold and blue. The North King's avatar glistened in icy blue, snow swirling around it, freezing all in its path. The martial king's avatar glowed of brilliant gold, the seal in hand shining resplendently, cutting through the surroundings with a sharp golden energy. 2 towering figures, each 1,000 meters high, stood in the void, their royal paths altering the celestial realm, leaving the various factions in shock. "This is bad. The martial king and the North King are about to clash. We must leave at once." Officials in the distance, unaware of the full situation, panicked. At the scene, amidst the 2 royal avatars, several martial lords witnessed the revival of both avatars and began to plead. "North King's heir, the wrath of a monarch could lead to the deaths of millions. You must not act impulsively. Please, disperse the avatar and return with us." Upon hearing the pleas, Cold Yuan abruptly opened his eyes, disregarding the avatar's transformation. He cast a disdainful glance at the speaker, Mo Chen. "Return with you? Old man, are you asking me to accompany you to my doom?" Seeing Cold Yuan's dismissive demeanor, Prime Minister Yin Qingdao interjected, "North King's heir, you are mistaken. It is indeed a fact that you have practiced forbidden arts and committed heinous acts. It is not too late to return with us now. Must you provoke a monarch's war, leading to the demise of millions before you are satisfied? At this, Cold Yuan laughed in anger. Practicing forbidden arts and committing heinous acts? Such nonsense. It is you who are forcing my hand. How does that make me the instigator of a monarch's war? As Yin Qingdao continued to argue, Minister of Revenue Jin Ziyang interjected hastily, North King's heir. We harbor no ill intentions. As long as you dispel the avatar and return with us for investigation, should there be any misunderstanding, we will certainly restore your reputation. In the void, Luo Xinyan stood quietly, observing as though she were invisible, her gaze gentle as she watched Cold Yuan converse with the others. Yuaner, you must grasp the will of the monarch. As the crowd continued to speak, their eloquent words made Cold Yuan feel as though if he did not voluntarily surrender, he would be deemed the gravest of criminals. This sense of losing control left him with profound helplessness. At that moment, a voice of authority resonated through the void. My son, what crime have you committed? In the void, the majestic North King's avatar's eyes shimmered with brilliance. As the voice of the monarch echoed through the air, an overwhelming pressure descended upon the martial lords present. The North King. Upon hearing the voice of Cold Zay, the crowd's pupils dilated, their words caught in their throats. As they fell silent, the voice of heaven resonated once more in the void. My son, what crime is there? In the vast emptiness, the cold abyss shifted in accordance with the gaze of the Northern King's Dharma form. Observing the once righteous assembly of martial lords now silent and bowing their heads, an extraordinary sensation welled up within. It turns out, everything was an illusion. The truth is astonishingly simple. Chapter 66. The Supreme Truth enters the golden bones. The Supreme Truth. I comprehend it. Within the manifestation of the Northern King, amidst an aura reminiscent of celestial might, Lung Yuan instantaneously shattered the layers of illusion, directly perceiving the essence of supremacy. At that moment, his thoughts transcended to an extraordinary realm. The insights regarding the Supreme Truth rapidly coalesced in his mind, transforming into an ethereal, translucent silhouette. In an instant, he descended from the divine court, merging into a body of golden bones. It was a miniature version of himself, embodying his supreme intent. As his blood and vitality continually burned, he remained poised at the breakthrough of the 9th level of the martial general, in a state of supreme golden bones. Thus, his entire being of golden bones perpetually existed in a fluidic state. At this moment, the true self of supremacy descended from the divine court. Instantly, this nascent golden form underwent a metamorphosis, acquiring a singular will. In an ephemeral flash, the supreme golden bones were formed. Lung Yuan also seamlessly broke through to the 9th level of the martial general, in a state of consummate perfection. Roar. At this moment, it seemed as though Lung Yuan heard a dragon's roar resounding within his spine. Yet, upon closer inspection, he discerned nothing. In the external realm, as the will of the Northern King awakened, the tyrannical laws of kingship ceased to obstruct Luo Xinyan. Consequently, when Lung Yuan successfully broke through, she sensed it. Martial General. 9th level, Supreme Golden Bones. My son, the foundation of the martial sovereign has been established. Luo Xinyan gazed at Lung Yuan, whose aura had settled, her eyes radiating warmth and a smile. Simultaneously, the will of Lung Zay, embedded within the manifestation, also detected the shift in Lung Yuan's aura, erupting into hearty laughter. With the foundation of the martial sovereign solidified, it would only be a matter of time for Lung Yuan to ascend, provided no unforeseen circumstances arose. At that juncture, with his assistance, the Northern Realm could indeed witness the emergence of a second sovereign. This unexpected boon elated Lung Zay immensely. Haraha! In the void, the Northern King's manifestation erupted in jubilant laughter, its overwhelming sovereign pressure sweeping across the heavens and the earth. The manifested laws of kingship surged, creating ripples in the void. Whether it was the martial sovereigns standing in the void or the countless soldiers on the ground, all were shaken by the concentric waves, some even toppling over. Damn it! In the void, the Duke of Fortune was rattled by the Northern King's laughter, swaying incessantly but dared not utter a word, stifling his fury and cursing inwardly. After his own ascension to martial sovereign, he felt himself but a step away from the realm of kings, having grown accustomed to a lofty demeanor. With the Empress Dowager's presence, he feared no martial king who would not dare to strike against him. Thus, he had subconsciously elevated himself to the status of a king. Each time he unleashed his martial sovereign pressure, the mortals trembled beneath it. Yet now, under the sweeping pressure of the Northern King, he was abruptly thrust back to his original state. His swaying form bore no distinction from the quaking ants beneath him. As the Duke of Fortune simmered in silence, discussions among various factions began to arise. What transpired? Why did the Northern King suddenly burst into laughter? On the ground, both the soldiers of the royal city and those of the Northern Realm bore expressions of confusion. Meanwhile, in the void, Prime Minister Yin Qingdao, National Master Mo Chun, and Minister of Revenue Jin Ziyang were equally perplexed. What could be the reason behind the Northern King's laughter? Only Luo Xinyan and the Martial King understood the cause of the Northern King's mirth. However, they were not in the habit of elucidating matters to others. Bang! Suddenly, the manifestation of the Martial King soared higher, radiating infinite brilliance in the void. In the next moment, the Martial King's manifestation looked down, casting a gaze upon the Northern King's manifestation, as if to say, enough of the commotion, let us engage in battle. Swish, clang, clang, clang. In an instant, the laughter of the Northern King subsided. The 1,000-meter manifestation ascended into the void, tracing a shimmering trajectory of ice crystals. Bang! The two sovereign manifestations stood opposed in the void. One blue, one gold, with the powers of their respective laws coalescing behind them, manifesting their own seas of law. The grand momentum shook the void, causing those below to tense with apprehension. Prime Minister Yin Qingdao spoke solemnly. The Battle of Kings is about to commence. Upon hearing this, National Master Mo Qin and Minister Jin Ziyang wore expressions of worry. Only the Duke of Fortune appeared fierce, just as everyone anticipated that battle would soon erupt. A golden figure suddenly flew forth from the royal palace. Northern King, do you dare allow your son to participate in the Battle of Kings? I can do the same. The Martial King wielded his power, directly transporting the observing crown prince into the void. Hey, what is happening? Which scoundrel dares to strike against me? Initially a spectator, the unprepared crown prince Ji Haoran was pulled into the void by an unseen force, utterly startled and cursing. Scoundrel, what are you shouting about? The Northern King's heir is unafraid. Why should you be? Pay attention. Upon hearing the Martial King's voice, Ji Haoran realized it was his father intervening. With determination, he calmed himself, remaining silent and allowing the Martial King to act. Ultimately, Ji Haoran, much like Lung Yuan, found himself suspended at the center of the manifestation. Seeing this, Lung Zhe did not intervene, instead finding it somewhat amusing. The esteemed Martial King still indulged in childish antics. Meanwhile, the two young men situated within the manifestation's center discovered each other's presence, both curiously observing one another. Is this the Martial King's son? He seems to shine with golden brilliance. Is this the Northern King's heir who skips class daily? Doesn't he appear so arrogant? Their gazes met, filled with curiosity and confusion. At that moment, Lung Yuan heard his father's voice. My son, observe the upcoming battle closely. There's no need to memorize it. Simply grasp that feeling. In the future, when the mirror shatters, it will prove invaluable. As Lung Zhe and Appo's voice faded, the aura within the void underwent a dramatic transformation. The laws of kingship intertwined, and various phenomena of ice and snow enveloped the void, causing the heavens to darken instantaneously. The once clear sky became shrouded in frost and snow, and a bone-chilling gale swept down from above, compelling the citizens of the royal city to shiver uncontrollably. Clack, clack, clack. How cold. Why is it snowing in the middle of summer? This sudden change rendered everyone at a loss for words. In the next moment, a dazzling golden light pierced the heavens. The sharp essence of gold transformed into a tempest, clashing against the falling snow. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh boom. Although it appeared to be two natural phenomena, it was, in reality, the clash of the divine powers of the two sovereigns. At the point of their intersection, immense magical forces surged, creating a brilliant display of light. Chapter 67. The conclusion of the King's battle. Bang. Bang. In the void, waves of ice and snow clashed with the breath of golden winds. The terrifying principles of kingship intertwined with the void, casting a chilling atmosphere across the heavens and the earth. Whoosh whoosh. The ground trembled as onlookers gazed solemnly at the sky. On one side surged a tempest of blizzards, while on the other, a sharp, golden wind burst forth. The collision of these two extreme principles manifested in the void, sending shockwaves that stirred the very fabric of reality. What an overwhelming pressure. Such power is utterly irresistible. In the void, the Chancellor Yin Qingdao, the National Master Mo Qin, and the Minister of Revenue Jin Ziyang stood together, desperately resisting the residual waves of the kingly battle. Yet, despite their utmost efforts, they were still shaken from side to side. Hearing Jin Ziyang's lament, National Master Mo Qin replied, "This is merely the aftermath of the battle. Should we confront it directly, I fear we would be shattered by the principles of kingship in a single exchange." At these words, a heavy silence fell over the crowd. The awe of the king deepening. The principles of kingship. Chancellor Yin Qingdao's gaze fixated on the point where the two forces converged, murmuring. The martial sovereign and the martial king seem but a step apart. Yet the distance between them is akin to reaching the heavens. As the three pondered, Prince Fuji Lingkong, having lost the support of his powers, began to plummet. Despite his frantic resistance, he could hardly withstand the suppression of the principles of kingship. How infuriating. A mere step away. And yet, it was not even his true form that had struck. I refuse to believe it. I refuse. Prince Fu's heart roared in fury, his eyes wide with rage as his power surged, desperately attempting to counteract the shockwaves that spread around him. His face flushed crimson from the exertion, yet he remained unwilling to concede. Meanwhile, Luo Xinyan observed the actions of the others with a slight smile. She then withdrew, returning to the earth below. Your Highness. The people of the Northern Territory bowed as they saw Luo Xinyan descend from the void. After calming the crowd, she turned her gaze to Wang San. Tell me about the events since the young master arrived in the royal capital. Wang San, unable to conceal anything, spoke softly, cautious of the presence of other factions. During this time, some members of the city guards attempted to eavesdrop. Suddenly, without warning, a chill descended upon them, and before they could react, one eavesdropper's ear fell away, shattering into fragments. Ah! Ah! Cries of horror erupted from the crowd. Luo Xinyan's eyes glimmered with a cold light. Witnessing this scene, those outside the northern territory felt a tightening in their hearts, hastily retreating to avoid unwarranted disaster. Seeing this, Wang San felt unrestrained and recounted the events since Leng Yuan's arrival in the royal capital. When he mentioned Leng Yuan's lingering attachment to Shueihua Tower, Luo Xinyan's expression darkened visibly. In the kingly manifestation of the northern king, Leng Yuan shivered involuntarily. What is this? Why do I suddenly feel a sense of foreboding? Gripping the broken soul sword, he stood at the center of the manifestation, gazing at the tumultuous spectacle before him, whispering softly to himself. However, the next moment, he dismissed the thought, for after a grand clash of phenomena, the attacks of the two kingly manifestations shifted once more. Roar! Roar! As two resounding dragon roars echoed through the void, the ice storm of the northern king and the breath of golden winds from the martial king simultaneously took form. Behind the northern king's manifestation, a colossal azure ice dragon swiftly coalesced from the myriad crystalline snowflakes, twisting and swirling as it unleashed a thunderous roar. Opposite, behind the martial king's manifestation, a ferocious golden whirlwind materialized into a massive tornado, from which a golden dragon emerged, exuding boundless majesty. Roar! Roar! The azure and golden dragons occupied their respective spaces in the void, glaring fiercely at one another, coiling in a standoff. What is this? As Leng Yuan felt the supreme pressure emanating from the dragons, he was perplexed. Unlike the previous phenomena, this was the very impact of the principles belonging to the kingly manifestations. The dragons were not merely conjured. They required a will to manifest their true power. Grip your sword. Use your supreme intent to feel it. Cold Zay's voice resonated once more in Leng Yuan's mind. Father. Upon hearing Cold Zay's words, Leng Yuan, without hesitation, complied, clenching his sword tightly, using my supreme intent to feel it. Although uncertain of what his father wanted him to perceive, he acted without delay, trusting in his father's wisdom. As Leng Yuan's supreme intent coalesced, his golden bones shimmered with a radiant glow, an aura of immortality permeating the air. Feel it, feel it. His consciousness delved deeper into the broken soul sword. Soon, he glimpsed a beam of light. At that moment, the serpentine ice dragon behind the northern king's manifestation displayed a glimmer of awareness, a mix of curiosity and confusion, as if it had suddenly gained a spark of sentience. Now, strike! Before Leng Yuan could ponder further, Cold Zay's voice called out once again. Without a moment's hesitation, Leng Yuan swung his sword. Simultaneously, the voice of the martial king echoed in Prince Ji Haoran's ears. Release the seal. Swish! Bang! As Leng Yuan's sword struck forth, Ji Haoran's seal descended. The two dragons, coiling behind the kingly manifestations, soared into the sky, heralding a cascade of phenomena. Roar! Roar! The azure dragon ascended, adorned with countless glistening ice crystals, exhaling frosty breath, causing the temperature of the world to plummet instantly. Facing such an onslaught, the golden dragon spiraled forth, sweeping its tail. In an instant, a torrent of golden winds surged, extinguishing the overwhelming frost. Bang! Bang! The heavens darkened, and the laws of nature were agitated following the clash. Phenomena erupted in the sky. In the next moment, the two dragons ascended once more, their claws extended, colliding fiercely. Ah! Ah! As the two dragons engaged in battle, Leng Yuan and Ji Haoran cried out in agony. The combat will of the dragons drained their supreme intent. With each collision, the backlash echoed painfully within their wills, as if their very bodies were being struck mercilessly. Bang! Bang! Unable to endure any longer, as the power of Leng Yuan and Ji Haoran waned, the two dragons in the void abruptly vanished. The king's battle had concluded so abruptly. Chapter 68. The True Battle of Kings. As the celestial phenomena dissipated, Leng Yuan and Ji Haoran were gently returned by a wave of soft magical energy. Just as they believed everything had come to an end, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The heavens and earth trembled, the clouds above shattered, and an overwhelming force of cosmic laws surged forth, sweeping across the vast expanse of the sky. What is happening? How could such a terrifying celestial transformation occur? On the ground, upon witnessing the northern prince descend, everyone assumed the ordeal was over. However, suddenly, the winds of fate shifted dramatically. At this moment, several martial lords from the royal capital also landed, their gazes fixed on the heavens, expressions grave. Soon after, the chancellor, Yan Qingdao, turned his gaze towards Leng Yuan, letting out a helpless sigh. The Minister of Revenue, Jin Xiang, wore an expression of complex emotions. Regardless of the circumstances that led to this moment, Leng Yuan had already created a significant stir in the royal capital. If they wished for the martial king to relent, they needed a compelling reason. Now, for the sake of Leng Yuan and the dignity of the king, The contest between the martial king and the northern prince was only just beginning. At that moment, the Prince of Fortune descended as well. However, this time, he did not approach Leng Yuan with arrogance, but stood silently at a distance. He would not act until the outcome was revealed. The Empress Dowager and Apos S words held weight with the martial king, yet when they fell upon the northern prince, they were as meaningless as scrap paper. With the royal forces awakening and the wills of the two kings clashing, any misstep on his part would result in his immediate execution by the northern prince. Before the northern prince's will descended, he had been domineering. Now, he stood in silence. Mother, is father in battle? Leng Yuan stood beside Luo Xinyan, gazing into the void with longing in his eyes. The kind of power that can command the heavens is irresistible. Yet, the thought that his opponent was also a king filled him with apprehension. Observing the changing expressions of her son, Luo Xinyan spoke softly, Yuaner, the true battle of kings has only just begun. But you need not worry, it is merely a fight. Upon hearing fight, Leng Yuan felt a wave of relaxation wash over him. Generally speaking, matters described as mere skirmishes were not of grave concern. Yet, he overlooked one crucial detail. When kings engage in battle, it is akin to divine beings clashing, and even the slightest release of their aura could manifest terrifying celestial phenomena. Boom, bang, bang. At this moment, the void was sealed by the endless laws of kings. Two regal manifestations pierced through the clouds, intertwining and unleashing various martial arts. A golden dragon broke through the void. The dazzling golden manifestation of the martial king and the northern prince's manifestation clashed tens of thousands of times in an instant before soaring into the clouds behind them. In the next moment, a 1,000-meter-long golden blade, shaped like a dragon's head, cleaved through the sea of clouds, carrying with it an unparalleled force, descending rapidly upon the northern prince's manifestation. Hiss! At that moment, it seemed as though the heavens and earth were being torn apart. The thick clouds spanning thousands of miles were cleaved in two, and the resplendent golden light pierced the sky, revealing glimpses of the divine battle above. Is this the true power of a king? How terrifying! When that beam of golden light flashed, although the onlookers knew it was not directed at them, they could not help but feel a profound sense of trepidation. It was as if the razor-sharp energy carried within that golden light could sever their heads in an instant. The national master, Mo Qin, discreetly clenched his palms, beads of cold sweat forming. Even the martial lords felt this way. What more could one say for the ordinary folk? The might of the king instilled fear in the hearts of all. In the face of the celestial golden light, the northern prince's manifestation advanced rather than retreated. Diamond Xuanwu. In the void above, endless eyes gathered instantaneously around the northern prince's manifestation. As he charged forward, he materialized the formidable form of the Xuanwu, pressing down upon the sky. Boom. In an instant, the martial king's golden brilliance struck the Xuanwu's back. Zzz. In that moment, the Xuanwu armor, etched with the essence of mountains and rivers, shimmered with countless icy crystals. A heavy aura of indomitable strength suppressed the void. The martial king's golden dragon was halted by the Xuanwu armor, failing to land even a single blow. Boom. The next second, a powerful rebound erupted. The blue icy light and golden brilliance clashed, illuminating the clouds above with a kaleidoscope of colors. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. In the void above, fierce winds swirled. The beings within the royal capital were now filled with astonishment. When the golden light suddenly appeared, their hearts raced. After the Xuanwu emerged, they felt an immense force weighing down upon them, making it hard to breathe. Is this the power of a king? In an instant, the heavens transformed and all laws aligned. Standing in various locations throughout the royal capital, the martial artists gazed up through the parted clouds, catching glimpses of the divine battle above, their eyes filled with longing. Father, so powerful! Leng Yuan exclaimed, standing beside Luo Xinyan, his spirit ignited as he witnessed the clash of laws in the heavens. Kings, I too shall ascend to this realm. Seeing her son's eyes sparkle with ambition, Luo Xinyan smiled, then turned her gaze back to the void above, filled with pride. Boom. At this moment, after the Xuanwu withstood the martial king's strike, it leaped forth, its colossal claws descending from the heavens. The power of the heavens. Bang, bang, bang. In an instant, the dazzling golden light shattered like crystal, and the weighty power of the Xuanwu enveloped the void, scattering the clouds across a 1,000-mile expanse. In response to the northern prince's counterattack, the martial king's manifestation let out a mighty roar, echoing like a dragon's call. 9 dragons devouring the sky. Roar, roar, roar. After the dragon's roar, 9 colossal golden dragons, each stretching for 10,000 meters, manifested in the void. They coiled within the endless clouds, and even the occasional glimpse of their scales radiated a terrifying golden aura. As they shifted, the void was sliced open, producing a cacophony of shattering sounds. Devour. Standing amidst the 9 dragons, the martial king's manifestation pointed directly at the imposing Xuanwu. Boom. The next second, the 9 dragons surged forth, weaving through the void, directly confronting the Xuanwu. They moved with the ferocity of living beings, unleashing their deadly prowess. Unfazed by the assault of the 9 golden dragons, The Northern Prince's manifestation commanded the Xuanwu to retaliate. Boom, bang, bang. In the void above, the sound of thunderous clashes reverberated, and the violent shockwaves of law erupted like 1,000 thunderclaps. As the battle raged on, countless icy currents converged in the void, morphing into towering icebergs under the Northern Prince's guidance, crashing down upon the 9 golden dragons traversing the skies. Bang, bang, bang. In the face of the indiscriminate assault of the ice peaks, the 9 golden dragons unleashed their ferocity, their claws and golden horns gleaming brightly. An endless torrent of sharp golden wind howled through the clouds, forming 9 rapidly rotating eyes of storm. Bang, bang, bang. Hiss, hiss, hiss. The Xuanwu roared in defiance, as immense ice peaks rained down like a torrential downpour. The 9 golden dragons transformed into storm eyes, colliding fiercely with the descending ice peaks. Boom. In the void above, countless gleaming ice crystals descended, showering the dim earth below with a layer of golden radiance. Chapter 69. Dialogue in the Royal Palace. The battle raged intensely. As it progressed, the vast clouds above became frozen, forming heavy ice clouds that threatened to plummet. Yet, before they could descend, they were shattered by the howling storm of sharp golden winds, transforming into countless golden specks that scattered in the air. Below the battlefield, the royal capital lay blanketed in thick snow, an unexpected sight for a season that had not yet entered autumn. This was not confined to a mere few locations. The entire city, capable of housing millions, was enshrouded in ice and snow, a testament to the immense expenditure of celestial power, truly the might of kings. Within the city, the powerful figures from various factions stood aloft, gazing at the endless expanse of snow with awe and admiration. Above in the void, the Martial King and the Northern King had ceased their conflict. The 2 towering figures, each 1,000 meters tall, locked eyes, their gazes profound and inscrutable. Though they seemed to converse, the content of their discussion remained a mystery to all. The onlookers could only catch glimpses of the shifting celestial phenomena between the 2 figures. Finally, it appeared that the 2 kings reached an accord, and they each dissipated. The Martial King's avatar transformed into a golden seal, returning to the palace, while the Northern King's avatar morphed back into the royal weapon, descending from the void to hover directly before Lang Yuan. The dark blade radiated an icy aura, its inherent principles of kingship now subdued, yet still exuding an ominous intent for slaughter. Witnessing the suspended soul-severing sword, Lang Yuan's expression was one of confusion. The crowd around him held their breath in fear, for neither the northern forces nor the royal city's factions dared to approach. This was a royal weapon. Only those of royal blood could approach it without facing the backlash of its sovereign principles. A moment's misstep could lead to dire consequences. Even the martial lords of the royal capital instinctively distanced themselves from Lang Yuan, wary of being misinterpreted by the weapon's latent consciousness. Luo Xinyan, casting a glance at the crowd and noting their trepidation, allowed a slight smile to grace her lips. Yuaner, sheath your sword, she said gently, her eyes soft as she continued. Even amidst the royal capital, you are the scion of the Wangfu. Should anyone dare to conspire against you, pay no heed to their schemes. Draw your sword without hesitation. As she spoke, her gaze flitted over the faces of Prime Minister Yin Qingdao, National Master Imo Chun, and Minister of Revenue Jin Ziyang, ultimately pausing upon the figure of Prince Fuji Linkong. Should someone lose their wits, your father shall bring them back to their senses. At Luo Xinyan's words, Prince Fu seethed with anger, yet, faced with the hovering soul-severing sword, he remained silent, unable to voice his frustration. Observing this, Lang Yuan extended his hand and grasped the sword. In the next moment, this unparalleled royal weapon was firmly in his possession. As the sight of Lang Yuan wielding the weapon unfolded, the eyes of the royal guards around him widened in alarm. The memory of the Northern Prince's previous rampage was still fresh, and should he unleash his fury once more, they feared they would all meet their end. At that moment, the royal steward, accompanied by a throng of guards, hurriedly approached. Your Highness, the Prince, the Martial King requests your presence. Luo Xinyan regarded the bowing steward coldly. Do you recall what I said before departing the Northern Territory? At her words, the steward's heart sank, his expression one of distress. This, Your Highness, old servant, this matter is orchestrated by the eminent figures in court, and as a mere steward, I am powerless to intervene. Humph. Luo Xinyan scoffed at the steward, stammering. Turning to Wang San and Mo Ling, she instructed, you both should return and recuperate. When the young master returns, everything will resume as before. Upon hearing Luo Xinyan's command, the northern forces complied and departed. In the royal palace, Lang Yuan followed Luo Xinyan into the court. At this moment, the ministers were already assembled, with civil and military officials divided on either side, extending all the way to the entrance of the grand hall. The sight of Lang Yuan entering the hall, wielding the royal weapon, sparked curiosity among the gathered officials. Following these events, the northern prince had firmly established his reputation in the royal capital. Both kings had personally descended to engage in battle on his behalf. Although they had manifested only as avatars, it was undeniably a royal confrontation, In this martial world, a king's battle represented the pinnacle of conflict, overshadowing any number of troops. Bring forth a seat for the northern princess. The martial king's voice resonated. Luo Xinyan performed a respectful bow. Thank you, martial king. Once seated, only Leng Yuan remained in the center of the hall. Observing Leng Yuan's composed demeanor, the martial king spoke with an enigmatic expression, Northern Prince. Do you have anything to say regarding today's events? In response, Leng Yuan shook his head. Martial king, I have nothing to say. Why is that? The martial king pressed further, noting Leng Yuan's indifferent countenance. Reflecting on the unwarranted attack he had faced and the bloodshed that ensued, Leng Yuan replied, I do not know where to begin, nor what to articulate. At his words, murmurs erupted among the ministers. Some claimed Leng Yuan was wronged, while others argued he had acted in self-defense. Yet, no one accused him of guilt. Observing this scene, Luo Xinyan's gaze lowered, as if she had anticipated such a response. Seeing this, the martial king chose not to delve deeper. In that case, the matter concerning the Northern Prince shall be handed over to the Dark Guard for investigation. At this proclamation, the ministers turned their attention to the Minister of Justice, Shui Qianduan, the younger brother of the Western King and an ally of the Northern King. Entrusting the investigation to him would likely absolve the Northern Prince entirely. However, it remained uncertain whether the investigation would unearth the forces entangled in this affair. As speculation rippled through the hall, Shui Qianduan cast a glance at Prince Fu, his silence laden with significance. Upon the throne, the martial king surveyed the gathered officials. Exuding an air of authority, his gaze lingered on Prince Fu and Shui Qianduan for a moment. Lords, do any of you have further comments regarding the Northern Prince? This inquiry left the ministers exchanging glances, unsure of the martial king's intent. For the sake of Leng Yuan, both kings had intervened. The consensus among the officials was to swiftly resolve the matter concerning the Northern Prince, regardless of his actions. The priority was to prevent the Northern King from harboring any grievances. Initially, they believed that handing the matter over to the Dark Guard would ensure a conclusive end. Yet, unexpectedly, the martial king had broached the subject once more. Although it was merely a casual question, the ministers, all astute individuals, recognized that the martial king's words were far from trivial. Suddenly, Prime Minister Yin Qingdao spoke up. Martial king, I have something to say. Speak freely, my dear minister, replied the martial king. Turning to Leng Yuan, who stood resolutely at the center of the hall, the prime minister continued, Northern Prince, do you have anything to say regarding the allegations of practicing dark arts and consuming blood essence? At this declaration, the hall fell silent, all eyes fixated on Leng Yuan. Luo Xinyan rose, her eyes ablaze with fury. Chapter 70. The Purge of the Hall of Sacred Fire in the presence of the icy gaze of the Northern Queen. The ministers within the hall fell into a heavy silence. Only the prime minister, Yin Qingdao, seemed oblivious. His attention fixed upon the figure of Leng Yuan standing resolutely in the center. Meeting the prime minister's gaze, Leng Yuan spoke with unwavering composure, declaring, I have not practiced any heretical arts. All of this is the doing of the Hall of Sacred Fire. Despite Leng Yuan's calm demeanor, Yin Qingdao was not easily convinced. Prince of the Northern Kingdom, you claim this is the work of the Hall of Sacred Fire. Do you have any evidence to support your assertion? At this, the eyes of the assembled ministers turned toward Leng Yuan. In response, he met their gazes with serene confidence. Having anticipated the fallout from his exposure when he acquired the blood mark and the art of longevity, he was well prepared. Gradually, under the watchful eyes of the court, Leng Yuan rolled up the sleeve of his right arm, revealing the scarlet sigil, the blood mark. Upon seeing it, Yin Qingdao's expression shifted dramatically, and he gasped in disbelief. The significance of this matter was monumental. The Hall of Sacred Fire was deemed a malevolent cult primarily due to the blood mark, which they used to siphon the life force from those marked. When the opportune moment arrived, they would employ the art of longevity to extract it completely. The blood essence drawn through the blood mark equated to nearly 90% of a living being's vitality. Once removed, the victim would be left utterly drained, transforming even a youthful person into a frail elder in an instant. At that moment, Leng Yuan himself bore such a mark, and its appearance indicated that it was fully matured, ready to be extracted by one proficient in the art of longevity. Yin Qingdao could scarcely fathom the chaos that would ensue should those fanatics from the Hall of Sacred Fire successfully drain Leng Yuan of his vitality. What? The blood mark? Those lunatics have marked the Prince of the Northern Kingdom. At Yin Qingdao's exclamation, the ministers collectively inhaled sharply, quickly turning their gazes to Leng Yuan's arm. As seasoned warriors, their keen eyesight confirmed without doubt that what they saw was indeed the blood mark. A collective gasp filled the chamber, while the martial king remained impassive, revealing no hint of his emotions. However, sitting nearby, Luo Xinyan could no longer maintain her composure. Yuaner, you have been marked with the blood mark? She swiftly approached Leng Yuan, grasping the arm bearing the mark, her aura radiating an oppressive intensity. Sensing his mother's fury, Leng Yuan gently reassured her, Mother, I am fine. Please do not worry. With a reassuring glance, he sought to calm her troubled heart. Despite this, Luo Xinyan could only suppress her emotions. her gaze still fixated on Lung Yuan's arm. At that moment, Lung Yuan turned to Yin Qingdao and asserted, "Prime Minister, I have been marked by the blood mark myself. Surely, you do not believe I have joined a heretical cult?" Meeting Lung Yuan's steady gaze, Yin Qingdao posed one final question. "Prince of the Northern Kingdom, how were you ensnared by the Hall of Sacred Fire?" This inquiry piqued the curiosity of the gathered ministers, who were eager to understand how the prince had been marked by those from the hall. While some had connections to them, such interactions were conducted in secrecy, making it implausible for the cultists to wreak havoc in the royal capital. Furthermore, the prince had always remained within the city, leaving no opportunity for their interference. In response to Yin Qingdao's probing gaze, Lung Yuan recounted, "Some time ago, I went out for a leisurely outing. Near the northern mountain, I was attacked by a wild beast, which I dispatched. Following that, a dense blood mist enveloped me. Somehow, this mark appeared on my arm, and I can feel it incessantly siphoning my vitality. The fluctuations in my blood essence were caused by this mark." After Lung Yuan's explanation, Yin Qingdao closed his eyes and sighed softly. He had grasped the gist of the situation. Although the prince had certainly concealed some details, they were of little consequence. After all, who among the noble families did not harbor a few secrets? What truly mattered was whether Lung Yuan's claims held any truth. With clarity now attained, it was evident that the prince had neither joined a heretical cult nor practiced any forbidden arts. There was no need for further inquiry. However, the occurrence of such an event would undoubtedly keep some individuals awake at night. Contemplating this, Yin Qingdao addressed the martial king, stating, "I have no objections regarding this matter." As the prime minister spoke, the ministers collectively exhaled in relief, believing the incident would be swiftly concluded. Just then, Luo Xinyan's voice sliced through the air, icy and resolute. "Martial king, my son has come to the capital only to fall victim to the machinations of a heretical cult. The Northern Kingdom demands an explanation." Upon hearing her words, the martial king turned his gaze toward Luo Xinyan, his expression inscrutable. "Rest assured, my queen, in light of this incident within the capital, I shall provide you with an explanation." As he spoke, his eyes swept over the assembly of ministers, causing a palpable tension to rise. The very notion that a heretical cult had infiltrated the capital was alarming. "What have you all been doing?" The martial king's low voice, laced with suppressed fury, sent waves of trepidation through the ministers. "I have failed in my duties. I bear culpability. Please forgive me, martial king." In mere moments, a throng of individuals knelt within the grand hall. Faced with the martial king's wrath, only a few among the martial lords managed to retain their composure. Standing centrally, Lung Yuan observed the scene with a calm demeanor. He found the martial king's behavior to be somewhat peculiar. Logically, if the martial king wished to discern the will of the ruler, he could envelop the entire capital with a mere thought. Those from the Hall of Sacred Fire could not possibly remain unnoticed for long. Yet, the martial king seemed entirely unaware, which struck Lung Yuan as odd. Within the hall, only a few martial lords possessed any inkling of the truth, yet they remained tight-lipped. The prime minister averted his gaze, the national master feigned slumber, and the minister of revenue, Jin Ziyang, appeared to be mumbling to himself. The minister of war, Prince Ji Lingkong, however, bore a grave expression, remaining silent and unusually composed. "Humph." Observing the minister's demeanor, the martial king scoffed. "Effective immediately, conduct a city-wide investigation. Spare no effort in rooting out the fiends of the Hall of Sacred Fire. Any factions found to be complicit shall be held accountable and imprisoned. Those who dare to offer protection shall face execution without mercy." The martial king's voice resonated with an ironclad resolve, reverberating throughout the hall, instilling a sense of dread among the ministers. They understood that this time, decisive action was imperative. Though some held differing opinions, they outwardly complied, declaring, "We shall obey the king's command. We shall obey the king's command." In the grand hall, the ministers echoed their agreement. With that, Luo Xinyan chose to remain silent. After the tumult, Lung Yuan and Luo Xinyan finally returned to the northern prince's residence. Chapter 71. A mother-son conversation. Now, tell me, what transpired? Within the northern prince's residence, Luo Xinyan held a teacup, her eyes fixed sternly upon Lung Yuan. Under the weight of his mother's scrutinizing gaze, Lung Yuan felt an undeniable discomfort envelop him. He hesitantly inquired, "Mother, what would you like me to say?" Upon observing her son's guilty expression, Luo Xinyan raised an eyebrow. "What to say? If you are at a loss for words, then simply recount the events one by one." In response, Lung Yuan murmured, "Mother, I truly do not know what to say." As he lifted his gaze, he found Luo Qingshue's piercing stare fixed upon him. "Since you are uncertain about what to articulate, allow me to assist you in recalling. What exactly transpired at Shueihua Tower? I have heard that upon your arrival in the capital, you became so enraptured that you could barely return." Feeling the weight of Luo Xinyan's disapproving gaze, Lung Yuan's scalp tingled with apprehension, prompting him to hastily protest, "This is all a misunderstanding, mother." Observing his anxious demeanor, Luo Xinyan let out a cold laugh. "A misunderstanding? This matter is widely known throughout the capital. Pray tell, how is it a misunderstanding?" With a frosty countenance, Luo Xinyan watched as Lung Yuan's agitation grew. "You are still quite young, and an age where diligent practice is essential. In the Northern Territories, I have always shielded you from such distractions, fearing that your youthful vigor might lead you astray. Yet, upon your arrival in the capital, you have completely let loose. You infuriate me. Faced with his mother's anger and her palpable disappointment, Lung Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. He understood that failing to clarify matters could lead to severe repercussions. It's all fabricated, mother. Please let me explain. Luo Xinyan regarded him with an impassive expression. Very well, then enlighten me. Should your explanation prove unsatisfactory, you are aware of the consequences. In response, Lung Yuan nodded vigorously and hurriedly elaborated. Mother, the situation is as follows. On my journey from the Northern Territories to the capital, I unexpectedly acquired a talent that allows me to directly absorb vital energy for cultivation. Subsequently, to avoid drawing attention, I discreetly took over Shueihua Tower. The owner, Jinghua, merely collected beasts for me to absorb their energy. This was all to maintain a fade. We have done nothing wrong. After listening to Lung Yuan's account, Luo Xinyan's sharp gaze lingered on him for a few moments, ensuring he was not lying, before her expression softened into a smile. I see now. It appears I misunderstood you, Yuaner. Come here, let me see if you've lost weight. With his mother returning to her gentle demeanor, Lung Yuan felt a wave of relief wash over him. He moved closer and sat beside Luo Xinyan. Curiously, he asked, Mother, are you not curious about the ability I have obtained? Looking into her son's clear eyes, Luo Xinyan smiled and gently tousled his hair. Yuaner, this is your fortune. The path of cultivation, while fraught with solitude and hardship, also offers opportunities and serendipitous encounters. Whether it be techniques, rare treasures, or formidable weapons, they all stem from personal destiny. As long as it poses no harm to you, I shall not pry further. Lung Yuan silently nodded. It was not that he was unwilling to share. Rather, he understood little about his own talent. Currently, he was only aware of the mysterious patterns and his ability to absorb vital energy, which he had already mentioned. As for the enigmatic patterns, he had scant knowledge and thus could not elaborate. Luo Xinyan scrutinized Lung Yuan closely, confirming that his foundation was stable and his vital energy was normal before she spoke softly. The rest is trivial. However, what is this bloodthirsty mark? You must explain it to me. If it poses any danger, I will immediately take you back to the Northern Territories and let your father handle it. At her words, Lung Yuan chuckled and shook his head. Mother, there is nothing to worry about. In fact, I can handle both the bloodthirsty mark and the eternal life technique. Seeing Luo Xinyan's expression shift, Lung Yuan quickly clarified. On that day, I stealthily went to the northern hunting grounds to slay beasts and absorb their vital energy. Coincidentally, I encountered individuals from the Holy Fire Temple plotting something sinister. After confronting them, I eliminated them all. And then I obtained the methods for cultivating the bloodthirsty mark and the eternal life technique. He quickly recounted the events to Luo Xinyan, adding, because I can directly absorb vital energy for cultivation, my internal energy is unlike that of ordinary people, and I need not worry about depletion. The bloodthirsty mark holds no effect on me. Luo Xinyan pondered for a moment before softly responding, while it may not affect you, having it persistently attached to you poses a risk, especially with your father and I not nearby. We must devise a means to remove it. Noticing his mother's concern, Lung Yuan lowered his arms and smiled reassuringly. There is no need for you to worry, mother. I already have a plan. Upon hearing this, Luo Xinyan paused. Observing the glimmer of confidence in Lung Yuan's eyes, a warm smile gradually graced her face as she gently stroked his hair. My son has grown up and developed his own thoughts. As long as you comprehend the implications, I shall not fret. Afterward, Lung Yuan and his mother exchanged pleasantries until late into the night before retiring to their respective rooms. The following day, Luo Xinyan began imparting her cultivation insights to Lung Yuan, aiding him in solidifying his foundation. The northern prince's residence remained tranquil and harmonious. While a tempest brewed within the capital due to Lung Yuan's exploits, the martial king ordered a thorough investigation of the Holy Fire Temple's malefactors within the capital, leading to a military presence on the streets. Anyone deemed suspicious was apprehended for questioning. Moreover, as this directive came directly from the martial king, the intensity of the crackdown had reached unprecedented levels. All factions with ties to the suspicious individuals, whether noble families or court officials, found their residences scrutinized by the blackguards. Any hint of wrongdoing resulted in immediate punishment and imprisonment. Under such formidable enforcement, past transgressions that had been concealed began to surface, ensnaring many factions in an unexpected calamity. Some attempted to navigate the situation as they had previously, but this time, the martial king was personally overseeing matters, rendering their usual methods ineffective. Some even found themselves falsely accused of bribery. This unyielding judgment instilled a sense of dread among various factions within the capital. After all, with great power often comes unsavory secrets. Cursed be the Holy Fire Temple for their disturbances in the capital. Truly a band of calamities. Within the capital, numerous factions vented their frustrations at the true instigator, blaming it for the detriment to their interests. After 3 consecutive days of rigorous enforcement, the whereabouts of the Holy Fire Temple finally came to light. Yet the outcome was somewhat incredulous.